Swallowed Star Chapter 672 to Chapter 726. Luo Feng closed the book, his eyes filled with a hard-to-hide glee. His teacher, Tru Yan, was a super strong man, but compared to Hiroto, the greatest leader in the history of the Golden Horn clan, Tru Yan was much weaker. And Tru Yan walked the path of a fighter, and didn't specialize in space or gold. Hence when Luo Feng read Hiroto's foundational manual, he immediately felt enlightened, as though a whole new world had opened up before him. He had never thought that a spirit reader could train like this. He had never thought that a spirit weapon could be created like this. He had never thought that techniques could be created like this. This is what a spirit reader should do, this is what a true spirit reader should do. Luo Feng praised, my spirit energy amplitude is over 3,200, many emperor-level undyings can't match up to me. According to Senior Hiroto, the most important aspect of a spirit reader is spirit energy amplitude. His foundational manual too has a high requirement for spirit energy amplitude. Foundational manual 36 levels. What he controlled were ordinary blades or small swords without any nomological runes. It was very normal for him to control thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of blades at once. Therefore, the higher his psyche power amplitude, the better. It tested his control, nomological comprehension, mystic technique creation, and many other aspects. Babata, Nanshan Armament 36 levels, you too memorize it. Luo Feng's consciousness connected to Babata, large amounts of words and information swiftly exchanged. With a consciousness calculation speed comparable to a quantum computer, in an instant, Babata obtained a complete manual. Secret Manual Tower. Luo Feng controlled the golden book in his hand, flying it to the group of 12 undyings. Your Majesty, are you sure you've memorized everything? The green-skinned female undying said hoarsely. Luo Feng nodded. The 12 undyings nodded to Luo Feng, after which they all became blurs and vanished. Let's go. Luo Feng turned and said. Your Majesty seems to be very happy. Dylan walked beside him. My rewards are huge. Luo Feng smiled. Beside, the emperor-level undying Fan Qi was elated. Whether it was studying the tablet or a manual, they were both extremely valuable. However, the Golden Horn tribe allowed Luo Feng to obtain it for free. This was basically an investment. The greater Luo Feng's gains, the higher Luo Feng's position in the human race in the future, he would naturally remember this favor. If Luo Feng was an ungrateful wretch who didn't remember his kindness after getting some benefits, the Golden Horn clan couldn't do anything about it. It was purely an investment. The main entrance of the secret scripture tower was always open. Luo Feng and the group headed out. It's the crazy young men of the Golden Horn clan again. Luo Feng looked at the group of Domain Lord level 9 youths gathered outside the tower and was shocked. That's weird, why aren't they challenging me anymore? Usually, when these crazy young men of the Golden Horn clan see me, they all challenge me crazily, don't they? Hua, the thousands of Region Lord Realm youths gathered outside the secret Codex Pagoda suddenly parted, revealing 2 black-skinned youths. Beitu? Luo Feng recognized one of them immediately. Following which his gaze landed on the other black-skinned youth beside Beitu. This black-skinned youth had a very natural arrogance about him, similar to Bolin. Normal invincible absolute geniuses all had this sort of aura. The other Golden Horn clan member beside him looks very similar to Beitu. Is that his brother from the legends, the big brother of the Beitu brothers, Beitu? Your Majesty Luo Feng, that is Beitu. Elder Si Fan Qi communicated. Beitu was dressed in purple armor. His eyes were cold as he examined Luo Feng who was standing on the stairs of the secret scripture tower. His voice was filled with killing intent. Human Luo Feng, I heard you defeated my brother. Beitu. You indeed have some strength. I, Beitu, today in front of the secret scripture tower, formally challenge you. I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge. The thousands of Golden Horn clan youths all stared at Luo Feng. Beitu's eyes were filled with killing intent and arrogance. Luo Feng glanced at him. Let's go. Luo Feng said. After which, he avoided the thousands of youths and headed into the distance. This caused Elder Si Fan Qi, Dylan, and the others to be shocked. The thousands of youths were even more stunned. The human Luo Feng actually avoided the battle. It was normal that the human didn't want to fight them. However, Beitu, he was the #1 domain lord level genius of the Golden Horn clan. Even if Luo Feng didn't dare to fight, he should at least give him some face. Human Luo Feng. Beitu's eyes gleamed coldly as he roared fiercely. Luo Feng, however, continued to walk into the distance, not stopping at all. What, you don't dare? Afraid? Beitu roared furiously. Defeating my brother, that's nothing. If you defeat me, I dare say that none of the domain lord level 9 members of the Golden Horn clan will ever challenge you again. And if you don't accept my challenge, then the Golden Horn clan will never respect you. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others along the street. He couldn't be bothered with Beitu's roars. Your Majesty? Dylan looked curiously at Luo Feng. I don't wish to fight him. Luo Feng shook his head. It's fine for you to reject the other Golden Horn clan members before. However, you rejected this Beitu. He is after all the most exceptional domain lord level of the Golden Horn clan. If you don't defeat him, then the countless members of the Golden Horn clan will never respect you. They will definitely say that you bully the weak and fear the strong. Dylan communicated. Of course, if your Majesty doesn't have any confidence and accepts the challenge, you will probably lose. Indeed, it's better not to accept. Dylan, what nonsense are you thinking? Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. Yes. Those familiar with his background and growth would all think that he wasn't Beitu's match. However, in truth, after reaching Sector Lord level and studying in the Saint Tablet Pagoda for a month, just as normal origin law comprehension had already reached the Heavenly Bridge's 9th level. The moment his spirit energy amplifier of 3200 was completely unleashed, coupled with his natural ability strengthening and the blood river energy, it would multiply. Defeating Beitu, Luo Feng had 100% confidence. However, the moment he did, then the Virtual Universe Company's information network would definitely know. And with Dylan's relationship with his teacher True Yen Emperor, his teacher would know too. Him defeating Beitu could still be explained by his identity as a blood warrior and some special encounters. However, to defeat Beitu, it would be troublesome to explain. Because of some special encounters, there are people whose strength explodes. Just like the geniuses in the history of the universe, which one of them didn't have any special encounters? If I were to reveal my strength again, I'm afraid the Virtual Universe Company would think that I had some special encounter. Luo Feng thought. Actually, that's right. I acquired the Demon Note inheritance in Demon Note Mountain and my spirit energy amplifier reached over 3200, it was indeed a special encounter. In terms of origin law comprehension, he was only at the 9th level. His spirit energy amplifier of 3200 was his greatest reliance on defeating Beitu. If I can't reveal myself, I shouldn't reveal myself. My Demon Note inheritance was originally unintentionally taken up Mist Emperor's slot. Luo Feng sighed. I'll stay low profile for now. After training for a few hundred years, even if my strength explodes, it won't attract too much attention. Luo Feng and the group returned to their training quarters. Dylan, Elder Si Fan Chi, I'll first meditate for a period of time and organize the manuals I've acquired. After that, we'll leave. Luo Feng said, following which he entered his study. The Saint Tablet had been studied and the manuals had been acquired. With the benefits in hand, of course he had to leave. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged in his study, constantly recalling the detailed information of the 36 levels of the Evolver God 36 levels. Simultaneously, a thread of his consciousness entered the Virtual Universe Network, entering his own training grounds in the Primal region and beginning his training. Research, try, verify, then with the Beast God statue and the ancient pictures, he would compare and comprehend them. Training a manual required one to first grasp the entire manual and think clearly on how to better study it. Only after that would one seriously train. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife won't delay the work of chopping wood. Luo Feng was currently studying the entire manual to sharpen his knife. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The requirements are actually so high. Using a normal blade to attack is indeed extremely difficult. However, Senior Hiroto's unique training method, not only does it have the effect of studying the origin laws, it also has the effect of researching and creating weapons. It also has the effect of creating techniques and attacks. It's indeed very powerful. Luo Feng smiled and stood up. From now on, I'll study this manual from the angle of creating techniques. After which, Luo Feng opened the door of his study and walked out. This set of secret manuals had several cultivation routes. Any path could be trained to the highest level. As Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude was extremely strong, he decided to study from the most difficult angle of creating techniques. When Luo Feng walked into the courtyard, silhouettes immediately appeared. Elder Xianxia. Luo Feng said directly. We'll leave immediately. First, we'll head to the Elder Palace to thank and bid farewell. This time, the palace has helped me greatly. It gave me the chance to study and even allowed me to pick any manual. I can't just leave without saying a word. Elder Xianxia smiled and nodded. Before leaving the Saint City, I should make a trip to the Elder Palace. However, Your Majesty Luo Feng, there's something I should say. What's up? Luo Feng was curious. Elder Xianxia looked at Dylan next to him. Dylan said with a smile, Your Highness, during the 3 months you have been cultivating in seclusion, many members of the Golden Horn clan have been living outside our residence. Apparently, Your Highness, your refusal of Bei Qiu's challenge has made many fanatical members of the Golden Horn clan unhappy. Many? Luo Feng was shocked. He didn't feel it at all. In order not to disturb your training, I've isolated the sounds around your study. Dylan said. Thanks. Luo Feng nodded. Not only were there large amounts of Golden Horn clansmen, that genius called Bei Qiu has been sitting cross-legged on the streets outside our training quarters these past 3 months. Dylan said. Luo Feng was shocked. He's been sitting on the streets, right outside the entrance of our quarters. For a whole 3 months, he hasn't moved at all. Dylan smiled bitterly. Hence, even now, there are still over 10,000 Golden Horn clansmen sitting cross-legged outside. Luo Feng was speechless. Let's go. Luo Feng said. Outside? Dylan and Elder Xianxia looked at Luo Feng. No. Luo Feng shook his head. Ignore them. We'll fly straight to the Elder Palace. The sacred land, Luo Feng's training quarters, the streets outside were completely blocked. Large amounts of Golden Horn clansmen sat cross-legged on the streets, and in front of Luo Feng's entrance sat the purple-armored black-skinned youth Bei Qiu. Bei Qiu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. So, a beam of light suddenly flew out from the training quarters and swiftly flew into the distance. They flew away. The human Luo Feng is among them. They actually flew away? Over 10,000 Golden Horn clansmen quickly broke out into a commotion, simultaneously standing up and pointing at the distant horizon. Watching the beam of light disappear into the horizon, they couldn't help but be enraged. Bei Qiu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and watched coldly. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he muttered softly, The human Luo Feng is extremely cowardly. Rumble, Bei Qiu became a beam of light and flew towards the Elder God Palace. His younger brother and a few other followers also followed. While Luo Feng was causing waves in the Golden Horn clan's sacred city of Laseo world, in the distant Savage Universe country territory, in a dark and silent space, there were no stars or planets, only interstellar dust that occasionally flew past. Within this space's corresponding space layer, a vast and majestic god country. The boundless golden land rose and fell, and there were many people living in the grasslands and forests. There were also many high-tech buildings, and many high-tech cities were built. Nearly 100 billion people were scattered in hundreds of cities, and there was a majestic statue of a god in each city. Countless people came to worship the god. The region where the humans lived was just a small part of the god country. About 30 million kilometers away from the human region, there was a mountain range that pierced through the clouds. The mountain range was over 1,000,000 km tall, and at the peak of this mountain range, there was a shrine that shone with a glaring golden light. The shrine was 100,000 kilometers tall. There were many silhouettes within, obviously there were many people within. Within the shrine. Ji. Hell. Many huge and different-looking bug clansman warriors walked within the shrine. Occasionally, one could even see a few golden bug clansmen, undying bug clansmen. Other than the insectoid warriors, there were also many humans in white robes, gold robes, and armor. These humans and the insectoid warriors often crossed paths, but they were all fine. At the highest level of the temple, the 10-kilometer-tall insectoid mother nest stood in the center of the highest level like a damaged meteorite. Large numbers of golden insectoid warriors gathered around it. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000. Master. The 3 golden-robed humans were surrounded by a large number of insectoid warriors, but they bowed respectfully. Why did you call me? A gentle voice that sounded like a peerless beauty whispering into his ear reverberated throughout the hall. Master. The leading gold-robed man said respectfully, one of the undyings in the Golden Horn clan's Lasua world has just sent news that the human genius Luo Feng is currently in the sacred city of Lasua world. Number 9, the gentle voice asked. Yes. The leading gold-robed man said respectfully, there's one more thing I need to tell Master. Number 9 Luo Feng's improvement in strength is shocking. He publicly defeated the Golden Horn clan domain lord level 9 genius Bei Bing in the dojo outside the sacred city. That Bei Bing's origin law comprehension, according to the human classification, has the ability to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 9th level. And Luo Feng only barely had the ability to pass the 8th level on his first attempt. Do you have a video? The gentle voice asked. That battle was a public battle. There are many videos. The undyings we placed in the Golden Horn clan Lasua world have also sent a video. The gold-robed man pointed in midair. Immediately a projection appeared and on it, the entire battle between Luo Feng and Bei Bing was broadcasted. The battle was one-sided. Bei Bing completely suppressed Luo Feng. Finally, Luo Feng exploded and defeated Bei Bing. The viewing was over. The Human Virtual Universe Company, among the universe-level geniuses, there's only one that reached the 8th level. The gold-robed man said respectfully. And this Luo Feng, in a short few decades, at least in terms of origin law comprehension, he's already surpassed the strongest of the universe-level geniuses. According to this speed, in the domain lord qualification battles in a few hundred years, he'll probably still be able to enter the primal region. This improvement speed is simply too terrifying. In human history, only the most exceptional, tens of thousands of eras, even hundreds of thousands of eras, would occasionally produce such an absolute genius. The gentle voice ordered, raise his rank, rank him number 3, the other targets will be ranked lower. Yes. The gold-robed man replied respectfully. At the same time, order the undyings we've placed in Lasua world, instruct one of them to try. The gentle voice said, if we can kill Luo Feng, sacrificing a normal undying isn't much. However, our bug clan has too few people in the Golden Horn clan Lasua world. At most, we can only expose one undying, we can't sacrifice any more. If we're unable to kill him, then we'll wait for the next time. Yes. The gold-robed man replied respectfully. I'll immediately send the order to the Ganwu Universe country's members, and also to the Golden Horn clan's members. Go. The gentle voice said. The 3 golden-robed men bowed at the same time and left together. At the edge of the Ganwu Universe country's territory, Universe Secret Region Lasua World. Sacred City. In one of the secluded residences. Kill Luo Feng, no matter the cost? The Golden Horn undying clad in grey rock armor sat there, chanting within, no matter the cost, no matter the cost. Hua, his eyes suddenly opened, a pair of blood-red pupils staring coldly ahead. Luo Feng? The Golden Horn undying muttered softly. Elder, elder. A Golden Horn youth rushed in from outside, shouting. I've just received news that human genius Luo Feng didn't even fight with Beiqiu. Instead, he immediately flew out of his residence and headed towards the Elder God Palace. This Luo Feng really doesn't have any guts at all. Meeting the powerful Beiqiu, he's so afraid he doesn't even dare to fight. The Golden Horn youth gritted his teeth. The grey-armored man ordered solemnly, you may leave. Yes, Elder. The Golden Horn youth replied respectfully. Elder God Palace? The grey-armored man became a blur and swiftly flew out of his residence, heading straight for the Elder God Palace. The human territory was vast. The bug race and humans, these two pinnacle races, had been fighting for over 1 trillion years. The bug race had long planted spies in the various universe countries and starfields. The bug race's soul invasion and soul control abilities were simply too terrifying. Even human undyings couldn't escape from their control. On the contrary, as the Golden Horn race was all gathered in Lasua world, the bug race normally didn't have a chance at all. Only when some Golden Horn warriors helped the humans in battle would they occasionally have a chance to swiftly invade another Golden Horn warrior's soul, and then let that Golden Horn warrior follow his race back. Only then would they be able to plant a chess piece. Lasua world was vast, and the bug race had too few spies, resulting in their lack of information. After Luo Feng caused such a huge commotion in the sacred city, only then did he attract the attention of one of the chess pieces to the sacred city, finally confirming Luo Feng's actions. The efficiency was extremely low. Luo Feng and his group landed at the foot of the Elder God Palace mountain range, after which they headed towards the palace. At this time, Luo Feng didn't realize at all that in such a secret place like the Golden Horn race, there would be assassinations from other races. After all, where the Golden Horn race lived, even many human undyings didn't know about it. Even many undyings didn't know that the human race had the Golden Horn race as a vassal race. If even the humans knew so little, it would definitely be extremely difficult for the other races to plant spies there. Even so, Luo Feng was still very cautious. After all, he was currently sent out as a supervisor envoy. Assassinations from other races were very common. This was also one of the reasons why Luo Feng didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. Defeating Bei Qiu had already caught the attention of the other races. The moment he defeated Bei Qiu, the other races would probably spare no expense to kill him. Elder Xianxia. Luo Feng said, "You go ahead, if the elder is willing to meet me, I'll enter." "Alright." Elder Xianxia easily entered the palace. Luo Feng and his group stood outside the palace. The guards outside looked curiously at Luo Feng and his group. Obviously they rarely saw any humans. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, the elder wants to meet you, come in." Elder Xianxia's voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. "Ah?" Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, ordering, "The others stay here, Dylan follow me in." Luo Feng brought Dylan and walked straight into the main entrance of the palace. The guards had obviously received the order and didn't stop the two of them. The temperature of Xianxia world is extremely low, the temperature within the palace is even lower. Luo Feng walked within the God Palace. It felt like he was walking in a cold cave of Demon Note Mountain. Beside him were the guards, servants, and even the elders and disciples of the palace. After walking for a while, he arrived at a quiet palace. This palace, the servants, disciples, and guards all didn't dare approach. At the entrance of the palace stood two undyings, one male and one female. "Human Luo Feng, the elder is waiting for you in the palace," the male undying said. Luo Feng nodded, after which he brought Dylan and stepped through the door, entering the huge palace. The moment he entered the palace, it was like stepping into another space and time. Everything outside was isolated, leaving only this cold and strict palace. Below the palace stood 10 undyings, all of them looking rather respectful. At the top of the palace sat an old man wearing a senior elder crown, star robe, his chest exposed. Sitting there, the surrounding space and time revolved around him. His gaze was filled with boundless power, making one unable to resist. Human Luo Feng greets the Golden Horn Elder. Luo Feng bowed deeply, expressing his respect. Dylan followed beside him. To a mighty existence like the Universe Venerables, respect was a matter of course. P.S. First update has arrived within the palace. The old man seated in the throne gazed down at Luo Feng, smiling. "It's been a long time since I've seen a young human. Your age has shocked me. I can't believe you were able to defeat that lowly child." "Elder, I only barely won," Luo Feng said respectfully. Within, he was shocked. His teacher Tru Yan had once told him that the absolute beings of the universe could tell with a glance how long a life form had lived for. Even undyings with eternal lifespans, those beings could tell with a glance how long they had lived for. This elder could probably tell that his lifespan was only about 300 years. Indeed, an elder stationed in the sacred city. Luo Feng was shocked within. The Golden Horn clan has many elders. To be able to be stationed in the sacred city, he's probably one of the strongest. Have you studied the Saint Tablet? The elder gazed below, smiling as he asked, almost like he was talking to a disciple. I've studied it, I've benefited a lot from it. Thank you, elder, for giving me such a chance. Luo Feng said respectfully. A burst of hearty laughter echoed in the hall. The patriarch said with a bright smile, little fella, as far as I know, you and a great leader of the Golden Horn clan, Hiroto, are walking the same path. You are both spirit reader masters, and you both cultivate the law of space and the law of metal. The Saint Tablet's benefits to you are indeed greater. Luo Feng bowed slightly, obediently listening to the elder's words. Do you still wish to study the Saint Tablet? The elder looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was slightly awkward. The Saint Tablet's benefits to studying the origin laws are indeed great. If I say I don't want to study it, I'd be lying to you. Haha, I'll give you a chance. Little punk, if you can unleash the Nanshan armament's 9th level before undying, you'll have the right to enter the tower again. The elder smiled. If you can successfully break through to undying, you can still enter the tower once. The time will be the same as this time. Luo Feng was shocked. Whether or not you can enter the tower will depend on your ability. The elder smiled. Thank you, elder. Luo Feng said respectfully. Haha, the elder laughed heartily. There are requirements for these 2 opportunities. If you don't have enough talent or ability, entering the Saint Tablet Tower would be an insult to Elder Hiroto. Luo Feng exclaimed within. This Golden Horn elder was stationed in the sacred city. As a universe Knight level being, he was actually so friendly to him, giving him the chance to study from the start, and even giving him the chance to choose any manual for free. Oh right. This Golden Horn elder is probably like this because he saw that I was able to defeat this lowly being, hence he values me more. Luo Feng immediately understood. At the start, he gave me the chance to study, allowing me to choose any manual. But now, he's giving me 2 more chances to comprehend it. Although there are prerequisites, if I can't even meet these requirements, I'm afraid this grand elder won't care about me anymore. Founding members were the highest existences in the Golden Horn clan. Even if it was an emperor-level undying, these elders wouldn't care too much. So-called human geniuses, the elders similarly wouldn't care. However, Luo Feng's battle with the lowly being had caused this elder with detailed information on Luo Feng to swiftly deduce that Luo Feng's potential was shocking. Hence, his attitude was so friendly. Giving help in times of need was always better than adding icing on the cake. Luo Feng was currently a small figure. Since the elder was so polite, he was naturally grateful. If Luo Feng became an absolute being amongst humanity in the future, it would be much harder to make Luo Feng grateful. After greeting the elder, Luo Feng, Xianxia and Dylan left the palace. The group of other undyings left too. Human Luo Feng. A voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. The one who spoke was a man dressed in a loose long robe. His appearance was similar to the elder. You are? Luo Feng looked at the one before him. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is the official level Undying 2 Kalo. Xianxia smiled and introduced, Elder 2 Kalo is the elder's son, and also the only elder's son to become an Undying. Ah. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. 2 Kalo, who was dressed in a loose robe, said indifferently, Human Luo Feng, the lowly being you defeated and his brother Beiqiu, they are both my disciples. Luo Feng thought within. Lowly being Beiqiu's teacher? You defeated lowly being, I have nothing to say, I can only praise you. 2 Kalo stared at Luo Feng, however my disciple Beiqiu challenged you, I wonder why you didn't accept. My disciple has been waiting outside your residence for 3 months, yet he hasn't received any reply from you. Even if you rejected, you should at least give our Golden Horn clan some face. Luo Feng smiled, Elder 2 Kalo, so you were Beiqiu's teacher. Honestly, it was already very hard for me to defeat him. I heard Elder Xianxia say that Beiqiu was more than 10 times stronger than his brother. I had no confidence at all. Naturally, I didn't accept the challenge and lost face. You admit defeat? 2 Kalo was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, yes, right now I am indeed far from being a match for Beiqiu. I can only wait for my training to get stronger before accepting Beiqiu's challenge. As for my actions, it's mainly because of the large numbers of youths from the Golden Horn clan challenging me. I was scared too. I hope Elder Tu Calo can forgive me. Tu Calo stared wide-eyed at Luo Feng. He was the only undying among the elder's many children. Over the long years, the elder's other relatives had all died, leaving only Tu Calo as a child. Even though Tu Calo was only an official level god, due to his special identity, his position was extremely high. The matter with Beiqiu and Beiqiu made Tu Calo very unhappy with Luo Feng. However, he didn't dare cause trouble in front of his father in the palace. However, the moment he left the palace, he wanted to find trouble with Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng admitted defeat. He admitted that he was no match for Beiqiu. What to do? You. Tu Calo blinked. When my strength increases and I have the confidence to fight Beiqiu, the moment I come to the Golden Horn clan, I will definitely fight Beiqiu. As for now, my strength is simply not enough. Luo Feng bowed. Elder Tu Calo, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Tu Calo could only nod. Luo Feng politely brought Dylan and Elder Xianxia away. This? Tu Calo stood there for a long time, speechless. Times as Luo Feng walked within the palace, he met Beiqiu and Beijiang who were returning to the palace. Human Luo Feng, please accept my challenge. Beiqiu blocked Luo Feng's path. I still have things to do, please move aside. Luo Feng said. Dylan beside immediately released his undying energy. The powerful undying energy swept Beiqiu to the side like dust, while Luo Feng, Dylan, and Elder Xianxia swiftly left. You. Beiqiu was furious. Luo Feng walked within the winding and serene palace, thinking within, since I've studied the Saint Tablet and acquired the Evolved God level 36, then I should leave. At most, I'll make a trip to the Pagoda Department and then return to the Milky Way galaxy. After this, I'll first exchange for the 10,000 soul control technique. That technique is ridiculously expensive, however to control the Bug Clan Mother Nest, it's worth it. After training on Earth for a period of time, after I've completely controlled the Bug Clan Mother Nest, I can make a trip to Primal Chaos City and train there for a period of time. I have a few chances to study the 9 Universe Tablet, I can use them too. The core members of the Virtual Universe Company all had the right to enter Primal Chaos City. When they first joined Universe level, they had the chance to train in Primal Chaos City for 30 years for free. This was also the first time Luo Feng and the others went to Primal Chaos City. When they were Domain Lord level, they had the chance to train in Primal Chaos City for 300 years for free. When they were Sector Lord level, they had the chance to train in Primal Chaos City for 3,000 years for free. This was all free, this was the privilege of a core disciple. Also, after entering Primal Chaos City, the Domain Lord level could train for 300 years for free. However, Luo Feng could train for 500 years, 1,000 years, the only price was, the extra time would require points to exchange. The longer he trained, the more points he would spend. If he had enough points, he could even train for 10,000 years, 100,000 years in Primal Chaos City. The moment he used up all his points, Primal Chaos City would force him to leave. While Luo Feng was thinking about the future, he brought Dylan and Elder Xianxia out of the palace. Your Majesty. The 5 sector lords and Kashna all welcomed him. Let's go. Luo Feng ordered. Human Your Majesty Luo Feng, Human Your Majesty Luo Feng. A very passionate voice resounded. Luo Feng raised his head and looked, only to see a blurry silhouette swiftly rushing over. After which, it condensed into a man dressed in grey rock armor about 10 m away from Luo Feng. His eyes were like a pair of red gems. These red pupils looked at Luo Feng and smiled. My name is Kubu. Kubu, Elder Xianxia shouted shocked. Elder Xianxia. The grey-armored man bowed to show respect. Luo Feng looked suspiciously at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is Elder Kubu, an undying from the Tuayen tribe. He's participated in numerous battles between humans and other races, he has many human friends. Ah? Luo Feng looked at this undying called Kubu during this period of time in the sacred city. I've heard about your Majesty Luo Feng's matters. I didn't dare disturb you, I reckon you'll be leaving soon, hence I've come to send you off. The gray armored man smiled. To be able to see a human in my home, it's really a joyous matter. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I wonder where your majesty has been since coming to our Lasheo world. The gray armored man smiled. I've been in the sacred city, oh, and the pagoda department. Luo Feng said. Ah. Elder Kubu said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, our Golden Horn race's home Lasheo world has an incredibly long history. There are many miraculous places, and many places that are extremely beneficial for training. You've actually never been there before? Are there any special places? Luo Feng asked casually, but he wasn't too interested, because the world of Lashalt was a vast continent that was constructed, and not formed from the universe. Even if there were some treasures left behind by the powerful warriors of the Golden Horn clan, they would have long been swept clean. Elder Kubu noticed Luo Feng's lack of interest and thought, Master wants me to kill this human Luo Feng at all costs. However, there's a human undying beside him, and that's Xianxia. Their strength far surpasses mine. As long as they are here, I have no chance of killing Luo Feng. If I can't keep this human Luo Feng in Lasheo world, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. After the soul was invaded and controlled, it would be absolutely loyal to the master. The master's orders were the most important. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't care. Our Golden Horn clan has a rule, the moment one reaches universe level, he has to leave the clan and go out to train. Elder Kabis said, hence, in some desolate places in Lousy world, there will be some undyings who build their own shrines, taking in the elites who come out to roam the world. Our Golden Horn clan encourages some powerful beings to go to some desolate places to build shrines. This also causes the youths of our clan to look forward to roaming the world. Luo Feng laughed. Over the long years, some powerful beings have fallen and left behind some ruins. Our elders wouldn't purposely search for treasures. Kubu laughed, and the other undyings, wanting to explore the entire Lasheo world is simply unrealistic. Hence there are many special places. At the same time, our Golden Horn clan, to allow the undyings and normal clan members to raise their strength, we've built a few Saint City-like places. After all, the Saint Tablet Pagoda is only good for experts of the space and metal lineages. Experts who comprehend other laws are also special. Luo Feng shook his head. I'm not interested. There's one place, it would be a pity if your majesty doesn't go. The optical computer on Kubu's wristband suddenly shot out a beam of light, forming a projection in the air. Some simple pictures appeared on the projection. This is a must-visit place for human experts to enter the hometown of the Golden Horn clan. Luo Feng, who had been very casual all this while, glanced at the pictures. His heart trembled and his eyes gleamed. He stared at the projection in front of him. How could this be? How could this be? Luo Feng's heart was in turmoil. The image in the photo was of a huge statue in a mountain valley. The entire statue was a huge lizard-like monster, a giant one-horned lizard. The invisible pressure it exuded made people's hearts palpitate through the photo. It's him. Beast God. It's the statue of the Beast God. Luo Feng stared hard at the picture. The encounters on Blood River continent made Luo Feng know that in an incomparably distant era, there was an incredibly terrifying beast god that fought against the absolute beings of the Virtual Universe Company. Even though he hadn't personally seen it before, Luo Feng could feel how terrifying it was. It far surpassed the golden horned beast, far surpassed the destruction beast. Elder Kubu smiled when he saw Luo Feng's expression. This is a very special place in our Golden Horn clan's hometown. It's also a place that almost all powerful human beings have to visit, Beast God Canyon. Beast God Canyon? Luo Feng looked at Elder Kubu. The Golden Horn tribe also addressed this statue as the Beast God? Our tribe's greatest being, Elder Hiroto, once said that his absolute technique was comprehended from this Beast God statue. Elder Kubu exclaimed. Back then, Elder Hiroto even said, as long as anyone can comprehend this Beast God statue, then that person will have power comparable to him. Luo Feng's entire body trembled. Comparable to Hiroto's power? Hiroto, that was the greatest leader of the Golden Horn tribe. To be able to guard the entire tribe by himself, how great was that? It's because Elder Hiroto said this. Elder Kubu exclaimed. Over 1 trillion years, countless of our tribe members have gone to look at this Beast God statue. However, no one has discovered its secrets. Even among the eminent elders, they had never heard of any eminent elder comprehending this giant beast god statue. Even many of your great beings have come here just to look at this beast god statue. They want to comprehend it and have power comparable to Hiroto. However, it seems like I've never heard of anyone comprehending it. Of course, maybe there are great beings amongst the humans who have comprehended this beast god statue, but they haven't made it public. Luo Feng was speechless. So, the greatest leader in the history of the Golden Horn tribe, Hiroto, had that power after comprehending this statue. Elder Xianxia, there's such a thing? Luo Feng looked at Xianxia beside him. Xianxia nodded, following which he smiled and shook his head. However, over these countless years, other than the great Hiroto, no one else has been able to comprehend this beast god statue. Even I, when I look at it, I feel that it's a very normal statue. Those engravings aren't special at all, I can't understand them at all. Even our Golden Horn tribe once had a senior elder suggest to cut open this beast god statue and see if there's any special secrets within. Of course, out of respect for Elder Hiroto, and because we all believe in his words, we absolutely forbid anyone from destroying the beast god statue. However, I still can't see anything. Xianxia shook his head. Luo Feng was shocked within. Xianxia, that was an emperor-level undying, a powerful being that could teleport. If he was in the Ganwu universe country, probably only the country leader would be stronger than him. Such a being, yet he couldn't see anything. Bring me there. Luo Feng said directly. The Yunmo planet ship left the sacred city and flew towards the Beast God Canyon. Your Majesty, for you to bring me there, I'm really thankful. Within the control room of the Yunmo planet ship, the grey armored man Elder Kubu said. It's nothing. Luo Feng looked at the vast land outside. You two are going to the Beast God Canyon to visit a friend. Since it's along the way, we can go together. After which, Luo Feng turned and returned to his resting cabin. Dylan stayed in the cabin beside Luo Feng, in charge of protection. There's indeed no chance now. This Dylan has been following Luo Feng, his undying energy is always surrounding Luo Feng as a precaution. Elder Kubu looked at Dylan's back and thought, however there's no rush. Once we get to the Beast God Canyon, the strong there are as many as the clouds. It's chaotic there, there'll definitely be a chance. The Beast God Canyon wasn't too far from the sacred city. After flying for close to a month, the Yunmo planet ship reached its destination. In the air above the mountain range, the blood-colored triangular ship began to slow down, after a while it floated in mid-air. Hua! The cabin door opened. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others out, simultaneously keeping the Yunmo planet ship in his internal world. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Elder Xianxia pointed into the distance. That is the Beast God Canyon. That huge beast god statue is right there. Luo Feng looked into the distance. He could vaguely see a blurry silhouette within the canyon. Let's head over. Luo Feng ordered. So, in an instant, they flew over 10,000 kilometers. Luo Feng and the others flew directly into the air above the Beast God Canyon. So many Golden Horn people. Luo Feng looked at the cave dwellings of the Golden Horn people, as well as the others sitting on the vast ground. He couldn't help but exclaim within. Because Elder Hiroto said before, as long as one can understand this huge beast god statue, one will have power comparable to him. Hence, countless warriors of our Golden Horn race have gathered here. Elder Kubu pointed below, smiling. Look, that palace that's about 3,000 kilometers tall, it's a senior elder's palace. It's specially stationed here to protect the beast god statue. Luo Feng too saw the majestic palace below. However, compared to the huge beast god statue, the palace seemed very normal. The huge beast god statue is lying there in a deep sleep state. Its body length including that tail is about 10,000 kilometers, Kubu explained. Luo Feng swiftly descended and flew towards the huge beast god statue. Luo Feng landed on the ground and looked up at the incomparably huge beast god statue. He had once obtained a beast god statue in Blood River World, however that statue was extremely small. At the same time, his statue had 4 hooves and a single horn that pierced the sky. And this one before him, the huge beast god statue that spanned over 10,000 kilometers, was lying there in deep sleep with its eyes closed. Every single scale was incomparably clear. What a terrifying pressure. It's just a lifeless statue, and it actually makes me feel the pressure from the elders of the sacred city. Luo Feng looked at the sleeping beast god statue and couldn't help but hold his breath. Your Majesty, no matter how hard we try, we can't discover the mysteries of this beast god statue. However, even undyings, even the elders, can't penetrate the statue and investigate its interior. Elder Xianxia landed beside Luo Feng and exclaimed. Nobody can understand its mysteries. I can't understand it either. Luo Feng frowned and said softly. Right. He couldn't see through the miniature beast god statue that he had obtained. The golden-horned beast studied the tearing sky claw, but it could sense the god within the miniature beast god statue. It could sense that mysterious concept. Following that concept, the golden-horned beast continuously improved and broke through. However, this majestic huge beast god statue before him, Luo Feng was very sure, just like his own statue, it was a beast god. Other than that terrifying pressure, he couldn't feel anything else. There has to be some mysteries. That hero wouldn't just randomly make a statue and play with his own race for 1 trillion years. Luo Feng looked up at the huge beast god statue. I'll compare the two to the small statue and see what's the difference. I'll compare every single scale. And at this time, it wasn't just Luo Feng, it wasn't just the golden-horned race, there were even a few other powerful beings amongst the humans that were studying the statue before them. Dressed in silver armor, Luo Feng's eyes were like lightning as he looked up at the huge beast god statue. As he looked at the statue, the golden-horned beast in his internal world was carefully looking at the smaller statue, comparing it to each other. Luo Feng circled around the huge beast god statue, moving as fast as a blur. One step and he had already traversed 1,000 kilometers, Your Majesty? Dylan was curious. Dylan, what is this Majesty Luo Feng doing? Xianxia was curious too. Is he trying to clearly see every part of the statue? However, countless of us have done this before, yet we haven't found anything special. I don't know either. Dylan shook his head. While the two of them were conversing, Luo Feng actually began to soar into the sky, flying up to 1,000 kilometers above the beast god statue. From there, he looked down at the back of the huge statue, looking at its back, neck, head and other parts. After a while, Luo Feng carefully looked through the entire statue once. Luo Feng's gaze finally shifted away from the huge beast god statue and looked down at the bottom of the canyon. With a glance, the vast tens of thousands of km wide and millions of km long valley floor, other than a few palaces and buildings, the ground was filled with many meditating golden horn race warriors. Over 100 million warriors, almost all of them sitting cross-legged, the formless aura they gave off wasn't any weaker than the huge beast god statue. Over 100 million warriors, generations of warriors have all studied the huge beast god statue, wanting to become a being like Hiroto. Luo Feng shook his head. After which, like a meteor, he swiftly descended. As he was about to reach the bottom of the canyon, his speed suddenly decreased, his silver boots slowly stepping on the ground. Your Majesty. Dylan and Xianxia welcomed him. I need to think. Luo Feng said and sat cross-legged on the ground, the armor on his body cracking the ground. Dylan and Xianxia stood beside Luo Feng, silently protecting him. It's actually like that. This huge beast god statue and the small one I got in Blood River World are actually so different. Luo Feng thought about the results from before and couldn't help but be shocked. The similarities, number 1, the outer appearance and body proportions are the same, it's definitely the same person. Second, the number of scales on their bodies is the same, 90729. The first difference is that the shape of the scales on its body is different. Secondly, this giant beast god statue doesn't have that kind of divine charm, that kind of concept. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and thought. There was a huge difference in the size of the two statues. One was tens of thousands of kilometers long, while the other was about 30 centimeters tall and 1 meter long. But no matter how different the two statues were, Their body proportions were the same, and no matter what posture they were in, the number of scales on their bodies was exactly the same. Even the huge sleeping beast god statue, its abdomen and the scales on its claws that were curled up were invisible to the naked eye. However, Luo Feng used his earth body's telekinesis to scan it and discovered that the place where the beast god's huge body and claws were pressed together did not have scales because they were connected. There were scales too. It was as if a living ancient beast was lying there and had turned into a statue. So strange. They all had the same number of scales, 90729. However, the shape of the scales are different. The feeling it gives me is, the smaller statue scales are more orderly and divine. And this giant statue's scales don't seem to have any sort of order. Yet this giant statue is able to emit such a terrifying pressure. Just what is going on? Luo Feng thought hard. Ever since Hiroto had left the beast god sculpture within the Golden Horn race, over the long years, who knew how many warriors had come over to study it? Even some powerful beings amongst the humans, like the Universe Knights and Universe Country leaders had come over to study it. However, none of them had been able to understand this huge beast god sculpture. Maybe there were some who understood it, but kept it a secret. However, at least publicly, no one had ever heard of anyone understanding it. With so many absolute beings unable to understand it, Luo Feng, who had just stepped into the sector lord level, with only some luck, wanting to understand it, was no doubt a fool's dream. Luo Feng sat there in deep thought. He sat there for over 3 months. Dylan, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the 5 human sector lords all obediently stood guard by his side. Elder Nakebu had already bid farewell to Luo Feng the moment he arrived at the canyon, heading to meet his good friends in the canyon. Dylan and the 5 sector lords weren't bored at all. This was their first time seeing the beast god statue too. They were all trying hard to understand it. They too had dreams, maybe they could completely understand it. That way, they would be able to reach the heavens in one step. Xianxia and his disciple Xianxia were bored out of their minds. Because they had already tried it before. Who? Luo Feng let out a long sigh. Your Majesty? Dylan and Xianxia immediately looked over. Nothing. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. After which he closed his eyes and a large part of his consciousness entered the internal world. The internal world was vast and vast. A UNMO planet ship was parked on a grass plain. As of now with the internal world, the UNMO planet ship didn't need to be kept in Babata's storage space. Babata, combine the pictures I took earlier into the projection of the beast god statue. Black-clothed Luo Feng stood beside the ship and ordered. Understood. The UNMO planet ship immediately shot out a blurry beam of light. Finally in mid-air, it formed an incomparably huge beast god sleeping statue that was over 10,000 kilometers long. It looked exactly the same as the huge beast god statue outside. Even though it was just a projection, there was still a formless pressure emanating from it. However, it wasn't as strong and obvious as the huge beast god statue. I'm sure. Black-clothed Luo Feng stared at the huge statue projection. His eyes gleamed. The problem is definitely in the scales. The huge beast god statue and the small beast god statue, they both have a peculiar 90,729 scales. One of them is over 10,000 kilometers long and one that's only 1 m long, yet they have the same number of scales. I think the moment the number is wrong, there wouldn't be this pressure. After Luo Feng had this thought, he immediately ordered, Babata, alter the projection of the statue, split one of the large scales into 2 smaller ones. Yes. Babata replied. The huge statue projection in the sky, one of the scales faintly split into 2 smaller ones. Rumble, the pressure dissipated. The heart-palpitating projection immediately became a very normal statue projection without any pressure at all. Indeed. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Return it to its original state, simultaneously change the engravings on one of the scales. Luo Feng ordered again. After recovering, the faint pressure appeared once more. The engravings changed slightly and the pressure disappeared, becoming normal again. Luo Feng was even more certain that the key to the problem was the 90,729 scales on the statue. The black-cloaked Masha Luo Feng waved his hand and a small beast god statue appeared. This small beast god statue stood on all fours, its single horn piercing the sky. That domineering pressure emanated from it, that unique aura. It was almost as though Luo Feng was looking at the ancient beast with his own eyes. Babada, enlarge the small beast god statue too. Enlarge it to 10,000 kilometers, black-clothed Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Immediately there were two incomparably huge beast god projections in midair. One was in a deep sleep state, the other was standing on all fours, looking up with a domineering killing intent. They both have a pressure. Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned and rubbed his chin, muttering, the sleeping beast god statue's pressure is stronger, the standing beast god statue's pressure is weaker. No, that's not right. It should be said that the standing beast god statue has its own spirit, it has its own aura, gathering its pressure, and that huge beast god statue doesn't have that spirit, it doesn't have that unique feeling. Looking at the sleeping beast god statue, it doesn't have the feeling of seeing a living beast god. Without a god, it causes the pressure to scatter, that's why it seems so strong. As long as one wasn't an idiot. They could clearly feel that, the statue of the beast god, which was clearly standing, was even more lifelike, as though it was a living beast god. One felt like a living being. The other felt like a dead object. The difference was huge. The scale engravings are different too. Black-clothed Luo Feng thought, I'll give it a try. Rumble in the distance, a black silhouette flew over and landed on the vast grass field. It stomped on the ground, causing the grass to cave in. That was an incomparably huge mountain-like beast, the golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast studies the beast god statues the best. Black-clothed Luo Feng muttered, I'll let the golden-horned beast try carving the statue. Yes, carve, personally imitating the carving, to feel the difference in the scale engravings. This was Luo Feng's idea. I'll first carve the sleeping beast god statue. Black-clothed Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a large amount of world energy gathered on the prairie and began to form a 10,000 kilometers long large mountain range. This mountain range was purely used for carving. And the world energy simultaneously formed over 10,000 different carving knives. The large ones were over 100 kilometers long, the small ones smaller than an ant. The golden-horned beast stood on the prairie, its scaled wings slightly flapping, circling the 10,000 kilometers long mountain range and simultaneously using spirit energy to control the 10,000 carving knives, swiftly carving the mountain range. After reaching the sector lord level in strength control, using spirit energy to control, even if it was down to a millimeter, a micron, or even a nanometer, there wouldn't be any mistakes. Success. After a while, a huge rock sleeping beast god statue was carved. It was extremely lifelike. It's really difficult, every carving is so complicated, however that's weird, why don't I feel any pressure? The golden-horned beast was in mid-air, its eyes filled with suspicion. Whatever, I'll try to imitate the small beast god statue. Another 10,000 kilometers long mountain range appeared on the prairie. The golden-horned beast once again controlled the 10,000 different carving knives and began carving. The beast god statue's rough shape was very easy to carve, the main thing was the scale engravings were the most complicated. Hell! After carving the 12th scale, the golden-horned beast let out a pained roar. Its huge head shook a little, enduring the pain and continuing to carve. The more it carved, the more pain the golden-horned beast felt. It was like a formless restriction, a pressure was pressing down on its entire body, even its soul. Hell! The golden-horned beast let out a painful howl. Its nostrils, eyes, scaled wings, claws and tail all had large amounts of golden blood stains. After which with a howl, its entire body fell from mid-air, smashing into the prairie. The plains shook violently, the huge mountain-like golden-horned beast fell onto the plains, its scales were filled with golden blood stains, even some of the scales had cracks, its eyes, nose and mouth had golden blood stains. Immediately, the surging world energy spread out and enveloped the entire golden-horned beast, beginning to heal the wounds of the golden-horned beast. Outside world, Lazio world, within the beast god canyon. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged like the other 100 million trainers, suddenly groaned in pain, both his hands grabbing onto the rocks on the ground, crushing them into powder. Your Majesty? Your Majesty! Luo Feng, what's wrong? Similarly sitting cross-legged, Dylan and Si Fanqi were shocked, they noticed the pain on Luo Feng's face. Luo Feng didn't reply, both his hands grabbing onto the ground, the veins on his forehead bulging. Who? Exhaling, Luo Feng opened his eyes tiredly, looking at Dylan and Xianxia. Nothing, don't worry. Dylan and Xianxia exchanged glances. Nothing? It would be weird if there was nothing. Just sitting there, under the watchful eyes of these two undyings, Luo Feng definitely didn't receive any attacks. However, under such a situation, Luo Feng actually revealed such a painful expression. This was simply too strange. Luo Feng was a universe warrior, he wouldn't get sick for no reason, this was impossible. Seems like His Majesty has some secrets. Dylan thought. This human Luo Feng has some secrets too. Xianxia thought too. Luo Feng sat there, looking up at the distant, incomparably huge sleeping beast god statue, his heart pounding. Why? I've only copied the scale carvings from the statue and I actually feel a formless pressure, not only on the golden horned beast's body, but even its soul. Causing the Masha clansman and my earth body's soul to be affected. How can this be? Luo Feng was filled with disbelief. He had also copied and carved the statue of the sleeping beast deity, but why was there a problem when he copied the statue of the small beast deity, and the golden horned beast was in the internal world, its own territory, it couldn't possibly be attacked by any other absolute warriors. What's more, Dylan and Xianxia were right beside, if I'm not attacked by any other warrior, then who's attacking me? If you didn't attack me, you wouldn't have been injured for no reason. Luo Feng frowned. The golden horned beast was heavily injured by the pressure within the internal world. That formless and terrifying pressure on both its body and soul was incomparably terrifying. Luo Feng recalled the feeling from before and couldn't help but shudder. That was a feeling that he couldn't resist at all. Then there are only two explanations. First, there is a super existence whose strength far surpasses my imagination. He stopped me from copying the small beast god statue, so he punished me. Luo Feng thought, too, if it's not a strong warrior stopping me, then it's the universe laws that are suppressing me. The universe was pressing down on Luo Feng. Yes. According to Luo Feng's understanding, the entire universe had its own rules. For example, if the universe space was destroyed, it would naturally be repaired. Once their speed reached the speed of light, they would be transported to the dark universe. These were all manifestations of the operating rules of the universe itself. If his actions had violated the laws of the universe, it was very likely that he would be rebounded. In the primeval universe, one had to abide by the laws of the universe. The operation of the universe has its own special laws. Anything that goes against the laws of the universe will be rebounded. Luo Feng thought, I've seen those that go against the laws of the universe. Like the nameless manual on the metal board on Earth, it's obviously breaking the basic laws of evolution. That absolute being was able to create a technique that went against the laws of the universe. However, Luo Feng, obviously, he only had a superficial understanding of the laws of the universe. He wasn't able to avoid the rebounding pressure. There are two possibilities. Just which one is it? Luo Feng thought, an absolute being punishing me? This possibility is extremely low. Because to be able to not be detected by Xianxia and the others, and to be able to attack the golden horned beast through my internal world. To be able to do that, it would definitely be an existence that far surpasses my imagination. And such an existence, would there be a need to constantly monitor me? Even though Luo Feng was confident, he wasn't arrogant. He still hadn't reached the stage where he could be monitored by such an existence. And I was rebounded when copying the small beast god statue scales. Luo Feng thought. All in all, there was a 90% chance that the universe laws were suppressing him. Who? After making this judgment, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. The universe was vast and vast, nurturing trillions of races, nurturing countless life forms and warriors. The universe laws were the most just, without any bias. Even within the golden horned beast's inherited memories, it only described the existence of the universe laws. However, it was obvious these laws were for the stability of the entire universe. It wouldn't directly kill a life form. At least within the inherited memories, there was no mention of the universe laws killing anyone. Did my earlier actions touch the bottom line of the universe laws? Luo Feng looked up at the distant huge beast god statue, feeling excited within. The bottom line of the universe laws, what did it represent? It represented the secrets within the statue, the pinnacle of the universe's secrets, even being affected by the universe laws. If I can understand this huge secret, like what Hiroto said, becoming an invincible being like that should really be true. Luo Feng thought, no wonder no one has been able to understand this sleeping beast god statue in a trillion years. After all, the sleeping beast god statue is the same life form as the small beast god statue. The pinnacle of the universe secrets. Luo Feng was truly excited. Because he realized, he had received an incredible opportunity. The beast god statue could be a path that would lead him towards becoming an invincible being in the universe. Even someone as confident as Luo Feng was very clear on how difficult it was to become an absolute being in the universe. Humanity, the Golden Horn race etc. had existed for a very long time in the universe. However, the number of knights in the universe were already so few and far between. Then, like Hiroto, an absolute being that could lead an entire race to stand tall in the universe, how rare was that? At least in the history of the Golden Horn race, there was only one like that. My small beast god statue is obviously much more valuable than this large one. Luo Feng thought, it's fine for me to copy the large statue. However, when I copy the small one, I'll be suppressed by the universe laws. Also, the small beast god statue obviously has a unique god, almost like a true beast god. And this small-scale beast god statue was obtained from the beast god's home, Blood River World. It should be the original. That large beast god statue. I don't know which absolute being carved it. After realizing the meaning of the two statues, Luo Feng was very clear, he had to grab hold of the opportunity. The large beast god statue should be a lower-level statue. The small beast god statue should be a higher-level statue. Luo Feng judged within, it's fine to copy the large one, and even though the pressure from the large statue is strong, it has no god. Then, I'll eat one bite at a time. I'll first carefully study the scale carvings of the large statue. Once I'm strong enough, I'll study the small one. Luo Feng thought, this small beast god statue was also left behind by some being. Since they could leave it behind, it's obviously not impossible to resist the universe laws. Luo Feng was clear, he was only a small ant in the human race, and the human race was only one of the few pinnacle races out of the trillions of races. Compared to the universe laws, he was simply too insignificant. Let's begin. Luo Feng looked at the huge beast god statue within the canyon. He released his spirit energy and carefully felt the carvings of the sleeping beast god statue. Even though he had successfully copied the statue, he didn't feel any pressure at all, hence Luo Feng had to figure out the reason. Ripples? When Luo Feng carefully used his spirit energy to examine the carvings, it wasn't like the last time where he simply scanned the entire statue. He carefully felt it. Gradually, Luo Feng felt the carvings cause ripples in the surroundings. Those were the ripples of the universe laws, however they weren't gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time or space. However, these ripples made one's heart palpitate. The formless pressure was caused by these ripples. So the mystery lies here. How can the carvings cause ripples? These carvings seem to be connected as one. Luo Feng slowly discovered something. Actually, what Luo Feng discovered, the Golden Horn race warriors and the human warriors had long discovered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many warriors gathered here to study it. Within the internal world. As his earth body was carefully studying the huge beast god statue, within the internal world on a large grass plain, the golden horned beast was once again carving the sleeping beast god statue scales. I was wrong before. The carving should be done in one go, over 90,000 scales should be carved in one stroke, forming a mysterious object similar to the origin law engravings, triggering any laws other than gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time or space. Demon Killer Luo Feng stood beside and watched the golden horned beast carving. Demon Killer Luo Feng watched the golden horned beast carving. His earth body watched the sleeping beast god statue. Occasionally, Demon Killer Luo Feng would look at the small beast god statue and experience the spirit, allowing the other two bodies to understand it too. As the saying goes, after being punched 1,000 times, the meaning will show itself. By the same logic, there was a very boring way to comprehend the laws of law, and that was to constantly practice and copy a secret art created by a powerhouse, and then copy it according to the trajectory of the powerhouse's secret art. Copy it once, 10,000 times, or even billions of times. As the technique became more and more accurate, one would naturally sense some law ripples. This was a stupid method. Not seeking to comprehend the true wonders, only to be able to unleash it. This method was destined to be unable to comprehend the origin law. However, Luo Feng understood, this beast god statue's secrets were much harder than just comprehending the space or time laws to become a universe knight. Becoming a universe knight was already very far away from him. Then comprehending the mysteries would be even further away. Since that was the case, then he would use the stupid method, 1 time, 10,000 times, trillions of times. Others won't have an accurate standard when copying, because the sleeping beast god statue makes one unable to find the true mysteries within. Black-clothed Luo Feng looked up at the golden-horned beast carving again and again. However, I have an accurate standard. Black-clothed Luo Feng looked down at the miniature beast god statue in his hand. It was very simple. When carving, he would bring the feeling of carving closer to the miniature beast god statue's mysteries. Within his heart, he would constantly feel the mysteries, and simultaneously carve, shape, spirit. Only then would he be able to gradually succeed. This was the stupid method Luo Feng thought to comprehend the beast god statue's mysteries, and it was also the most practical method for someone with his level of strength. I don't seek to fully comprehend the mysteries, I only seek to gain a little bit from it, and that will benefit me immensely. When my strength is sufficient in the future, I'll slowly study it. Luo Feng thought this way. It was important to know one's own limits. P.S. First chapter here. Once it said it would do it. Within the vast internal world, the golden-horned beast sat in front of the mountain, using its spirit energy to control the tens of thousands of carving knives to attempt carving again and again. Occasionally it would use the world energy to restore the mountain, then carve again, restore again, carve again. This cycle, carving the carvings of the huge beast god statue, failed time and time again. It couldn't feel any pressure or intent. Failed 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I've failed over 3,000 times. That's hard, then I'll just carve a few scales from the small beast god statue. The golden-horned beast had the experience of being pressured by the universe laws before, hence it was extremely careful in its carving. Carving the carvings of the small beast god statue naturally gave it a unique feeling. It was like carving the laws of the universe. Following the carving, the formless pressure of the universe laws once again descended, gradually becoming stronger. Stop. After carving 10 scales, the golden-horned beast stopped, after which it roared and turned its head to control the large amounts of carving knives to continue carving the huge beast god statue. The earth body sat in the beast god canyon, observing the huge statue, constantly sensing the strange ripples. The golden-horned beast was in charge of carving and testing. The Masha clansman was holding the small beast god statue, constantly observing it, sensing the unique spirit and intent of the statue. The more he sensed it, the more he felt how terrifying the beast god was. It was an existence that made people tremble, an existence that made people submit. The three combined, without sleep or rest, he was completely immersed in it. Because the golden-horned beast carves in one breath, it was as fast as lightning, hence in a day on Earth, it could carve over 10,000 times. Under such a state, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Space beasts were naturally lonely. This golden-horned beast stayed on the plains, not resting or sleeping as it controlled the carving knives to carve the huge mountain in front of it. In an instant, the carving was completed, the world energy would restore the mountain and carve again. Its speed was terrifying. Woo! Just as the golden-horned beast was about to control the world energy to restore the mountain, it suddenly stopped. Rumble, the golden-horned beast that was originally lying there suddenly stood up. Its dark golden eyes were filled with excitement, staring at the sleeping beast god statue that was over 10,000 kilometers long. F***CK. The demon killer black-clothed Luo Feng's body flashed and landed before the statue. He extended his hand to touch the stone carvings, feeling the faint, extremely weak ripples from the statue. Waves. It's the fluctuation of the universal laws. It's not any of the universal laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, or space. Demon Killer Luo Feng held excitedly. Damn, I've succeeded. I've actually managed to copy that feeling. I've triggered a ripple from the universe origin energy. Woo. On the plains, the golden-horned beast also raised its head and let out an excited roar. The sound reverberated throughout the endless plains. Outside the Beast God Canyon, Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged, couldn't contain his excitement, staring at the distant Beast God statue. He really wanted to roar. Too excited, really too excited. It's been over a year, I've already copied it over 5 million times. I've tried copying it over 100 times. The Masha clansman has always been staring at it, memorizing the energy and the state, trying to infuse it into his subconsciousness. I didn't expect that I'd actually succeed once. Luo Feng was extremely excited. The success of this time's copy, actually the ripples from the golden-horned beast's copy were very weak. It was already extremely weak. And the huge beast god statue's own ripples were very normal, and the pressure it produced wasn't any weaker than the Elder's universe night level. And the golden-horned beast's copy didn't have any pressure at all. Pressure, nothing. The universe origin energy ripples can only be a trillionth of the huge beast god statues. Luo Feng thought. However, at least there's already some results. Right now these results aren't of much help to my strength. But at least it proves one thing: my method works. Continue. Constantly improving, as the energy I can copy gets stronger and stronger, the benefits to me in the future will definitely be shocking. Luo Feng knew, the beast god statue was a true treasure trove. His luck was good enough. The small beast god statue itself couldn't be copied at all. The moment it was copied, the universe origin laws would interfere and suppress it. The large beast god statue could be copied, however it didn't have the true energy, causing one to not have a clear goal in mind. Only by combining the two could one succeed. And the small beast god statue in Blood River continent was a treasure. Even though no one understood its wonders, its position was extremely high. At least the number of beast god statues in the universe were extremely few, and one of them had landed in Luo Feng's hands. Your Majesty. Your Majesty Luo Feng? Dylan and Xianxia felt Luo Feng's emotions fluctuate and asked. Haha. Luo Feng turned to look at Dylan and Xianxia, saying, I've been sitting here for over a year, however I'm very interested in the beast god statue. I'll probably stay here for another 10 or 100 years. Elder Xianxia, if you have matters to attend to, return to the Tawin tribe as soon as possible. I'll leave Laseo world after my study ends. Time is unlimited. Elder Xianxia smiled. 100 or 1,000 years to me is but an instant. Your Majesty doesn't have to worry about me. If there's anything urgent, I'll definitely tell you and leave. Luo Feng nodded, glancing at Dylan. The two exchanged glances. There was no need to speak further. Dylan's mission was to protect Luo Feng, and at Domain Lord level, it was the final foundational level. At Universe level, he would be in the few bases of the Virtual Universe Company, and at Domain Lord level, he would still have the protection of the guards. However, at Sector Lord level, he would truly be roaming the universe alone. Hence, during the time when Luo Feng was a Domain Lord, the most important thing was Luo Feng's training. Dylan would rather train for a few thousand years than disturb Luo Feng's training. Luo Feng's three great bodies worked together. After the first success, he made the golden-horned beast try again, however he discovered that it would only succeed once out of 10 attempts. After another half a month, he reached the point where he would succeed once out of 3 attempts. After another half a month, he finally stabilized, reaching the point where he would succeed once. At this time, Luo Feng had finally grasped the weakest aspect of the concept. Luo Feng named this concept the Beast God concept. This Beast God concept, I already have a little bit of confidence. Even the golden-horned beast's tearing sky claw seems to have gotten stronger. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged on the broken rocks. In the distance he could see the silhouettes of the golden-horned race. Over 100 million warriors sat within the canyon, almost like a swarm of locusts. Since I barely grasped the Beast God concept, then, I'll begin my long-term training here. Luo Feng made his decision. Training anywhere wasn't the same as training, even with his wife, parents, and children. Occasionally meeting in the virtual universe was fine. After all, it was 100% virtual, no different from the real world. During this training period, I'll first exchange for the 10,000 soul control technique. Luo Feng immediately sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study, Luo Feng sat in front of his desk, opening his laptop and swiftly opening the treasure trove file, following which he opened the techniques category. Within a short while, he found the 10,000 soul control technique. 10,000 hearts controlling soul was one of the top-tier control techniques. It was much stronger than the soul imprint Hu Yanbo had created. Even though Hu Yanbo was an official rank, he couldn't do anything to the Sector Lord insectoid race mother nest. Even if he had the money, he had no way to purchase the valuable manuals. After all, the entire human race had only created 29 techniques to control the bug clan mother nest. All of them were extremely expensive. Damn. So expensive. Luo Feng looked at the prices. It was different from the time-space scribbles which could be purchased in layers. This 10,000 soul control technique couldn't be purchased in layers. If one wanted to buy it, one had to buy it all at once. 10,000 soul control secret technique, a secret technique to control soul slaves. Exchange price, 150,000 points, 30% off in primitive secret realm, 20% off in absolute beginning secret realm, 10% off in heaven and earth secret realm, full price in last phase secret realm, 1.5 million points. He really dares to ask for such a price. Luo Feng looked at the price, his heart aching. It was simply too ruthless. Teacher Hu Yanbo's technique soul imprint. The entire soul imprint technique's price is only about 10,000 points, and just the slave imprint alone, I'm afraid it's only worth a few thousand points. And this 10,000 soul control technique, it's also used to control soul slaves, yet it's worth 1.5 million points. Babada, who was standing on Luo Feng's shoulder, curled his lips. Don't think it's too expensive. If you're not a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, even if you have 2 million or 3 million mixed elements, don't even think about buying this manual. As long as a warrior obtains a bug clan mother nest, they'll normally go bankrupt to buy the technique to control the mother nest. As long as the Virtual Universe Company is willing to sell it in an auction, there'll be a huge group of warriors bidding for it. Luo Feng rubbed his chin. This he naturally knew. However, he was poor. My points, the previous 200,000 point mission, when the 1-year time limit was up, there were still 2 targets still on the run, resulting in my completion rate being only 85%. I only got 170,000 points from that mission. The most points I got from the 2 impossible level missions, Demon Note Mountain, was 400,000 points, Confusion Galaxy was 500,000 points. Luo Feng looked at his points displayed on the page. Total points, 1316060 PS, second chapter. Here, continue writing the third chapter. The points he got were mainly from the 10 dangerous level missions and 2 impossible level missions. Only then did he accumulate 1316060 points. Compared to other universe-level geniuses, Luo Feng's points were already extremely high. This 10,000 soul control technique cost 1.5 million points. Since he was a Primal Region member, he had a 30% discount and still needed 1.05 million points. If I buy this 10,000 soul control technique, what do I do when I buy the 4th volume of the Time-Space Scribbles? Right now I'm pretty much done with the 3rd picture. The next thing I need to do is to comprehend the 72 essences. After that, I'll have to comprehend the 4th picture. Luo Feng frowned. The 4th volume of the Time-Space Scribbles required 1 million points. Where would he get the points from? And this Time-Space Scribbles was almost like the great being that created the 9-universe tablet, guiding him from the side. When his Masha clansman comprehended the space laws, the moment he met any doubts, he could easily gain enlightenment by reading the Time-Space Scribbles. This was the best reference for training the 9-universe tablet. He definitely had to buy it. Whatever. I'll cross the bridge when I get to it. Can a living person die from not being able to pee? Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Once the bug clan mother nest is nurtured, its potential is limitless. I'll have to spend all my points. Immediately, Luo Feng gently tapped to buy. 3 notifications swiftly appeared on the screen, trade successful. After deducting 1.05 million points, you have 266,060 points remaining. Please wait, someone will immediately send the scroll over. Luo Feng looked at his points on the screen. That 266060 number made his heart ache. He really didn't have enough points to spend. Where would he get the points to buy the 4th volume of the Time-Space Scribbles? And domain lords had to wait for the Virtual Universe Company to send someone to do missions. If the Virtual Universe Company didn't send someone, there would be no missions. Only when sent would there be missions to earn points. The 4th volume is 1 million points, the 5th is 10 million, the 6th is 100 million. My God! Luo Feng blinked. To get the best resources, he had to pay a huge price. His remaining 260,000 points weren't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. After a while, the members of the Virtual Universe Company sent the 10,000 soul control technique to the primal region of Yuxiang Mountain. Luo Feng personally went to receive the silver briefcase with the technique. 10,000 hearts control technique. Luo Feng placed the briefcase on the table and opened it with a click. There was only one book in the silver suitcase. This book was one size bigger than a normal 14-inch laptop. It was 12 centimeters thick, and the paper was extremely thin. The entire 10,000 Soul Control Technique book had nearly 5,000 pages. On the book cover, there were the words 10,000 Hearts Manipulation and Tip's signature in the corner. Tip? The one who created this secret technique? As Luo Feng pondered, he casually searched for information related to Tip on the laptop beside him. However, the search results showed that he didn't have enough authority, so he was forbidden from searching. This, Myriad Souls Control Technique, is one of the best techniques to control the insectoid mother nest. To be able to create such a technique, the creator must have an extremely high status in the human race. As a member of the primitive mystic realm, I still don't have the authority to investigate. Luo Feng shook his head. He didn't think any further and flipped open the thick book. As he read, he understood more and more. Amongst the 29 techniques to control the insectoid mother nest, the effects of the 10,000 Hearts technique were indeed stronger. Sector lords could control sector lord level mother nests, however the requirements were extremely strict. According to Luo Feng's initial understanding, the most important part of the 10,000 Hearts technique was the 10,000 hearts. The main point was to multitask, and it was under extreme circumstances. And Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude had reached over 3,200. That meant, when Luo Feng maintained his control over every thought to its extreme, he could simultaneously control over 3,200 spirit energies. The Myriad Hearts Soul Control Technique was divided into 5 levels. First level, 1 mental state 2 ND level, 10 mental state 3 RD level, 100 mental state 4 TH level, 1000 mental state 5 TH level, 10,000 mental state, of which the first level was the easiest. Normally a sector lord level spirit reader could easily train it with a bit of effort. The moment it was trained, one could at most control 1 soul slave. This second level was much harder. After training it, one could control 10 soul slaves. Normal sector lord spirit readers would need to spend a huge amount of effort to train it. As for the third level, it was extremely difficult. Firstly, one's soul amplitude had to at least reach 100 before one could train it. This was the prerequisite. Even if one's soul amplitude reached the limit of a sector lord of 100, one would still need to spend countless years of research before one could train it. The moment it was trained, one would be able to control 100 soul slaves. The fourth level was extremely difficult. Sector lord level spirit readers had almost no chance of training it. Because the prerequisite was to reach a spirit energy amplitude of 1000. Normally many emperor level undyings could only reach that level. Even if one reached a spirit energy amplitude of 1000, training it was still extremely difficult. After training it, one could control 1000 soul slaves. The fifth level, the legendary level. The prerequisite, spirit energy amplitude, had to reach 10,000. However, even the great beings of those universe country leaders had pitiful amounts of spirit energy amplitudes that reached 10,000. According to the book's description, even the creator of this level didn't manage to train it. He only followed the reasoning and logic of the laws and finally wrote the technique. Because the creator himself didn't even reach the extremely harsh requirement of having a spirit energy amplitude of 10,000. This requirement already negated countless undyings, much less that difficult training method. And the moment it was trained, its power would be terrifying. One could control up to 10,000 soul slaves. 10,000 soul slaves. All of them are soul slaves that can cultivate on their own. Luo Feng exclaimed. However, the requirements are too harsh. According to my guess, the demon node inheritance is split into 3 levels. The first level is 3,333 levels. I estimate that if one completely accepts the demon node inheritance, one's spirit energy amplitude would only reach 10,000. And over the countless years of demon node inheritance, there hasn't been a single life form that has reached the highest point of the inheritance. To reach 10,000 spirit energy amplitudes, one can only imagine the difficulty. The 5th level, even the creator didn't manage to train it. It's just reasoning and logic of the origin laws and imagination. However, to be able to get the virtual universe company to confirm and sell it, I think the pinnacle of the virtual universe company's absolute being must have confirmed that the 5th level can be trained. Luo Feng was very clear. The pinnacle beings of the virtual universe company were existences that even the powerful beings that built Demon Mountain weren't willing to go against. Closing the book, Luo Feng smiled as he sat in front of his desk. He was in a good mood. According to the book's description, one had to complete the 3rd level of the 10,000 soul control technique. Only then would one have the confidence to control a Sector Lord level bug clan mother nest with Sector Lord strength. One had to complete the 4th level of the 10,000 soul control technique. Only then would one have a sliver of hope to control an undying level bug clan mother nest with undying strength. As for the 5th level, even the creator didn't manage to train it. He only said that after training it, its power would be unparalleled. One had to know that even the undying level bug clan mother nest could only produce so many undying level bug soldiers. And the moment the 5th level was completed, one could control up to 10,000 soul slaves. Each slave could train on their own and have their own will. For example, controlling 10 to 100 undying level bug clan mother nests. That was simply unparalleled in the universe. The creator is purely fantasizing and daydreaming. Luo Feng shook his head. Just the requirement of having a soul amplitude of 10,000 is unbelievable. Even Demon Note General didn't have a life form that could complete the inheritance after 1 trillion years. Obviously the 5th level's requirement is even harder than becoming a knight. According to the manual, the higher the spirit energy amplitude, the easier it would be to train. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. This technique, the soul amplitude was the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the easier it would be to train. The foundation would also determine one's highest achievement. The soul amplitude was at 100, which determined that the highest achievement would be the 3rd level, 100 hearts. Normally, the closer one was to one's limit, the harder it would be to improve. This made it so that one would need an incomparably long period of time to study and train. And, Luo Feng's soul amplitude was over 3,200. Training the 3rd level 100 hearts was simply like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, the foundation was too solid. Naturally, training it would be thousands to tens of thousands of times easier than those with a soul amplitude of 100. According to the book, the highest I can reach is the 4th level. Luo Feng thought. However, obviously the 4th level is extremely difficult. After all, this technique, even though the most important aspect is the soul amplitude, the origin laws and spirit energy quality etc. all have requirements. Normally the 4th level is for undying energy to train. The world energy is much harder to train. With his plan set, Luo Feng began his training in the Beast God Canyon. His earth body's consciousness was immersed in the origin orb, controlling the threads of world energy and training the 10,000 soul control technique. The origin orb was Luo Feng's soul core, energy core. Domain lord level was split into genetic energy and spirit energy. However, after becoming a sector lord, it merged into world energy. The Masha clansman was studying the space laws. The golden-horned beast continued to carve, trying to understand the concept of the beast god. When it got tired, it would switch to training the first claw. When it wasn't tired, it would continue to crazily carve the concept of the beast god. Studying the concept of the beast god actually increased the strength of the first claw even faster. The three great bodies trained simultaneously. Origin law comprehension, 10,000 soul control technique, beast god conception, all three were improving. Beast god canyon, vast and silent. Over 100 million cultivators sat crossed-legged around the huge beast god statue. Within the cave, there were many of them too. Just the undyings alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands. On the cliff. At the edge of one of the caves, a man in rock-gray armor was sitting cross-legged. It was that elder Kubu. He was looking downwards, as though he was looking at the gigantic beast god statue. In reality, he noticed one of the people surrounding the gigantic beast god statue, Luo Feng, from the corner of his eyes. It's already been 100 years and this human is still sitting there without moving. Even Dylan and Xianxia, the two undyings, are not moving. Elder Kubu was furious. That Dylan and Xianxia are preventing any Golden Horn clansman from getting close and disturbing Luo Feng's training. To kill Luo Feng, there's really no way at all. 3 chapters completed, calling for monthly votes. I love monthly votes. Is everyone willing to vote for me? In the blink of an eye, 182 years had passed. Around the huge beast god statue were over 100 million warriors sitting crossed-legged, and within the walls, 99% of them had never stood up. To the long lifespans of these universe warriors, a short 182 years was simply too short. Elder Xianxia and Dylan sat crossed-legged behind Luo Feng. A formless undying energy surrounded Luo Feng, protecting him well. Mr. Dylan, this Majesty Luo Feng has been training for close to 200 years. Doesn't he have a plan? When will he finish? Xianxia turned to look at Dylan and asked. Dylan smiled indifferently and shook his head. Of course he can train as long as he wants. Xianxia and Dylan both looked at Luo Feng simultaneously. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, stretched his neck and moved his shoulders, after which he stood up with a hua sound. Your Majesty. Dylan, Terrafan, and Chilian stood up. This caused Kashna and the 5 human realm lords who had their eyes closed to meditate to open their eyes and stand up. These few years, I've troubled you all. Luo Feng turned and smiled. It's nothing. Dylan said. Close to 200 years isn't much. I thought your Majesty had been training here for tens of thousands of years. Xianxia smiled. Luo Feng turned to look at the huge beast god statue, exclaiming within. Training for tens of thousands of years. Right. If it wasn't for the Bug Clan mother nest on Earth, he wouldn't be in a rush to return. Looking at the huge beast god statue here and copying it, it was very beneficial for him to grasp the beast god state more clearly. Even though he had used the Yunmo planet ship to take many pictures and combine them to form the projection of the huge beast god statue, it was still powerful. However, the extent of his senses was still slightly inferior. My current level is still very low. Copying the huge beast god projection is fine too. Anyway, the true essence can be felt from the small beast god statue. My comprehension speed is only slightly slower than here, about 50% slower. It's still bearable. Luo Feng had no choice. No matter what, he was still a member of the Virtual Universe Company. Right now he was even a supervisor envoy. It was destined that he couldn't stay here for long. First, he might have a mission to carry out. Secondly, it was time to go back and refine the Zerg tribe mother nest. He had paid a huge price for it. Once the Zerg tribe mother nest was successfully refined, it would become his right-hand man. Even Hu Yanba thought that as long as he could control it, the endless sea of Zerg would be able to obstruct that terrifying enemy. In other words, the Sector Lord Bug Clan mother nest was indeed comparable to an extremely powerful undying, at least in terms of trapping, obstructing, tangling etc., it was extremely effective. Once he nurtured this Zerg race mother nest to immortal rank, he would be able to make a huge comeback and create an immortal rank Zerg warrior army. Just how powerful would that be, now? Xianxia was shocked. Beside him, Kashna too said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, if you have nothing to do, there's no rush. You can take a good look at our golden horn race home. No need, I indeed have something to do, otherwise I wouldn't have stopped studying the huge beast god statue. Luo Feng shook his head. Your Highness, have you comprehended something? Xianxia asked curiously. I'm just studying those scales. Luo Feng said. Xianxia nodded. Our golden horn race has long discovered the uniqueness of the scales. That beast god statue scale carvings are causing origin law ripples, however it's not one that I know of. As long as it's an undying, they would instantly notice this peculiarity. It's also because of the carvings, that's why it attracted so many experts to train here, even human experts. Look, to your Majesty's left, there are 3 human experts, those 3 are all Emperor-level undyings. Ah? Luo Feng turned to look. The 3 had their auras retracted as they sat crossed-legged, and Luo Feng didn't recognize them at all. The golden horn race mostly gave off the feeling of stone, that was an internal feeling. And whether it was the space beasts or humans, they all had a feeling of flesh and blood. Maybe there are even stronger humans, however they're probably in the Elder Palace beside. Xianxia explained. As for those existences, I don't know. Haha. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Alright, I won't say much else. I've been very happy coming to Laseo World this time. I'll remember Elder Xianxia's favor. Haha, it's nothing, it's nothing. Elder Xianxia was the happiest at this time. The only thing one was afraid of giving benefits was meeting an ungrateful person. And right now Luo Feng's words made Elder Xianxia, who had been by Luo Feng's side for close to 200 years, like a young master, always protecting and coaxing Luo Feng, feel extremely happy. Elder Xianxia. Dylan spoke too. Then we'll part ways here. Xianxia nodded. Kashna, we'll meet again in the future. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the head son Kashna. We'll meet again in the future. Kashna nodded. Luo Feng and Dylan both smiled. Let's go. Luo Feng ordered. So, Luo Feng, Dylan and the 5-sector Lord Guards swiftly rushed into the sky, simultaneously flying high up. Luo Feng swiftly retrieved the Yun Mo planet ship from his internal world, appearing in mid-air. The cabin door automatically opened and Luo Feng and the other 6 flew in. Within the control room of the Yun Mo planet ship, Luo Feng, Dylan and the 5-sector lords stood there. Through the external simulation, they could see the beast god statue below. Let's go. Huge beast god statue. Luo Feng gazed down, exclaiming within. Compared to the encounters in the sacred city, the encounters in the beast god canyon were even more wondrous. It was even more important to his training path, studying the Saint Tablet and acquiring the 36 levels of the evolved god. They were far from comparable to these 182 years, with over 100 million copies, constantly strengthening and solidifying his beast god conception. This beast god concept, he already had a very shallow understanding of it when he first started studying it 2 years ago. At that time, the effects were very low, at most it would allow the golden horned beast to unleash its tearing sky claw, and that was it. However now, after 182 years, Luo Feng's control over the beast god's conception could be considered to have a small accomplishment. Maybe compared to the true beast god's mysterious laws, it was only 1/100,000 th of its power, but at least the huge statue carved by the golden horned beast already had a very weak pressure. Yes. Pressure, and with the beast god conception infused into the sky-ripping claw, it made the golden horned beast's sky-ripping claw reach an extremely terrifying level. Right now my golden space law's comprehension, in terms of power, the beast god conception has already surpassed my origin laws. Luo Feng thought, continue training, the beast god conception will get stronger and stronger, this will eventually be my true trump card. He knew how to use it, but he didn't understand the theory behind it. The beast god statue's wondrous law ripples, Luo Feng didn't understand at all, 100% of it. However, not understanding didn't stop him from using it, at least after a few 100 million copies and the small statue's guidance, Luo Feng had grasped, the beast god conception that surpassed his laws in terms of power. Beast god conception, origin law comprehension, 10,000 souls controlling technique. These 182 years, Luo Feng mainly studied these three aspects. The beast god conception surprised Luo Feng the most. And his improvement speed in the origin laws made him happy too. Sector Lord level comprehension speed was indeed fast. 1 day was comparable to a domain lord's 1 year. 182 years of comprehension was comparable to tens of thousands of years of domain lord comprehension. And the 10,000 souls controlling techniques training speed was extremely fast. The first level, 3 days. The second level, 1 year. He had just completed the third level on the 182nd year. Actually, compared to normal Sector Lord Pinnacle Spirit readers that needed over 1,000,000 years to train, Luo Feng spent a short 100 years to train the third level. That was already very powerful. His foundations were extremely solid, it was just that this technique was complicated and profound, spending over 100 years to train it. The moment he trained to the third level, Luo Feng couldn't take it anymore. Naturally he decided to immediately leave and return to Earth. Standing within the control room, Luo Feng gazed down at the beast god statue. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Shilua Duo, thank you for letting me have the beast god conception. Luo Feng muttered, and thank you Elder Kubu, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come to Beast God Canyon. Babada, let's go. Luo Feng ordered. Rumble the Yun Mo planet ship fiercely accelerated and rushed into the sky, flying towards the skies of Lasheo world, very quickly breaking through the cloud layers and heading towards the space outside Lasheo world, ****** within Beast God Canyon. Elder Si Fan Chi and Kashna looked up, watching as the Yun Mo planet ship rushed into the sky, disappearing into the depths. He's gone. Kashna said softly. The mission of receiving Luo Feng has been completed. Kashna, let's return to the tribe. Elder Si Fan Chi said. Kashna replied respectfully, yes, teacher. Elder Si Fan Chi waved his hand and Kashna entered the world he brought with him. So, teleportation, Kashna immediately disappeared from Beast God Canyon, simultaneously appearing within the Tawan tribe. On the walls, the rock-gray armored Elder Kubu who was silently waiting for an opportunity looked up at the Yun Mo planet ship disappearing into the depths of the sky, gritting his teeth. This human Luo Feng is a complete madman. Coming to Beast God Canyon, he didn't even go to the Chief Elder Palace, he didn't even meet with the other humans to chat, he just sat there and trained. Si Fan Chi and Dylan were like the automaton race, guarding and not leaving once. Now that he's just finished his training, he immediately took the ship and left. This punk, he's really. How could Elder Kubu not be furious? There were over 100 million bitter trainers in Beast God Canyon, of which a few hundred were sector lords and domain lords under Elder Kubu's control. They were his chess pieces. Many plans had been made long ago, even Elder Kubu was prepared to sacrifice himself. However, he didn't expect Luo Feng would come to train, he would leave immediately after he was done, there was no chance at all. Master, the plan to kill the human Luo Feng hasn't been carried out. Elder Kubu immediately contacted a Sector Lord clansman under his control, telling him to send an encrypted report through the Virtual Universe Network. The report went through a few rounds. In the Virtual Universe Network's endless mail, it didn't stand out at all. Finally it entered a Star Traveler member's mailbox. That Star Traveler member was a god country living in a space within the desolate universe country's territory. He swiftly reported the news to the upper echelon. P.S. First chapter has arrived. This chapter has officially ended, the 12th chapter is about to begin. Luo Feng left the Golden Horn race home, returning to the Milky Way. Within that blue planet's atmosphere, a blood-colored triangular ship swiftly pierced through the atmosphere. With the Yun Mo planet ship activated, Earth's current security system had no way of detecting it. I'm back. Luo Feng stood within the ship's control room, gazing at the blurry continent beneath the clouds. After the ship pierced through the clouds, he could clearly see the vast land below, cities, roads etc. Occasionally, he could even see some city ruins from the Grand Nirvana period. Right now, those places were like museums, allowing many youths who hadn't experienced that period to have a good look and experience. Hua, the cabin door opened, Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others and flew out, floating in mid-air. keeping the Yunmo planet ship in his internal world. Including the time spent flying in the dark universe, it's been about 183 years since we left Earth. Luo Feng exclaimed. Your Majesty, it hasn't even been 500 years since you were born, hence you feel like it's been a long time. When you step into the Sector Lord level, I'm afraid when you create your own techniques, you'll spend up to 1,000 years. When that time comes, you'll realize that to the strongest of the universe, a few hundred to 1,000 years is indeed a blink of an eye. Dylan smiled. Luo Feng glanced at him speechlessly. 1,000 years, a blink of an eye, he hadn't even lived for 500 years yet. Not even half a blink of an eye. Let's go home. Luo Feng ordered. So. The 7 of them immediately vanished in mid-air, reappearing in the air above Asia continent China's Yangzhou city. Very quickly, they attracted the attention of the 3 Sector Lord Guards stationed within the Luo family's old residence. These 3 Sector Lord Guards were 3 of the 5 Sector Lord Guards that Luo Feng had brought back to Earth. We pay our respects to your highness. The 3 World Overlord Guards soared into the air and knelt on one knee as they bowed. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. After which he entered the old residence. The main AI in charge of defense and security was a subsidiary AI created by Babata. As a living AI, Babata spent a lot of effort to create this subsidiary AI. Even though it wasn't a living being, it was still an extremely high-level AI. Luo Feng's arrival naturally didn't attract any attacks from the main AI. You didn't even tell me when you came back. Xianxia, who was sitting in a quiet ancient courtyard with hundreds of years of history and drinking tea, was shocked to see Luo Feng. After which, her face was filled with joy. Last time, you said you were going to stay in the Gold Horn race's home world, Liceo, for a long time. I thought it would be 100 years or even 1,000 years. At least you have the heart to come back. Luo Feng laughed along. To be honest, the main reason he had returned was because of the insectoid broodmother. Of course, he couldn't say this, or Xianxia would definitely be angry. Won't we meet in the virtual universe too? Luo Feng said. How can that be the same? Xianxia suddenly revealed a trace of a strange smile. Now that you've returned, are you going to hold a clan gathering? Then forget it. Luo Feng said. Family gathering? Oh my god. Compared to the last time Luo Feng returned, the Luo family was much larger. One had to know that in the history of Xianxia, some of the royal families had only been around for 200 or 300 years, and the number of members of the royal family was already in the tens of thousands. When Luo Feng came back last time, there were around 500 male members in the family. The entire family had over 1,000 members, and towards the end, the phenomenon of multiple wives became even more common. Luo Feng stayed on Earth for 50 years. And now another 183 years had passed. The youngest member of the family was already Luo Feng's 26th descendant. Just counting those with the Luo family bloodline, there were at least a few 100,000. Including the wives, it was even larger. Just like the most ruthless Luo Kudi, back then he only had over 100 wives and lovers, and now he had 1,021 wives. As Luo Kudi had many sons, along with the early stages of the family's development, Luo Kudi's branch had some status in the Luo family. Forget it? The head of the family hasn't returned for close to 200 years, now that he's back, of course he has to hold a clan gathering. Xianxia teased. No choice, there are too many people. Luo Feng laughed helplessly. It's only been close to 500 years and the Luo family's males are already in the hundreds of thousands. I finally understand, those ancient families of the universe, with trillions of people, they can even produce a group of sector lords alone. What's so weird about that? Xianxia exclaimed, China's history is like the Three Kingdoms, with wars and wars. How many people did China have then? However, after 1,000 years, it still exceeded 1 billion people. And this is with the land and food restrictions, generation after generation of war restrictions, lifespan restrictions. If we let them develop, in another 100 to 200 years, it's normal for the family's population to exceed 100 million. Luo Feng felt more and more about humanity's ability to reproduce. There was no need to be afraid of the human population, as long as they had enough land, food and living environment, even if there were only a few dozen men and women at the start, after 100 million years, the population would reach an unimaginable number. Hence, creating a universe country wasn't hard. The hard part was, there wasn't enough territory. Luo Feng returned home to see his family, Wei Wen and a few other good friends. After all, Luo Feng hadn't even been 500 years since he was born, and a star traveler's lifespan could reach 1,000 years, hence many of his friends were still alive. Like Wei Wen, with the resources Luo Feng provided, even if he didn't work too hard, he still reached the star level. As long as there was enough resources to nurture, even a pig could reach the sector lord level. Of course, the resources needed to nurture a pig was probably enough to nurture 1,000,000 sector lords. After staying at home for 2 days, Luo Feng brought Dylan to Xianxia. Xianxia, there was an ancient castle that took up an area of close to 10 kilometers. Although it was called an ancient castle, in terms of size, it could easily be called a city. So, Luo Feng and Dylan immediately appeared in front of the ancient castle. Ancient castle. Luo Feng looked at the ancient castle before him. The walls had traces of time on them. There were all sorts of plants crawling all over. On top of the castle walls one could occasionally see silhouettes. That formless energy was very strong. They were all universe levels. The ones in charge of guarding the castle right now was a universe-level slave army. Rumble. The entrance of the castle opened. 4 people walked out. Behind them followed a group of universe-level slave guards. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 4 bowed respectfully. The slave guards all knelt down. Di Fan, Bai Kaluo and the 2 sector lord captains, it's been hard on you. Luo Feng said. This place was Di Fan and Bai Kaluo's main responsibility, the 2 sector lord guards supporting them. Ah. Luo Feng looked shocked at Di Fan. Di Fan, you've broken through to the sector lord level? With the guidance of the 2 seniors, one day when I was watching the space in the Xianxia mountain range, I accidentally broke through. The bald Di Fan said respectfully. Di Fan and Bai Kaluo, back then when he took them in as soul slaves, back then Luo Feng who only knew the slave soul imprint, the number of soul slaves he could control was extremely few. Even with Hu Yanbo's strength, he could only control 9 undying slaves. One could see their numbers were few and far between. And back then Luo Feng still chose Di Fan and Bai Kaluo. It was because he saw their potential. Di Fan, born a slave, he had suffered a lot. Even without good resources, he still reached universe level 9. Bai Kaluo, he was even more talented than his teacher Nuolan Shan. After following Luo Feng, they easily broke through to the domain lord level. Luo Feng's nutrition cabin, even though it wasn't as good as the virtual universe companies, in a short few decades, they all reached domain lord level 9. From domain lord level 1 to level 9, the amount of nutrition required wasn't much of a problem for Luo Feng. As for the sector lord level, Luo Feng couldn't do that. Di Fan and Bai Kaluo who had long stepped into domain lord level 9, because the last time Luo Feng left behind 5 sector lord guards, the 2 could ask for guidance from these 5 sector lord pinnacle warriors. Di Fan however was 1 step ahead of Bai Kaluo, stepping into the sector lord level. And with Your Majesty's techniques and many resources, this is much easier than when I was a slave back when I first reached universe level 9. Di Fan said. Luo Feng smiled. Work hard. Luo Feng encouraged. Bai Kaluo, you have to follow too. Yes, Master. Bai Kaluo bowed. These 2 soul slaves, his original plan was to invest a large amount of resources to nurture them and bring them along with him in battle. However, as he was training in the 10,000 soul control technique, he could control a large number of soul slaves, and with the Bug Clan Mother Nest as his helper, Luo Feng's sights were set high. Normal sector lord pinnacle warriors were useless in bringing them along. The plan now was, continue to nurture Bai Kaluo and Di Fan. After all, they were soul slaves, they were absolutely loyal. Let the 2 of them protect the Luo family well. Chatting with Bai Kaluo and Di Fan as they walked, very quickly they arrived at the most dangerous part of the castle. Luo Feng held onto the railing and looked down at the huge round ball. It had a diameter of over 800 m and was shockingly huge. On its surface, there were some pits with poison flowing within. The poison gas emanated. Even the Bug Clan Mother Nest seemed blurry. The poison gas was like a cloud that revolved around it, making the universe-level guards not dare to get close. Bug Clan Mother Nest. Dylan too stared. This Bug Clan Mother Nest was definitely a huge treasure. So, Luo Feng's thoughts moved, immediately sweeping the slumbering Bug Clan Mother Nest into his internal world, immediately revealing a huge crater, along with some poison gas around it. This castle can be abandoned. Luo Feng ordered. Di Fan, by Kaluo, the two of you return to the Luo family and meet Su Xian, wait for her arrangements. Yes, master. Di Fan and Bai Kaluo replied respectfully. So, the two immediately became beams of light and vanished. You two sector lord guards follow me. Luo Feng ordered. As for the slave army, continue to wait in the castle, wait for my arrangements. Yes, master. The slave army replied in unison, their voices shaking the land and skies. The two sector lord guards too replied respectfully. Luo Feng didn't stay any longer, immediately bringing Dylan and the two sector lord guards and flying towards Yangzhou city. Since he had already absorbed the Bug Clan Mother Nest into his internal world, and he had already trained the 10,000 soul control technique to the 3rd level, Luo Feng naturally couldn't wait. He decided to immediately return home and go into closed-door training, putting in all his effort, quickly controlling the Bug Clan Mother Queen within. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Tomato will continue writing the 3rd. Luo Clan Villa. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others back home and immediately went into closed-door training, giving the order that if there wasn't anything important, no one was to disturb him. Within the dark study room, the fluorescent light shone on the alloy floor, reflecting a cold light. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, his back straight and his eyes closed, his consciousness completely entering the golden-horned beast within his internal world. Internal world. In a vast grass plain in the central continent, a completely black huge golden-horned beast stood on all fours. Its body length alone was over 600 kilometers, standing on all fours, from its claws to its back. It was over 400 kilometers tall. That pair of scaled wings, the moment it opened, it covered an area of over 1,000 kilometers. This golden-horned beast, even if it stood on Earth's surface, its back would be in space, 400 km tall. If one counted from its claws to its head, it would be even higher. The highest mountain on Earth was only over 8,000 m, and that was just the height. Compared to that, any horn on the golden-horned beast's head was far higher than the highest mountain on Earth. And in terms of body length, the length of its body and that scaled tail that was also over 600 kilometers long, as long as the golden-horned beast rolled a few times on Asia continent, the entire continent would be flattened. The entire continent could sink. This was a true mature space beast, a Sector Lord level 6 golden-horned beast. Its internal world was already over 60 million kilometers in diameter. What a vast world it was. When a space beast was a Sector Lord level, its normal devouring evolution from level 1 to level 3 required 1,500 years. From level 3 to level 6, it required 6,000 years. From level 6 to level 9, it required 36,000 years. As Luo Feng had prepared the best metals, the efficiency was raised by 50 times. Originally it needed 7,500 years to reach Sector Lord level 6, but now it only took 150 years. Obviously, Luo Feng's time in Laosi world exceeded that, hence right now the golden-horned beast and Masha clansmen were both Sector Lord level 6, the earlier levels were fast, the later levels 7, 8 and 9 were much slower. Even with the 50 times efficiency, each level still required 240 years. Even though I'm only Sector Lord level 6, in terms of soul consciousness, it's comparable to a normal human Sector Lord level 8 or 9. Along with my extremely strong willpower control, I'm already no weaker than a human Sector Lord pinnacle. Luo Feng thought, along with the 3,200 plus spirit energy amplitude advantage. When using the Myriad Hearts controlling secret art, even ordinary peak stage world overlords aren't as strong as me. This time I'll definitely succeed. I'll turn this insect queen into my soul slave. The black-clothed Luo Feng floated in midair, beside the golden-horned beast that was as large as a small planet. He looked at the 800 m diameter round Bug Clan Mother Nest. Its entire body was filled with pits, venom flowing and poisonous gas emanating, causing the surrounding grass to rot and the ground to cave in from the corrosion. Begin. Black-clothed Luo Feng immediately landed, sitting crossed-legged on the grass without moving, his consciousness completely entering the golden-horned beast's body. At this moment, the Earth-human body and the Masha clansmen both transferred their consciousness to the golden-horned beast, allowing the golden-horned beast to have its strongest and most complete power. Chi-Chi with its thick and powerful 4 hooves, the golden-horned beast looked down at the Bug Clan mother nest, simultaneously controlling a thread of world energy to seep in. The moment it seeped in, it was clear that the Bug Clan mother nest was really like a beehive. Within were many densely packed holes. It should be a place to nurture large amounts of Bug Clan warriors. In the core region of the mother nest, there was an empty space with a diameter of about 100 m. Within this space, there was a life form sleeping. Her entire body was white and translucent, as if her delicate body was condensed from crystals. She was about 12 meters tall and had a pair of butterfly-like wings. The wings wrapped around her delicate body like a thin layer of gauze. Her curvaceous body could be said to be a creation of the heavens and earth. Even though she was in a deep sleep, her brows were still slightly furrowed, making one's heart ache. This was the Bug Clan Queen. The true members of the Bug Clan were formed by these Bug Clan Queens. Their power shook the universe, becoming one of the pinnacle races. Even with the human race's many strong warriors, they were still evenly matched. Bug Clan Queen, in terms of body proportions, it's simply flawless. Even in deep sleep, that natural allure is still unbelievable. The world energy swept through this absolute beauty of the Bug Clan Queen's delicate body, immediately seeping into her body and beginning to probe where her soul was. The world energy became nothing and seeped into the Bug Clan Queen's body. The moment it seeped in, Luo Feng was shocked. The Bug Clan Queen's body was crystal clear, almost like it was formed from countless energy beams. Within her body were many channels. Simultaneously there were a total of 10,000 light balls. These 10,000 light balls were similar to a normal sector lord's soul, the origin pearls. However, as their life forms were completely different, the Bug Clan Queen had 10,000 soul sources. Moreover, these 10,000 light spheres had countless energy rays between them, forming a mysterious and unfathomable network. A formless alluring energy began to emanate. What a mysterious body structure! It feels very similar to the nameless manual I got from the black metal board. The universe network within my body is very similar. Luo Feng was shocked. However, the difference between the two was still very obvious. The nameless manual mimicked the universe's operation. This, however, was in a different direction. This was a peculiar life form born from the evolution of the universe, a peculiar structure. To control it, one has to control all the soul sources. No wonder my teacher couldn't control it back then. However, my teacher's attainments in the soul are extremely strong. At least this Bug Clan Queen has been in deep sleep. Begin. The golden-horned beast looked down at the mother nest. At the same time, the world energy within it began to swiftly unleash the third level of the 10,000 hearts controlling technique. Immediately, the formless world energy swiftly combined into strange threads, countless threads intertwined, swiftly forming a golden blood-colored net. So, the blood-colored soul net immediately flew out of the golden-horned beast's body and swiftly tunneled into the huge ball, entering the Bug Clan Queen's body. The formless net spread out, entering the light balls one after another. Immediately, the originally resplendent light net was enveloped in a layer of blood light. Countless blood-colored threads seeped into every soul source. The Bug Clan Queen didn't resist at all. After all, she was in deep sleep. Still all right. Soon. It must succeed. The golden-horned beast used all of its strength to control the soul net to invade. Countless threads seeped in. However, as it went deeper and deeper, the originally sleeping Bug Clan Queen was truly awakened. As it seeped in too deep, naturally it broke Hu Yenbo's technique from back then. And when the soul was truly in danger, the Bug Clan Queen woke up and immediately began to struggle. She's awake. I must succeed in one battle. At the crucial moment, the golden-horned beast that had already unleashed its 3,200 spirit energy amplifier immediately roared. The 5 black horns on its forehead with golden engravings all lit up, simultaneously covering its entire body. Natural ability. Strengthen. Rumble. The Soul Slave Net's penetration ability grew stronger, its control even stronger. Succeed. Luo Feng gave it his all, his willpower and consciousness going all out. Ah! The Bug Clan Queen let out a shrill cry of pain, her eyes opened, revealing a pair of jade blue eyes, only now her gaze was terrifying. After which it gradually calmed down, the ferocious expression from before became calm and gentle, her jade blue eyes were like a pool of jade water. His consciousness split into three, returning to his body. Within the internal world on the grass plains, the black-clothed demon Luo Feng stood before the Bug Clan mother nest. The black-clothed demon Luo Feng constantly grew larger and larger, in an instant he had become a 12 m tall giant. So, like a gust of wind, that weak silhouette flew out from a hole in the poison gas-filled mother nest, after which she floated and landed on the grass plains, those butterfly-like wings gently flapping in the wind. A pair of captivating jade blue eyes stared passionately at Luo Feng before her, almost as though he was her most beloved lover. Her face was naturally covered in mist, looking blurry. Master. A gentle voice that seemed to penetrate into one's heart resounded. The Bug Clan Queen slightly bowed. To be able to create trillions of ugly bug soldiers, the Bug Clan Queen is actually so gentle and beautiful. Without prior knowledge, how many people would have guessed? Black-clothed. Luo Feng sighed within, simultaneously saying, Bug Clan Queen, do you have a name? Master, I'm called Alina. The Bug Clan Queen said. Luo Feng nodded, from now on I'll call you Alina. You're already at the Sector Lord Pinnacle. If you want to let you reach the Undying level, do you need any help? Undying? Alina's eyes gleamed, smiling gently. Master, firstly my origin laws haven't reached the threshold to become undying. As for the resources I need, wait till my origin laws reach the threshold, then Master can provide the resources. Normal Emperor level undying should be able to provide enough resources. Anyway, for our Bug Clan to reach undying, at least out of the countless races I know, it's the hardest. Luo Feng was helpless. If Master wants to help me, then provide me with enough resources. Let me nurture bug soldiers. Alina said softly, with enough bug soldiers, I'll be able to fight for Master. From what I know, there are many types of bug soldiers. Luo Feng said. There are many. Alina felt wronged. However, during my growth, I've already chosen the three main types. I'm most proficient in these three. If I want to change the types, I'll have to pay a huge price. If Master really wants to change, that's fine too. Also, there are two main ways to nurture insectoid warriors. Which two cultivation models? The black-clothed Luo Feng looked at the lovable Irina. Also, which three types of bug soldiers are you proficient in? After completing 3 chapters, the 12th chapter, Venerable's Punishment, officially began. For the start of a new chapter, for Luo Feng to have the Bug Clan mother nest, everyone throw in your votes. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I love tomatoes. The Queen Mother Alina said softly, I specialize in nurturing 3 types of bug soldiers. The first is the beetle bug race with extremely strong strength, the tiger beetle race. If we were to divide it further, it's a branch of the tiger beetle race called the Yan Tan bug race. The tiger beetle race has one thing in common with the beetle race, their strong defense. And the tiger beetle race is famed for their strength. They're definitely the most outstanding bug soldiers in a siege. A group of tiger beetle warriors forming a camp is the hardest to break through. And the moment the tiger beetle warriors form an endless sea of bugs, they're the most terrifying. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. He himself knew, the bug race could be divided according to their abilities into probing, siege, assassin, long range, etc. This tiger beetle race was obviously the siege type. It was similar to the heavy cavalry of the army. There are indeed many types of bug races. Luo Feng sighed within. The beetle race could be divided into tens of smaller groups, and every group could be divided into tens to thousands of smaller groups. Master, look, this is the tiger beetle race. The Queen Mother Alina pointed at the grass patch beside. A creature that was over 10 stories tall, 30 m, appeared out of thin air. It was extremely thick and sturdy, its entire body was covered in an incredibly thick carapace, on its head was an oval compound eye. It was completely protected by the carapace, its head was almost like a warrior wearing a helmet, it was completely protected. On its chest, there were even sharp spikes, its thick and powerful curved back limbs supported its body. The entire tiger beetle race gave off a very thick and sturdy feeling. Ferocious. It was like a tank, its entire body emitting a fierce and valiant aura. Its carapace was completely fiery red, and even its protected compound eyes were also fiery red. This is a Sector Lord Pinnacle tiger beetle race. The Queen Mother Alina introduced. Sector Lord Pinnacle? Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised as he looked at this huge creature that was at least 10 stories tall. That's because the countless bug tribe warriors that our bug tribe has nurtured rely on numbers. Therefore, it's destined that they won't be too big. Queen Alina seemed to have seen the shockingly huge golden-horned beast in the distance, hence she explained, the bigger the size, and the need for defense etc., the more resources it requires. Just like the master of the golden-horned beast, with such a huge size, even if he created a Sector Lord bug army, he wouldn't be able to create such a huge army. Luo Feng laughed too. How big was the insectoid hive? At least Alina's mother nest had a diameter of over 800 m. Even when he led the universe army to kill the two Undyings, the Undying level mother nest he met was only 10 kilometers in height. The brood mother was only this big, so how big could the insectoid warriors be? From head to tail, the golden-horned beast's length was over 1,200 kilometers. Irina, you have Sector Lord bug soldiers? Luo Feng asked. Yes. Queen Mother Irina nodded. How much? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Not much. Queen Irina shook her head. After the war in the alien battlefields, under the threat of life and death, my insectoid warriors were almost all used up. Right now I'm only left with 11 Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors. As for the other lower-leveled ones, they're all gone. These last 11 were meant to protect me at the last moment, who knew they would be hit by the human undying soul technique. They didn't even have the time to summon the warriors before falling into a deep slumber. The Bug Tribe Queen, Sector Lord level, already had her own internal world. Hence the huge amount of insectoid army could be stored in the internal world, accumulating numbers during normal times and summoning them out during battles. Luo Feng nodded. What about the second type of warrior you can nurture? The second type belongs to the shadowy insect clan of the shadowy insect clan. In detail, it can be divided into a branch of the shadowy insect clan called the Nasta insect clan. It's a legendary insect clan that once gave birth to the true super-existence of our insect clan, Nasta, Queen Mother Irina said with a sigh. Luo Feng nodded. The bug clan was a little harsh, the only true life form was the queen. The countless other bug warriors that were created couldn't even be considered life forms, they were just battle tools. However, these incredibly simple consciousness bug warriors, it wasn't as if they had no chance of evolving. The fair universe didn't cut off their hope of evolving. Nasta was one of the countless bug tribe warriors. He was originally a muddle-headed bug tribe warrior, but when he was summoned by the Queen Mother to battle, he swallowed some kind of special treasure and evolved, gaining his own will. Within the entire bug clan, there were actually quite a few who didn't have their own consciousness. However, those that became absolute beings were extremely few. Nasta was one of them. The Blade Shadow Bug clan has something in common with the other Shadow Bug clans, their speed is extremely fast. They have shocking speed, fast like a shadow, their attacks are extremely strong too. Their only weakness is, their bodies are weaker. Queen Irina explained, fast speed, strong attacks, weak bodies, this is the Blade Shadow Bug clan. Master, the Blade Shadow Bug clan, I don't have any in my internal world. Back then in the alien battlefields, they were all used up. Its appearance, compared to the Tiger Shell Bug clan, is much smaller and skinnier. Its shell isn't fiery red, but dark gray. Queen Irina explained. Luo Feng nodded. One to attack, one to scout. If the Tiger Shell Bug clan was a heavy cavalry, then the Blade Shadow Bug clan was a light cavalry. The last one belongs to the largest bug clan, the Mantis Bug clan, one of the strongest, the Hunting Mantis Bug clan. The Hunting Mantis Bug I created belongs to a branch of the Hunting Mantis Bug clan, the True Clan. Queen Irina said, the Hunting Mantis Bug clan is the strongest of the three I specialize in creating. It has a powerful body, shocking speed, shocking defense, and incomparably agile dodging abilities, along with an innate high level of battle techniques. Queen Irina's voice rose slightly, creating one Hunting Mantis Bug clan can roughly create 5 Blade Shadow Bugs or 2 Tiger Shell Bugs of the same level. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he heard. Hunting mantis. This Queen Irina was actually able to create hunting mantis. This was an unexpected surprise. Even within the inherited memories of the golden-horned beast, there was a detailed description of the hunting mantis. The mantis bug clan was the largest bug clan, the carapace bug clan was second only to the mantis bug clan. And out of the 7 most outstanding mantis bugs, the hunting mantis was one of them. The 7 extreme mantis bugs all had their own strengths. The hunting mantis was known for its craftiness. Master, this is a Sector Lord Pinnacle hunting mantis. I only have 11 Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldiers left, 8 of them are from the hunting mantis bug clan. Queen Irina said, obviously the hunting mantis bug clan was the one she had the most confidence in, hence she left the most. She pointed to the grassy plains beside, immediately a huge being appeared. It was about 24 m tall. Slimmer than the tiger shell bug clan, more valiant than the shadow edge bug clan, its entire body was covered in a layer of black streamlined scales. The complex black scales had green markings on them, giving the entire hunting mantis bug clan an extra sense of mystery. It had a thick and sturdy lower limbs, and 2 battle blade-like front limbs. The edges of the front limbs even had sharp claws. A pair of compound eyes protruded. On its head, there were even 2 sharp horns sticking out, its mouth occasionally opened, revealing a dense cluster of sharp teeth. This was a pure battle machine. Its body structure gave it absolute defense, absolute agility, and speed. Along with those 2 front limbs, it could be said to be a killing machine. And that incomparably dense scale armor was even more advanced than the tiger shell bug clan. Even though it was slimmer than the tiger shell bug clan, its defense wasn't any weaker than the tiger shell bug clan. Master, the tiger shell bug clan, shadow edge bug clan and hunting mantis bug clan, these are the 3 bug clan warriors I've been researching and most proficient in. The Queen Irina looked at Luo Feng. Of course, if a few lower-level bug clans like the green mantis can be easily mass-produced, then there's no need to research at all, there's no difficulty at all. Any bug clan queen can produce those lower-level bug clans. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Very good. These 3 bug clans were all considered the elite of the bug clan, and the hunting mantis bug clan was even more so the elite of the elite. When can you start producing bug clan warriors? Luo Feng asked. I can start at any time. The Queen Irina smiled. The tiger shell and hunting mantis warriors stood behind her, incomparably respectful. However, there are 2 ways to produce bug soldiers. I'll tell Master, it's up to you to choose. Speak. Luo Feng listened carefully. The first, large-scale production of the weaker hunting mantis, tiger shell, and shadow edge bug clans. The Queen Irina said, producing some star-level and universe-level warriors is extremely easy, we can mass-produce them. After which, let them kill each other internally, devour each other, the weak die, the strong live, the strong devour the weak to become even stronger. When a large group of bug soldiers are all killed and only one is left, that one will be the most exceptional, we can definitely produce an incomparably powerful Sector Lord Pinnacle bug clan. Luo Feng was shocked. Let countless star levels and universe levels devour each other? Only one left? The bug soldiers aren't all the same, some have higher potential, some have less. The Queen Irina explained, this method eliminates all those with lower potential, and the Pinnacle bug clan that has been through endless slaughter, are 10 times stronger than normal Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldiers, they can be called the kings. The second is the normal method of production. The Queen Irina said, if I want to produce a Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldier, then, I'll need enough resources, I'll directly produce a Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldier. This kind of direct production method is fast, the energy usage is extremely high, after all it's done by me, there won't be any waste in the resources. However, even though the potential isn't bad, it definitely won't be as terrifying as going through 10 million battles and devouring countless bug soldiers. Luo Feng pondered as he listened. The 2 methods of production were indeed interesting. What's the ratio of energy and resources? Luo Feng asked. The second normal production method uses the least amount of energy. And the first method is to let them devour and absorb by themselves, the absorption efficiency is low, and they will lose large amounts of energy in battle. Hence, the ratio is about 100 times different. Producing one king bug clan can produce 100 of the same level bug soldiers. The Queen Irina explained. Master, how do you want to produce the bug soldiers? Please choose the method. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Which method would he use to nurture the bug soldiers? The black-clothed Luo Feng smiled. Actually, after hearing the Queen Alina's detailed explanation of the 3 types of bug soldiers, he naturally had a decision within. I've trained in the 10,000 soul controlling technique to control a bug clan queen, all for the sake of having a bug army. Luo Feng thought, the bug clan is most famous for the bug sea tactic, and not the elite tactic. Maybe I can nurture a few emperor bug soldiers, however the majority of the resources would still be used for the normal large-scale nurturing of bug soldiers. Nurturing 1 emperor bug soldier was equivalent to nurturing 100 bug soldiers. No matter how strong they were, 100 Emperor Sector Lord bug soldiers against 10,000 Sector Lord bug soldiers in a group battle, there was no doubt that the 10,000 Sector Lord army would emerge victorious, and in a one-on-one battle, maybe 1 Emperor Sector Lord bug soldier could take them down one by one, killing quite a few of the other bug soldiers. However, in a group battle, it relied on numbers. The main thing is the second normal method of nurturing. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Master, Queen Mother Irina replied gently. Tell me the resources required to nurture the Shadow Edge Bug Clan, Tiger Shell Bug Clan and Hunting Mantis Bug Clan. Luo Feng said. No matter what, he had to know the most basic cost. There are many ways to nurture the bug soldiers, however there are 3 main ways. Queen Mother Irina smiled. The first method is the simplest. You can directly use the universe crystals. The universe crystals are formed from the power of the world, and the power of the world can form any substance. Therefore, you can use the universe crystals to create any kind of insectoid warrior you want. However, universe crystals have many uses, hence using universe crystals, the price is extremely high. The second is to gather large amounts of metal and alloy remains, some warriors or huge beasts' blood, some gelatinous materials like scales, skin, tendons etc. With these large amounts of materials, we can also nurture bug soldiers. As we can choose from many cheaper materials, the cost will be much cheaper. The third is to gather large amounts of bug corpses. These corpses can be directly used to create large amounts of bug soldiers. The Queen Alina smiled. Without a doubt, the first method has the highest price, the second is the lowest, the third method's price will depend on the price Master buys the bug corpses. According to what I know, there are people in the 1008 universe countries who buy them as collectibles. The price is simply too high. If he could directly obtain countless insectoid corpses from the foreign battlefields, the price might be much lower. As for how much it will cost, it will depend on Master's ability. Luo Feng nodded. Of the 3, the first was the simplest. With the supply of universe crystals, an endless supply of energy could be used to create an endless supply of Zerg warriors. The simplest also represented the most expensive. Tell me the price. Luo Feng asked, if we were to use universe crystals, how much money would it take to nurture a Sector Lord Pinnacle Shadow Edge Bug Clan, a Tiger Shell Bug Clan and a Hunting Mantis Bug Clan? A Sector Lord Pinnacle Shadow Edge Bug Race, the universe crystals they need are about 10 mixed elements. Queen Irina said, a Sector Lord Peak Tiger Beetle species needs 25 mixed element units, a Mantis Beetle species needs 50 mixed element units. This was a more accurate figure. If you want to create a king, the price will be 100 times higher. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Oh my god. To create a king hunting mantis king, Sector Lord Peak, that would require 5,000 mixed elements units. That was enough to make an undying general go bankrupt. The Bug Clan Mother Nest really isn't something normal people can afford to play with. Just buying a Sector Lord Mother Nest, the auction price is already over 1 million mixed elements. And the technique to control the Mother Nest, the price is just as ridiculous. Even if you have the money, unless you're a core member of a superpower, you won't even be able to buy it. Luo Feng sighed. Just the initial investment alone would be a few million. Mixed elements, and to nurture large amounts of Zerg warriors, without a foundation, it really wouldn't be enough. Hunting Mantis King? 1 for 5,000 mixed elements, even though it's extremely powerful, many Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors aren't its match, the price is too high. Luo Feng thought, whether or not to create one. I'll think about it in the future. To create the cheapest Shadow Edge bug clan, 10 mixed elements for 100,000 of them, that would be 1 million mixed elements. Too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. He still had over 2 million mixed elements left in the bank. This was his teacher's inheritance. He had been spending it, yet he had no income. Once this wealth was used up, then he wouldn't have anything to play with anymore. My initial plan was to create a million-sector Lord army. The moment it appears, I'll go on a killing spree, even Emperor-level Undyings. As long as they don't have teleportation or time-stopping abilities, they won't be able to do anything to me. Luo Feng thought. Emperor-level Undyings too had their own levels. If he really managed to create a million-sector Lord army, then he would really have an ultimate trump card. Its power wouldn't be any weaker than an Emperor-level Undying. Alina. Luo Feng said. Master. The mother Alina's jade blue eyes were gentle like water as she looked at Luo Feng. Using the metal remains, blood, glue, and the bug clan corpses, the general data needed to create the Zerg warriors, it's all recorded in this quantum computer. Do you know how to use it? Luo Feng looked at Alina, flipping his hand, and a quantum computer appeared. Master, I have a quantum computer. The mother Alina smiled. Master, please wait a moment, I'll immediately give you the detailed data needed to nurture the Zerg warriors. Yangzhou City, Luo family's old house. Luo Feng sat on a bamboo chair. Beside him was a tea table with a teapot and a few teacups. To create a million-sector Lord army, it really isn't easy. The moment he left the study, Luo Feng sat alone in deep thought. Babata, how's your research on the internet going? I'm still researching, because there are simply too many ways to buy the materials, different methods have different prices, and the materials we're buying, in terms of size, is the size of a star, as the amount is huge. Hence if the price is slightly different, the total price difference will be huge. I have to find the best discount. Babata said, and there are simply too many ways to sell the materials in the universe. Give me some time, give me 6 hours, and I should be able to settle it. Luo Feng nodded. This sort of calculation, the living AI Babata was definitely stronger than him. Big brother. A surprised voice resounded. Luo Feng looked up. In the distant walkway his little brother Luo Hua's face was filled with surprise. Hua. Luo Feng waved. Big brother, weren't you in closed-door training? You've come out so quickly? Luo Hua walked over, waving casually. A chair in the distance immediately flew over, landing beside him. Luo Hua sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, smiling as he asked, this training hasn't even lasted a day. It doesn't seem like your style at all. I thought it would take 10 to 100 years. Luo Feng smiled. This time he was going to subdue the Bug Clan Queen, not to train. Of course it was fast. Right, big brother, regarding the financial investments, I have to report to you. Luo Hua smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Back then when he didn't have much wealth, because of his brother's extremely high financial investment talent, Luo Feng decided back then that he would give a portion of his wealth to his brother to invest. 1 was to give his brother a lot of room to grow, 2 was to get a huge return. However, as Luo Hua controlled more and more wealth, to get a high return, it became harder and harder. 200 years ago when he returned to Earth, Luo Feng had just received his teacher's inheritance. After returning home and chatting with his brother, he gave a small portion of it. 500,000 mixed elements to his brother to operate. This 500,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng could still afford to lose it, after all it was given to his brother. Back then Luo Hua said, Big brother, with 500,000 mixed elements, the amount of wealth I can control will immediately soar by 2 levels. I already have the qualifications to enter the universe human financial market to invest. The universe human financial market was the highest scale financial market in the 1008 universe countries. To be able to participate in this financial market, one had to have at least 100,000 mixed elements. Hence to be able to participate, if it wasn't a huge power, then it was a powerful being. Actually this highest level financial market was originally meant to absorb large amounts of wealth and use it to fuel the race wars. It was used to hire undyings to venture into universe secret regions etc. There was a lot of business. However, since it was a financial market, naturally there would be many different types of trading methods. The entire universe human race's most talented in terms of investment, gathered in this market, the amount of wealth they controlled was terrifying. Maybe some emperor-level undyings who had good relationships with each other would entrust themselves to certain geniuses to manage. And this market, it was filled with huge waves and huge crocodiles. Even an emperor-level undying's entire wealth, in this human financial market, was considered a small fry. Hence the requirements were ridiculously high. Normal undyings didn't even have the qualifications to enter this market. The threshold of 100,000 mixed elements was very normal. To Luo Hua, this financial market was shockingly attractive. As the amount of wealth involved in this market was huge, losing even 10% or 20% would be a huge loss. Warriors being eaten, geniuses being eaten, only the true crocodiles, absolute geniuses could earn money. Luo Hua had long desired to enter this financial market. If a financial investor didn't enter this market, that meant he hadn't truly entered the industry. Big brother, when you returned to Earth the last time, you gave me 500,000 mixed elements to operate. Luo Hua laughed. Even though I've secretly simulated it many times, only when I actually invested the funds to operate, did I truly feel how terrifying it is. Terrifying? Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Hua nodded, because I'm careful and cautious. Even though I used 500,000 mixed elements to apply for an investment account, the first time I only invested 10,000 mixed elements. At the start I made a bit of profit. I increased my investment to 50,000 mixed elements. However, after that I started to lose money. Because of my confidence, I continued to increase my investment. P.S. Chapter 2. Here Luo Hua raised his teacup and drank half of it, exclaiming, even though it was a loss, my faith was firm and I followed my investment system's logic. Unknowingly, I invested all 500,000 mixed elements. Who would have thought I was too confident? Luo Feng felt a knot in his heart as he heard 500,000 mixed elements. His brother's losses couldn't be that ridiculous, right? Luckily, I've never used the funds as leverage, nor have I raised funds to obtain leverage. I've always used my capital. And as it's my first time entering the market, I've chosen 20% of the best projects from the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo. Casting my net wide can guarantee my safety. Luo Hua said, after all, if I were to invest in an undying group alone, I might enter a universe secret region once, but if that group is destroyed, I'll go bankrupt. Ah? Luo Feng nodded. He understood a little. This was considered sharing the risks and rewards of a project. Casting my net wide, and investing in the best projects from the Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Dojo, those projects will all be destroyed, unless the entire human race is destroyed. Luo Hua smiled. This strategy is very safe, however, it won't earn much. After 120 years of investing, my highest return is 2.3%, my assets reaching 102.3% of my capital, the lowest is 91.6%. Other than earning at the start, I've always been losing money. My capital rarely exceeds 98%. I've chatted with Hong once. It was just about Earth's future, but it made me think about investing. I had some enlightenment. Luo Hua smiled. From the 122nd year of investing, I began to change my strategy. My original strategy was wrong. Because, choosing the best projects, casting my net wide, this is the most conservative and simple method. Maybe in terms of investment timing, there are many techniques. However, to be able to enter humanity's highest financial markets, their techniques have probably all reached a perfect level. After all, I've trained my techniques for over 100 years, they've probably reached their peak. What's more tested is strategy, thinking, and the occasional sudden decision. Luo Hua smiled. Luo Feng rubbed his head, saying softly, Hua, your words are really complicated. Before, when you said choosing the best projects and casting your net wide, I thought it was pretty good too. However now, it's become a very stupid method. It's not stupid. This method is very safe, and as long as the timing is good, you can still earn. For example, earning 5% in one era is already very good. Luo Hua shook his head. But I'm different. I've lived for less than 500 years. I really can't stand this lifeless investment method. I can tolerate it for a year or 5 years, but I can't stand it for 20 or 30 years. So give up on this strategy. The change in strategy is slightly radical, but it suits my character very well. Luo Hua smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. What suits me is the best. I'm like a fish in water. In these 100 years, it went from 96.2% of the capital to 118.1%. Just a while ago, I sold my investments, so I'm at 116.2% of the capital, which is about 581,000 mixed elements. From 500,000 to 581,000 mixed elements. There were many twists and turns along the way. Fortunately, the transaction was completed. Just now, a team under one of my projects suffered quite a bit in the foreign battlefields, causing the project's price to plummet by 60%. If I hadn't done so, I'm afraid I would have lost more than 30,000 mixed element units. Luo Hua sighed. Luo Feng listened with bated breath. Her brother had said so much, so it was easy for her to understand. If one wanted to earn huge profits and used leverage, no matter how much money one had, it would be gone in a short period of time. Even if one didn't use leverage, if all the funds were invested in one or two projects, the moment the project failed, the funds would be gone. All the money would be lost. Of course, the moment the leverage was used, the profits would be extremely high too. Like Luo Hua, if he used 5 times leverage, his current assets would be 900,000 mixed elements. And for a single project, if the undyings of the project acquired large amounts of treasures in a secret region, it would cause the project's price to rise by 2 to 3 times. There was a possibility that the project would fail. The huge profits were a form of temptation. Only by withstanding the temptation would one be able to survive longer in humanity's financial markets. Even if one's mental state and standard is good enough, some superpowers may set traps. If one isn't careful and falls for it, it'll be over. Luo Hua's eyes gleamed. This feeling, indeed, makes one's blood boil. Hua. Luo Feng sighed. Luo Hua put down his teacup. 200 years, you've earned 81,000 mixed elements, these 200 years. I haven't earned anything at all, instead I've spent a lot. Luo Feng exclaimed, these 81,000 mixed elements, you've earned about 1/5 of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. The main thing is that you've given me enough capital. If I didn't have the capital, I wouldn't have earned much, and I wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate. Luo Hua's eyes gleamed. Big brother, don't worry, after experiencing a series of small setbacks, I've truly assimilated into the market. I can't guarantee that I won't lose anything, I can only guarantee that I won't lose more than 20%, and there's no cap on the profits. No cap? You sure are confident. Luo Feng laughed. It's possible. Luo Hua nodded. It's possible to increase it by 2 to 3 times, it all depends on my patience, opportunities, and judgment. Luo Feng laughed, then I'll be waiting. My 200 years of investment, the virtual universe company is very clear on it, they even specially sent someone to invite me to handle the 10 million mixed elements funds, they were even willing to send a team of guards to protect my safety. Luo Hua shook his head, however I rejected, feeling that I'm not mature enough. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked. Over 10 million mixed elements, that was the wealth of an official level undying. To the virtual universe company, it was indeed a drop in the ocean, however obviously the company's invitation meant that they had high hopes for Luo Hua. Actually, Luo Feng didn't understand at all, to be able to step into humanity's highest financial market for the first time, he at most didn't lose more than 10%, and even after 200 years, he could still make a profit of 16.2%. And the opponents he was competing against were the most outstanding and terrifying investors of the universe countries. This battle record, how shocking was that, attracting the attention of the virtual universe company, it wasn't strange at all. Actually, there were a few financial geniuses in the universe, it was just that their funds were small, many of them were in the low-level investment markets, even if their entire life's worth was multiplied by 10 million times, they might not even reach one mixed element. They would never be able to step into the highest market. That was the importance of capital. Luo Hua had Luo Feng's huge capital, hence, he stepped into the market. Hence, he began to display his talents. 6 hours later. After receiving a list from Babata, Luo Feng's consciousness entered the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Amethyst Island. Envoy. Envoy. The Ganwu department members of Amethyst Island bowed respectfully. Luo Feng swiftly entered the most glaring amethyst palace on the island. According to Babada's plan, if I were to buy the materials, the price would be about 1/5 of the universe crystals. However, it's still too high to nurture a million sector lord army, even if they are all the cheapest Blade Shadow Bug clan sector lords, 1/5 of which is 2 mixed elements, that would still require 2 million mixed elements. Luo Feng walked on the amethyst floor, his footsteps resounding throughout the walkway. No. The price is too high, I only have 200 mixed elements left, I can't spend it like that. If I need to spend more money in the future, I'll have no choice but to ask my brother for money. Luo Feng thought, and what I want the most is to create the Tiger Shell Bug clan. The Tiger Shell Bug clan had strong defense, strong attacks, even powerful undyings. The number of tiger beetles they could kill at the same time was far less than the number of edge shadow beetles they could kill. Purple Lightning Official. Luo Feng pushed open the door and entered. Luo Feng, why did you think of looking for me? It's rare. The monkey-haired ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled as he walked over. There's an important matter. Luo Feng said. Speak. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled, just tell me directly. He wasn't afraid of Luo Feng looking for him, he was afraid Luo Feng wouldn't ask for his help. It's like this, I have a good friend who is an undying, he has a bug clan mother nest. Luo Feng smiled, hence, we need to buy some materials, or buy some bug clan corpses. You are the head of the Ganwu department's business department, you should be very clear about this, is there any way to save money? Luo Feng's plan was like that. He would first get Babada to check on the market situation, before asking Purple Lightning Official. Nurture the bug clan mother nest? Ape-man Purple Lightning Official exclaimed, your good friend has some ability, this mother nest auction is very rare, and it's hard to control. I want to know about the materials and bug clan corpses. Luo Feng asked. Haha, Ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled, to buy the materials, if you use the virtual universe network to search for the various markets, the cheapest market price wouldn't be that low. Actually, the best way to buy the materials is to directly buy a few companies. For example, companies that specialize in dealing with shipwreckage. If you directly buy that company, all the shipwreckage under that company will naturally belong to you. As long as you check on the company's internal structure and buy it, you'll probably only need to spend 1/3 to 1/10 of the original price. It all depends on your ability to find a good company. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. As for buying the bug clan corpses, it's simple, all the wreckage and trash in the outer region battlefields will be converted by the universe space and sent to the trash starfield. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled, all those wreckage, all sorts of corpses, broken objects etc., the wreckage of planets, are all moved to the trash starfield. There are large numbers of people stationed there to sort them out and sell them. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled, if you want to buy the bug clan corpses, go directly to the trash starfield. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Some undyings rely on their connections to find important members of the trash starfield and use unruly methods like bribery etc. to get large amounts of bug clan corpses. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official exclaimed, this is simply too much, it's completely stealing from the virtual universe company. We should go through the proper channels to buy them. After saying that, Ape-man Purple Lightning Official even winked at Luo Feng, gesturing with his eyes. Luo Feng immediately laughed. This Ape-man Purple Lightning Official was hinting to him to use his connections to find people to bribe and get large amounts of bug clan corpses at low prices. However, as this was within the virtual universe network, he couldn't say it out loud. However, this sort of hint was equivalent to saying it out loud. However, the virtual universe company would close one eye to such matters, as long as it wasn't against the rules, it would be fine. The trash starfield has a total of 9 starfields. In the endless space of the 9 starfields, they are specially used to store the countless corpses from the alien battlefields, all sorts of battleship wreckage, puppet wreckage, huge weapon wreckage, planet wreckage etc. Ape-man Purple Lightning Official smiled, this trash starfield 9 starfield, Luo Feng, you just have to check and you'll know. Right, you might not be familiar with it, I'll give you a virtual universe network number, it's one of the people in charge there, we're good friends. Just say I'm the one who introduced him. You know him, it'll be more convenient for you to go there. After saying that, 8-man purple lightning official winked, gesturing with his eyes. All right. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Of course he knew. As long as he got through this person, he could get large amounts of Bug Clan corpses. The second day after meeting Purple Lightning official, Luo Feng brought Dylan on the Yun-Mo planet ship and left Earth, heading towards one of the 9 great trash starfields, Wulong Starfield. P.S. 3 chapters completed. The Yun-Mo planet ship flew almost soundlessly at 50 times light speed through the quiet dark universe. Within the ship's resting cabin, Luo Feng was half lying on his bed, leaning against the backrest, looking at the projection screen before him. On it were detailed records of the company's data, etc. Just using universe crystals to nurture bug soldiers is definitely not practical. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and said softly, and buying the companies seems very complicated now. The resting cabin resounded with Babata's sharp voice, it is very complicated. The main thing is that Luo Feng, when you buy the alloy remains, the gelatinous materials etc., the requirements are too high. For example, those ship remains etc., you actually want the lowest grade alloys to be C grade, the best would be D or E grade. Those gelatinous materials and scales too, the requirements are extremely high. And the blood etc., it has to be at least universe level beast or other life forms blood. How can you do business? Even though those companies have a certain range of operations, covering tens of star fields, D and E grade ship remains, alloy remains, some A, B and C grade ones have to be done too. After all the low-end business, only the quantity is sufficient. However, that's useless to me. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. What he wanted to create was a Sector Lord army. To nurture a Sector Lord pinnacle bug soldier, it required metals, gelatinous materials, blood etc. The requirements for the materials were also very high. The best would be E-grade alloys, metals etc. Even if there weren't such high-end materials, he would still have to use the lower-end materials to make up for it. However, the lower-end materials were C-grade alloys and metals. Any lower, it would be very inefficient. However, in the entire Ganwu universe country, there were only a few companies that dealt with E-grade ship remains, alloy remains, and other high-end businesses. However, to be able to deal in such high-end businesses, they usually had a huge backing. Maybe these companies' true parent company was the Virtual Universe Company. They wouldn't easily sell them, and some of the larger businesses, Luo Feng wouldn't be able to buy them at all. Because A and B grade alloys and metals were the majority. That Purple Lightning official said this method, he even made it sound so extravagant. Luo Feng shook his head. Now that I've actually seen the detailed data he wants, only then do I realize how troublesome it is. These data were all provided by Purple Lightning official. Just within the Ganwu Universe country's territory, the large amounts of detailed data for these companies were already considered high-level secrets. Without some ability, one wouldn't be able to obtain such data. As for the Violet Lightning Marquis, he was the head of the Ministry of Commerce, so it was only natural that he would have access to such data. And Luo Feng could use the reason that the supervisor envoy wanted to monitor him to obtain this data, and not be restricted by the Virtual Universe Company. You can't blame Purple Lightning official. Luo Feng, that Purple Lightning official only knew that you were going to nurture bug soldiers. Who would have thought that you would only nurture Sector Lord level ones? Normally, in a real battle, one would nurture large amounts of Star Traveler, Star level, and Universe level bug soldiers. Even though they are just cannon fodder, but in large numbers, they are still useful in the battlefield outside. Babata said. Endless sea of insects. A single insect race mother nest could nurture an astonishing number of insects. In the Outer Realm battlefield, the entire insect race and the large number of low-level insects created by the insect race mother nest would unite to form an extremely terrifying insect sea. I don't want to use it in the outer region battlefield. I need an army that can fight against undyings. I only have one insectoid hive, and if I want to nurture low-level insectoids, the price-performance ratio is very low, and it doesn't meet my requirements at all. Luo Feng shook his head. And to let the low-level bug clans kill and devour each other to evolve to Sector Lord level, that's a 100 times waste of energy. This doesn't meet my requirements. Luo Feng. I've calculated in detail, if we buy companies, we can roughly buy 91 to 95 of them. To create bug soldiers, we'll use about 1/10 of the universe crystals. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. If that was the case, then the 1 million Sector Lord Shadowbug clan would require 1 million mixed elements. The 1 million Sector Lord Tiger Beetle clan would require 5 million mixed elements. The 1 million Sector Lord Tiger Beetle clan would require 5 million mixed elements. Of course. Luo Feng didn't even dare to think about creating a King Sector Lord. That 100 times price was simply too high. Still too high. Luo Feng frowned. I want the 1 million Sector Lord Tiger Beetle clan. I actually need a total of 5 million mixed elements. I only have 2 million in my bank account. It's not even 5 million mixed elements. Back then Hu Yanbo left Luo Feng with about 122 million mixed elements, to modify and repair the Yunmo planet ship, to nurture the cloud contact vine. He had already spent over 400,000 mixed elements, after which Luo Feng gave his brother Luo Hua another 500,000 mixed elements to invest. Right now Luo Feng's remaining funds were 218 million mixed elements. Luo Feng, this is already the limit. Babata said, Purple Lightning official is the Gongwu department's business department head, and you're the supervisor envoy. That's why you're able to get such detailed data, and buy these companies at such a low price. Otherwise the price would be at least 50% higher. To get the 1 million Sector Lord Tiger Beetle clan, you'd need about 8 million mixed elements. Luo Feng nodded. Of course he understood, this was the benefit of authority. 8 million to 5 million, that was a total of 3 million mixed elements, what a huge amount of wealth. However, Luo Feng's own wealth wasn't much. Right now he only had 218 million mixed elements. Naturally he had to save as much as he could. Wulong Star Field, as one of the 9 trash star fields, was located in an extremely remote area of the human domain. From the Gongwu universe country's Milky Way Earth, even if one traveled at 50 times the speed of light in the dark universe, it would still require about 1 year and 2 months to reach Wulong Star Field. Virtual Universe, Gongwu Continent. In a tall restaurant's first floor lobby, a man with dark red skin, a bloody mouth, dark green short hair, yet dressed in a very formal and luxurious robe, walked into the vast first floor lobby. A formless pressure enveloped the entire lobby. At the same time behind him followed a row of handsome men and a row of beautiful women. Beside him was a green-skinned, silver-robed attendant who was always grinning. To the top floor. The dark red-skinned leader walked straight towards the escalator. His follower, along with tens of handsome men and beautiful women, stood outside, almost as though they were preventing anyone from entering the escalator. The escalator rose. Everyone, the other guests on this escalator. A person in charge of this luxurious hotel walked over, about to speak. Scram. The tens of handsome men and beautiful women simultaneously released their auras. Just the consciousness pressure alone immediately caused the person in charge's consciousness to crumble and fall to the ground. No one dared to make a sound in the vast first floor lobby. Everyone was shocked and horrified to discover that these tens of handsome men and beautiful women were all undyings. Within the escalator. From the first level to the top 9822 level, it took a while. Master, is there a need to personally meet this Luo Feng? Just send this little one to meet him. It's just a punk. The silver-robed follower said humbly. What do you know? You know who his teacher is, right? The dark red-skinned leader opened his bloody mouth and laughed. It's that powerful True Yan Emperor. The silver-robed follower said, however, even though True Yan's position is special, he's only his disciple. Within our virtual universe company, there are even a few who are the disciples of the universe knights. What's more, these absolute beings all have their own group of disciples. They won't easily help their disciples. If they fall, then so be it. The dark red-skinned leader sneered. Let me tell you, his current undying guard is called Dylan. His teacher is the bloodthirsty Emperor Xuejuan, and the bloodthirsty Emperor is True Yan's most outstanding disciple. And Dylan, according to what I know, his true strength has already barely reached the level of an official. To have an official level undying protect him, Ah. The silver-robed follower was shocked. Master, I understand, this is True Yan secretly sending Dylan to protect Luo Feng. This True Yan really values Luo Feng. The Universe Knights were high above, giving a few pointers to their disciples was already good enough, they wouldn't spend too much effort on it. And even though True Yen hadn't become a Universe Knight yet, in the eyes of many, he was the closest to a Universe Knight. Even if a Universe Knight wanted to kill him, it would be hard to succeed. Such a strong being was the most terrifying thing about an Emperor-level Undying. When the ladder's speed slowed and stopped, it had already stopped at the top, level 9822. The entire top level, there was only one dining table. At one side sat a black-haired youth, beside him stood a bald black-robed man. Long K Emperor. Luo Feng stood up, smiling and shouting. Haha. The dark red-skinned leader laughed loudly, walking straight to Luo Feng, scrutinizing him, laughing. No wonder you are one of the most valued geniuses of this round, this aura is extraordinary, sit down and chat. Following which, the dark red-skinned leader Tian Feng sat opposite Luo Feng, the silver-robed follower stood respectfully behind him. Long K Emperor is willing to meet Luo Feng is really surprised and excited. Luo Feng said, this Long K Emperor before him, his name was Tian Feng, he was a good friend of the business minister Purple Lightning official, also one of the people in charge of the Wu Long Starfield, tens of thousands of years ago, he had just been crowned emperor. Long K Emperor's true strength, he probably barely made it. However, because he was in one of the 9 trash starfields, the Wu Long Starfield was the highest level. Even though the 9 great starfields were labeled as trash by all the Undyings in the human domain, in truth, these 9 great starfields, in terms of value, were even more valuable than the 9 universe countries, because in the outer region battlefield, as long as the war continued, there would be endless amounts of battle corpses that would be moved into space and sent here. Those corpses, many were Sector Lord weapons, flying ships, as well as countless treasures that flew out from the internal worlds of the Sector Lords. There were also many weapons that the Undying spent huge amounts of resources to create, etc. There were also some huge technological weapons, automatons. Even though they were all corpses, the moment they accumulated, their value would still be incredibly high. Race wars, resulting in trash, the prices would be incredibly high. Hence, to be able to become one of the highest level members of a starfield, he was even more powerful than the Gonwu department's business minister. Such a person would often have emperor-level Undyings asking for their help, even the Universe Knights would occasionally go. Hence, even though his strength wasn't considered strong, his position was extremely high. Back then it was just a casual invitation, he didn't expect Tian Feng to be willing to personally receive him in the virtual universe. After getting his confirmation, he was extremely shocked and overjoyed. I heard you want to get some Bug Clan corpses? Long K Emperor Tian Feng smiled widely, laughing. P.S. Chapter 1 here. I do need some. Luo Feng smiled. Roughly how much? The dark red-skinned leader Tian Feng lifted the wine glass beside him and took a sip, after which he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng sighed, if they're all Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug corpses, the Tiger Carapace ones are not bad, I'll need about 10 million corpses. 10 million, Sector Lord Pinnacle? Tian Feng, who was tasting his wine, immediately stopped, his red eyes examining Luo Feng. The silver-robed follower behind the dark red-skinned leader Tian Feng was shocked too, looking at the black-haired youth before him. This Luo Feng is indeed ruthless, he's actually prepared to buy 10 million Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug corpses. This is about the upper limit of what the master can do at once. Luckily, it's still within my limits, if it were any more, I'd have to discuss with the other people in charge. Tian Feng placed his wineglass down. Then I'll have to trouble Longju Emperor. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Saying 10 million bug corpses, it was referring to 10 million complete corpses, however almost all the corpses from the alien battlefields were incomplete, usually a few incomplete corpses could be considered as one. After all, buying the bug corpses were mostly the strongest humans with the Bug Clan mother nests, they were all for the sake of nurturing large amounts of bug soldiers. As for the corpses, they didn't need to be complete. However, according to what Alina said, 5 to 6 complete Tiger Carapace corpses, the moment they're swallowed, they can nurture a living Tiger Carapace bug. I'll get 10 million, then building a 1 million Sector Lord army won't be a problem. Luo Feng's heart finally relaxed, because to nurture a Sector Lord bug, the amount of resources and energy required was simply too shocking. Assuming he used normal A-grade metals. Even with 100 Earth-grade metals, along with the same amount of low-level blood and gel, it still wouldn't be enough to nurture a Sector Lord pinnacle bug. Sector Lord, under normal circumstances, 1,000 galaxies would only give birth to one Sector Lord. With an absolute warrior's guidance, the chances might increase by 10 times, however one could still see the rarity of Sector Lords. A Sector Lord could easily destroy a planet with a wave of his hand. To nurture a Sector Lord pinnacle bug, the amount of resources required was unimaginable. Luckily Luo Feng was asking for Sector Lord pinnacle bug corpses. If it was a Domain Lord pinnacle bug corpse, it would probably increase by 10,000 times. He needed 100 billion Domain Lord pinnacle bug corpses. An hour later, the dark red-skinned leader Tian Feng brought his silver-robed followers and tens of handsome and beautiful undyings and left the luxurious restaurant. Top floor of the restaurant. Luo Feng looked down through the glass. This was the 9,822nd level. The distance from the top level to the first level was about 100 kilometers. However, Luo Feng could still clearly see the endless stream of people on the streets below, the different races of humans, all sorts of strange appearances. Your Highness, congratulations. Dylan said with a smile, with this King Longju's promise, there will be no problem. By the way, Your Highness has purchased so many insectoid corpses. Who are you buying them for? For myself. Luo Feng said. Ah. Dylan's eyes flashed with a glint as he smiled. Your Majesty, although you have the bug race mother nest, you have no way of controlling it at all. What are you going to do with so many bug race corpses now? The corpses of the insectoids will rot if left here for too long. Immortality was the only way to be eternal. The corpse of a Sector Lord would indeed rot. That's why I want Sector Lord pinnacle bug race corpses. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. The stronger one is, the slower the corpse will rot. That student-level normal person will start to rot in 10 days to half a month. Universe-level corpses will take tens to hundreds of years before they rot. And Sector Lord pinnacle, even after 10,000 years, usually only a portion will rot. After tens of thousands of years, only the bones will be left, and after another few tens of thousands of years, that Sector Lord's bones will completely rot. I'm talking about humans, and the bug race, their body structure is different from humans. The outer layer of the bug race is mostly made of scales, they can last longer. Also, that's without maintenance. If it's frozen in ice, the time of decay can be delayed by 100 to 1,000 times. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. With Sector Lord pinnacle bug race corpses, even after 100,000 years, as long as they're frozen, they definitely won't rot. Dylan nodded. Anyway, even if I don't use it, I can sell it in the future. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. What's more, I have the mother nest, I'll definitely think of ways to control it. In my plan, I won't stay at Domain Lord level for more than 10,000 years. Once I reach Sector Lord pinnacle, I'll naturally think of ways to control the mother nest. Your Majesty has thought far ahead. Dylan smiled. Luo Feng glanced at Dylan. Before, when he told the ape-man Purple Lightning official that he was buying for a senior, however, Dylan had always been by his side, and was of the same bloodline as him. They were both from True Yen Emperor's bloodline. The Undyings he knew, Dylan probably knew most of them too. Lying to Dylan would definitely be exposed in the future. Hence he just admitted it. And Dylan was under True Yan's orders to protect him. His every move would be reported to True Yen. True Yen was his teacher. Other than his important secrets that he couldn't reveal, he would try not to lie if he could. Thought far ahead? To compete with the pinnacle geniuses of humanity, how can I not think further ahead? If I only look at the present, I'm afraid I'll be surpassed by others in the future. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. For example, I've long bought a soul-related technique and started training in it. Once I'm done, I'll be able to control the bug clan mother nest. Dylan's eyes gleamed, smiling and praising. Your Majesty has thought far ahead. Dylan respects it. When you have the mother nest in the future, you'll create the bug clan Sector Lord army. Hee, Your Majesty, I'll be waiting for that day. Haha. Luo Feng laughed. He had long trained in the third level of 10,000 soul control and controlled the bug clan mother nest. The moment he acquired enough Sector Lord pinnacle bug corpses, he would be able to start building the bug clan Sector Lord army. With the Sector Lord army in hand, the Sector Lord level will be able to roam the universe in life and death situations. I'll be able to head to some dangerous places. Luo Feng anticipated. The Yunmo planet ship continued to advance in the dark universe. 9 months after Luo Feng left Earth, Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God sat around a table. I tried to contact you earlier, but I couldn't. Luo Feng lifted the teapot and poured tea for the 3 cups. The amber-like tea became threads and entered the cups. Seems like Big Brother has closed the internet connection? 30. Don't mention Big Brother. I've been searching for you these 100 years, how many times have I found you? Beside, the white-robed bald Thunder God said, only when you returned to 9-star Bay did we meet. The other times I've looked for you, you've always closed the internet connection. Big Brother too. In these 100 years, I haven't been able to contact him once. The two of you are busy. Don't talk about us. Luo Feng looked at Thunder God, second brother. It seems like you haven't been on Earth for the past 200 years. Back then you said you were guarding Earth. Luo Feng and Thunder God bickered for a while. Beside, Hong held his teacup, smiling as he watched the two bickered, gently tasting the tea. Big Brother, 30 has been going to the Golden Horn clan's home these 100 years. The white-robed bald Thunder God said, the Golden Horn clan is a different clan from us humans. They're just considered a vassal of us humans. Right, the news of the Golden Horn clan being a vassal of humans, don't spread it, just us knowing is enough. Hong nodded. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances. Because of the Jiqing incident back then, Hong seemed very calm on the surface, however the two brothers knew that Hong had indeed suffered a huge blow. After which, Hong joined the elite training camp of the Battleaxe Coliseum. After which, Luo Feng and Thunder God, other than being able to contact their big brother at the start, they hadn't been able to contact him ever since. Over 100 years, they hadn't been able to contact him at all. Big Brother. Luo Feng said. Hong looked over. These past 100 years, what has Big Brother been doing? Luo Feng asked. Primal Chaos City. Hong said. Primal Chaos City? Luo Feng was shocked. Beside him the white-robed Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng had been to Primal Chaos City before, hence Thunder God was very clear on what it meant. To enter Primal Chaos City, that was extremely difficult. After the Jade Dome Planet incident ended, I went to the Special Elite Training Camp. In those years, I stood out and improved quite a bit. Finally I was absorbed by the core of the Battleaxe Coliseum. Hong smiled indifferently, being absorbed into the core. Our batch of special elites also have the chance to train in Primal Chaos City in the Primal Universe. Our training time is the same as Third Brother, it's equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. Just yesterday, I just left the Primal Universe and am currently heading towards one of the secret regions of the Battleaxe Coliseum. I'm currently within a ship, my consciousness is connecting to the universe network, looking for Second Brother and Third Brother to gather. Damn. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Damn. Luo Feng shouted out the same word. Damn it. This Big Brother Hong, he was simply too low profile. Big Brother, you're simply too calm. Entering the core of the Battleaxe Coliseum. Even in the genius battles of the entire Ganwu universe country, there might not even be one chosen. Now that you've entered the core of the Battleaxe Coliseum, you actually haven't told anyone, and you're so calm. After entering Primal Chaos City for 100 years, you haven't even contacted anyone. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. It's just some encounters, allowing my training path to be faster and more stable. What's there to be proud of? Hong said casually. You're vicious. Thunder God was speechless. Big Brother, aren't you mocking me for being too proud? Luo Feng looked at Hong. Haha, Hong laughed, alright, this is just a small matter. And the Battleaxe Coliseum only selects the special elites of the entire universe's human territories. Even if they enter the core, they'll only be at the outer area. It's equivalent to your virtual universe company's last phase members. It's indeed nothing to be proud of, if one day I can enter the core Battleaxe secret region and become a member. When that time comes, there'll definitely be a huge celebration. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances and smiled. From the Ganwu Universe country Milky Way to the distant Wulong starfield, it was indeed very far. After a year and 2 months of travel, Luo Feng and his group finally reached the Wulong starfield. P.S. Chapter 2 Here Wulong starfield, one of the 9 trash starfields, however it was a true treasure trove. There were ripples in the dark space, and a blood-colored triangular universe ship appeared. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng and Dylan looked at the floating palaces in space. Luo Feng, we've already reached the coordinates, universe travel complete. We're very close to the palaces now, we only need 25 minutes to reach. Babata's voice resounded within the control room. 1 year and 2 months, we've finally arrived. It wasn't easy coming here. Luo Feng smiled, let's go meet Tian Feng. Yes. The Yunmo planet ship accelerated once more and became a blurry beam of light, heading towards the palaces. The palaces were squarish, with an outer wall. Within the wall, there were 10 palaces of different heights. The entire palace's length and width exceeded 100,000 kilometers. Outside the wall, there were a few patrolling black armored guards. The entire palace's defense system had long discovered Luo Feng and his group. Stop. A warning signal was sent to the Yunmo planet ship. I'm Luo Feng, I've come to meet Emperor Longju. The Yunmo planet ship replied. After a while, the Yunmo planet ship stopped outside the palace walls. Luo Feng kept the ship and stood in space with Dylan, looking at the vast palaces before them. The palaces had a layer of energy barrier protecting them completely. With Luo Feng's knowledge, he could tell with a glance that this energy barrier was even higher than his Yunmo planet ships. The moment they tried to barge in, they would definitely be attacked by the defense system. Rumble. The door opened. The silver-robed follower led a large group of black armored guards and walked out. After seeing Luo Feng and Dylan, he smiled. Luo Feng, the master is already waiting for you, please follow me. Luo Feng and Dylan followed the silver-robed follower and entered the palaces. Rumble. The door closed once again. The tallest and most majestic palace within the palaces had large groups of white armored guards standing at the entrance. These white armored guards were all Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. Luo Feng and Dylan followed the silver-robed follower into the palace. Following the corridors, they quickly arrived at a quiet side hall. Haha, Luo Feng, this is our first real meeting. The dark red-skinned, red-eyed Longju Emperor Tian Feng smiled, both of you, sit. Thank you Emperor Longju. Luo Feng said respectfully, following which he sat with Dylan. The last time we met in the Virtual Universe Network, the entire network was monitored by the Virtual Universe system, hence there were many things we couldn't say clearly. King Longju laughed, back then, you said you wanted to buy 10 million Peak Sector Lord corpses. I'm not sure if you have investigated in the dark. In fact, this amount is indeed the upper limit of the transaction amount that I can approve. 9 trash star fields, any of them is richer than universe. The 9 trash star fields, any one of them is richer than a universe country. Emperor Long K emphasized, hence in the Wulong starfield, there are a total of 5 people in the top management. They come from the Virtual Universe Company, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, these 5 human powers. If the transaction doesn't exceed 1 million mixed elements, any one of the 5 of us can approve it. Once it exceeds this scale, 5 people must approve it at the same time. King Longju laughed. If any one person is given too much power, it is very likely that a large amount of assets will be lost. Luo Feng nodded. And over here, every 100,000 Peak Sector Lord bug corpses is worth 10,000 mixed elements. You want to buy 10 million of them, so that's exactly 1 million mixed elements. Emperor Longju looked at Luo Feng. Coincidentally, it's the upper limit of what I can approve. Looks like someone told you about the upper limit. This is too much of a coincidence. Luo Feng was shocked, I really didn't know about this. Longju King glanced at Luo Feng and didn't ask any further. Emperor Longju squinted his eyes. That red gaze that made one's heart palpitate looked at Luo Feng. 10 million Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses, the price is 1 million mixed elements, follow me later to pay. I wonder if it can be cheaper, asked Luo Feng. I can't. Long K King shook his head. This is the price set by the 5 major human forces. 100,000 peak sector lord corpses or 1 billion peak domain lord corpses are all 10,000 mixed element units. No bargaining allowed. Luo Feng frowned. He looked for Long K King to get a cheaper deal, however right now he didn't get any benefits at all. Whether it's me or the other 4 in charge. We're in charge of the trade, the prices are all set, we're not allowed to mess around. Emperor Long K noticed Luo Feng's expression and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Little punk, you look like you're getting anxious. Don't rush, keep your cool. Any law has a loophole. Emperor Long K rubbed his chin, looking at Luo Feng. This Bug Clan corpse trade, of course there's a loophole too. You were introduced by Purple Lightning official, and you're also a disciple of True Yen Emperor that I respect. Take it as me helping you out a little this time. Luo Feng listened carefully. Firstly, the money can't be any less. Tian Feng smiled. However, you should know, the Bug Clan is split into many different types. The Pinnacle Bug Clan and the lower level Bug Clan, even if they're both Sector Lord Pinnacle level, their value can differ by 10 times. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right. A Sector Lord Pinnacle Edge Shadow Bug Clan corpse and a Sector Lord Pinnacle Mantis Bug corpse, could their value be the same? The difference was about 5 times. Every 100,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan corpses will be sold as 1 unit. Tian Feng smiled. However, within the countless Bug Clan corpses stored in the Wulong Starfield, within the countless units. Some units have the majority of the Pinnacle Bug Clan corpses, while others have the majority of the lower-level Bug Clan corpses. Both Sector Lord Pinnacle corpses, however in different units, the value can differ by 2 to 3 times, the extreme can differ by 4 to 5 times. Luo Feng nodded. Right. 10 million Edge Shadow Bug Clan corpses and 10 million Mantis Bug corpses, the difference in value was 5 times. 5 times, what kind of concept was that? 1 million mixed elements to buy 5 million mixed elements worth of Bug Clan corpses, the profit from this was shocking. How terrifying was it to be able to make a profit of 4 million mixed element units just by selling it? Of course, in reality, it was hard to find such a huge difference in value. Usually a difference of 2 to 3 times was more common. These are 200 numbers. Tian Feng flipped his hand and threw out 200 metal cards. These had complicated numbers on them. This is? Luo Feng extended his hand and used his spirit energy to control them. Every metal card was the size of a palm, 200 of them added up was almost as tall as a person. Every metal card's numbers were complicated. For example, one of them was B2461, 95,453, 13,402, 96,289, 71,833. Every serial number represents a commodity unit. Tian Feng smiled. With 1 metal card, you can buy a Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan corpse. Every unit is 100,000 Bug Clan corpses. 200 units, isn't that 20 million? Luo Feng was stunned. These 200 units are not bad, they are all worth it. There are a few higher level Bug Clan corpses. Tian Feng laughed loudly. I gave you 200 metal cards to let you choose. Pick out the best 100 units. After you've chosen and brought them back, you can just return the remaining metal cards to me. Understood. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He was filled with gratitude within. This Tian Feng actually didn't ask for any benefits, not even hinting at anything. What he didn't know was, to someone like Tian Feng with such a high position, why would he care about Luo Feng's little benefits? He would rather do a favor. Sometimes, giving favors was much more useful than taking benefits. To be able to occupy such a position, other than having a background, one had to know how to act. Here, this is a mid-level world ring. Tian Feng casually threw out a silver-white ring. There's a world inside, its length and width is 100,000 kilometers. If you buy 1 million mixed element worth of goods, you'll get a chance to go treasure hunting in the Trash Mountain. Treasure hunting? Luo Feng was stunned. Tian Feng nodded. The war outside the battlefields caused countless remains to be sent here. The various remains are sorted, the valuable ones are sorted out and sold separately. There are also some extremely low or worthless items, they'll all be gathered in one place, floating in space. That's the Trash Mountain. Usually those who come to buy will receive a world ring. They can pick out items from the trash mountain and place them inside, until the entire ring is filled. After that, they're forbidden from taking anything else from the trash mountain. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. 100,000 kilometers in length, width and height, Earth could fit up to a few hundred to 1,000 of them. What kind of capacity was that? One could see how rich the 9 great trash starfields were when doing business. Haha, the trash mountain is the accumulation of trillions of years, countless trash mountains. No one knows just how many items are stored there. Who knows, there might even be treasures. Tianfeng smiled. Buying comes with a world ring. This is a mid-level world ring. It can store quite a bit. Treasure hunting, who knows, you might even find some treasures. Luo Feng smiled too. Go to the finance department, pay the money first. After which you can enter the Wulong Starfield, this super huge treasure trove, slowly pick out the bug corpses you want, slowly treasure hunting. Tianfeng smiled and stood up. The 200 gold card and the silver white space ring, these were all items, representing that Luo Feng could enter the Wulong Starfield and take away so many items. Luo Feng, Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpses, 100 units. Transfer successful. Lord, 1 million mixed elements have been transferred. A seductive golden-haired female undying said respectfully. Tianfeng nodded, turning to look at Luo Feng and Dylan. Luo Feng, let's go, I'll send you into the Wulong Starfield. After a while. Human domain, in the Wulong Starfield of the 9 great trash starfields, there's number 3 Luo Feng's name. Number 3 Luo Feng has just spent 1 million mixed elements, earning the chance to enter the starfield and purchase 100 Sector Lord bug corpses. According to my calculations, in the next 10 to 30 days, he'll be in the starfield. A piece of information, after a few hundred password changes, in the virtual universe network, in a very normal mail form, reached the headquarters mail receiving point. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Within the majestic God country, high above, within the majestic shrine. Pa. 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 A green-skinned man with a black horn on his head quickly walked on the crystal-clear ground. His footsteps echoed in the corridor. At the same time, his figure turned illusory. In just a few seconds, he arrived in front of a golden gate that emitted a chilling aura hundreds of kilometers away. Rumbled a green-skinned man pushed the door open and entered. The door rumbled open. The green-skinned man walked into the hall. This was a hall that was about 100 kilometers in length and width. Within the vast hall, other than the green-skinned man, there was only one other person. That was a silhouette completely covered in a golden robe, sitting there alone. The golden-robed man looked up, his gaze was like a sharp blade as it landed on the green-skinned man. Master. The green-skinned man immediately knelt down. Speak. The golden-robed man said indifferently. According to our reports, the records of the 9 trash starfields of humanity's Wulong Starfield, number 3 has appeared in the records. The green-skinned man said respectfully. Number 3? The golden-robed man said softly. Luo Feng? Yes, master. According to the records, number 3 has just spent 1 million mixed elements to buy 100 Sector Lord bug corpses. According to my calculations, he should be entering the starfield now and starting to choose the Sector Lord bug corpses. For the next 10 days. 30 days, he'll be in the starfield. The green-skinned man said respectfully. Master. Wulong Starfield is filled with countless corpses, it forbids undyings from entering. Meaning, number 3 Luo Feng is unable to bring his undying Dylan in. He can only follow the guidance himself. The green-skinned man looked up, his eyes gleaming. Master, this is our good chance. Lurking in the human domain, one of the most important duties of the organization was to kill any threatening absolute geniuses, the moment they were judged to be a threat. If they didn't kill these absolute geniuses before they truly rose up, the moment they became undyings, most of them would immediately become official level, and some absolute geniuses would quickly grow to become emperor-level undyings. Then in the outer region battlefields, emperor-level undyings would bring them terrifying losses. Naturally, there was a ranking based on the degree of threat. This ranking was a ranking of all geniuses, not yet undying level, from the Human Domain Virtual Universe Company. Battle Axe Coliseum and the other 5 great powers. This was because sector lords had the fastest comprehension of origin laws, their improvements were shocking. Hence, those peerless geniuses at the sector lord level had higher rankings. However, Luo Feng's threat ranking was number 3. Obviously this bug clan organization had determined that Luo Feng's threat level was much higher than many sector lord level absolute geniuses. Maybe those sector lord level geniuses had trained for a long time and their strength far surpassed Luo Feng. However, with Luo Feng's display in the Gold Horn Race's Lasheo world, Luo Feng's improvement was simply too shocking. Peerless geniuses like him, who only appeared once every several tens of thousands of epochs, would of course have a high threat ranking. Just like the most dazzling geniuses of humanity in history, like Kudi etc., they would probably have long been ranked number 1 in the universe level. Number 3 entered the Wulong starfield? The golden-robed man ordered, "Pass down my order." Order number 6, who is lurking in the Wulong starfield, to kill number 3. Yes. The green-skinned man said respectfully. Number 3 represented the threat ranking, and this ranking also determined the price the Bug clan was willing to pay. The higher the ranking, the higher the price the Bug clan was willing to pay. And to ambush a chess piece in the Wulong starfield was an extremely difficult task. Every chess piece was incomparably precious. And number 6 was already the number 1 assassin among the chess pieces in the Wulong starfield. Wulong starfield. A meteorite floated in space unmoving. It looked like a meteorite, but its interior had long been modified into an observation point. Within the meteorite, Battle Axe Coliseum is currently having a domain lord level life and death battle. Brothers, everyone enter the virtual universe. Hurry, if you're slow, this battle will end. A tall and sturdy man completely covered in armor shouted excitedly. The days in the observation point were indeed boring. Watching life and death battles and gambling were also a kind of pastime they often had. I'm coming. Haha, recently my luck has been good. I've won 3 battles consecutively, this time I'll definitely win again. The members of the observation point were all shouting. They all split a thread of consciousness to connect to the virtual universe network. As for the observation mission, actually the entire Wulong starfield had an extremely complete surveillance system. It was purely technological. These observers' main job was to pay attention to whether or not the system was damaged etc. After all, there was still a difference between an AI system and a human. Within one of the resting rooms in the observation point, built within the meteorite, it was completely made of alloy. A skinny man with a head covered in black scales and eyes glowing green laid on the bed. Who? He fiercely sat up on the bed, his green eyes staring at the alloy wall ahead. The mission is here. Hiding for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, just one chance to strike. The moment he struck, no matter if he succeeded or failed, it would be hard for him to survive. Even if he succeeded in killing Luo Feng, he would still be killed by the powerful human forces in the Wulong starfield. At this time, Luo Feng, Dylan, and Longju Tianfeng were sitting in a universe ship, traveling through the dark universe. Right now we are about to enter the center of the Wulong starfield. Longju Tianfeng smiled. After all, the Wulong starfield is simply too huge. If we were to sit in the ship and fly slowly, even after 100,000 years, we would only be able to cover a small part of it. A normal galaxy had a diameter of about 100,000 light-years. And a starfield usually had 10,000 galaxies, with a diameter of a few million light-years was very normal. Lasheo world's land area's diameter was only 2.1 light-years. Compared to a huge starfield, it was simply a small dot. From this one could imagine the endless amounts of debris and trash within the Wulong starfield. Any random throw could fill up the entire Lasheo world. Hence we have to undergo universe travel and head towards a certain point. Longju Tianfeng emphasized. I'm warning you, there are only a few fixed points in the Wulong starfield that allow for universe travel. The other regions are filled with endless amounts of goods and debris. The moment a ship appears, it will immediately be attacked. Even an emperor-level Undying wouldn't be able to escape. Luo Feng was shocked. That powerful? The 9 trash starfields are the true treasure troves. Longju Tianfeng smiled indifferently. Me and the other four seem to be the highest level. However, we are the highest level in charge of trade. In the entire Wulong starfield, there are still people in charge of surveillance and killing. There are even universe night level beings stationed there. There's no choice. Wulong starfield and the other 9 trash starfields, if any of them were to be robbed, any random theft could result in a loss of up to 100 million mixed elements. Hence there has to be an extremely powerful force stationed there. Longju Tianfeng smiled. Even I don't know about the true power of the Wulong starfield. I'm only in charge of trade. Luo Feng nodded. After flying for over 2 hours, the universe ship traveled through the universe and returned to the original universe space. A formless surveillance signal swept past. Rumble in the distance, there was a palace floating in space, about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Silhouettes immediately flew out. This universe ship stopped too and the cabin door opened. Longju, Luo Feng and Dylan all flew down. Longju Emperor. The group of people who welcomed them bowed respectfully. Longju Emperor nodded. This is Luo Feng. In a while, he'll be going in to purchase some goods. Send 2 guides to follow Luo Feng. Longju Emperor Tianfeng ordered. The group of people all replied in unison, yes. Luo Feng and Dylan turned to look at their surroundings. They were immediately shocked. My God, with a glance, the endless space was completely filled with countless goods and wreckage. It was endless. I've long imagined this scene, but to actually see the entire universe space filled with endless goods, it's still too terrifying. Luo Feng looked up, it was similarly endless goods. As there was no gravity in the universe, there was no accurate up or down, hence, when Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, he realized, only the surrounding regions were empty, allowing one to accelerate to light-speed universe travel, the other regions were all filled with goods. Don't be shocked. Standing in space, Longju Emperor turned to look at Luo Feng, smiling, race war, what's a race war? The few pinnacle races fight amongst themselves, and even some allied races, those wars are truly earth-shattering, the amount of wreckage and trash they produce is naturally shocking. Those god countries etc. are far from enough to store the war trash, hence they specially created a starfield to store it. Wulong Starfield is merely one of the trash starfields. Luo Feng nodded. Also, as the treasures within are countless, hence it's forbidden for undyings to enter and choose. Emperor Longju smiled, because undyings can steal large amounts of goods and use their god countries to teleport and instantly escape. Hence, undyings are forbidden from entering when purchasing goods. Luo Feng realized. Right, if an undying were to madly steal and instantly teleport, he could lose up to 100 million mixed elements in one go. And such a huge amount of wealth, even an official level undying wouldn't have that much. There would definitely be undyings who would take the risk. Even if they aren't undyings. Emperor Longju exclaimed, even sector lords and domain lords have to have extremely high authority, normal sector lords and domain lords too don't have the right to enter. Luo Feng, you're a primal region member, with high authority, you can only enter. Those normal sector lords might be controlled by someone, they might even hide an undying in their internal world, or get a world ring and bring the undying inside. Emperor Longju, aren't you worried that my world ring has an undying? Luo Feng smiled. You? Your authority is so high, a primal region member, the moment you steal, you'll definitely be hunted by the entire human race. You'll never be able to return. Can you bear to do that? Emperor Longju looked at Luo Feng. What if I'm soul-controlled? Luo Feng asked. A genius with such high authority over soul control, those organizations wouldn't be so stupid as to waste such a precious spy to steal some goods. Maybe to an individual, these goods are very expensive, however to an entire race, it's nothing. Emperor Longju shook his head. At this time, 2 white-robed silhouettes flew over. Luo Feng, those are the 2 guides. Emperor Longju pointed at the 2 white-robed men, follow them, simultaneously tell them your metal plate number, they will lead you to the exact location of the Bug Clan corpses. As for Dylan, he'll temporarily stay here. These are the rules, the good storage. Region forbids undyings from entering, even I can't break it. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Luo Feng nodded, turning to look at Dylan beside him. Dylan, you can stay here and train for a while. Your Majesty must be careful when you're alone. Dylan reminded him. For over 200 years, Dylan had always been by his side, rarely allowing Luo Feng to leave his protection. Haha, what's there to be careful of? Emperor Long Ke laughed loudly. This is the Wulong Starfield, a truly important place, there won't be any danger. And there are many strong warriors stationed here. The moment there's any movement, the security system will immediately notice. The universe night-level existences can instantly arrive at any place in the Wulong Starfield. Dylan, you heard that right. Luo Feng smiled at Dylan. Emperor Long Ke, then I'll be heading in first. Luo Feng said. Haha, go on, don't forget to head to the Trash Mountain to search for treasures, who knows, you might strike it rich. Over 3,000 eras ago in our Wulong Starfield, there was an internal member who was casually searching for treasures. He found an ancient treasure shard, instantly earning over 100 million mixed elements. He immediately struck it rich. Emperor Long Ke exclaimed, even though we're very careful in categorizing the various remains, there's simply too many, even the robots would make mistakes sometimes. Occasionally, someone would dig up some treasures. How many have dug up over 100 million mixed elements worth of treasures? Luo Feng asked. In the last 10,000 eras, only 2. Emperor Long Ke said. Luo Feng shook his head. The 9 trash starfields would attract many of the upper echelons of the human domain, sending their sector lords to purchase goods. The daily transactions would be extremely high. Every transaction would be based on the value of the transaction. A different world ring would be sent to the Trash Mountain to search for treasures. However, in close to 100 million years, only 2 people had truly obtained an astronomical amount of treasures. Obviously the chances were extremely low. Treasure, 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 it's to search for treasures, but it's just a gift from our Wulong Starfield, if you really want to obtain so many treasures, unless you're extremely lucky. Emperor Long Ke mocked. Luo Feng laughed. After which, he bid farewell to Emperor Long Ke and Dylan, saying to the 2 white-robed men, 2 guides, let's depart. The 2 white-robed men replied respectfully, yes, Lord Luo Feng. The white-robed man waved his hand and a disc-shaped universe ship with a diameter of 80 m appeared in mid-air, simultaneously saying respectfully, Lord Luo Feng, to travel within the Wulong Starfield, you'll need to use our internal standard ships. If other ships were to randomly enter, they'll be attacked, please enter. Luo Feng and the 2 white-robed men flew through the cabin door. Following this, the spaceship rapidly accelerated, reaching the speed of light and directly disappearing into the distant starry sky. King Long Ke, Dylan, and the others watched as the flying ship flew away. Dylan, how long do you think this Luo Feng will take to return? Laughed Long Ju. Half a month, Dylan said. I'm guessing at least half a year. King Longju laughed out loud. Then, together with the group of people who had come to greet him, they traveled through hundreds of thousands of miles of space and flew into the palace in the distance. The standard flying saucer-shaped spaceship flew for a while in the dark universe before returning to the original universe. Lord Luo Feng, even though we've only flown in the dark universe for a short while, if we were to slowly fly in the Wulong Starfield, to reach the Sector Lord Bug Corp's area, it'll take at least 100 years. The silver-white flying saucer stopped in space. The cabin door opened and Luo Feng and the other 2 flew out. Beside them, one of the white-robed men was still speaking. I understand, 1 light-year in the original universe is only a little more than 3 light-seconds in the dark universe. Luo Feng spoke, his eyes however surveying his surroundings. My god, the surrounding area of 10 light-seconds was empty. Beyond that, was an endless amount of bug corpses. Buying bug corpses all starts from here. The slightly taller white-robed man laughed, Your Majesty, please tell me the metal plate number. Hua. Luo Feng flipped his hand and immediately 200 metal plates appeared, scaring the 2 white-robed men beside him. The 2 white-robed men looked carefully, B2461, 95,453, 13,402, 96,289, 71,859, B2446, 56,453, 13,202, 96,226, 43,193, The numbers were complicated, the number was terrifying. After looking at the numbers, the two white-robed men lowered their heads to look at the quantum computers on their wrists, swiftly checking and quickly raising their heads to look at Luo Feng respectfully. Lord Luo Feng, these 200 metal plates represent that the 200 bug corpses aren't too far from each other. However, there's still some distance between each other. Calculating the overall route, if we directly fly with our bodies, the two of us carrying Lord Luo Feng, flying at 100,000 kilometers per second, one round would take about 13 days. The slightly taller white-robed man smiled. This distance is considered rather close. Luo Feng muttered to himself. With the Wulong starfield having a diameter of a few million light-years, it would only take about 10 days of flight to be able to check all the goods. It was indeed considered very close. Let's go. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. The two white-robed leaders simultaneously released their world energy, enveloping Luo Feng and becoming beams of light that swiftly flew. Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors could easily maintain sub-light speed flight, and Undyings could completely reach light speed with their bodies to travel between dark universe and actual universe. So many. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. The densely packed endless amounts of goods filled the entire space, with only a few tunnels passing through. Luo Feng and the other two followed one of the tunnels that was about 100 kilometers wide as they flew. Endless amounts of bug corpses, almost all of them are broken bodies. While Luo Feng swiftly flew through the tunnel, he used his spirit energy to scan the nearby bug corpses. These are all Domain Lord Pinnacle corpses. That Longju Emperor was right, there are all sorts of bug corpses here, there's the elite ones and the low-level ones. The prices are indeed different. After flying for a total of 8 days, Luo Feng and the other two finally reached the Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpse area. Wulong Starfield, in one of the observation points. A lean man with a head full of black scales was sitting quietly on his bed. He raised his head and looked in front of him. There was a detailed surveillance map of the entire Wulong Starfield on the projection screen. The entire starfield was under surveillance. Dense dots of light appeared everywhere on the surveillance map. As long as it was within the storage area of the starfield, no one would be able to escape surveillance. B24 region, zoom in. The skinny man's green eyes observed carefully, simultaneously ordering the quantum computer, lock onto those 3 silhouettes. On the screen, there were 3 light dots that were constantly moving on the B24 alert surveillance map. 2 of the 3 light dots were white and 1 was red. Buying bug corpses? Number 3, Luo Feng? The lean man's green eyes silently stared at the monitoring map. As an observer of the Wulong Starfield, every observer could see the monitoring map. Once there was a problem with the monitoring of a certain point in the entire starfield, these observers would immediately discover it. Moreover, they would immediately repair or reinstall it. After all, monitoring a starfield with a diameter of a few million light-years, how difficult was that? With a large amount of surveillance equipment, it was very easy for something to go wrong. Number 3 has already been in the bug corpse area for 2 days, we can leave. Who? The skinny man immediately stood up, simultaneously the AI's projection screen vanished. Hua. The alloy door opened and the skinny man walked out. Causal. There was a tall and sturdy ape-man in the hallway, laughing loudly. What, you're heading out? It's boring, I still have 3 unused treasure hunting opportunities, I'm preparing to go treasure hunting once. Hee, are you coming? The skinny man laughed. The ape-man was a little envious, shaking his head. The moment the treasure hunting opportunities come, I'll use them all. I'm so envious, you still have 3 more. Haha, then I'll be going. Wish me luck on getting the treasures. The skinny man laughed and walked out. Keep dreaming. The ape-man shook his head. Rumble. The outer layer of the meteorite immediately split apart. The skinny man's green eyes scanned his surroundings, waving his hand, and a silver-white disc-shaped ship appeared. He sat in the ship and swiftly accelerated through universe travel. After a while, ripples appeared outside the palace floating in the starry sky, and a silver-white flying saucer-shaped spaceship appeared. After keeping the ship, the skinny man number 6 immediately flew towards a side hall at the side of the palace. His arrival didn't cause any guards to stop him at all. Causal, why are you here? I'm bored, I'm preparing to try my luck at those trash mountains. The skinny man number 6 casually said a few words to the guards he was familiar with before entering the side hall. Within the side hall, there were many people seated. I'm here to collect my world ring, I still have 3 more treasure hunting opportunities. The skinny man immediately sat on a chair, speaking to a white-robed man in front of him. I've just sent an application in the virtual universe. It's causal, haha, wait up. The white-robed man sent a sliver of his consciousness into the virtual universe and started operating. Alright, this is a small-scale world ring. Remember, after the treasure hunting is over, you have to return the ring. As for the treasures you've obtained, keep them in your internal world. The white-robed man said. Don't worry, you're so long-winded, how would I not know? Causal laughed. Then I wish you good luck. The white-robed man threw out the black world ring. Causal smiled and extended his hand to receive it, after which he leisurely walked out. Halfway through, he turned and said, I remember treasure hunting, at most give us a year's time. Right, a year. The white-robed man said unhappily. Haha, this year is going to be easy. Causal raised his eyebrows proudly. Treasure hunting, in Wulong Starfield and the other 9 trash starfields, had already become a tradition. This was because in history, there were indeed a few extremely lucky people who managed to find some shockingly expensive treasures. After all, some of the trash mountains in the trash starfields had been there for who knows how many billions of years. There might be some treasures that were overlooked. Hence, plus the strong requests of some of the lower-level members of the 9 trash starfields, as well as the upper echelons who felt that the trash mountains were all about trying one's luck, the true treasures were extremely few. Plus the lower-level members were indeed very boring, hence the upper echelons agreed. Hence, there was a benefit. Every 10,000 years, internal members could use the small-scale world ring to treasure hunt. P.S. Here's the second chapter. Countless bug corpses floated in space, one couldn't see the end. They were all Sector Lord Pinnacle. So many bug corpses, trillions of Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. Luo Feng looked over. In his mind, he imagined the trillions of Sector Lord bug soldiers forming a bug ocean in the outer region battlefield, probably with a combined attack, the resulting explosion. Even a universe knight would instantly die if he got hit. Quantity would cause quality to change, 1,000,000 Sector Lords, even an Emperor-level Undying would have to dodge. 1,000,000,000,000 Sector Lords, even a universe knight would have to dodge. Of course, a single bug clan mother nest, even if it nurtured Sector Lord bug soldiers over its long lifespan, it still wouldn't be able to reach such a terrifying number. This wasn't something a single mother nest could achieve, it was countless mother nests working together to create such a terrifying bug ocean army, endless bug ocean, it was unrivaled. Lord Luo Feng, this small patch of bug corpses gathered together, can be considered as 100,000 complete bug corpses. It's one of the units for Lord Luo Feng's 200 metal tags. The tall white-robed man said. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, immediately using his spirit energy to scan. Even though the bug corpses were endless, in truth, they weren't all piled up together, every single unit was spread out, with over 10 kilometers between them. And one unit of large amounts of bug corpses, when piled up, was a few km in diameter ball. 3 types of mantis bug clan, 18 types of carapace bug clan, 2 types of larvae bug clan. Luo Feng's spirit energy scanned the few km diameter Sector Lord bug clan corpses piled up into a ball. According to his inherited memories and the detailed information from the virtual universe network, he swiftly determined its value. Luckily Luo Feng understood clearly, very quickly making his judgment. Not bad, over half of them are at the pinnacle level. This one unit can produce about 20,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle tiger beetles. Luo Feng was elated within, that Long Ju Emperor treats me well, if the other units of bug corpses can all reach the standard. Then with 100 units, I can produce 2 million tiger beetles. Worth it, spending 1 million mixed elements, he could produce 2 million Sector Lord bug armies. And they would be tiger beetles with strong defense. Continue looking. Luo Feng went to the next unit. 200 units, Luo Feng looked at them one by one. As he looked at more and more, Luo Feng understood that the first Zerg unit he saw was of a higher standard. According to Luo Feng's observation of half of the data. A unit of insectoid corpses could produce 20 to 30,000 peak sector Lord Tiger armored insectoids, 2%. A unit of insectoid corpse could produce 15,000 to 20,000 sector Lord Tiger armored insectoids, 26%. And those that could nurture 10,000 to 15,000 sector Lord Tiger beetles took up 32%. The number of tiger beetles they had bred was less than 10,000, which accounted for 40%. This was the conclusion Luo Feng came to after observing 100 units. Overall, Luo Feng was quite satisfied. Because if he wanted to cultivate 1,000,000 tiger beetles through the acquisition of the company, he would need about 2.5 million mixed elements. But now, the cost was less than half of the acquisition cost. With only 1 million mixed elements units, the number of tiger beetles that could be cultivated could easily exceed 1 million, or even 1.5 million. Lord Luo Feng, look at the surrounding bug corpses, they obviously can't compare to yours. Beside, the short white-robed man laughed, Long K Emperor has arranged these 200 units for you, they are definitely top quality. Haha. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, Long K Emperor has indeed treated me well. Of course choosing the bug corpses was a test of one's vision. As the large amounts of frozen bug corpses were almost all broken, if one only got the information from the virtual universe network, it would be very hard to differentiate them. Luckily Luo Feng had his inherited memories, the descriptions of the bug race were extremely detailed, at least much more detailed than the information the virtual universe company had given him. Only then could Luo Feng analyze over 90% of the bug warrior corpses, and calculate the value of each unit. Calculate the ranking of the 200 units. And then choose the best 100 units. Luo Feng wasn't stupid at all. Lord Luo Feng, look over there. The tall white-robed man pointed into the distance. Luo Feng turned to look, in the distance there was a black pile of countless messy corpses. Just looking at it with his naked eye, he could feel the energy left behind from the ancient times. The tall white-robed man laughed, that's the trash mountain. The trash mountain is scattered throughout the Wulong starfield. Lord Luo Feng, do you want to head to the trash mountain to treasure? Treasure? Luo Feng looked at the distant trash mountain in space, he was filled with anticipation, smiling, no rush, wait for me to choose the bug race units, then I'll head to the trash mountain to slowly treasure. It won't be too late. Right. The tall white-robed man nodded, yes, we have to finish our business first. Dressed entirely in a white battle robe, the skinny man six became a beam of light, swiftly flying through the endless amounts of corpses in space. It had already been 9 days since he entered some of the garbage mountains in the Wulong star field. During these 9 days, it was just like how an ordinary inner member would search for treasures. He would search for treasures from one garbage mountain to another. Sometimes, he would use the spaceship to travel through the universe and search for treasures from other garbage mountains. It's about time, it's time to find number 3. 6 Castle thought within. Along the vast interstellar garbage tunnel, he flew at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. At the same time, Kozel's green eyes occasionally glanced at the screen on his wristband. On the screen was the Wulong Starfield surveillance map. The surveillance map on the screen on his wristband had specially enlarged the surveillance of the starfield around him. 3 dots of light. They aren't too far from me now, we're both following the same space tunnel. They're flying this way, I'm flying that way, I should be able to meet them. Kozel swiftly calculated. He killed number 3 at the monitoring point B2446, 56,453, 13,202, 96216. A cold gleam flashed across Kozel's green eyes. So, Kozel was flying towards Luo Feng's direction, while Luo Feng and the other 2 were flying towards Kozel. They were all flying in the same space trash tunnel. Luo Feng and the other 2 were flying when they suddenly stopped. Lord Luo Feng, this is one of the 200 bug corpses you can choose from, it's this one right before you. The tall white-robed man looked at the screen on his wrist guard, before raising his head and pointing ahead. There was a thin layer of ice completely encased in countless bug corpses that were a few km in diameter. Luo Feng released his spirit energy and carefully scanned. Ah? The tall white-robed man looking at the wrist guard was shocked, it's not far from us, there's one of our people. Ah, such a coincidence? The short white-robed man looked at the screen too, swiftly pulling out the surveillance map of the surrounding area. Very quickly he saw that not far from the same space tunnel, there was indeed a white dot. What's going on? Luo Feng turned to look. It's one of our people. The short white-robed man's voice was slightly shrill as he laughed. We are the basic personnel who perform supervision and service within the Wulong Star region. We have the privilege of treasuring treasures. Every 10,000 years, we have a chance to go to the garbage mountain and search for treasures for free. However, it's a ring of the smallest world, and it can only store that many items. Hence within the Wulong Starfield, we'll occasionally meet some of our internal members who come to treasure hunt. After all, it's indeed very boring for us here. And because of the high requirements of the surveillance, we're forbidden from playing virtual games for long periods of time, forbidden from training, etc. At most we can relax occasionally. Hence, treasure hunting is considered one of the things our internal members love to do the most. The moment we get an astronomical treasure, we won't have to do such boring work anymore. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Castle was flying swiftly in the 100 kilometers wide trash tunnel, simultaneously paying attention to the surveillance map on his wrist guard. They've stopped? I'll have to control my speed. Maybe I'll have to change the location of the number 3 kill zone. Number 6, Castle muttered. After a while, Luo Feng and the others continued to advance. Both sides continued to get closer to each other, the distance between them shrinking. Every second they were shrunk by tens of thousands of kilometers. Right here, B2446, 56,453, 13,202, 96,233 surveillance point. Castle's dark green eyes were calm and cold. He flew like lightning to a floating sphere apparatus tens of thousands of km away from the space tunnel. This was a black sphere apparatus with a diameter of 3.9 m. This was the lowest level surveillance point of the Wulong Starfield surveillance system. This black sphere apparatus, with it as the center, it had a radius of 3 million kilometers, 10 light seconds. As Castle flew past this black sphere apparatus, he casually stuck a transparent patch on it. After sticking the stickers, Castle quickly flew back to the interstellar garbage tunnel. Following the tunnel, Castle flew about tens of thousands of km before stopping and waiting quietly. After waiting for 3 minutes, 3 silhouettes appeared in the distance of the space trash tunnel. Very quickly their speed slowed down and they stopped. Castle, it's you. I was just discussing with Wofu who it was. The tall white-robed man laughed. To be able to meet you in the Wulong Starfield, it's really rare. I too discovered the 3 signals, hence I wasn't in a rush to head over to the trash mountain, instead waiting here to see who it was. Haha, so it's you too. This is. Castle's gaze landed on Luo Feng, and he immediately became much more humble. The tall white-robed man also became slightly more respectful. This is Lord Luo Feng. Long Ju King personally arranged for us 2 brothers to lead and receive you. So it's Lord Luo Feng. Castle bowed respectfully. Luo Feng looked at the man before him who was similarly dressed in a white uniform. How's the treasure hunt? Not much yet. Castle shook his head. Swish, tens of thousands of km away, the black ball-shaped device suddenly exploded. Simultaneously the entire Wulong Starfield surveillance map had a very very small area that immediately became a blank space. This area was simply too small. At least the naked eye couldn't see it on the map, however the security system immediately noticed it. The monitoring device has already been destroyed. There are countless monitoring points in the Wulong Starfield. Occasionally having a malfunction is very normal. It definitely wouldn't attract the universe night-level absolute beings to personally come over. Castle thought within. According to the normal response, the nearest universe ship will be sent to repair it. The fastest would take at least 90 seconds. Within 90 seconds, we have to kill number 3. At the same time, the Wulong Star Sector's security system issued an order. The instruments at B2446, 56,453, 13,202, 96,233 have malfunctioned. B2446, 56, head over immediately for repairs. B2446, 56 ship has been activated, estimated to arrive in 98 seconds. 3 chapters completed. Begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Tens of thousands of km away, when the black ball device exploded, as it exploded in space, the sound couldn't travel. Plus there were large amounts of wreckage and goods stored around, tens of thousands of km away. Luo Feng and the two white-robed men couldn't see or hear anything. The energy from the explosion was too weak to transmit. Naturally they weren't on guard. Luo Feng, the surrounding scanning signal has disappeared. Babata exclaimed. What? Disappeared? Luo Feng was shocked. Before entering the Wulong starfield to choose the Bug Clan body, Babata had told Luo Feng that he could clearly feel the wild and tyrannical scanning signals. Those signals that were spread out were not hidden at all, and the Wulong starfield security system was after all meant to cover the entire starfield. A few million light-years in diameter, other places couldn't even imagine such a luxurious thing. Normally the stronger planets would at most have a security system within or around the planet, monitoring tens of thousands of star systems in the entire star field. Even the strongest human forces would not be able to use surveillance equipment that was too advanced. For example, the surveillance equipment that Babata used only had a range of 20 kilometers. It was extremely advanced, but the range was too small. In the universe space, a 20-kilometer scanning device was needed? The entire Wulong starfield, how many devices were there, how big of a price, hence it wasn't worth it. And since the Wulong starfield was being monitored, there was no need to hide, hence naturally they used these powerful yet high-quality scanning devices. The moment the device was destroyed, Babata realized that the powerful scanning signal had suddenly disappeared. Why did the scanning signal suddenly disappear? Is the device malfunctioning, or? Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Simultaneously he became cautious. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly stared wide. Right in front of them, Kazel, who had a scalp covered with black scales, who had been talking and laughing with the other two white-robed people, suddenly unleashed a dazzling and poignant aura. At such a close distance, and because they were not prepared at all, the aura of the blade cut through the heads of the two white-robed leaders before they realized what was going on. Their heads were immediately split into two, the two pieces flying. Simultaneously the brutal blade light energy followed their necks and rushed into their bodies, smashing into their life cores. Pung! Pung! The two life cores shattered simultaneously, in less than 0.01 seconds. The two Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors that posed the greatest threat to Kazel were instantly destroyed. Kazel! Assassin! Babata's shrill voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Quick, 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 run! This assassin must have a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Since he was able to make a move in the Wulong starfield, he must have been hiding for a long time. Once he made a move, he would not give you a chance. Luo Feng, quickly flee! However, it was too late. A blade appeared in Kazel's hand, killing two Sector Lord Pinnacles in an instant at an extremely close distance. His green eyes gleamed coldly. The biggest obstacle has been eliminated. With the two of them dead, there's no one left to protect Luo Feng. Moreover, they could not alert the security system. The fastest Luo Feng could do was to send a request for help to Longju Emperor. Longju Emperor probably wouldn't be too anxious. He would normally connect to the virtual universe and read the request. It would take about 30 seconds. After reading it, he would immediately know that there was trouble. He would definitely send an alert and send a strong warrior over. The moment the security system receives the alert, the first thing it would do would be to contact the two leaders following Luo Feng. The communication would last for 20 seconds. If it didn't succeed, only then would they send a strong warrior. As the distance is too far, just teleportation alone wouldn't be able to reach here. Even a universe knight would have to use the God Country teleportation and teleportation to reach here in a short time, at least 30 seconds. I'm a Sector Lord Pinnacle, he's a Domain Lord level 9. He may have some life force protecting him, but no matter what, it doesn't change one fact: his soul is only a Domain Lord level 9. Spirit attack. Kill. Kazel had planned everything long ago. As he killed the two Sector Lord Pinnacles, these thoughts flashed through his mind. Simultaneously his gaze landed on Luo Feng. Xiao, a formless spirit attack immediately rushed into Luo Feng's body. Sector Lord level 9 and Domain Lord level 9. Just in terms of energy level, there was a difference of 1,000 times. No matter how good one's fortuitous encounter was, a pure soul defense couldn't withstand a 1,000 times attack. Rumble, it was incomparably tyrannical. condensing into a cone shape, like a sun smashing into Earth. It was an absolutely tyrannical attack, and the core within Luo Feng's body had an extremely powerful internal world with a diameter of over 60 million kilometers. Even many sector lord pinnacle golden horned beasts that chose to use universe crystals to evolve would only have an internal world with a diameter of 30 million kilometers at the pinnacle. The larger the internal world, the stronger the core. When Luo Feng had just stepped into the sector lord level, even many sector lord pinnacles couldn't split it open. And this 60 million kilometers internal world caused this core to be incomparably powerful. It had already far surpassed many pinnacle golden horned beasts that chose universe crystals to evolve. This core, it was something the golden horned beast was born with. It was extremely mysterious. Not only could it block physical attacks, it could also block soul attacks. Back then when Luo Feng burned his soul to kill the golden horned beast, he was obstructed by the core, unable to break through. In the end, it was Hu Yanbo's soul imprint that burned and became an attack that broke through. One could see how mysterious it was. A sector lord pinnacle wants to kill me with a normal attack, humph. Luo Feng didn't even want to reveal the strength of his core. Instead, he swiftly brought out the void pagoda that was within the core. The void pagoda came out from the core, instantly protecting the core. This was how a normal warrior would protect the core. The core was weak, that was common knowledge. After all, how many were born with an internal world that was so ridiculously huge? Rumble, that was a total of 5 levels of the void pagoda. The sector lord level 6 golden horned beast spirit energy purity was comparable to a normal human level 8 or 9 sector lord. This 5-level pagoda level void pagoda, when faced with this brutal and powerful spirit attack, it only shook slightly before easily withstanding it. During his 180 years of training in the Beast God Canyon, Luo Feng's origin law comprehension had improved at a shocking rate, finally being able to form the 5-level pagoda level. Realizing that the spirit attack failed, Cossel's expression changed. The spirit attack actually failed. How can a domain lord level 9 withstand my spirit attack? Immediately, 999 knife wheels appeared before him. These knife wheels were about the size of a palm as they revolved, causing the surrounding land to change, becoming an endless knife wheel world. Countless knife wheels flew towards Luo Feng. The knife wheels covered the sky and land. However, only the 999 knife wheels were true spirit weapons, the rest were formed from the world energy. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. He came up with a battle plan. A sector lord level 9 assassin, he could use it to test himself. Of course, the entire plan was to ensure his own safety. If this is all you have, then go and die. Luo Feng fiercely roared, his voice exploding in Cossel's mind. At the same time, vines extended from Luo Feng's shoulders, and as they extended, they grew thicker and longer, almost in the blink of an eye. 216 huge vines that were over 10,000 kilometers long, almost like 216 shocking snakes twisting and twisting. Every vine was larger than the golden horned beast at its maximum. One vine's length alone was longer than the diameter of the earth. The moment these 216 vines surrounded and attacked, the branches of the vines had many leaves, causing the surrounding 10,000 kilometers area to turn into a green forest. Even the distant wreckage and goods were affected. Cossel could only feel the sky and land covered by the green vines completely engulfing him. Rumble. The countless blades bombarded the surrounding main vines, causing some of the main vines to be torn into pieces that were several kilometers in size. However, the vines quickly recovered after being torn apart. Cloud contact vine, it's at least sector lord level 6. Cossel roared within. According to the report, this Luo Feng's cloud contact vine is at most sector lord level 6, and it's estimated to have 108 to 162 vines. However, there's a total of 216 of them. These 216 high-level cloud contact vines are comparable to 216 sector lord level 8 warriors. It's fine if the cloud contact vine is strong. However, why is his soul defense so strong? Looks like I can't hope to leave the human domain alive. Risking his life to avoid the endless branches and leaves of the cloud contact vine, Cosel instantly made a decision. However, while he was defending, Luo Feng's other killer move was activated. Amidst the endless vines, one of the leaves was wrapped around a seemingly simple laser gun. It was an E9 grade laser gun, and the short 0. 1 second of charging time was completed by the time Causal blocked the cloud contact vine. The red light turned green. Cloud contact vine, fire, kill him. Luo Feng ordered. The leaf slightly caved in, the leaf that had been stuck to the button immediately pressed it. An extremely glaring white beam of light shot out of the E9 grade laser gun's muzzle at light speed. With Luo Feng and Causal's strength, they could already clearly see the trajectory of the E9 grade laser gun's laser beam. However, Causal had no way to dodge under the endless attacks of the leaves. E9 grade laser gun. Causal's expression changed. What's up with the report? How can there be such a huge discrepancy? His sole defense is ridiculously strong, and he even has such an extravagant E9 grade laser gun. If he bought from the Virtual Universe company, how could the Bug Clan infiltrators not have found the detailed records? A bunch of trash. Rumbled a glaring white beam of light immediately struck Causal's body. The extremely high temperature, along with the countless light particles under high pressure, formed a terrifying shockwave, causing the vine leaves to turn to ash. Luo Feng floated in space. The 216 10,000 kilometers long space serpent-like vines madly surrounded the assassin in the center. Countless vines and branches also wrapped around him. As one of the vine's branches pressed the button on the E9 grade laser gun, a glaring white beam of light struck Causal's body. The high temperature caused the surrounding vines to burn, however it didn't pierce through him. The E9 grade laser gun can kill a normal Sector Lord level 9. However, it doesn't have a 100% chance of killing any Sector Lord Pinnacle level 9. Luo Feng was very clear on this point. To be able to make a move within the Wulong starfield, this assassin had definitely been hiding for a long time. The moment he made a move, it would definitely be shocking. To be killed that easily, Luo Feng didn't believe it at all. Come, let's see what other moves you have. Let's see how far you can force my battle plan to evolve. Luo Feng stared at the silhouette under the white beam of light. Rumble Causal's expression was pale as he crashed into the large amounts of vine branches behind him. Vine, kill him. Luo Feng ordered. Countless vines intersected and slid through space, covering the sky and land as they wrapped around Causal. Causal knew very well that the Clawscraper vine was a very difficult plant to deal with. Many people with powerful backgrounds in the human domain were keen to raise a Clawscraper vine to protect themselves at all times. Its large body and cellular activity made it a terrifying existence. Luo Feng's cloud contact vine was one of the best nurtured ones. It had a total of 216 vines. At Sector Lord level, every vine's maximum length could reach 30,000 kilometers. Its thickness could normally reach 300 kilometers. Of course, there was no need to use it in normal battles. A Sector Lord level 6 high-level cloud contact vine was extremely tough. Even if a Sector Lord level 9 were to destroy it, the destruction speed wouldn't be able to keep up with its own recovery speed. Against the endless vines that covered the sky and land, Causal's expression was twisted as he let out the craziest roar. What are you roaring for before you die? Luo Feng stood in the distance, watching from afar. Suddenly, rumble an incredibly terrifying energy, almost like an ant meeting a god dragon. It covered the skies and earth as it emanated, causing Luo Feng's expression to change greatly. Simultaneously, Causal's location exploded with flames, causing the space there to become a sea of fire. Large amounts of vines and leaves were swiftly burnt to ashes. Many thick and long vines began to twitch and twist. The cloud contact vine too sent a simple thought to Luo Feng. Terrifying, terrifying, it couldn't hold on any longer. With Causal at the center, everything within 30 kilometers was reduced to ashes. Many of the cloud contact vine's main vines were heavily injured, and no longer dared to approach Causal. Endless flames burned in the starry sky of the universe. There were two figures in the flames. One of them was Causal, who was in a state of madness due to his injuries, and the other was the center of the endless flames. He was 12 meters tall, and he wore a simple black armor. The armor did not cover his entire body, and his arms were still bare. His arms were covered with lush red hair, and his face was covered with a red mane. His eyes were burning like flames. Fire undying. No, it's an undying. In the distant space, Luo Feng watched this scene. Looking at the undying within the endless sea of flames, he felt the immense pressure, and the undying energy that emanated and pressed down on his body. The undying energy was like a huge mountain pressing down on Luo Feng. Under the pressure of the undying energy, he couldn't resist at all. It's actually an undying. This assassin actually brought an undying with him. He definitely hid the undying within his internal world. Luo Feng squinted. Just what kind of power is this, to be able to hide within the Wulong starfield? My guess is right, this assassin's true trump card is definitely terrifying. It was terrifying. Terrifying enough to make one go crazy. An undying. 6. The reason why he was able to be ranked number 1 amongst the chess pieces in the Wulong starfield was because within his internal world, there was always an undying. This undying had his soul invaded and controlled by the Bug clan. As his identity was exposed back then, he was unable to hide and was lucky enough to escape from the God country back to the Bug clan territory. Without any hidden value, these controlled alien undyings were usually used as cannon fodder, as weapons. To place an undying within the chess piece's internal world, at the most crucial moment, he would be able to fight. If one wanted to acquire a technological weapon that could kill an undying, the price would be shockingly high. And these controlled alien normal undyings were much more valuable. And a sector lord wielding a technological weapon, in battle, would probably not be a match for a true undying. This was Six's true killing move. It was also the killing move the Bug clan organization had prepared for Luo Feng. Emperor Long Ke, quickly come save me, there's an internal member bringing in undying to assassinate me. Luo Feng immediately connected to the virtual universe network and swiftly sent a mail to Long Ke, repeating it 10 times. Long Ke Emperor was currently in the outermost palace of the Wulong starfield, discussing business with someone. This is the purchase price of the goods, 10 million mixed elements. This 10% is 1 million mixed elements. It's a small reward for making you busy. A bald old man shrouded in a black long robe, his voice was extremely familiar, smiling as he spoke. You want to get 10 million mixed elements worth of goods, that won't be easy. Long Ke Emperor frowned. You should know that anything over 1 million isn't something I can handle alone. As it had to be entered into the accounts, there would be detailed records. What so and so bought and how much it cost. For example, Luo Feng buying the Bug clan corpses for 1 million mixed elements, this was recorded, it would be checked in detail. Hence, to eliminate the possibility of buying in batches, not just anyone had the right to buy, one had to have some status and authority. If he bought 1 million mixed elements at a time, divided into 10 batches, it would probably be able to get huge benefits. However, the virtual universe company, Battleaxe Coliseum and the other 5 great powers couldn't possibly have such a huge loophole in their management. Their checks were extremely strict. The moment there was serious corruption, the consequences would be dire. Long Ke Emperor, you and I have over 10,000 eras of friendship. This time I too want to seriously craft a weapon. How about this? 15% of the intermediate fees, I'll give it to you. As for how you'll negotiate with the other 4 in charge, how much it'll cost, it'll all be up to you. It's all up to you, King Longju. The black-robed bald old man's eyes seemed to be twirling like the starry sky as he said softly. Wait a moment. Long Ke Emperor frowned, muttering within, who sent me 10 emails consecutively? His consciousness connected to the virtual universe network, entering his palace on Thunder Island. Standing within the palace, he gently opened space and a screen appeared. On it was a mail. Long Ke Emperor, quickly come save me, there's an internal member bringing an undying to assassinate me. Who? Long Ke Emperor was shocked. Luo Feng, assassinated? Long Ke opened another screen and immediately pulled out the entire Wulong Starfield surveillance map, giving an order to the security system. Someone has been assassinated in Wulong Starfield, quickly find out. No matter what, he had to first find out the exact location before sending people, because the security system used white and red dots to indicate if it was an internal member or an external member. However, there were many within, there was no way to confirm which red dot was Luo Feng, he could only rely on where the battle was. D. The security system scanned through all the surveillance points in Wulong Starfield. There's no battle. The security system replied. Long Ke Emperor was stunned, however he immediately understood, ordering, are there any surveillance points damaged? B2446, 56,453, 13,202, 96,233 surveillance points have malfunctioned. B2446, 56 has left 36 seconds ago to repair it. The security system replied, this slow speech. In truth, when Luo Feng sent the mail, only 4 seconds had passed. However, Long K Emperor himself opened the mail slowly, along with the security system's reply. Only 32 seconds had passed. It's here. There's an assassination at this surveillance point. Long K shouted. Connect to the 2 leaders. The security system automatically responded. I want you to immediately send people to save him. Long K roared anxiously. Long K Emperor, your authority isn't enough, the security system has to follow the procedure. The security system continued to connect to the surveillance point, the 2 leaders that followed Luo Feng, connecting again and again. It lasted a total of 20 seconds, with no success. Only then did it send an order to a universe knight. This was an AI, even for a living AI like Babata, the moment its master gave an order, it had to rigidly follow the order, it couldn't be disobeyed. This Wulong Starfield security system was the same, as some of the requirements were set by the 5 great powers, hence it had to be followed. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. The army had its rules. This security system naturally had some rigid rules. It seemed rigid, however without them, the management would be chaotic, and it could cause even more losses in the future. And with these rigid rules, even if there were losses, it would still be within an acceptable range. By the time the universe knight and the other beings rush over, there'll be 90 seconds. Luo Feng, I hope you can survive. If you die, that undying won't be able to escape, even if he uses the God Country transfer to escape, the space ripples left behind by the God Country transfer, at least 60 seconds after the transfer, with the power of the universe knight, he'll still be able to confirm the God Country's space coordinates, he'll definitely be able to avenge you. Long K thought, let's see how long you can last. Within Wulong Starfield. The Undying within the endless flames turned to look at Kozer beside him. Undying, you have 80 seconds, you have to kill Luo Feng within 80 seconds. Otherwise the absolute warriors of humanity will arrive. Kozer's eyes were filled with madness, simultaneously he swiftly communicated using his world energy. You can die now. A low voice resounded within Kozer's mind. Rumble. Kozer was immediately burned to ashes by the origin law-infused flames. This Undying was hiding within his internal world, it was his final trump card. The moment this trump card was used, it represented the final moment. The Bug Clan definitely wouldn't let Kozer live, allowing the humans to search his soul and find out about the Bug Clan's secrets. Human. The tall Undying within the flames turned to look at Luo Feng. Under the endless pressure, Luo Feng couldn't move. You can die too. Rumble. The endless flames immediately expanded, almost like a god dragon formed from flames, immediately engulfing the 10,000 kilometers area, burning towards Luo Feng. This flame was infused with the fire origin laws. Only a fire Undying that had truly comprehended the fire origin laws could easily control this level of flame. The flame domain was the God Country, a true origin law domain. Even though it couldn't compare to a true God Country, it was at least much stronger than a Sector Lord Pinnacle's world projection. When Undyings fought, some were fire gods, some were earth gods, some controlled the fire, some controlled the earth, these were all origin law domains. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, these 8 origin laws were of the same level, hence the origin law domains were the same too, hence Undyings didn't care about controlling the origin law domains. However, if an Undying killed sector lords, domain lords etc., he could directly use the origin law domain to bully others. This was a domain that only those that had truly comprehended an origin law could have. Hell, a howl tore through the endless space and resounded. Its entire body was covered in black scales, almost like a continuous mountain range of enormous beasts. The pinnacle space beast golden horned beast appeared before Luo Feng. When this golden horned beast appeared before Luo Feng, its body length was over 200 kilometers, and when it appeared, its body was still shrinking. Pi Li Pa La, the density of its body was constantly shrinking, the scales were shrinking, the bones were shrinking, the density was increasing, the 5 horns on its head too were shrinking. In an instant, It became a giant star beast with a body length of more than 100 kilometers, deities of the world's second level, small completion, the body length and height had shrunk by 5 times, and its density had exploded by over 100 times. The golden horned beast's body strength and battle strength had exploded by 5 times. If the second level of deities of the world was completed, its battle strength could explosively increase by 9 times, and if it reached the third level, it could explosively increase by 36 times. However, this technique, the smaller the golden horned beast was, the easier it was to train. As its strength grew, it got harder and harder. Many golden horned beasts only managed to train the first level in their entire lives. There were very, very few who could master the second level. As for the third level, it was a legend. Luo Feng's golden horned beast was already Sector Lord level 6, to improve deities of the world was extremely difficult, and the requirements to train it were extremely harsh. Even the current Luo Feng didn't have a way. Golden horned beast? The fire undying stared in shock at the distant golden horned beast. What a strong aura, it should be a Sector Lord Pinnacle golden horned beast. I heard that Pinnacle Sector Lord golden horned beasts are 1,000 kilometers long. This golden horned beast must have used some technique to shrink itself. The human actually has a golden horned beast protecting him. I wonder if this golden horned beast is a soul slave he controls, or a helper his teacher True Yen Emperor arranged for him. The flame undying guessed. However, even a Sector Lord Pinnacle golden horned beast will die. The fire undying's eyes were burning with flames. Boom, the law flame was like a huge fire dragon, charging towards the golden horned beast. Facing the endless flames, the golden horned beast let out an angry roar. Rumble suddenly, the starry sky within a radius of 10,000 kilometers transformed into a world of endless mountains. The powerful projection world directly suppressed the burning flames of law. The flames of law also burned the surrounding mountains into ashes, but the projection world continued to condense. The law flames continued to burn, the projection world continued to condense, both of them were actually in a stalemate. How can there be such a powerful world projection? The fire undying's expression changed. It's actually on par with an origin domain. It said that the internal worlds of the devouring space beasts are huge, however, this world projection is too strong. The power of the world projection depended on how strong the internal world was. Under normal circumstances, the moment the origin domain was unleashed, the Sector Lord's world projection would shatter like a bubble, unable to resist at all. And for the world projection to be on par with an origin domain, that was something that was almost impossible to happen. A human Pinnacle Sector Lord's internal world was usually only about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. And Luo Feng's was over 60 million kilometers in diameter. It was even larger than many Pinnacle golden horned beasts. Normally, Sector Lord Pinnacle golden horned beasts with a diameter of 30 million kilometers, unleashing the world projection, they could barely defend against the origin domain. Maybe they would be at a disadvantage, but they could still defend. And at this time, Luo Feng's world projection and origin domain were on par. 60 million kilometers and 10,000 kilometers, the ratio was 6,000 times. It was like the ratio of China's territory to a small village. The projection of China's territory and the projection of a small village, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Hell! The golden horned beast roared. Choosing the hardest path, there would definitely be rewards. At least, the incomparably huge internal world allowed it to have a world projection that defied the heavens. It didn't fear the undyings at all. It's no use. The origin domain is just a subsidiary. When undyings fight, they don't use their origin domain. The fire undying roared too, immediately becoming a flame beam and rushing towards the golden horned beast. Hell! The golden horned beast however raised its head and roared. The golden engravings on the 5 horns on its forehead lit up. The golden engravings on its head, neck, back, 4 hooves, scales and wings all lit up. Not just that, even its right claw swiftly transformed, becoming thick and sturdy. The scales changed too, the color of the scales also swiftly turning gold. Natural ability. Strengthen, Blood River Energy, activate. The natural ability allowed the golden horned beast to amplify its entire body by 2 times. Its body strength, world energy etc. were all the same. Under the activation of the Blood River Energy, its entire body's strength was concentrated, its right claw could explode with 11 times its strength. Deities of the world amplified by 5 times, its natural ability amplified by 2 times. The blood river energy amplified by 11 times, the nameless manual amplified its body fitness by 3 times. Under the golden horned beast's terrifying right claw, it could be said to be 330 times stronger than a normal golden horned beast sector lord level 6 without using its natural ability. A normal golden horned beast sector lord level 6 wasn't any weaker than a human sector lord pinnacle. 330 times of amplification, and the golden horned beast's world energy, with its spirit energy amplification of over 3,232 times that of a normal person, its natural ability amplification of 2 times, it resulted in a world energy amplification of 64 times, however comparing the two. The golden horned beast was obviously stronger in its body, *********** the world projection could resist the law domains, hence it had the right to fight fairly. How the golden horned beast roared even more madly, at the same time welcoming the incoming undying. It waved its powerful golden right claw, at the same time it could clearly feel the gold laws, space laws etc. through the beast god skull roaring, and following the beast god mentality it had cultivated for 180 years in the canyon, it unleashed its strongest claw. Tearing sky claw. Rumble the universe space ripped apart, layers of space began to break apart, forming a chaotic space flow. Even the golden horned beast is just a sector lord, you dare stop me, go die. A huge blade appeared in the fire undying's hand, the blade was burning with flames, following that reckless slash, the universe space was also ripped apart, many layers of space were broken. This move contained the complete fire laws as well as a portion of space laws. It was extremely strong, using undying energy to activate this move, it was extremely terrifying. Rumble the golden right claw collided with the huge flaming saber. However, in front of the right claw, the flame blade was as small as a toothpick. A normal sector lord pinnacle warrior had 330 times the pure body strength, even though the world energy's usage was far from the right claw, but when it was infused, its power would increase by a few folds. Then relying on the beast god head roaring diagram's 10 times amplification, it could unleash a terrifying claw infused with the beast god intent, the golden horned beast's strongest move, and even though the fire undying was a very normal undying, it was still an undying, it was still very different from sector lords. Sector lord pinnacle golden horned beasts, only a few of them could match up to normal undyings, most of them could only choose to flee. Rumble. The huge golden horned beast and the fire undying were both sent flying to the sides, the powerful clash caused the universe space to crack once more, that terrifying force pierced through the cracks and into the space layers. Its entire body strength is 330 times that of a normal sector lord pinnacle, and with the beast god head roaring diagram's amplification, the origin laws can be amplified by 10 times, and that condensed true god intent, it's actually still not enough to defeat a normal undying. Luo Feng was shocked by the difference between sector lord and undying. An undying, can't even defeat a sector lord level golden horned beast? The fire undying was shocked too. Following which, how the golden horned beast roared and charged again. Kill. The fire undying went berserk too. Madly slaughtering. The scales on the golden horned beast's body shattered, gold blood splattered everywhere. The right claw waved, the undying's black armor too shattered, the armor shards flew everywhere, the layer of red fur on his body was torn, his muscles were torn, the gold blood splattered everywhere. Rumble. The golden horned beast was knocked into the countless bug corpses. Rumble. The fire undying was knocked into the countless bug corpses in space too. It was hard to tell who would win. One had an internal world with a diameter of 60 million kilometers, and had trained in the nameless manual and absorbed 100 blood river crystals, the special golden horned beast. The other was a normal fire undying. One had completely comprehended the fire laws and a small portion of the space laws. One had a large portion of the golden space laws, and had the beast god intent as well as the beast god head roaring diagram's amplification by 10 times. Rumble. Rumble. A golden horned beast and a fire undying fought within the countless bug corpses. Every second they exchanged hundreds to thousands of blows, fast as lightning. The golden horned beast's shattered scales, the fire undying's shattered skin and flesh, gold blood, all of it splattered everywhere. The battle has already lasted for 50 seconds. The fire undying raged. Kazel said that we have to kill Luo Feng within 80 seconds. However, that human is protected by the internal world of the golden horned beast. If we don't kill the golden horned beast, we won't be able to kill Luo Feng. There's not enough time. The fire undying, as a soul-controlled slave, would definitely disregard everything and fight according to his master's orders. Xiao. The fire undying once again charged at the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast roared and waved its terrifying gold right claw. The moment the two clashed, the fire undying's expression was twisted, his red fur trembled, he roared, his eyes filled with madness, golden horned beast, go and die, explode. 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 Rumble. The surrounding universe space crumbled. The fire undying immediately became an incredibly terrifying super huge fireball, almost like a star exploding. God, self-destruct, the final move, to complete the mission, no matter what. 3 chapters completed, begging for monthly votes. Self-destruct, this is definitely an undying controlled by his soul. Luo Feng was shocked. Hell. The golden horned beast let out a painful howl. Under the sudden self-destruct attack of an undying at such a close distance, there was no time to dodge at all. Training to undying was extremely difficult, and undying's true energy was no less than a star. This self-destruction, the undying energy accumulated over trillions of years, instantly exploded. If it self-destructed, how could it leave any undying energy behind? Plus this was a fire undying. Rumble. It was hundreds and thousands of times hotter than the law flames. Even the space fragments were instantly melted into particles. It was as though a supernova had exploded in an instant. The power it produced was simply unimaginable. And the golden horned beast, who was the closest, was naturally the first to be affected by this terrifying explosion. The golden right claw was the toughest part of the golden horned beast's body. If the golden horned beast's overall strength was raised by 330 times, then the rest of its body was actually only raised by 30 times, and the golden right claw was thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than a normal claw, hence on average its overall strength was raised by 330 times. The golden right claw that was raised by so much, was even tougher than many undying weapons. In front of this terrifying explosion of particles, even the universe space itself melted. However, the golden right claw still managed to withstand it. Chi held. The golden horned beast held in pain. The neck and abdomen that were closest to the golden right claw suffered the impact. The black scales on the neck and abdomen immediately became fiery red and then turned to dust. Chi. The thick and powerful intertwining muscles within, the energy that could tear apart the universe space came from these muscles. However, in front of this fire undying's explosion of particles, these muscles were instantly burnt to dust. The internal organs within were instantly burned to dust. The golden bones were obviously much stronger than the muscles and scales. They were slowly changing color. The original golden color was gradually dimming. The particle shockwave from the self-detonation spread in all directions. The golden horned beast was only one of the directions. The other directions were large amounts of Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. These corpses were after all Pinnacle Sector Lord bug corpses. Their scales were incredibly tough. Even with an E9 grade laser gun, it was hard to penetrate the carapace of a corpse. This was mainly because the bug corpses were dead. They didn't have any energy infused into the carapace. A true Sector Lord insectoid warrior had even stronger defenses. The corpse was much weaker, but it was still not to be underestimated. Hence, the explosion should have been able to spread over 10 million kilometers. However, the surroundings were filled with countless Sector Lord peak bug corpses. When the scorching particle flow slammed into those corpses, they instantly melted into ashes. The particle flow continued to blast in all directions, causing large amounts of corpses to be incinerated. Some turned into shrapnel and flew in all directions. The explosion affected an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. Within 100 kilometers, the Sector Lord peak bug corpses were all turned to dust. Between 100 kilometers and 10,000 kilometers, some were even more broken. Most of them were just blown far away. Not much damage was done. After all, After going through layers and layers of Sector Lord Pinnacle bug defense, even if an Undying exploded, how many layers could it penetrate? However, the golden horned beast with a body length of 100 kilometers was suffering the most terrifying shockwave. The strongest duration of the self-detonation was only 0.01 seconds. After that, the shockwave of the explosion immediately began to rapidly weaken. Even the collapsed universe space automatically repaired itself. What he saw was, under the weak burning flames, the golden horned beast was trembling in mid-air. The current golden horned beast looked like a skeleton golden horned beast. Its entire body was only left with its right claw, tail tip and the edge of its wings, covered in a layer of scales. The main body parts were only left with those dim bones, even its head was left with only the skull and 5 horns. Too terrifying. This power is actually so strong that even the golden horned beast can't take it, becoming a skeleton. Luo Feng thought. At the same time, the skeleton golden horned beast was still swiftly flying into the distance. At the same time, about 80,000 kilometers away from the golden horned beast, there were a few shattered pieces of the cloud contact vine. However, within the shattered pieces, there were a few vines wrapped around an entire bug corpse a few km away. At the core of these vines was a bug clan scale, Schwa. The scale immediately switched to Luo Feng's earth body. Luo Feng swiftly flew towards the distant skeleton golden horned beast. When the two got close, the golden horned beast vanished and entered the internal world. Yes. Luo Feng's true core wasn't even within the golden horned beast's body. Before, when Luo Feng discovered Assassin Number 6 Castle, he wanted to use this battle to test himself. However, he was very clear. To be able to sneak into the Wulong starfield and assassinate him, his methods were definitely not simple. To prevent himself from playing with fire and losing his life. Hence, when Luo Feng made his battle plan, the first thing he considered was, the moment he couldn't beat his opponent, what would he do? Before considering victory, he would first consider failure. Hence, Luo Feng unleashed the cloud contact vine fiercely, causing the 216 main vines to spread over 10,000 kilometers. Actually, back then Luo Feng had already turned the Masha clansman into a leaf and attached it to one of the main vines, and placed the core within the Masha clansman. Moreover, when the main vine became 10,000 kilometers long, there was actually another reason. It was to send the Masha clansman vine leaf tens of thousands of km away from the battlefield. The vine leaf hid within the group of Sector Lord bug corpses. The instant it entered the corpses, the Masha clansman vine leaf became the scale armor of the bug race. Mixed within the corpses, it didn't stand out at all. And when the fire Undying appeared, it immediately caused large amounts of the vines to explode, shrapnel flying everywhere. At this time, the fire Undying wouldn't even care about the scale shrapnel in the bug corpses 10,000 kilometers away. After all the surrounding bug corpses were endless, there was no way to suspect it at all. After which, the world projection expanded to 10,000 kilometers away. Simultaneously, the golden horned beast appeared and Luo Feng's earth body immediately entered the internal world. The golden horned beast against the fire Undying, it allowed Luo Feng to test out his strength. If he succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion. If he failed, then the golden horned beast would immediately self-destruct. He would only lose one body. At most he could use some more world energy to nurture another golden horned beast in the internal world. As for the blood river energy within the right claw, if he could get the right claw's remains after the battle, that would naturally be a good thing. He could absorb it into the new golden horned beast's body. If the enemy took the right claw away, at most he would use another 100 blood river crystals to absorb it into the golden horned beast. No matter if I succeed or fail, I'm invincible. And if the situation really goes awry, and I meet an incredibly strong enemy, when the golden horned beast dies in battle, I can still throw my earth body out. At the same time, I can randomly throw out a few items from my space ring, pretending that my internal world is collapsing and use my earth body to let the enemy kill me. I'll let the enemy think I've really been killed. Luo Feng thought. That was the worst possible situation. Only an enemy that could force the golden horned beast to self-destruct wouldn't be able to kill him. Would Luo Feng choose this method? And no matter what, the Masha clansman's bug carapace would definitely hide within the endless bug corpse ocean. Any sudden situation, Luo Feng had a plan to deal with it. Anyway, with the Masha clansman, golden horned beast, earth body and the incomparably huge world projection, he could come up with many plans. Damn. The fire undying self-destruction power is really strong. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. It was a vast expanse. In the distance he could see the burnt bug corpses. The origin law flames from before, the self-destruction etc. had destroyed at least close to 1,000 bug corpses. The main thing was that these bug corpses were too concentrated, and they had no energy left from when they were alive. Such a huge loss? Close to 1,000 bug corpses, they're all Sector Lord Pinnacle bugs. Luo Feng's gaze swept. The Wulong starfield has discovered that they've lost close to 10 million mixed elements. They're probably furious. Luo Feng had a thought. Immediately his body flashed, he directly flew hundreds of km away, at the same time spreading out his internal world, sweeping up 300 Sector Lord insectoid corpses and hiding them in his internal world. Anyway, I've already lost close to 1,000 Sector Lord bug corpses. Even if I had 300 more, I wouldn't be able to tell. Luo Feng muttered within, at the same time he was overjoyed. 300 Sector Lord bug corpses, the actual purchase price was 3 million mixed elements, yet he got them just like that. Even though he had to spend quite a bit of world energy to recover the golden horned beast, that bit of energy consumption only added up to a few mixed elements. These 300 Sector Lord bug corpses were his biggest gains from this ambush. However, he didn't dare take too many. After all, too many could easily reveal flaws. It's considered compensation. If I didn't have the golden horned beast, I'd probably have died this time. This Wulong Starfield's reaction system is simply too weak. I've already asked for help from Long K Emperor, yet not a single warrior has arrived. Luo Feng stood in the universe space, not doing anything, waiting silently. The battle with the fire undying lasted for 50 seconds. The strongest self-destruction didn't even last 0.01 seconds. The golden horned beast returned to the internal world, about 0.1 seconds. After which, Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, thinking of casually getting 300 Sector Lord bug corpses, to actually sending them into his internal world. It took about 1 second. It was slow to describe, but in reality, with a warrior like Luo Feng, his reaction speed was comparable to a quantum computer, instantly reaching over 10,000 kilometers per second. It was naturally as fast as lightning. After doing all this, Luo Feng silently waited in space as a victim. I'm the victim. Luo Feng muttered within. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. In the Wulong Starfield, the various corpses, weapon remains, technological remains etc. from the race war were all categorized and arranged neatly in space. Only the 10,000 kilometers area where the Undyings had just fought was a mess. Even the Sector Lord bug clan corpses were scattered all over the place. About 10,000 kilometers away from Luo Feng, at the spot where the round monitoring device was, a human silhouette appeared. He was about 10 meters tall and wore complicated and strange armor. The armor was purplish-black in color, and there were faint mysterious runes covering the entire armor, causing it to have an aura that caused the universe to tremble. The pair of high-top battle boots was the most eye-catching. Looking at them made one feel suffocated, as if they were looking at an endless mountain. Standing in space, he was the ruler. He looked at the broken pieces of the round device beside him, after which he looked at Luo Feng and muttered, "The energy ripples, it's a fire undying." So. Luo Feng, who was originally standing in space, was shocked at the huge being that suddenly appeared. When he looked up, seeing the dark red eyes under the helmet of this being, his soul trembled. He couldn't help but bow respectfully. "Greetings, Universe Knight." With his experience in Primal Chaos City, he had seen many Emperor-level Undyings. Without a doubt, to be able to make his soul tremble like this, it was definitely a Universe Knight-level being. "You are Luo Feng?" A rumbling voice resounded within the universe, resounding within Luo Feng's mind. "Yes." Luo Feng said respectfully. "Just what happened here, tell me the details." The Universe Knight looked down at the young punk before him. Before, the Wulong Starfield's AI had sent him a message, telling him to immediately head out. At the same time Luo Feng and the other 3 internal members' information had been sent to him. "Yes, Knight." Luo Feng said respectfully, I'm here to purchase the Bug Clan corpses. Before, under the guidance of 2 guides, I was inspecting the Bug Clan corpses one by one. However, just now, I coincidentally met another internal member of the Wulong Starfield. He too was dressed in a white robe. His name is Kauser. The 2 guides that led me knew him. It is very rare to meet another inner member in the Wulong Star region. So, my 2 guides were very happy and happily chatted with Kazel. But it was at this moment that my AI told me that it sensed that the monitoring signals in the surrounding area had suddenly disappeared. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he said seriously, and at this time, that Kazel suddenly attacked without any warning. At such a close distance and without any preparation, my 2 leaders were instantly killed. The Universe Knight gazed at Luo Feng and listened quietly, not saying anything. Luo Feng was nervous within. He was very clear that he had to answer seriously and carefully. This Wulong Star Field was an important place for the entire human race. Those who were stationed here were all at the level of Universe Venerables. They definitely wouldn't allow him to challenge the rules of Wulong Star Field. Then, Kazel attacked me. Luo Feng emphasized, however, after reaching Domain Lord level and being sent out by the Virtual Universe Company, I know I'll meet with danger sometimes. Of course I'll arrange for some backup. In the world I brought with me, there were 10 Sector Lord guards. At that time, I immediately summoned them out and let my support plant life form Cloud Contact Vine help them to deal with Kazel. It looked like I could easily kill Kazel, however. Before Kazel died, he released a fire undying from his internal world. Luo Feng said, I didn't expect that Kazel's internal world actually had a fire undying. This is simply too terrifying. The Universe Knight continued to listen quietly. The moment this fire undying came out, the first thing he did was to kill Kazel. This made me incredibly shocked and suspicious. Luo Feng said seriously, after killing Kazel, he immediately followed up with killing my 10 Sector Lord guards. However, that undying didn't know that amongst the 10, one of them was my soul slave. Within that soul slave's internal world hid one of my killer moves, the automaton race's technological weapon, Code V. 1129, the Fire God Crystal. I immediately controlled him to use it. Luo Feng was very clear, the energy ripples from the Fire Undying's explosion and the traces it left behind definitely couldn't be hidden from the Universe Knight. Even normal Undyings could tell. Just how did he escape this? He had to have a detailed explanation, one that could be verified, otherwise, he would be in trouble. Fire God Crystal? The Universe Knight's voice resounded, exploding within Luo Feng's mind. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. Fire God Crystal, one of the automaton race's technological weapons. As the most technologically advanced race in the universe, the automaton race was able to create weapons that could kill Undyings. However, these weapons were all ridiculously expensive. Especially those that could be used over and over again, their prices were ridiculously high. F-grade laser guns? Rumor had it that they cost over 100 million mixed elements. Even Emperor-level Undyings might not be willing to buy them. Other than the laser guns, these individual weapons, there were also group weapons. Like the Space Fortress, God bases, these were all incredibly terrifying weapons used in the foreign battlefields. Even Emperor-level Undyings might not be able to afford them even if they sold their entire fortune. Of course, there were still some cheap weapons that could kill Undyings. Those were disposable items. For example, the Fire God Origin Crystal. Fire was the most explosive type of energy, and the Fire God Origin Crystal was one of the easier to buy weapons to kill Undyings. It compressed large amounts of fire Undyings into a crystal ball, and then detonated it, causing countless amounts of fire Undyings to explode. It was similar to a fire Undyings explosion. The theory was simple, however the technology involved was extremely high. After all, to compress such shocking amounts of fire Undying God energy into an Undying crystal and then continue compressing it into an energy crystal that was tens of millions of times stronger, the technology involved was simply too high. The 1129 model Fire God Crystal, it was a low-level one, its explosive power was equivalent to a normal fire Undying exploding. As a disposable item, if one had the means to buy it, its price would be between 1 to 1. 5 million mixed elements. My soul slave used the fire god crystal and immediately exploded, because at the start when my 10 sector lord guards were dealing with causal, I swiftly fled. When the fire god crystal exploded, I was already tens of thousands of km away. Luo Feng said respectfully, the explosion killed that fire undying too, I managed to escape. To hide the golden horned beast's existence, Luo Feng relied on his world projection when the battle ended, swiftly collecting the scattered flesh and scales of the golden horned beast into his internal world. After careful consideration, Luo Feng came up with such an excuse, using the fire god crystal to explain everything, using the sector lord slave he controlled to execute this move, to explain everything. Luo Feng stood there respectfully, waiting for the knight to speak. The knight finally nodded. I will record everything you have said and send it to the security management system of the Wulong Starfield. As for your matter, the other 5 Emperor-level Undyings will discuss and decide. At this time, the space in the distance rippled and in an instant, a universe ship appeared out of nowhere. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. That was Long K Emperor's universe ship. Hua, the cabin door opened and Long K brought Dylan along, becoming a beam of light and arriving. Knight. Long K bowed respectfully. Dylan bowed too. I'll leave the matters here to the 5 of you to handle. As for everything Luo Feng has said and my analysis, I've already sent it to the Wulong Starfield's AI. The knight said coldly, after which he vanished, immediately teleporting and disappearing from sight. In space, only Luo Feng, Longju Emperor, and Dylan stood. Your Majesty, are you all right? Dylan asked, his eyes filled with self-blame. The ancestor told me to protect you, but, Dylan, this isn't your fault. Luo Feng shook his head. Long K said, this isn't Dylan's fault, neither is it Luo Feng's fault. It's our Wulong Starfield's internal problems. Looks like a spy from another race has infiltrated. Normally when a human absolute genius was assassinated, most would say it was the work of a spy. Actually, some geniuses died due to internal conflicts and feuds within the human race. However, as long as it wasn't discovered, it would all be pushed to the spy. Who did it? Long K looked at Luo Feng. Wulong Starfield internal member causal. Luo Feng said. Long K nodded, surveying the space around him. A formless undying energy emanated in all directions, sweeping past the distant broken bug corpses. After inspecting for a while, he said, there's actually quite a few cloud contact vine corpses. It's my support plant life form. Luo Feng said. The losses this time aren't small. Long K creased his eyebrows. We actually lost over 1,000 sector Lord Bug corpses, If this battle had happened in the domain Lord Bug corpses area, the losses would have been much smaller. We've lost over 10 million mixed elements. Then this matter is going to be troublesome. Troublesome? Luo Feng looked at him. Long K looked at Luo Feng, nodding, right, even though you informed me that someone wanted to kill you. However, the 2 guides that followed you and that killer causal, are all dead. Dead, there's no way to prove anything. If one is alive, we can still search his soul to see the truth. However, if they're all dead, there's no way to confirm anything. Assuming our Wulong Starfield's losses are small, less than 1 million mixed elements, I alone can easily handle it. However, right now, it's up to the 5 people in charge to handle it. Because there's no way to prove anything, Luo Feng, you might be in trouble. P.S. Here's the 2nd chapter. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. His Majesty was assassinated in the Wulong Starfield. It's all because of their poor management. Dylan raged. It's already lucky that he survived, and there's still trouble? What trouble? Dylan. Long K Emperor frowned. Don't blame me, Long Quebec. Dylan bowed and straightened, emphasizing, it's just that the ancestor arranged for me to protect him. I trust the safety of the Starfield, hence I didn't follow him. However, I've only left him for a short period of time, and he was assassinated. The ancestor has entrusted me with many tasks, yet I failed. Long K Emperor shook his head. I'm from the Virtual Universe Company too, of course I'll be on Luo Feng's side. However, this matter will be decided by the 5 people in charge. Our Wulong Starfield's affairs have been planned out in detail. Any trades, small disturbances etc., will all be handled by the 5 people in charge. Only when we really encounter some big matters will we trouble the high and mighty universe venerables. Luo Feng and Dylan nodded. I'm on your side, however the other 4 people in charge are from the other 4 powers, they might not necessarily be on your side. Even though the 5 powers work together, they still compete in the dark. Long K Emperor said, wait a moment, the 4 people in charge will be here soon. Right, amongst the 4 that are about to arrive, the one you have to treat the most with respect is Candle Emperor. Candle Emperor? Luo Feng was stunned. Candle King is from the Great Axe Colosseum. Plus, he has an amazing background. Therefore, in the management of the Wulong Star area, Candle King has always been the most domineering one among the 5 leaders. The other 4 of us have to avoid him. King Longju said in a low voice, so, don't annoy him, or it will be troublesome. Luo Feng nodded, remembering this name. Candle Emperor? Luo Feng and the other 2 chatted in space. 10,000 kilometers away, ripples formed and universe ships appeared one after another. Before even half a minute had passed, the 4 ships had already appeared, waiting for the other ships to arrive, only then did they collectively open their cabin doors. Hua! 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 The cabin doors opened and large amounts of silhouettes flew out from the 4 ships. There were a total of 100 people, most of them were Undyings. Wulong Starfield storage region indeed forbade Undyings from entering, but under special circumstances, they could. What happened? Look at this, so messy. The 4 people in charge led a large group of people and flew over. At the very front was a beautiful man wearing a gorgeous white robe. This was a man so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Not only would women be unable to help but be infatuated with him, even men would be moved when they saw him. Clearly, his beauty had transcended gender. He had long, flowing silver hair and sparkling and translucent skin, which was even comparable to the bug tribe Queen Mother Irina. Her facial features were perfect. There was also a faint mysterious pattern on his forehead, which added an ancient and eternal aura to it, causing people to involuntarily have a good impression of him. With such a peerlessly handsome man standing there, the other 3 people in charge seemed to have become mere foils. Follow me. Emperor Longju instructed Luo Feng and Dylan. The 3 of them charged forward. The large group led by the 4 people in charge also stopped in the starry sky. The group of people gathered together in the silent starry sky. Luo Feng, let me introduce you. Emperor Longju smiled, pointing to a tall skinny man with curly hair and green skin beside him. This is the universe first Banks Datua Emperor. Datua Emperor. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Luo Feng, this time it was our Wulong Starfield's internal management that failed, please forgive us. Datua Emperor smiled and said. Emperor Longju laughed loudly, luckily, Luo Feng is fine. Luo Feng, this is Wuyu Emperor from the Universe Galaxy. Bank. This was a human-shaped being with 4 arms and 4 eyes. That formless energy was extremely cold, towards Luo Feng, this Wuyu Emperor only nodded. This is Hidden Spear Emperor from the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Emperor Longju said. Luo Feng looked over. Hidden Spear Emperor looked very similar to an Earth human, only his body hair was more luxuriant, his eyes were like blades, smiling and nodding at Luo Feng. As for this one, he's also a legendary absolute genius. Back when he broke through to Undying, he already had the pinnacle of official level strength. He is Wuyu Emperor. Emperor Longju's voice was a little higher. Obviously he was much more passionate towards this Wuyu Emperor. Wuyu Emperor. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. My God. There was actually such a beautiful man, he could be said to be the most beautiful man or woman Luo Feng had ever seen. Even Fantasy Spirit Emperor and other bewitching beings, along with the Bug Clan Queen, those naturally beautiful beings, couldn't compare to this man before him. The mysterious engravings on his forehead emanated an ancient eternal energy. It made people want to get close to him. Wuyu Emperor extended his white jade-like fingers, gently rubbing his chin, examining Luo Feng. Luo Feng, true Yan Emperor's disciple? I've heard of it before. Luo Feng listened respectfully. This time's matter, no one knows the exact details. Wuyu Emperor's voice was gentle, it was like a spring breeze. Before, when the knight submitted the information to the Wulong Starfield's AI, I'd just seen it, I can only confirm, the explosion was caused by the fire undying god energy. However, what was the truth? Wu Yu Emperor shook his head, those 3 internal members are all dead. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Wu Yu Emperor. Emperor Longju laughed loudly, this matter is very simple, Luo Feng is an absolute genius of our virtual universe company, he's definitely in the top 10 of the alien race assassins. This assassination attempt, if Luo Feng survives, I can answer to the upper echelons of the virtual universe company. Wu Yu Emperor looked at Longju Emperor, we don't have to answer to the virtual universe company, we have to answer to the 5 great powers. This matter, the 3 internal members are all dead. Wu Yu Emperor's eyes gleamed coldly, pointing at Luo Feng. This Luo Feng said there were internal members who wanted to assassinate him, however the other 3 are all dead, there's no way to prove anything. It's all up to him to make up stories. He said someone wanted to assassinate him. However, maybe this Luo Feng planned it from the start, instantly killing the 3 internal members and taking away large amounts of Sector Lord bug corpses. Wu Yu Emperor laughed coldly, a huge fortune worth over 10 million mixed elements, it's enough for a domain lord punk to take the risk, and with his absolute genius status as a protective talisman, naturally he thought it would be foolproof. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Wu Yu Emperor. Luo Feng spoke. Shut up, I'm talking to Longju Emperor, if I don't give you permission to speak, don't speak. Wu Yu Emperor frowned, seemingly looking at Luo Feng with disgust. Luo Feng stood aside, even though he was raging within, he remained calm and didn't say a word. Wu Yu Emperor. Longju frowned, there's no need for this, there's a need. Candle Emperor said solemnly, this matter is very serious. Firstly, it caused my Wulong starfield to lose over 10 million mixed elements. Secondly, this might be an assassination as well. The final explosion is comparable to a normal flame undying's explosion. No matter what, we have to investigate seriously. It doesn't matter if our Wulong starfield has a spy, or if this Luo Feng intentionally set this up. We have to get to the bottom of this. Wu Yu Emperor looked at the other people in charge, what does everyone say? Dekwa Emperor, Wu Yu Emperor and Hidden Spear Emperor exchanged glances. Wu Yu Emperor is right, this matter is very serious, we have to investigate seriously. Dekwa Emperor nodded. Wu Yu Emperor nodded. We can't let Luo Feng be wronged. Hidden Spear Emperor said indifferently. Of course. Wu Yu Emperor nodded, after which he looked at Luo Feng, I'll ask you a question now. Yes. Luo Feng replied respectfully. Beside, Longju Emperor frowned and revealed an anxious expression, simultaneously communicating to Luo Feng, don't anger this Wu Yu Emperor, lower your head and bear with it. The other Dylan also communicated anxiously to Luo Feng, Your Majesty, I'll inform the ancestor about this through the virtual universe. If he acts, this small matter will definitely be resolved. Listening to Dylan and Longju Emperor's messages, Luo Feng was even more assured. Let me ask you. Wu Yu Emperor looked at Luo Feng, was what you said to the Universe Knight before true? Yes. Luo Feng said. Do you dare release your soul protection and not resist, allowing me to search your soul and see the truth? Don't worry, I definitely won't harm your soul. Wu Yu Emperor continued. No way. Luo Feng frowned respectfully, to search the soul, one has to completely release the soul protection, allowing others to search deep within, if one isn't careful, one's memories will be destroyed. If it's light, they'll lose their memories, if it's heavy, they'll become an idiot or even die from soul collapse. You don't believe in my ability? Wu Yu Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Wu Yu Emperor. Luo Feng replied respectfully, it's not that I don't believe, but I don't dare to gamble, Luo Feng, don't like to place my fate in the hands of others. Even if Luo Feng didn't have any secrets, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If this Wu Yu Emperor had ill intentions, intentionally causing Luo Feng to become an idiot. When that happens, Wu Yu Emperor could just say he was careless, even if he received some punishment, Luo Feng would become an idiot. What's more, Luo Feng had many secrets within, how could he allow others to search his soul? Wu Yu Emperor, everyone has their own secrets, how can we allow others to search them so easily? What's more, Luo Feng is a genius of the virtual universe company, how can we allow such a dangerous thing to happen? Longju frowned. If it was those normal internal members, it was fine. However, these geniuses were all true treasures of humanity, they couldn't be messed with. All right. Wu Yu Emperor nodded coldly. Since you don't dare accept the soul search, then let me ask you, before you told the Universe Knight, you made your soul slave use the fire god crystal to detonate it and kill that flame undying. Then let me ask you, this fire god crystal, where did you buy it from? Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank, do you have proof of your deductions? There's no proof. Luo Feng shook his head. You can't even produce proof. Wu Yu Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Your words are completely made up, there's no proof, how can the five of us believe you? Luo Feng frowned. Wu Yu Emperor, some treasures don't have to be bought. For example. Luo Feng flipped his hand and the E9 grade laser gun appeared in it. Can you find out where I bought this E9 grade laser gun? Luo Feng looked at Wu Yu Emperor. Can you find proof of my deductions? No, I too don't have any proof. Wu Yu Emperor, you won't be able to find out where I bought it, however I do have this E9 grade laser gun. Luo Feng flipped his hand again and a purple 100 net leaf appeared. Wu Yu Emperor, do you have any proof of me buying it, or proof of deductions? The price of the purple 100 net leaf was about 2 million mixed elements. The fire god crystal, low level, was about 1 million to 1.5 million mixed elements. The E9 grade laser gun, 0.1 seconds of charging, top quality, was about 500,000 to 1 million mixed elements. I don't even have a shred of proof. However, I do have the purple 100 net leaf and the E9 grade laser gun. Luo Feng looked at Wu Yu Emperor. Similarly, I too have the fire god crystal. Tomato realized that if he didn't fiercely push for the monthly votes, it wouldn't rise. If you're satisfied, please support Tomato. Voting is a very good way to support, it will make Tomato very touched. Monthly votes, come on. Candle Emperor looked at the purple 100 net leaf and the E9 laser gun in Luo Feng's hands. He couldn't help but frown. With his position, he naturally wouldn't be tempted. However, he was still shocked at the wealth and power this domain lord level 9 punk had. Spending money to buy was one power, getting it without spending money was another. You sure know how to argue. Candle Emperor laughed lightly. I won't make things difficult for you regarding the fire god origin crystal. Let me ask you again, just who is the sector lord you control, what's his name, which universe country and starfield he's from? Luo Feng was shocked within. Trouble. This was a loophole. Back then I bought large amounts of universe-level slaves, one of them was called Tai Wu. Luo Feng's consciousness reaction speed was indeed comparable to an AI's. He instantly deduced that he was a universe level or a domain lord. Any slave he subdued would be easily found out. He had exceptional talent. Candle Emperor, you should know that back then I was only a star level 9, I couldn't forcefully subdue a universe level as a slave. Universe level slaves however wouldn't resist at all, hence. Luo Feng had indeed bought many universe level slaves. And many had died in the many incidents. For example, due to the Bug Clan Mother Nest's poison gas, many universe-level slaves had died. Anyway, the incidents that happened on Earth a long time ago, even the most powerful beings wouldn't be able to find out. This Tai Wu, as a slave, didn't have any resources, and his training methods were crude too, yet he was still able to reach universe level 9. After which, I taught him a secret technique, and during his time in the Virtual Universe Company, I've continuously provided the most exceptional slaves with resources. Luo Feng smiled. Tai Wu almost directly reached the domain lord level. As my sole slave, I didn't want to waste his time. I immediately let him go from domain lord level 1 to level 9. After which, his luck was extremely good, and he actually swiftly stepped into the sector lord level. Of course I nurtured him and even brought him along with me. After all, there are many things for a soul slave to do. Candle Emperor frowned when he heard this. Before asking, he had naturally found out much about Luo Feng. However, back then, before Luo Feng rose through the genius battles, he was still a normal Earth leader. Along with Earth being in the void region, he indeed didn't have any information. And the lower-level slave trades were even more chaotic. Ah? Candle Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Back then, you already knew how to control souls? Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully. What secret method? Candle Emperor continued to ask. He had to find a flaw. Soul control techniques were rare. Before Luo Feng joined the virtual universe company, what techniques did he have? Soul Imprint answered Luo Feng. What kind of secret method is this? There's such a secret method? Dark Candle King raised his eyebrows. Beside him, Longju laughed. Dark Candle Emperor, the information you received should have mentioned that Luo Feng's ship is the Yunmo planet ship, right? It's the ship of the famous Yunmo planet master Hu Yanbo. Even though there were many undyings in the human domain, he could easily remember any name. The gods had extremely good memories. Of course Luo Feng received Hu Yanbo's inheritance. King Longju smiled. As for Hu Yanbo, many people know that he was one of the 9 great undying slaves back then. His servant, Marquis Iron Sword, had even attracted the envy of many people. The method Hu Yanbo used to control the 9 immortal slaves was the Soul Seal. Candle Emperor creased his eyebrows. You said you summoned 10 Sector Lord guards back then. One of them was your soul slave, the other 9's names, identities, and detailed backgrounds. Tell me one by one. Candle Emperor said. Candle Emperor, what exactly do you want to ask? Luo Feng frowned. I asked you a question, didn't you hear it? You just have to answer. Candle Emperor's eyes gleamed coldly. Luo Feng bowed respectfully, reporting to Candle Emperor. The other 9 Sector Lord guards were gifted to me after I was invited to the Golden Horn race. They said they would protect me from the shadows. Golden Horn race? Candle Emperor was immediately enraged. The Golden Horn race was independent from the human race. Even though they were vassals, the internal management of the Golden Horn race, the human race wouldn't interfere with them. Hence, there was no way to investigate anything that happened in the Golden Horn race's Lasheo world. Everyone listen. Candle Emperor turned fiercely to look at the 100 underlings behind him. The 100 white-robed and purple-robed men bowed respectfully and waited for the order. Carefully investigate the traces of the battle, find out all the clues and find out the truth. Candle Emperor ordered. Yes. The white-robed and purple-robed men immediately dispersed in all directions and began to carefully investigate the surroundings. I won't ask you for now, let's wait and see the results of the battle. Candle Emperor glanced at Luo Feng and didn't say anything else. Luo Feng didn't make a sound. Luo Feng glanced at Long K Emperor and communicated, Long K Emperor, does this Candle Emperor have a grudge against me? Why is he targeting me like this? He is indeed targeting you. As for the reason, I don't know. I know his personality and he may find trouble with you, but to be so focused on targeting you, that's a bit too much. Long K communicated, right, have you told your teacher True Yen Emperor about this? Dylan just told my teacher, in a while I'll enter the virtual universe to meet him. Luo Feng replied. After which, Luo Feng turned to look at the distant space. 10,000 kilometers of space, the white-robed and purple-robed men were all flashing about like lightning, carefully investigating. Luo Feng, Dylan, and the 5 managers all watched silently. Put out a fire god weapon shard, treat it as if you've discovered something suspicious. Candle Emperor immediately communicated to a purple-robed undying who was searching in the distance. That was a fire god undying. When he heard the order, he replied, yes, Lord. After a while, the 100 white-robed and purple-robed men all flew over, each holding some items in their hands. Lord. The white-robed and purple-robed men bowed respectfully. The surroundings should be filled with Sector Lord bug corpses. These aren't bug corpses. Candle Emperor pointed at the various items. Look at these items. Oh, this weapon shard is filled with fire laws. It's obviously a fire undying's weapon shard. Don't tell me this isn't a fire god crystal explosion, but a fire undying's attack? And these items, Luo Feng, how do you explain them? These items aren't Sector Lord bug corpses, they're obviously outsiders. Where did they come from? Luo Feng frowned, replying respectfully, reporting to Candle Emperor, there are many Sector Lords that died. The moment they die, the internal world collapses. Of course large amounts of items will fly out. How would I know where these items came from? Candle Emperor laughed coldly, you've pushed all the blame away. According to what you said, any valuable evidence can be said to be from the internal world collapsing of a Sector Lord's death? From start to finish, I can only see you quibbling. Everything you've said can't be verified. Men, bring this Luo Feng to the first Starfield prison. Candle Emperor ordered. Once he reaches the first Starfield prison, he'll confess everything. King Long Ke, King Dali, and King Long Ke were all shocked. First Starfield prison, the universe human domain's strictest prisons, were the legendary Upper 9 prisons and Lower 9 prisons, and the Upper 9 prisons were the 1st to 9th Starfield prisons. Normal Undyings knew about them. And the Lower 9 prisons were the 10th to 18th Starfield prisons. Many Undyings didn't know about them. The 18th Starfield prison was also the legendary 18 levels of hell. The further one went, the more terrifying it got. Even Emperor-level Undyings, the moment they were thrown into the 18th Starfield prison, they probably wouldn't survive. Even though the first Starfield prison's danger level was the lowest, that was only in comparison, at least to Luo Feng, it was already terrifying. Candle Emperor. Luo Feng raged. Shut up, there's no place for you to speak. Candle Emperor said coldly. I came to your Wulong Starfield to buy goods and was ambushed. Even when you arranged for people to save me, it was so slow. If I didn't have a backup plan, I would have died long ago. Luo Feng didn't care about Candle Emperor's scolding. He raged. I haven't even asked why your Wulong Starfield didn't have enough protection. You actually keep asking me. I've been dealing with your questions, yet you keep finding fault with me. You really think my virtual universe company's people are easy to bully? Luo Feng said coldly. I'll immediately report this to my teacher True Yen Emperor, and report this to the host of the Genius Battle, Nine-Blade Knight, as well as to the Xianxia Palace leader who has helped me a lot. I want to see, when your battle acts. Colosseum's people will dare to deal with my virtual universe company Primal Region members like that. Candle Emperor's face immediately flushed red. The others were shocked when they heard this. Nine-Blade Knight? Xianxia Palace leader? These Emperor-level Undyings, to be able to be in charge of the Wulong Starfield, all had huge backgrounds. They weren't too afraid of True Yen Emperor. However, Nine-Blade Knight was different, and the Xianxia Palace leader Luo Feng mentioned was even more of a legendary being, even more terrifying than Nine-Blade Knight. Xianxia Palace leader? Candle Emperor was shocked within. Even his backer wouldn't want to mess with that monster. The Xianxia Palace leader was an absolute being that alone could dominate the entire Blood River world, much stronger than many universe country leaders. Blood River world was after all the place that caused the virtual universe company to suffer heavy losses back then. One could only imagine how strong it was. Even though it wasn't as strong as the ancient times, it was still extremely strong. The Xianxia Palace leader was able to suppress Blood River world. His strength had long become a legend. No matter, this Luo Feng's suspicions haven't been cleared. How can we let him leave? Candle Emperor ordered. Men, lock Luo Feng up in the Rain Palace and guard him closely. Yes. The purple-robed Undyings flew over. Long Ke and the others didn't say anything else. This imprisonment was just a house arrest. It wasn't a serious problem. Candle Emperor. Luo Feng stared at him. The Battle Axe Colosseum's people are indeed filled with killing intent. Your management of the Wulong Starfield isn't good enough, causing me to be assassinated, and now you still treat me like this. I will definitely report this to the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company, to the Nine-Blade Knight and Xianxia Palace leader. Hearing the name Xianxia Palace leader, Candle Emperor's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Bring him away, lock him up. Candle Emperor ordered. So, Luo Feng was escorted by 2 Undyings, after which he sat in a purple Standard Universe ship and was escorted to one of the palaces in the Wulong Starfield. Within one of the smaller palaces, Luo Feng was locked up. As for Dylan, against Candle Emperor and the others, he had no way to resist at all. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The Rain Palace was originally a palace for people to cultivate, but it gradually became a place to imprison people. The entire Rain Palace was about 100 meters high, and it was also a few hundred meters long and wide. The palace was empty, and there was nothing else in it. Luo Feng sat cross-legged within the palace. Your Majesty, I'll be outside. Dylan's undying energy passed through the palace and communicated this matter, that Luo Zhu Emperor went overboard. He's purely looking for trouble. Their own internal problems still came to find trouble with you. Your Majesty, don't worry, this matter will be resolved quickly. No problem. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and smiled. it's just a small setback, it's nothing. Suddenly Luo Feng looked down at the screen on his arm. He received a call. HM? Teacher? Luo Feng's consciousness connected to the virtual universe. Virtual universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. The golden armored ape-man Tru Yan sat within the hall. Luo Feng appeared with a so and flew into the first-level hall, bowing respectfully. Your disciple greets teacher. Sit. Tru Yan smiled as he glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng sat down. I already know about your matter, I've just checked the records from the Wulong Starfield. Tru Yan looked at Luo Feng. What you and the Universe Knight said, is it true? That Causal really tried to assassinate you, and there were indeed fire undyings who came to assassinate you. Yes. Luo Feng said respectfully, as for what I said to the Universe Knight, it's mostly true, I didn't want to speak about the small matters. It was indeed mostly true. Luo Feng's fabricated words, defending against Causal wasn't because of the 10 sector lords, but because of his own soul pagoda defense. Killing the fire undyings also wasn't because of the fire god crystals, but the golden horned beast. Anyway, it was mostly true. If it involved important secrets, he had to cover up his lies. Tru Yan nodded and didn't pursue. As an ancient being that had existed for trillions of years, he was very clear that the absolute geniuses that could stand at the pinnacle of the vast universe all had their own special encounters. He was also clear that this disciple of his definitely had some special encounters. The demon node inheritance was one of them. Before he received it, he had guessed that Luo Feng had other encounters. However, everyone had secrets. It was impossible for Tru Yan to understand everything about his disciple. He only needed to confirm that this was his disciple, and that his disciple's actions did not cross the bottom line of his teacher. As such, he wouldn't care about anything else. Since you've confirmed that this was an assassination attempt on you, then there's no problem with this. Tru Yan's smile had a sense of pride within. No matter what, you're still a genius of my virtual universe company. No matter how tyrannical that nightmare candle is, he doesn't have the right to decide the fate of a member of my virtual universe company. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Tell me in detail the conversation between you and Nailan Zhu, Tru Yan said. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng immediately recounted the entire conversation from before. When Tru Yan heard this he laughed. Haha, you sure know how to pull a big flag. Pulling the flag of the Nine-Blade Knight is fine, after all when you become an undying you will be under him. You actually dared to raise the banner of Xianxia Palace Master. Haha, hearing the name of Xianxia Palace Master, that Nailan Zhu must have panicked. Xianxia Palace Leader is that powerful? Luo Feng asked softly, even stronger than the Nine-Blade Knight? The Xianxia Palace Leader has been in Xianxia Palace for 1 trillion years, terrorizing Blood River World. Tru Yan's eyes too had a sense of respect. That's much stronger than the universe country leaders and knights. He's the true upper echelon of the virtual universe company. Back then, for him to guide you, it was indeed your luck. Luo Feng was shocked within. Even his teacher said that, the position of the leader was indeed incredible. Right, teacher, why did that nightmare candle emperor target me? Luo Feng asked curiously, I've never seen him before. The main reason is because of me. Tru Yan's eyes had a sense of disdain within. He laughed. That nightmare candle, in terms of comprehension, talent, he's only average. If he didn't have anyone to guide him and let him train by himself, it would be extremely difficult for him to become a sector lord. However, he has a very powerful father, the true absolute genius of the Battleaxe Coliseum, and also the current Battleaxe Coliseum's Yanhua Knight. Yanhua Knight? Luo Feng was stunned. Tru Yan exclaimed, that's a true absolute genius, no weaker than the Kudi I spoke of. A sector lord pinnacle can kill an official level undying. Once he breaks through, he's an emperor level undying, and after a few tens of thousands of years, he'll become a universe knight. Luo Feng sighed within. Yanhua Knight only has this one son, it can be said he's spent an endless amount of resources and effort. Tru Yan exclaimed, making his only son Nightmare Candle stay at Sector Lord level, making him not rush to break through to Undying, allowing him to stay at Sector Lord level for over 9 million years. Luo Feng was shocked. Before, Longju Emperor said that Nightmare Candle Emperor was a genius, being an official level pinnacle undying the moment he stepped into undying. However, now that he heard, he actually stayed at Sector Lord level for over 9 million years. A human Sector Lord's lifespan was only 1,000 eras. An extremely terrifying treasure, a treasure that even universe paragons would covet. Yet, that paragon Shihua would rather not use it for himself and gave it to his son, said Tru Yan. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Have you seen the mysterious engravings on Nightmare Candle Emperor's forehead? That's the appearance of the treasure after it was refined by him. Tru Yan exclaimed. Luo Feng immediately thought back to when he first met Nightmare Candle Emperor, seeing the engravings on his forehead. Those engravings indeed gave off an ancient and eternal energy. Endless resources and treasures, even universe knights coveted them, were all used on his only son who was only a Sector Lord back then. Tru Yan exclaimed, just Nightmare Candle Emperor's body was forcefully raised to a perfect state by his father. Hence he was so beautiful, training hard at Sector Lord level for 9 million years, along with countless treasures. How could he not be strong? Becoming an undying means reaching the official level pinnacle, that's very normal. Tru Yan shook his head, even a normal undying, with that treasure, can reach the official level pinnacle. Ah. Luo Feng was shocked. That way, that Nightmare Candle Emperor wasn't a genius at all. He simply has an absolute genius, an incredibly powerful father. Tru Yan sneered, as for himself, he's completely spoiled by his father, a petty bastard. He's always been jealous of true geniuses, hence when I rose up back then, he fought with me. However, he was ruthlessly trampled on by me. I don't care about anything else. Luo Feng laughed. Fighting with me, he keeps losing. And I can't just not retaliate when I'm bullied. Every time we fight, he loses, hence we're considered mortal enemies. Tru Yan shook his head, with this person's petty heart, it's not strange for him to find trouble with you. Firstly, you're a genius too. Secondly, he indeed hates me to the bone, yet he can't do anything about me. Hence, he'll naturally take it out on my disciple. Actually, I've already given him face. The few times he embarrassed himself, I didn't publicize it at all, mainly because I didn't want to offend his father. His father is a truly ambitious and ruthless person. After 1,000,000,000 years, his strength is still unfathomable, his position in the Battle-Axe Colosseum is extremely high too. Luo Feng nodded. To become an emperor-level undying in less than 10,000 years, becoming a universe knight in a few 100,000 years, after 1,000,000,000 years, his strength would definitely be even more shocking. No wonder he's so arrogant and tyrannical, no wonder Long Ke Emperor, Datua Emperor and the other 4 with similar backgrounds, always give in to that Nightmare Candle Emperor. Luo Feng thought, it's purely because of his absolute powerful father that he raised him to the level of an emperor-level undying. That father of his really paid a huge price. He doesn't use the treasures himself, giving them all to his son. You'll have to endure this for now. Tru Yan smiled, no matter how strong that Shihua knight is, he's still from the Battle-Axe Colosseum. If his Battle-Axe Colosseum's people dare to openly bully our virtual universe company's people, our virtual universe company definitely won't lower our heads. Luo Feng nodded. This involved the secret battle between the two powers. No matter how unwilling Nightmare Candle Emperor is, he'll have to let you go in the end. Tru Yan said, however you'll have to wait for the upper echelon to speak. Luo Feng understood too, behind Nightmare Candle Emperor was Shihua Knight. His teacher, Tru Yan, was an existence that was closest to the universe supremacy level. Compared to supremacy Shihua, who had cultivated for billions of years, there was still a huge difference in status. For this matter, just his teacher's face was probably not enough. After all, Nightmare Candle Emperor hated Tru Yan to the bone, he wouldn't give him any face. Wulong Starfield, inside a lofty and luxurious palace. Tru Yan's disciple actually dares to make a ruckus in front of me. The handsome Nightmare Candle Emperor's expression was twisted, his eyes filled with hatred. Thinking back to back when he clashed with Tru Yan time and time again, Tru Yan was truly arrogant, he wasn't afraid of anything, he wasn't afraid even if he pierced through the heavens. Even Shihua Knight's only son, he still trampled on him. Nightmare Candle Emperor was pitiful back then. He was trampled very badly. If Tru Yan didn't care about Shihua Knight, he would have killed him back then. Humph, True Yan? I didn't expect this disciple of yours to be as arrogant as you. With such an arrogant teacher, he'll have such an arrogant disciple. No problem, your disciple is on my watch. Even if he escapes this time, there'll be plenty of chances to deal with him in the future. Nightmare Candle Emperor's eyes gleamed coldly. After living for so many years, other than his father who had punished him, there was no one else who had humiliated him as deeply as True Yan did. Back then when Nightmare Candle Emperor was trampled on until he went mad, he roared hysterically, shouting to his father. Kill True Yan, kill him. If he doesn't die, I'll die. There's no me, there's no me. However, his father Shi Huan Knight's reply was, after throwing his son into the prison of the 9th star zone, King Luo Zhu immediately became a lot more obedient after he came back. Although he was still narrow-minded and cruel, he was not as lawless as he used to be. The day Luo Feng was locked up, within a completely black palace emitting a terrifying energy in the virtual universe's Thunder Island. Below the palace, Long Ke Emperor knelt respectfully, his head buried in the ground. Shi Hua's son has always been finding trouble with True Yan. A deep and oppressive voice resounded within the endless palace. At the same time, chi-chi sounds could be heard. However, finding Luo Feng is a bit stupid. Luo Feng is after all one of the 10 confirmed elite seeds in this batch of geniuses. Trying to pin a crime on Luo Feng without any evidence, that would be a joke. Above the palace sat an ugly creature covered in black scales and a pair of black horns. This tall and sturdy scaled creature was sitting on a throne. His right claw was incomparably sharp, and he was casually scratching the armrest of the throne time and time again, making ear-piercing noises. His entire body emitted a formless pressure. It made one's heart palpitate, it made one terrified. His fingers casually swiping at the armrest, the black-scaled life form ordered, send the order, release Luo Feng. Yes. Long Ke Emperor knelt, still refusing to raise his head. So, Long Ke immediately vanished from the virtual universe. Wulong Starfield, Luo Zhu Emperor's majestic palace welcomed a guest. Long Ke Emperor. Tian Wu, what are you doing here? The handsome man, Flame Monarch, was lying on a chair on the edge of the hall on the 9th floor of the palace. Beside him were 2 beautiful girls of the Phantom Spirit clan, who were massaging his shoulders and legs. Sitting on the chair, he could see the endless starry sky outside, and even the endless goods that filled the starry sky. Luo Zhu Emperor. Long Ke Emperor walked over, saying solemnly, orders from above, release Luo Feng. Above, which above? Luo Zhu Emperor raised his head, glancing at him. My direct subordinate, Demon Knight. Long Ke Emperor said. Luo Zhu Emperor's eyes twitched as he heard this. The universe was vast, every universe country leader and knight's birth was incomparably difficult. Over countless years, universe country leaders and knights were only so few, and even amongst them, there were still differences in power. If the leader of Tianshi Palace was a legend, hiding within Tianshi Palace, not making a move for trillions of years. Just the name alone was enough to frighten people. That serene demon knight was a bloody legend, his reputation was completely built from slaughter and slaughter. Even his terrifying body wasn't born with it, but after he created his own technique, his body naturally changed, becoming one that was most suited for slaughter. He was definitely one of the killing gods of the Virtual Universe Company. I understand, Candle Monarch frowned. Dark Candle King. King Longju revealed a smile as he waved his hand. The 2 illusionary spirit clan girls immediately retreated. The Candlelight King looked at him. King Longju smiled and said, you and I have worked together for countless years, and I have rarely refused to give you face. However, Candle Emperor, this Luo Feng is after all one of the few absolute geniuses of our Virtual Universe Company that are highly regarded. The loss this time is only 10 million mixed elements. To think such a small loss can bring down an absolute genius, that's impossible. Thanks. Candle Monarch's eyes lit up. He could hear it. King Longju had already hinted to him that Luo Feng was one of the few geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company, referring to all the geniuses in Yuxiang Mountain. Without a guarantee, it was best not to deal with Luo Feng. Or else he would anger the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company. Haha, then I'll leave first. King Longju smiled and left. Candle Emperor personally stood up and sent Longju off. After a while, Candle Emperor returned to the stone chair that was covered in the skin of the nine-maned beast. Lying on the soft skin, Candle Emperor squinted his eyes. This Long Ju is quite slick. Playing the good guy on both sides. Candle Emperor said softly. The 5 people in charge each represented the 5 great powers. The moment a transaction exceeded 1 million mixed elements, the 5 had to approve it together. After working together for so long, naturally these 5 would form some common understandings. For example, if Candle Emperor was strong, the other 4 would give way. Normally they wouldn't mess with Candle Emperor. Like small transactions. Like dealing with a certain punk. Like dealing with Luo Feng, Long Ju had his limits too. For example, if Candle Emperor wanted to send Luo Feng to the first Starfield prison, he would definitely not agree. However, as long as it didn't cross the line, he would naturally close one eye. No matter what, his relationship with Luo Feng was still very shallow. As long as Candle Emperor didn't cross the line, he would let Candle Emperor do whatever he wanted. However, the moment it involved a large transaction, no one would be soft. When it involved the faces of the powers behind them, they would rather die than retreat. A small punishment and imprisonment of Luo Feng was a small matter. It was just a small matter. However, if he were to send Luo Feng to the first Starfield prison, that would truly be a loss of face. It's a pity I didn't find any evidence. Candle Emperor's eyes gleamed with ferocity. If I can frame Luo Feng for setting up the trap, killing the leaders and stealing over 10 million mixed element bug corpses, then Luo Feng would be finished, his prized disciple would be finished, that True Yan Emperor would definitely be furious. True Yan Emperor, don't be too happy. Candle Emperor's expression was twisted. I have plenty of patience, I'll definitely make you suffer, make you die. As long as I can achieve this goal. I'll be willing even if I die. Candle Emperor's eyes were filled with a sickly madness. He had always been smooth sailing with no one daring to mess with him. Under his father's intimidation, even the powerful beings were friendly to him. He had been smooth sailing for over 10 million years. How arrogant was he, until he met True Yan, that violent and intrepid True Yan. True Yan who didn't lower his head at all. He had suffered the greatest setback. He had come back time and time again, only to be trampled on time and time again, even to the point of collapse, causing him to enter a state of madness. Back then, he had hysterically shouted those words to his father. Kill True Yan, kill him. If he doesn't die, I'll die. There'll be no me, there'll be no me. However, his father, Shi, had sent him to the 9th Starfield prison. A nightmare of 1,000 years. 1,000 years in prison. Many of the setbacks were even more than what True Yan had given him. It was almost like he had sunk into hell. However, those setbacks made Candle Emperor hate True Yan even more. He felt that everything was brought about by True Yan. The source of everything was True Yan. When he came out of the Starfield prison, he had already become able to endure, but in truth his heart was even crazier. Candle Emperor only had one goal. Let True Yan suffer, kill True Yan. I want True Yan to feel fear, regret and unwillingness because of me. I want to achieve all of this. I'll die willingly. Winnie. Candle Emperor laid on the soft Jiao beast skin chair and said softly. A ghostly silhouette appeared. Master. The ghostly silhouette bowed. Head to Luo Feng's home. Earth. Candle Emperor ordered, you don't have to do anything, just place one of my undying crystals on Earth, you can head out now. Yes, Master. The ghostly silhouette said respectfully. Wing jade green light enveloped the surroundings, space rippled. So, a space passage formed and vanished. The ghostly silhouette had used the God Country transfer to leave the Wulong Starfield. True Yan, I'm an undying, I have plenty of time, take it slow. Candle Emperor smiled, his smile was absolutely beautiful. Rain Palace. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged within Rain Palace, his consciousness entering his internal world. Within the vast internal world, the black-clothed Luo Feng was above the endless ocean. Bug Clan Island, condense. Black-clothed Luo Feng pointed at the endless ocean below. Immediately the endless ocean water began to roar, after which it began to crumble and become pure world energy. Within a 100,000 kilometers radius, the ocean water all became endless world energy, after which the world energy began to condense and form mountain rocks. The endless world energy that reverberated in the sky also gushed in. After a while, an island with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers was formed. On it there was soil, grass, hills, valleys, and lakes. It was like a normal land world. "Alina, from today onwards, you will live here," black-clothed Luo Feng ordered. In his hand was a world ring. The Queen Alina was placed within. From the central continent, she was moved to an island in the endless ocean. "Yes, master." The Queen Alina and the Bug Clan mother nest landed on the island simultaneously. "This is 300 Sector Lord Bug Clan units. According to my estimation, it should be able to create a 3 million Sector Lord army of Tiger Clan warriors," black-clothed Luo Feng said, simultaneously taking out large amounts of Bug Clan corpses from the world ring. Even in the internal world, Luo Feng couldn't teleport. He couldn't teleport the corpses from the central continent over. He had to use the storage equipment to transport them over. 300 units? The Queen Alina was curious. "Each Sector Lord Bug Clan unit has 100,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan corpses," Luo Feng explained. Beside the large amounts of Bug Clan corpses piled up, a total of 30 million Sector Lord corpses piled up to form a huge corpse mountain. "Wah!" The Queen Alina's eyes gleamed, her chest rose and fell excitedly. "How fast are you nurturing the Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger Clan?" Luo Feng asked. "I can nurture 10 a day," the Queen Alina said. "After all, they are Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Clan. Every one of them is filled with extremely strong energy, hence their speed is slow. If I were to create some star-level Bug Clan, they would be able to endlessly pour out from the mother nest's holes. 10 a day? More than 3,000 tiger beetles a year. 300 years to nurture a million Sector Lord army. It takes me a long time to train anyway." Luo Feng nodded. "Then you can begin now." "Yes, master." The Queen Alina was obviously filled with excitement and anticipation. So, the Queen Alina flew into the mother nest, following which the over 800 m tall round-like mountain-like mother nest immediately rose into the air, smashing into the Sector Lord Bug Clan corpse mountain, drilling into it. Nurturing, black-clothed Luo Feng watched quietly. After 2 hours, that Bug Clan corpse mountain slightly moved, following which a malevolent Bug Clan that was over 10 stories tall crawled out. Its entire body was covered in an incomparably thick carapace, incomparably majestic and barbaric. When this intrepid Sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger Clan warrior saw Luo Feng, it immediately leapt and landed on the ground with a rumble, extremely respectful towards Luo Feng. The first Tiger Clan warrior. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with glee. 1 million Sector Lord army. Luo Feng almost seemed to see an endless amount of Sector Lord Tiger Clan warriors forming an army. His blood couldn't help but boil with excitement and anticipation. As for the Bug Clan corpses used to create the Sector Lord army, they were obtained from the Wulong starfield. Regarding this, Luo Feng didn't feel guilty or uneasy at all. At Luo Feng's level of mental state training, he had long been able to see his true self, seeing through all lies and lies. He wouldn't be easily blinded by them. His heart was like a mirror, seeing through all lies and lies. Seeing his true self. Straight to his true self. Luo Feng was very clear on his true self, ever since he left Earth to roam the universe, as the strongest warrior of Earth, especially after seeing how the ancient families were destroyed one by one, some planets being enslaved, even seeing the Golden Horn race become the vassals of humanity. The Golden Horn race felt a sense of inferiority and unwillingness. Luo Feng felt a sense of danger. "I have to become stronger. I have to put in all my effort, fight for my roots. If the roots die, how can the leaves live?" Back then, Luo Feng was able to fight to the death with the golden horned beast. He had long treated Earth as his roots. Maybe he was very strong, surpassing all the humans on Earth. However, his roots were on Earth. If one day Earth was destroyed and all his comrades died, then what was the point of living alone? Luo Feng knew his true self. When he ignited his soul to fight the golden horned beast, he already knew. He needed to he needed to protect his home, his roots, Earth. Advance, continue to advance. I need to constantly get stronger. I will put in all my effort. Luo Feng's gaze was like a blade, very determined. On the path of becoming stronger, there would be many situations, like the assassination by the Bug Clan before. That flame undying self-destructed and destroyed large amounts of Bug Clan corpses. Under such circumstances, Luo Feng would simply take away 300 Bug Clan corpses. Taking away so many corpses wouldn't affect the entire Wulong starfield at all, however it would be extremely beneficial to his own growth, and he wouldn't harm anyone. Why not? Harming people, Luo Feng rarely did. However, if it involved the survival of Earth, even if it was some innocent life forms, Luo Feng would still slaughter them without hesitation. With a clear heart, he would do things without hesitation, direct and decisive. Taking away those corpses was taking away. A massacre was a massacre. So what? Seeing one's true self, one's true self. As long as one's true self was firm, unaffected by external influences, no matter if one became a killing demon, or a kind and perfect person, or an evil person, only with a clear heart would one be able to walk further and further on the long path of training. However, even with a clear heart, the path of the strong was still filled with danger. Like this time Luo Feng almost died. Pa. 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 There was a knock on the door of Rain Palace. Luo Feng, you can come out. Long K Emperor's voice resounded. Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged within Rain Palace, opened his eyes filled with a smile. 3 chapters finished. This 3rd chapter was the one that took the most time in the past month. My God, he had revised it at least 5 times. I believe everyone has some understanding of Luo Feng's true self. Rumble Silky Rain Palace's tightly shut door, under the 2 sector Lord Guards' forceful movements, it finally opened to the 2 sides. Dressed in silver armor, Luo Feng smiled and walked out. Luo Feng, I've made you suffer this time. Long K Emperor walked over. It's alright. Luo Feng smiled. That Candle Emperor is merely from the Battle Axe Colosseum. I don't believe he can do anything. Haha. Long K Emperor laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the walkways. Your words are indeed right. No matter what, you are still a member of our virtual universe company. And this time you were the victim of the assassination. You are the victim, yet Candle Emperor still did that. It was indeed too much. Luo Feng looked at Dylan beside him. Dylan, I'm preparing to make a trip into the Wulong starfield. You're still going? Dylan was stunned. I've already paid 1 million mixed elements. Don't tell me I'm not going to collect the goods? Luo Feng teased. Beside, Long K Emperor nodded. Collecting the goods is a given. This time I'll personally accompany you in. I'll personally be your guide this time. How can that do? Luo Feng was surprised. Why not? Long K Emperor asked. Prepare what to enter. I don't want to waste time either. Let's do it now. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, then let's depart now. Long K Emperor led 2 white-robed underlings and sat with Luo Feng in his universe ship, heading towards the Wulong starfield where the countless sector Lord Bug corpses were stored. When the space rippled and a universe ship appeared. The cabin door opened and Luo Feng, Long K Emperor and the 2 white-robed men flew out. Ah, this is the place where I was assassinated? Luo Feng looked at the universe coordinates on the screen of his wrist guard, shocked. We directly teleported here? I remember the last time I came here, the 2 guides first brought me to the open area, and then they slowly flew over. That's normal. Long K Emperor shook his head. I don't have to follow. Wulong Starfield storage region prohibited undyings from entering. However, the last time Luo Feng was assassinated, Long K Emperor brought Dylan in. Long K and the other 4 had special privileges. TSK. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. The mess caused by the flame undying self-destruction had all disappeared, replacing it were large amounts of Sector Lord Bug corpses arranged neatly. Longju Emperor, this speed is really fast. It's only been a day and everything has changed. Haha. King Longju asked, how many of those 200 Zerg corpses did you see? I've seen half of it. Luo Feng said. Then I'll bring you down. You can choose after you've seen the 200 Zerg corpses. King Longju said. Luo Feng flipped his hand and immediately 200 metal plates floated before him. With a thought, he split them into 2 piles, 1 big pile and 1 small pile. This small pile of metal plates corresponds to the Zerg corpses. I've never seen them before. Oh? King Longju's eyes swept over the area, and quickly determined the fastest route. Then let's go, King Longju said. King Longju brought Luo Feng. The 4 of them began to fly in the space of the Wulong starfield, through the bug corpses. Half a day later, Luo Feng had already finished looking at the rest of the bodies. Thinking about the situation of the 200 bodies, he naturally had a list of the top 100. Even though I have 300 bodies now, the way I got them is after all shady. Now that I bought another 100, I don't have to fear much. Luo Feng thought. Simultaneously, he turned and smiled at Longju Emperor, King Longju. I've finished looking. I've already decided which 100 to buy. Ah? Longju Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Which 100? These. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out 100 metal plates. Longju Emperor's gaze swept over them, swiftly comparing them with the internal information he had. He couldn't help but look shocked at Luo Feng. Powerful. These Sector Lord bug corpses are all broken, it's hard to differentiate them. The 100 you chose, according to the quality, you pretty much picked the best 100. Even the internal information couldn't be that detailed. After all, they didn't have the energy to investigate the sea of Sector Lord bug corpses. Hence, they only had the most basic level, like the top quality, high quality, middle quality, low quality. This was information Longju Emperor and the others had gotten themselves, they could earn some benefits from it. And Luo Feng's choice was to pick all of the 200 high-quality ones, the rest were middle-quality ones. The metal plates Longju Emperor gave Luo Feng were mainly the high, middle and low-quality ones. Don't tell me Longju Emperor can't bear to part with them? Luo Feng smiled. Of course not. Longju Emperor turned and casually threw 50 metal plates to two of his subordinates. The two of you, each take 50 bug corpses and bring them over. Yes. The two white-robed men bowed respectfully, after which they became two beams of light and split up to collect. Luo Feng, we just need to wait. Longju Emperor said. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Longju Emperor, I want to know, that Kazel who tried to assassinate me, have you found any information? Just who tried to assassinate me? We found some, however we're still investigating. Longju Emperor waved his hand and a universe ship appeared in mid-air, the cabin door automatically opened, let's talk inside. Luo Feng nodded, following Longju Emperor into the universe ship. At this time, in the faraway Tajin universe country Lanhai star field, in space above a very normal life planet Bomo, the space rippled and a black spacecraft appeared out of nowhere. The disk's lower abdomen automatically split open and 3 silhouettes flew out. The leader was an old man dressed in purple armor, emitting a heart-palpitating ripple of origin laws. He waved his hand and kept the disc-shaped ship, ordering solemnly, we have to catch the target, no mistakes can be made. Yes. The two black-armored warriors bowed respectfully. Let's go. Under the command of the purple-armored old man, he immediately brought his two subordinates and quickly flew to this ordinary planet, Bomo Planet. Bomo Planet was a planet with a diameter of 18,219 kilometers. The oxygen ratio in the air reached 36%, the temperature of the entire planet varied greatly. Even on the same day at the same place, it could be negative 30 degrees in the morning, 50 or 60 degrees in the afternoon, however humans were very adaptable. This Bomo planet had a population of about 22 billion. And today, there were 3 strong warriors, 1 Thunder Undying and 2 Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors that entered this normal life planet. The virtual universe system has already confirmed the location of the contact network. The purple-armored old man stood on the balcony of a skyscraper, gazing down at the city, ordering coldly, the target is in this city, find him and bring him to me. Yes, Captain. The 2 sector lords bowed respectfully. At the same time, the 2 of them released their world force, easily enveloping this city that was only 100 kilometers wide. Everything that happened in the city, the evil in the dark corners, the birth of a new life in the hospital, the quarrel between husband and wife, the depravity in the brothels, the cultivation of some weak martial artists, everything was clear. Lock on the target. Lock on. The 2 sector lords simultaneously confirmed the target's location. Within one of the old skyscrapers, there was a green-haired man wearing a consciousness sensor, connecting to the virtual universe network. So. The 2 sector lords simultaneously became beams of light, instantly traversing tens of km, arriving at the old skyscraper, easily capturing the green-haired man. Captain, we've already captured him, the moment the sector lord's voice resounded. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying and ferocious energy suddenly erupted from the depths of the city. Rumble, the city instantly turned into dust. Following that, the ferocious energy seemed to have engulfed the entire planet in an instant. Whether it was the ocean, land, or mountains, everything instantly shattered. Even the core of the explosion tore open the universe space. The entire life planet, in an instant, was destroyed, outside the planet. Rumble. 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 The three silhouettes instantly shot tens of thousands of kilometers into the sky, standing in outer space, looking at that life planet, Bomo planet. This life planet was filled with endless amounts of dust. The surface of the planet was completely plowed through. The strongest of the natives of this planet was only a star level 9, they couldn't escape this disaster at all. Captain. The two sector lords had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, their bodies swiftly recovering, looking up at their captain. The target is dead, the trail has been cut off. The purple-armored old man gazed at the planet. Let's go. The two sector lords turned to look at the life planet, sighing softly. They all boarded the universe ship and left. Only Bomo planet was left in the midst of destruction. The entire planet's 22 billion people were wiped out. Wulong Starfield. In the Sector Lord Bug Corps's area, a universe ship stopped in the space tunnel. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Emperor Long Ke ran to a resting cabin door. Hua, the cabin door opened. Emperor Long Ke? Luo Feng looked curiously at him. I've just received news. Emperor Long Ke's expression was serious. Our virtual universe company has been investigating all of Causal's activities in the virtual universe network, like emails, calls, conversations, etc. We've finally found some clues. We've found a clue. We're preparing to control an important target. However, during the capture, the target's planet had a huge explosion. The entire planet's 22 billion people all died. What? Luo Feng's expression changed. 22 billion. Emperor Long Ke nodded seriously. Yes, according to our exchange with the other races, this vicious method should be the work of the Bug Clan's hidden organization. Bug Clan? Luo Feng's expression changed. Emperor Long Ke nodded. The Bug Clan specializes in soul attacks and controlling large amounts of life, hence the Bug Clan's hidden organization is extremely hard to deal with, and the moment a chess piece has a problem, they'll immediately give up on it, and they'll even take revenge. Causing a planet to fall into destruction, that's a form of revenge. However, even though we know there's revenge, we still have to investigate. Even if we fail 100 or 1,000 times, as long as we succeed once, we'll be able to heavily damage the Bug Clan's hidden organization that they've spent countless resources to build. Luo Feng took a deep breath. 22 billion people, all the life on a life planet. Just like that, they'd all die. The exchange between the races was indeed cruel. You have to be careful, obviously you're already on the Bug Clan's hit list. Emperor Long Ke emphasized. P.S. Today's 1 night, tomorrow's 3. I understand. Luo Feng nodded seriously. Bug Clan, he didn't expect that after acquiring the Bug Clan mother nest, he would immediately be ambushed by the Bug Clan. Of course there wasn't any relationship between the two. No matter who it is, if they want me dead, they can dream on. Even if I die, I'll take a huge bite out of them. Luo Feng swiftly began to ponder on how to deal with the Bug Clan and other alien races. With a computing speed that was comparable to a quantum computer, Luo Feng continued to ponder on various plans. Like the Masha clansman carrying the core and leaving it in a safe place, letting his Earth body go out to explore, this seemed to be the safest plan. However, Luo Feng immediately rejected this plan. Because that way, if at any point in time his Earth body was killed, it would definitely make many people think he was dead. The virtual universe company would know about this too. If at this time another Earth body was formed in his internal world, at this time Luo Feng would appear again. Even an idiot would know, there was definitely a problem with Luo Feng. A domain lord couldn't possibly have an undying body. Only by carrying the core with me will I be able to deal with all sorts of situations. However, it's dangerous too. Luo Feng pondered. After thinking for 3 seconds, Luo Feng already had a plan in mind. It was the best plan he could think of at the moment. Let's do that. Luo Feng nodded within. After chatting with Long K for a while, Long K returned to his resting cabin. After all, the two white-robed men needed about 3 days to collect 100 units of bug corpses. Luo Feng and Longju Emperor naturally couldn't spend the entire 3 days chatting. Naturally they rested within the cabin. Within the cabin, Luo Feng sat in his chair, splitting a thread of his consciousness to connect to the virtual universe network. Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa, study. Luo Feng sat in front of his desk and looked at the laptop in front of him. Entering the treasury, the screen appeared: secret techniques, weapons, rare treasures, technological weapons, materials, tools, living beings, and other special categories. Luo Feng directly opened the rare treasures category. Very quickly, he found a world. World Villa, 0. 020. 1 Mixed Elements. World House, 0. 1 Mixed Elements, 0. 3 Mixed Elements. World Belt, 0. 3 to 3 Mixed Elements. World Ring, 0. 5 Mixed Elements, 10 Mixed Elements. The different types were all categorized in detail. This was an item with a world. The bigger it was, the cheaper it was. Just like back then when Luo Feng entered the Universe Mercenary exam for the first time, the world he entered was within a villa. The entire world seemed to have merged into a villa. To carry a world, the smaller the object, the harder it was to carry it. A belt could carry a world. If this world was to be fused into a ring, then the materials used for the ring would be far more expensive than the belt. So, the price of creating a world wasn't considered high. Any world overlord would be able to create a world. It was just that there were big and small ones. But to create a world ring, that ring was the most expensive. Even the cheapest in the virtual universe company's treasury was 0. 5 Mixed Elements. 0. 5 mixed element units to 10 mixed element units. This range represented different spatial ranges. The smallest one was 10,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. The largest one was 100 million kilometers in length, width, and height. And the ring Luo Feng was gifted in the Wu Long starfield was 100,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. The world ring's price was about 1 mixed element. To a customer who bought over 1 million mixed elements worth of goods, gifting a world ring wasn't much. And the trash mountain, it was too much to handle. However, in terms of price, a world ring was countless times more expensive than a space ring. This was because almost all universe-level warriors had a space ring, even many star levels had one. However, a sector lord pinnacle had an average wealth of about 10 mixed elements. Normally, they would spend most of their wealth on training, weapons, armor, techniques, and a portion of their wealth on universe ships. It was almost impossible for them to spend 10% of their wealth on a world ring. They would rather use their internal world. At most, they would create a world house. When they become undying, they would use even more valuable materials to merge the world house into a world ring. So, undying and below, it was very rare to see anyone use a world ring, unless they had a huge background and huge wealth. Purchase a world ring. F10 model, 100 million kilometers in length, width, and height. Luo Feng swiftly clicked. Primal Region members had a 30% discount. They only needed to spend 7 mixed elements to buy it. Your Majesty Luo Feng, I've confirmed your location is in the Wu Long starfield. Someone will send it over immediately. A gentle lady's voice resounded. No need for now. When I need you to send the goods, you can send it over. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty Luo Feng. Closing the laptop screen, Luo Feng revealed a smile. An extremely large world ring was in his hands. Once he left the Wu Long starfield storage area and obtained the world ring, his plan could begin. Bug Clan? Want to kill me? Humph. I'd rather lie low for 1 million years than follow the footsteps of a genius like Kudi. Luo Feng thought. The chances of geniuses dying along the way were very high. 1. The path of training was already filled with danger. 2. Geniuses would be envied. Assassinations by other races, internal conflicts within the races would cause the geniuses to meet with danger. After this battle, Luo Feng became even more cautious. On the fourth day after the two white-robed men left to collect the Bug Clan corpses, they finally returned. Outside the universe ship's cabin door. Lord. The two white-robed men stood in mid-air, bowing respectfully to Long K Emperor. You brought it? Long K Emperor looked at them. Yes, Lord. The two simultaneously took out all the Bug Clan corpses they had collected. Immediately, in the empty space beside them, two small corpse mountains appeared. They were both 10 kilometers tall. Luo Feng looked at the two little bug corpse mountains floating in mid-air, nodding slightly and immediately absorbing them into his internal world. As absorbing into the internal world and the world ring were exactly the same, they were both world ripples. Hence back then Luo Feng absorbed the Bug Clan mother nest into his internal world. Now he absorbed the Bug Clan corpse mountain into his internal world. Luo Feng, the Bug Clan corpses are in my hands. There shouldn't be any problems, right? However, you chose the 100 units. Long K Emperor smiled at Luo Feng. Haha, of course there's no problem. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. As for the other 100 metal plates, Luo Feng had already given them to Long K Emperor. Now that the Bug Clan corpses are in your hands, are you preparing to search for treasure in the Trash Mountain? Long K Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Actually, the reason he accompanied Luo Feng was out of habit. As long as a person had potential, Long K Emperor wouldn't easily piss him off. However, accompanying Luo Feng for a few days wasn't much. That would take a long time. Luo Feng could naturally tell what Long K Emperor was thinking. He smiled, it's rare for me to come here. And with the world ring you guys gave me, of course I have to make a trip to the Trash Mountain. However, Long K Emperor, these few days you've accompanied me, it's already been troublesome enough. I'll be heading to the Trash Mountain to search for treasure. These two guides can just follow me. That's fine. Long K Emperor nodded and didn't decline. The two of you follow Luo Feng. Remember, the moment you notice anyone approaching from the surveillance, immediately avoid them. Don't allow anyone to get close to you. Long K Emperor ordered seriously. Yes, Lord. The two white-robed men replied respectfully. Then I'll be leaving. I wish Luo Feng that you'll be able to obtain an astronomical amount of treasure in the Trash Mountain. Emperor Long K laughed loudly as he looked at Luo Feng, the assassination attempt before, this is my luck. After the bad luck passes, it becomes good luck. To be assassinated within the Wulong star field, it's a rare occurrence in over 100 million years. The chances of getting treasures there are much lower than in the Trash Mountain. Luo Feng mocked himself, if I can even encounter an assassination, then I'll probably encounter treasures too. Haha, then I'll be heading back first. Long K Emperor nodded. After which, he boarded his universe ship and swiftly became a beam of light, disappearing into the distance of the space tunnel. The two white-robed men stood respectfully beside Luo Feng. One of them said, Your Majesty, there are trash mountains everywhere in the Wulong starfield. May I know where Your Majesty will start searching for treasures? We'll first travel through the universe and randomly point at a location. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed, at least this region that was just attacked shouldn't be my lucky spot. Sitting in the standard ship, Luo Feng would occasionally point at a location. After traveling through the universe, he would randomly search for 1 or 2 trash mountains to search for treasures. He wouldn't know if he didn't search for treasures. The moment he did, he was shocked. These trash mountains were indeed all trash. They were all worthless remains. Of course, no matter how worthless they were still much better than the diamonds on Earth. After all, they were remains left behind from the war between races. However, even if he filled up the entire 100,000 kilometers space ring, it probably wouldn't even be worth 0. 1 mixed elements. After all, 0. 1 mixed elements was enough to buy a normal galaxy. Treasures, it really depends on luck. Let's go, we'll travel through the universe. Luo Feng's mood was good. He wasn't affected by the assassination or Candle Emperor's matter at all. This was a reflection of his mental state. Head to the nearest stopping point. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty Luo Feng. The 2 white-robed men replied. The ship immediately traveled through the universe and returned to the primal universe. A large area around them was empty. Any further and there would be endless amounts of goods. In between the goods, there would occasionally be a huge mountain of trash. The size of the trash mountain was much larger than the goods. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He felt a faint attraction calling out to his entire body. His entire body's cells felt like they were boiling. What's going on? Luo Feng looked into the distance. It was in that direction that there seemed to be a magnetic field constantly acting on his body. P.S. Chapter 1 Here under the summoning of that shapeless magnetic field, the skin on his entire body was slightly numb and all of his cells were boiling, including his bones and organs. This summoning caused Luo Feng's entire body to tremble, as if it was desperately calling out to Luo Feng, "Come, hurry, come here." "Your Majesty Luo Feng, which direction do we go? There are many trash mountains around." One of the black-skinned white-robed men asked. "There." Luo Feng pointed at the distant trash mountain. "Yes." The two white-robed men acknowledged respectfully, after which they used their world energy to envelop Luo Feng. The three of them became beams of light and swiftly flew towards the distant majestic trash mountain. It seemed close but in truth, the distance was extremely far. With a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, they flew for over 3 hours before reaching the trash mountain. "Your Majesty can enter the trash mountain to search for treasures, the two of us will wait here, call us when you're done." The black-skinned white-robed man said respectfully. Luo Feng frowned, as he felt that the summoning wasn't that strong, immediately becoming a beam of light and flying towards the trash mountain. The mountain was like an extremely large planet, its diameter should be at least 100,000 kilometers. After circling around the garbage mountain for a short while, he flew to the back of the garbage mountain. Luo Feng's back faced the trash mountain, looking at the distant space. "It's still in that direction, the thing that's summoning me isn't in this trash mountain, but somewhere even further away." Luo Feng looked curiously into the distant space was filled with goods, in the distance, he could vaguely see a trash mountain. Luo Feng didn't dare confirm that the mysterious item that was summoning him wasn't in that trash mountain, anyway, it was in this direction. So, Luo Feng flew back to the two white-robed men. "Your Majesty, you finished searching?" The two looked shocked at Luo Feng, it was too fast. "I don't want to search for treasures in this trash mountain." Luo Feng shook his head, pointing into the distance. "Let's continue in that direction, I want to rely on my intuition to find a trash mountain I like." These absolute geniuses' temperaments are indeed weird, relying on their intuition to find treasures. However, he just said it was this trash mountain, in the blink of an eye he wants to change, really. However, who asked him to be arranged by Lord Long K? The two sector Lord Pinnacle leaders muttered within. On the surface they were still very respectful and passionate. "Yes, Your Majesty Luo Feng." The world energy was released, once again enveloping Luo Feng. The three became beams of light and flew into the distance. Continuously flying, after flying past a mountain of trash, the summoning still didn't come from here, so he continued to fly forward, flying past one garbage mountain after another. They had been flying for a total of 16 days. The two guides were muttering to themselves that this genius was really hard to deal with. Even the selection of garbage mountains was so strict, but they didn't dare to disobey. Since it was King Longju's order, of course they would have to work hard to carry it out, and could only keep flying like this. Rumble after circling around the mountain of trash in front of him, that incredibly strong calling caused Luo Feng's blood flow to explosively increase. Every cell in his body was boiling, and he was about to go berserk. "This is it. I want to search for treasures here," said Luo Feng after flying to the two white-robed men. The two white-robed men exchanged glances and let out a sigh of relief. Holy, this Luo Feng finally decided to pick a trash mountain. They've been flying for a total of 16 days, and they've been maintaining a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. Did they have it easy? "The two of us will wait for your highness here," said the black-skinned, white-robed man. "Yes." Luo Feng couldn't hold it in any longer, flying straight into the mountain. Only after seeing Luo Feng swiftly approach the garbage mountain, turning into a small black dot and entering the enormous garbage mountain did the two white-robed men relax and stretch their muscles. At the same time, the other green-skinned white-robed man said, "We're really unlucky this time. It's already so troublesome to find a garbage mountain, so the next garbage mountain will probably be just as troublesome. Let's make use of the time to relax and rest. I'm preparing to play some virtual games." The black-skinned white-robed man stood in mid-air, sending a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe network and began to play games. Luo Feng was currently drilling deeper into the trash mountain. The entire mountain had a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, all sorts of decaying remains were piled up within. Luo Feng was like a pangolin, drilling deeper and deeper. Close. Close. The closer he got, the more he felt the strong calling, his entire body was boiling. After drilling another 10,000 kilometers, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows suspiciously, because he felt many messy calls. Some came from the left, some from the right, some straight ahead. There were a total of over 10 calls, all of different strengths and weaknesses. There were actually over 10 calls. There seems to be more than one item. Luo Feng paused for a moment before choosing the strongest one and flying towards it. At the same time, a formless spirit energy forcefully pushed aside the large amounts of debris around him, creating a path. After traveling for about 30,000 kilometers, Luo Feng finally stopped. Ahead, an armor shard floated, the other items around it were all pushed away by Luo Feng's spirit energy. Waves of calls were emitted from the shard. Armor shard? What is this? Luo Feng looked carefully. This shard was about the size of a normal book cover. It was completely black and floated there. Luo Feng carefully approached. When Luo Feng was around 5 meters away, the floating shell suddenly seemed to have a life of its own. The entire shell wriggled and fiercely flew towards Luo Feng. It was as fast as lightning and instantly leaped towards Luo Feng's right hand. It directly touched Luo Feng's skin and wanted to drill into his body. Qi. A green membrane immediately appeared on Luo Feng's right hand. It was the cloud contact armor. It forcefully separated the black shard. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to try and force the shard away, however he was shocked to find the shard was trying its best to get closer to his skin. Just his spirit energy alone was unable to resist the shard's strength. A thin vine extended from his finger. It was one of the 216 main vines. The slender green vine instantly wrapped around the carapace fragment. The vines also tightly wrapped around the carapace fragment. The shard struggled with all its might to resist. However, it was forcefully controlled by this cloud contact vine. Just what is this? It looks like a dead item, however when I get close it wants to drill into my skin. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows as he pondered, and it can even send out a mysterious call. Obviously, other people in the Wulong starfield shouldn't be able to feel this call. If they felt it, they would definitely follow the call and find this item. Even if they didn't know its secrets, they would still take it away. Trillions of years, looking at the many rotting items, it was obvious that the items in the depths of this garbage mountain had a long history. Many people in the Wulong starfield had come before, but none of them took this item away. Weird. Why am I being summoned? Others can't feel it? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. I'm not that special compared to others. Is it the blood river energy? No, the virtual universe company definitely has many that have absorbed the crystals. Unless it's because of the mysterious metal board on Earth and the incomplete nameless manual? Or is it because of the Earth's genes? The reason couldn't be confirmed, however Luo Feng didn't dare casually let this thing enter his body. It would be fine if it was beneficial, but the moment there was trouble, it would be too late for regrets. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out the silver white world ring. This was given to him by Long Ke Emperor. The world within was 100,000 kilometers in length, width and height. The items he brought from the garbage mountain would at most fill up the world ring. It was forbidden to bring more. And the surveillance system of the Wulong starfield could detect the size of all the items. The items Luo Feng took would be calculated by the system. The moment it reached 100,000 kilometers in length, width and height, it would naturally be recorded. I'll let the core temporarily stay in this world. Even if something happens to my Earth body, at most I'll just form another body. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a black stone appeared. This was the Masha clansman's stone. Within it was the core. With a thought, he threw the stone into the silver white world ring. This world ring, during the treasure hunt before, Luo Feng had already infused it with his spirit imprint. Alright, the core has already entered the world ring. Luo Feng looked at the black shell shard before him. Come. The vine swiftly let go of the black carapace shard. Right after it let go, the black carapace shard immediately rushed towards Luo Feng's finger. Once it touched his finger, it turned into a black liquid and swiftly melted into Luo Feng's skin. Right after it melted, Luo Feng received some basic information from the mysterious black carapace shard. It's actually that mysterious? With a thought from Luo Feng, a black carapace appeared on his arm. This black carapace had the same surface area as the black carapace shard from before. This black shell could change, it could shrink and expand. However, the largest it could reach was the size of this shell. The area it covered was similar to the protection of an arm guard. What a strong power! Luo Feng felt that his right arm was filled with immense power. His fist's power was comparable to a Sector Lord level 9's. This power was from the black carapace. Even though it was from the carapace, it seemed to have completely fused with Luo Feng's body. Unlike the cloud contact vine's power, only the vine itself could unleash it. This shell was completely controlled by Luo Feng. Just one shard and it's comparable to a Sector Lord level 9's power? Luo Feng was shocked. He didn't care much and immediately went to search for the other 10 sources. So, Luo Feng drilled through the trash mountain, searching for item after item. They were all shell shards. After searching for a while, he had gathered all the special items within the trash mountain. Including the ones I found at the start, there's a total of 18 black shards and 1 silver shard. Luo Feng had already stripped himself completely naked. The 18 black shards had completely fused with his body. These 18 shards had turned into a black liquid. The largest armor it could form was a black vest. However, this black vest gave Luo Feng power. It was comparable to over 20 Sector Lord level 9's battle strength. This black shell shard, just what special item is it? Luo Feng looked at the black vest on his body. He was filled with shock. It actually gave me such a strong power. This is obviously still a broken black shell. As for the silver shell. Luo Feng looked at the palm-sized silver shell in his palm. Luo Feng had already tried it before. Only by forcing all the black shards out of his body would he be able to fuse with a silver shell. Just a palm-sized silver shell gave Luo Feng power equivalent to 5 normal Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors. The silver shell, its effect is 10 times that of the black shell. It's obviously of a higher level. However, the two are obviously incompatible. Luo Feng thought to himself. The naked Luo Feng stood in the depths of the trash mountain. Looking at the black shell shards that were forced out of his body and the silver arm guard, his eyes gleaming. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. These shards have been abandoned in the trash mountain, who knows how long they've been there. Luo Feng looked at the black shards, yet they can summon me. If it's not because of the Earth's genes, it's because of the nameless manual. Carefully thinking about himself. Only these 2 points were special, something the other humans that came to the Wulong starfield didn't have. Without a doubt, he was the first Earth human to come here. Secondly, the mysterious metal board's technique. The words were the flame god race's words. Obviously a strong race that was independent from the human race. Because different races naturally had different training systems, armor systems, etc., and he could have trained in the nameless manual to be able to use it. These are all guesses, I need to verify them in the future. On the surface of Luo Feng's body immediately floated the cloud contact armor, forming a green armor. He also forced out the black and silver shell shards and kept them in his internal world. Flying out of the trash mountain, Luo Feng floated in space, silently concentrating and sensing to see if there was still that summoning. There's really a summoning? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, looking in another direction, revealing a smile. My guess is not bad. These shards are probably from an ancient race war in the outer region battlefield, hence they were placed here. Because the robots can't even detect the uniqueness of these shards, scanning them for precious metals that humans don't know about, they were eventually discarded into the trash mountain, and there are many trash mountains. These shards could be separated into different mountains. The summoning to the left ahead was very weak. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The 2 white-robed men looked at Luo Feng and bowed respectfully. Let's depart. Luo Feng said. Where to? Are we heading to the docking point for universe travel, or continuing to search for the trash mountain? The two white-robed men looked at Luo Feng. They were most afraid of taking the wrong path, flying back for over 10 days before taking a ship through universe travel, and then flying again. They might as well head to the nearest trash mountain and collect all the items. This way, the two of them could relax. Continue to search for the trash mountain. Luo Feng said. Yes. The two were overjoyed within. Head in that direction. Luo Feng pointed in a direction. The two white-robed men immediately released their world energy, carrying Luo Feng forward. After advancing for 3 to 4 days, they realized it was too early to be happy. This Majesty Luo Feng was too difficult to serve. He actually didn't even enter the mountains of trash they flew past. The two of them could only focus on rushing, simultaneously sending a part of their consciousness into the virtual universe network to relax. After flying for a total of 21 days, Luo Feng told them to stop. After flying one round around the floating garbage mountain, Luo Feng confirmed that it was this garbage mountain that was calling out to him. You two stay here. After saying that, Luo Feng entered the trash mountain and started digging. After a while, Luo Feng had obtained 9 black shells and 1 silver shell. Simultaneously he had randomly picked up some metal and alloy remains which were 10 kilometers in diameter. He had to put on a show, otherwise just collecting these black shells alone, how could he fill up the 100,000 kilometers wide and wide world ring? Then, he let the two white-robed men continue to lead him to search for the shell fragments. As time passed, the two white-robed men were considered unlucky to meet Luo Feng, as Luo Feng purely relied on his intuition to pick the garbage mountains. He would often fly for 10 days before choosing one. After which he would sit in his ship and travel through the universe, randomly stopping at a random point in the Wulong starfield. After a short walk, he would probably be unhappy and continue to travel to the next point. You two stay here. After saying that, Luo Feng directly flew towards the floating garbage mountain in front of him. Within the garbage mountain, Luo Feng followed the summoning with ease and easily found 8 shards, 7 black shell shards and 1 silver shell shard. In total, I've obtained 118 black carapace fragments, 6 silver carapace fragments, and 1 fragmentation blade. Luo Feng flipped his hand and retrieved these items from his internal world. Immediately, a dense cluster of black shell fragments floated before him, along with a small amount of silver shell fragments and a broken blade. Luo Feng looked at them. He already understood the uses of the black and silver shells, only that broken blade, it had the ability to summon him. It probably came from the same place as the shells, however he hadn't found a way to use it yet. Drop blood, touch skin, spiritual force. Luo Feng had tried all sorts of weapon control methods, however they were all useless against this blade, almost as though it was a very normal broken blade with no value at all. Even its sharpness was very average. The only special thing about it was that it could produce that special summoning, hence Luo Feng collected it. Forget about it, right now I have 118 pieces of the black shell. Last time I almost covered my entire body. This time I have 7 more pieces. I should be able to cover my entire body. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and the cloud contact armor swiftly entered his body. So, almost like a group of arrows, the 118 black shells all flew towards Luo Feng. The moment they touched Luo Feng, they swiftly transformed into a black liquid that entered Luo Feng's skin and began to gather within his body. This mysterious black liquid seemed to be able to easily merge with Luo Feng's skin and muscles. When the black liquid touched each other, it swiftly began to gather. Threads of black liquid gathered, more and more. Rumble, a sudden change occurred. What? Luo Feng was shocked, carefully feeling within his body. When the black liquid gathered to a certain level and changed, it also forced the threads of black liquid out of his body. This was purely done by the black liquid itself. 2 pieces of black shell appeared on Luo Feng's chest, after which they fell off. Saturated, the black liquid within Luo Feng's body had already reached a saturated level. There was no way for him to gather any more. I know I can't just keep growing like this, there has to be a limit. It's indeed saturated. Luo Feng carefully felt the changes within his body. the rumbling sound of the black liquid gathering to its limit, even Luo Feng's ears could hear it clearly. The change ended. This is? Luo Feng looked at his bare chest. There was a black engraving on it. It was a very complicated word, however Luo Feng could recognize it, flame god language. A very simple word. Soldier. Soldier? Luo Feng looked at the soldier imprint on his chest, following which the imprint automatically disappeared. Even though he couldn't see it with his naked eye, he could feel the soldier imprint on his chest, and the black liquid energy from before had completely merged with the imprint. Before, whenever he merged with the black shell, the moment he forced the black liquid out of his body, it would automatically separate into the shell shape. However, at this time, they had completely merged into this soldier imprint. Soldier? Luo Feng frowned. Flame god language? Seems like it really has something to do with that nameless manual. This soldier, is it the flame god race, or some other mysterious races? Lowest soldier? This mysterious armor, I'll call it the soldier armor. Luo Feng thought. With a thought, he activated the armor mark on his chest. Immediately, black threads spread out and covered Luo Feng's entire body. At the same time, a ferocious black armor, helmet, and boots appeared on Luo Feng's body. At the same time, an incomparably dense energy flowed through Luo Feng's entire body. This armor seemed to be one with Luo Feng's skin and muscles. This energy was like Luo Feng's own strength. With Luo Feng's feeling, he estimated that there were about 80 to 90 Sector Lord Pinnacles energy gathered. How unbearable. Enveloped within the mysterious armor, Luo Feng felt intense pain all over his body. As the owner of the armor, Luo Feng knew the most basic information. This armor, once the soldier imprint is formed, then it's truly a perfect armor. It can be big or small. If it's big, it's almost limitless. If it's small, it's almost limitless. However, everything requires the body to move, and the burden on the body is huge. Right now I'm only Domain Lord level 9, my body is too weak. I can't unleash the full power of this mysterious armor. The armor itself contained energy. Just Luo Feng's earth body alone could unleash 80 to 90 Sector Lord Pinnacles energy. However, this was just a portion of the armor's power. The main thing was that Luo Feng was too weak, he couldn't unleash it at all. And as big as Luo Feng could grow, the armor could grow as well. Of course the armor was powered by the body. My body is weak. However, the golden horned beast's body is very strong, and the golden horned beast has also trained in the nameless manual. Luo Feng was overjoyed within. He immediately forced the armor out of his body and a black ball flew out. On it, there was a flame god race word being that could be seen faintly. With a thought from Luo Feng, the weapon pearl disappeared into his internal world. Internal world. Like a mountain range, the golden horned beast was lying on the grass. A soldier orb appeared. With a golden horned beast reached out with its right claw and landed on the soldier armor pearl. Immediately, it melted into liquid and melted into the golden horned beast's body. Because this was a complete soldier armor pearl, very naturally, on the golden horned beast's chest scales, a flame god word soldier imprint faintly appeared, before disappearing. The golden horned beast stood up. It raised its head and roared loudly, simultaneously activating the armor imprint. Chi-chi-chi, the imprint on its chest shot out tens of thousands of black threads, wrapping around every part of the golden horned beast's body. Immediately, all of the scales on the golden horned beast's body, including its horns and claws, were covered with a very thin layer of black armor, causing the entire golden horned beast to become completely black. Even the golden engravings were completely covered. How the golden horned beast felt the incomparably strong energy coursing through its body, it couldn't help but cheer excitedly. It didn't feel much of a burden on its body at all, instead it felt extremely happy. It had a feeling that the armor had been activated to its limit. At this time, the golden horned beast's strength was simply too shocking. It had already unleashed a full 1000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. This was the true strength of the armor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His fingers tenosynovitis flared up again, his wrist hurt too. Tomato held back his tears and looked innocently at everyone. It's already like this. Don't you feel bad about not giving me a monthly pass? Deities of the world. The golden horned beast let out a low roar and immediately used the deity world technique. Adding on its tail, its huge body that was over 1,200 kilometers long started to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a golden-horned beast that was only a little over 100 kilometers long. As the bone density, muscle density, scale density etc. all rose, the golden-horned beast's body became even stronger. And every scale and claw that was infused with a very thin layer of black armor, the energy within also flowed within the golden-horned beast's body. That was a very tyrannical and powerful energy. Indeed, it's as I expected. In the grass plains, black-clothed Luo Feng stood at the foot of the golden-horned beast, looking up. Just now the golden-horned beast had already unleashed the armor to its limit. Even with the deities of the world, the armor's strength was still about 1,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. This mysterious armor's limit should be 1,000 times Sector Lord strength. However, it's already very powerful. 1,000 times Sector Lord strength. Just from a strength perspective, it should be comparable to a stronger Undying General. Black-clothed Luo Feng muttered. The last time Luo Feng used the golden-horned beast to battle the Fire Undying, hence he had a rough understanding of the Undying strength. That Fire Undying was a very normal Undying, just as Undying body alone was probably 100 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. And when the golden-horned beast exploded, it was 330 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. However, the Fire Undying after all had a complete grasp of the fire origin laws, and even though Luo Feng had a bit of the beast god mentality, it was still very shallow. His comprehension of the origin laws was after all too short. Compared to an Undying that had a complete grasp of the origin laws, the difference was huge. With a difference in the origin laws, he relied on the foundation to suppress the opponent, hence they were evenly matched. A normal Undying combining his Undying energy, in terms of strength, was 100 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. The Undying General's pinnacle should be close to official level, it should be 1,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. Black-clothed Luo Feng stood in the grass plains, rubbing his chin as he pondered. Official level pinnacle is close to Emperor level, just the Undying body alone should be 10,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle. As for the peak of the Sealed King realm, if that's the case, once his immortal god body fully explodes, it should be at the level of a peak world overlord 100,000 times. Regarding the gods, Luo Feng knew quite a bit. Even though the inherited memories had very little to do with the Undyings, just the Primal Region members' privileges alone allowed Luo Feng to read up on a lot of information. The Undying level, the difference in strength was shocking. Just the Undying body alone had a huge difference, because Undyings would train their body over time, first reaching the Undying body state. That was what many Undyings were after. As one's strength increased, one's immortal divine body would grow stronger and stronger. At True Yan's level, just his immortal divine body alone would be unparalleled. Coupled with the nomological laws, he indeed had the qualifications to roam the universe. 1,000,000 times peak Sector Lord, normal Undyings. 1,000 10,000 times peak Sector Lord, that's a marquee Undying. 10,000 to 100,000 times the peak of Sector Overlord, that's an Undying King. Luo Feng muttered, this is just my guess, however from the information I've gathered, my guess should be more than 60% accurate. Luo Feng's consciousness calculation speed was shocking, his logic and reasoning was also very high, along with the Virtual Universe Company's network and the information he could read, along with his teacher True Yen, Dylan and that Flame Undying's personal exchange, he finally came up with this deduction. Of course, these were just the most basic God energy explosion, they were considered the basics. And the nomological laws, they were considered techniques. Emperor level, official level, Undying General, these three levels, whether it was the most basic Undying body or the nomological laws, the difference was huge. Hence the difference in strength was shocking. If my calculations are correct, an Emperor level early stage, just the Undying body alone would only be able to unleash 10 to 20,000 times Sector Lord Pinnacle strength. Luo Feng thought, and I have a million Sector Lord army, the moment I combine my strength, quantity will cause a qualitative change, even an Emperor level beginner would have to dodge my Sector Lord army. After acquiring this mysterious armor, Luo Feng was extremely happy. After leaving the trash mountain, he continued to search for other shell pieces. In the dark universe, the standard ship was flying. Within the ship's control room, two white-robed men stood there obediently, occasionally looking at Luo Feng with a sense of helplessness. We'll stop here, head to the nearest stop. Luo Feng ordered excitedly. Your Majesty, we can't stop. The black-skinned white-robed man said solemnly. Luo Feng turned to look curiously at the white-robed man. The two white-robed men looked at Luo Feng. What's going on? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and asked. The green-skinned black-robed man beside bowed respectfully and said slowly, Your Majesty Luo Feng, the two of us have already accompanied you in the trash mountain of the Wulong Starfield for over a year. Every time, we spend at most a year in the trash mountain. Ah. Luo Feng was stunned. It was time? We've just received the order from the Wulong Starfield's management system, to allow the two of us to bring Your Majesty Luo Feng and leave. The green-skinned black-robed man said slowly, however he couldn't hide his exhaustion. How could he not be tired? For an entire year, the two of them hadn't even rested at all. Luo Feng searched for the trash mountains purely based on his intuition. Occasionally, they would bring him and fly continuously for over 10 days or 20 days, suddenly stopping at a random trash mountain to search for treasures. However, after entering the mountain for less than half an hour, they would have to head to an even further trash mountain. They hadn't had a good rest for a year. This was the first time the two of them had met such a difficult customer. Oh, so the time is up. Luo Feng nodded, then let's return. The two white-robed men exchanged glances. They were finally free. Right, you guys should have a trash mountain treasure business here, right? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. When I was chatting with Long K Emperor before, he mentioned that other than buying items and getting a world ring, you can also come here alone to treasure. It seems like one mixed element can buy a small world ring, 10 mixed elements can buy a medium world ring, and 100 mixed elements can buy a large world ring. At the same time, the treasure time can be bought separately. You can treasure for 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. The two white-robed men's expressions changed greatly. Yes, there was indeed a treasure business. It was purely because the trash mountains didn't have much profit, and the cost of dealing with the trash mountain itself wasn't small. Hence, they decided to create this treasure business, allowing people who wanted to test their luck to come and waste away the trash mountain. They could even earn extra money, why not? Trash mountain treasure business? Ah. The black-skinned white-robed man's expression turned even darker. Yes, there is. They didn't dare to lie. Oh. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. When I return, I'll specially buy world rings and treasure time. The two of you are indeed very serious. When I return to the trash mountain treasure, I'll need the two of you to continue leading the way. I wonder if that's possible? The two white-robed men's hearts trembled. These days of flying with no rest at all, were they really going to continue? 1 year? 10 years? 100 years? This was thousands of times more difficult than the usual supervision work. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed loudly. I'm joking. Maintaining this speed of 100,000 kilometers per second for almost an entire year, anyone would be tired. When the time comes, I'll invite another guide. The two white-robed men immediately let out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty Luo Feng. The two bowed, feeling a little ashamed. Humans aren't machines after all, you don't have to say much. Luo Feng smiled. In this 1 year, Luo Feng had acquired a total of 132 black shell shards, 7 silver shell shards and 1 fragmented blade, of which 116 black shell shards formed a perfect armor. On average, every month he got about 11 black shell shards and half a silver one. The golden horned beast has a set of armor, my earth body has to get one too. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng bought a middle-sized world ring and a 1-year treasure time. The management of the Wulong Starfield naturally arranged for 2 more guides. Luo Feng, you're currently in the Domain Lord level, it's the most important stage of your training. Long K looked at Luo Feng. He originally knew Luo Feng's treasure time was up, hence he personally came to send him off. He didn't expect Luo Feng to continue to treasure in the trash mountain. Treasure in the trash mountain is just for fun, don't waste too much time on it. I understand. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. If there's a big reward, you have to tell me. If there's anything valuable, I'll help you sell it. I'll definitely help you sell it for an extremely high price. Long K said. Definitely. Luo Feng spoke a few words with Long Ke, before bringing the two guides and entering the trash mountain of the Wulong starfield to search for treasure. Luo Feng had already carefully studied the armor. It was extremely mysterious. It contained energy within, however the normal energy consumption came from the host's body, hence one's body had to be strong enough to unleash the full power of the armor. Other than this, the material of the armor had the ability to obstruct spirit energy and world energy, meaning for a spirit attack to pierce through this armor, it would lose 90% of its power. Of course, as for the ethereal undying energy, which was whether an undying soul attack would be obstructed, Luo Feng wasn't sure yet. Luo Feng wasn't a god, he couldn't test this. To unleash the full power of the armor, one would need a Sector Lord pinnacle fitness level. Luo Feng thought, obviously this armor was made for a Sector Lord pinnacle. A Sector Lord wearing this armor would have the power to battle a normal undying, however, an undying soul attack, a Sector Lord pinnacle usually wouldn't be able to block it, hence this armor probably has the ability to weaken the soul attack. Only then, can a Sector Lord pinnacle wear this armor, and be comparable to a normal undying. Luo Feng sighed. Which mysterious race had created this mysterious armor? Just the armor alone was already so exaggerated. What about the battle armor made of a higher quality, silver carapace? This was definitely an extremely terrifying race. One definitely couldn't underestimate any race that could survive in the universe. Humanity is the pinnacle race, they probably have some trump cards, it's just that my position is still lower, I don't know much about them. Luo Feng thought. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed in the trash mountain. Luo Feng finally decided, it was time to leave the Wulong starfield and return to Earth. P.S. First chapter here. After bidding farewell to Long Ke Emperor, Luo Feng and Dylan sat on the Yunmo planet ship and left the Wulong starfield, heading towards the Ganwu universe country. Candle Emperor was leisurely lying on his fur, looking up at the screen before him. Footsteps resounded, a purple-robed man swiftly walked in and bowed respectfully, "Lord." "What's up?" Candle Emperor continued to look at the screen. "Luo Feng has already left the Wulong starfield," the purple-robed man said respectfully. "Ah." Candle Emperor laughed lightly, "That punk has finally left. I thought he would keep searching for treasures in the trash mountain. It's no wonder, being an aborigine, even the trash in the trash mountain would treat it as a treasure." "Alright, you may leave." "Yes, Lord." The purple-robed man bowed respectfully and left. Candle Emperor looked up at the screen, the information on the screen suddenly changing to the detailed information on Earth. This was the detailed information he had secretly sent people to Earth to gather. An aborigine planet. Candle Emperor sneered, "Punk, we might meet again soon." The Yunmo planet ship was currently traveling at 50 times light speed in the dark universe. However, to reach Earth, it would take about 1 year and 2 months. The interstellar journey was very boring. If that Candle Emperor knew I had such a treasure, he would probably be furious. Luo Feng laid on the bed of the resting cabin, looking at the decorations above his head. His thoughts however were on the rewards from the trash mountain. In these 2 years, I've acquired a total of 232 black shells, 12 silver shells and 1 broken blade. Combining them, there were 2 complete sets of black armor, 3 pieces of black carapace, 12 pieces of silver carapace, and 1 broken blade. These armors could allow one to have undying strength. It was indeed a very powerful treasure. If one were to calculate the price, even with over 10 million mixed elements, one wouldn't be able to buy such a mysterious treasure. It was a pity that these mysterious armors, humans were practically unable to use them. Even those who hadn't discovered the mysteries of the shell fragments, they were obviously from a different race. Different race armor, just which race is it, the flame god race? Or another mysterious race? However, the words are at least the flame god language. Luo Feng muttered, "It's a pity my Masha clansmen can't use the armor, otherwise I'd get one for myself." The Wulong starfield was simply too vast. A starfield with a diameter of a few million light-years, Luo Feng's 2 years of searching probably didn't even cover 1/100,000,000 of the entire Wulong starfield. However, he had already obtained 2 sets of armor. If he spent more time, he would definitely be able to obtain more. However, right now, Luo Feng wanted to spend more time on training. After a period of time, I should head to Primal Chaos City to train. In Primal Chaos City, I'll be able to see the laws of the universe working and occasionally look at the 9-universe tablet. My improvement speed will be even more shocking. Luo Feng thought, I estimate that I'll be able to comprehend the 108 space essences within Primal Chaos City for 100 to 200 years. During his 180 years in the Beast God Canyon, Luo Feng had comprehended 19 out of the 72 most profound types of space essence. Luo Feng estimated that after 700 years, he should be able to completely comprehend the 72 types of space essence. This efficiency was much higher than Lian Luo's 3,000 years in Primal Chaos City. If he was in Primal Chaos City, it would be many times faster. The main thing was Luo Feng had the Beast God statue. The benefits Primal Chaos City gave him weren't as great as others. In Primal Chaos City, the thing that truly attracted Luo Feng was the 9-universe tablet. My third volume of time-space scribbles will soon be useless. I have to buy the fourth, however that requires 1 million points. Where will I get them from? Luo Feng thought hard. Buying the 10,000 soul controlling technique required him to invest a huge amount of points. Right now, he didn't even have enough to buy the fourth volume of time-space scribbles. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed in the universe journey. Mail? Sitting in the resting cabin, Luo Feng immediately connected to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study. Sitting in front of his desk, Luo Feng opened his laptop and swiftly opened the mail. Luo Feng squinted. The title of the mail was the Domain Lord Highest Point Mission. Highest Point? Luo Feng held his breath. With regards to the highest point missions, Luo Feng had long heard of the legends. When the core members reached the Domain Lord level, they would occasionally receive missions from the Virtual Universe Company. These missions had different amounts of points, of which there was one highest point mission. The highest point missions for members of the primitive secret area were naturally higher than the missions for members of the absolute beginning secret area, heaven and earth secret area, and last phase secret area. How high? Luo Feng stared. The contents of the mail were, this mission is the Primal Region members, Domain Lord level, highest point mission. The entire mission is split into 4 parts. The first part, the highest point is 100,000 points, according to the completion rate. If you complete 70%, you'll get 100,000 times 70%. 70,000 points. The second part, the highest is 200,000 points. The third part, 300,000 points. The fourth part, 400,000 points. Additional rewards, if you complete all 4 parts according to the overall performance of the 4 parts, the Virtual Universe Company will award additional rewards. The lowest is 0, the highest is 1 million points. Hence, the entire highest point mission, with the 4 parts and the final additional points, the highest one could get was 2 million points. Warning. Warning, every part will award points according to the completion rate, and the first part has to be completed at least 80% before you can proceed to the second part. If you don't reach 80%, you won't have the qualifications to proceed to the second part, and the entire mission will automatically end. For example, if the first part is completed at 70%, then you'll only get 70,000 points, and the entire mission will end. Damn. The requirements are so high. Chain missions? The points are ridiculously high too. The highest is actually 2 million points. Luo Feng looked at the mail and was completely shocked. Firstly, the points were too ridiculous. Because in the universe level missions, even the number 1 impossible level mission, Purgatory Abyss, only awarded 1 million points. And this highest point mission was extremely peculiar. One had to reach a certain level before they could proceed to the next one. After the 4th part ended, there would be additional rewards, and these rewards were based on the overall performance. The Virtual Universe Company would automatically award them. There wasn't a clear standard. After reading the mail, Luo Feng looked at the attachment. The title was the highest point mission first part. Luo Feng gently tapped and opened the attachment. The contents opened. The first part of the mission is the first step of the entire highest point mission, and also the most important step. This step decides whether or not you can proceed to the next part. At the same time, it's the most basic confirmation of the rewards after the fourth part, hence you have to seriously complete this part of the mission. Details of the mission. In the Chui Lang starfield of the Ganwu Universe country, there's a slave trading organization called Phoenix. There's a total of 18 upper echelon members. Other than the normal slave trading, they also operate some dark businesses that don't follow the laws of the universe country, hence. Luo Feng, you have to personally capture these 18 upper echelon members. And, you have to punish them one by one. The punishment choices are, 1. Death penalty, 2. 100 years in prison, 3. 10,000 years in prison, 4. 1 million years in prison. How the 18 upper echelon members are punished, it's all up to you, Luo Feng. You can decide to let them go to prison for 100 years, or you can directly sentence them to death. All the choices are in your own hands. During the entire mission, you have to maintain the virtual universe network synchronization. Everything you do has to be synchronized with the transmission. Only by understanding your entire process, as well as your punishment decisions, will you be able to judge your mission completion. 1. If the completion rate reaches 80%, you can proceed to the second part of the mission. 2. If the completion rate is lower than 80%, the entire mission will automatically end. At the end of the mail was the detailed information of the 18 upper echelon members. If you want more information, you can contact the intelligence department for help. Please remember, from start to finish, any killing, capture, punishment, you have to do it yourself. You are forbidden from sending any underlings. Your guards only have the responsibility to protect you, they don't have the responsibility to carry out the mission for you. Luo Feng sat in front of his laptop, frowning as he looked at the requirements of the first part of the mission, feeling troubled. This mission was different from any of Luo Feng's previous missions. Back then, the universe-level missions all had a specific requirement. For example, obtaining a blood river crystal, or collecting certain items. Even the undying hunting mission before, the highest reward was 200k, but the completion requirement was very clear, very clear. However, this time, there wasn't a clear answer. Babada, what's up with this mission? Luo Feng frowned. It's weird. Babada's sharp voice resounded. I only want you to activate the virtual universe network synchronization and personally capture the 18 upper echelon members and punish them. How and how heavy the punishment is, it's all up to you. It's weird. And during the process of the mission, whether it's killing in all directions or not killing innocent people, there's no requirement. As long as you complete it, the virtual universe company will give you an evaluation, completion rate. Luo Feng nodded. There was no accurate standard. Running the slave trade, and many other illegal businesses, this Phoenix team sure has guts to do this. Luo Feng flipped through the introductions of the 18 upper echelon members, shaking his head. This mission is weird too. Letting me carry out the punishment, and giving me 4 choices, 1. Death penalty, 2. 100 years in jail, 3. 10,000 years in jail, 4. 1 million years in jail. There's no specific requirements, this mission. Luo Feng frowned. The first part had to be done carefully, reaching at least 80%. Completion. Otherwise, this was a huge reward of 2 million points, and the mission would be over. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. Sitting in front of his desk, he thought for a while. Luo Feng began contacting the intelligence department and quickly got through. Your Majesty Luo Feng. A clear voice resounded from the screen. I've just received the highest point mission. Luo Feng said, regarding the highest point mission's first segment, the Phoenix team's detailed information, including the 18 upper echelons residences, strength and other details, send it all to me. How long will it take? It's already prepared. The clear voice said, send the information to your Majesty's mailbox now. Luo Feng nodded. All of the extremely complicated information was gathered together and sent to Luo Feng's mailbox. The entire information was named Phoenix Squad. Luo Feng sat in front of his desk and lightly opened the information. He started to quickly read through it. The information provided by the intelligence department was much more detailed than the mission description. Seriously, damn it. Luo Feng's expression was getting uglier and uglier. It can actually be this sick. On Earth, especially during the Great Nirvana Apocalypse, there were many things that crossed the line. However, I didn't expect, the things on Earth, compared to the things in the universe, are not even worth mentioning. Rotten, it's really rotten. Countless warriors sacrificed their lives to fight against the other races, allowing the 1008 universe countries to live in peace. Sacrifice for peace, the experts would guard the entire human domain. Under such a lifestyle, some people with powerful backgrounds, such as a domain lord's father who was the overlord of a low-level civilization country in the universe. Their sons trained to the star level and couldn't advance any further, nor did they have the right to inherit the family leader's position. Without a goal to work towards, they naturally began to rot. These people who had no goals but held a certain amount of power and money would do many unimaginable things without any goals. Eating people raw, eating babies etc. were no longer fresh. They couldn't satisfy the needs of these rotten people, using their unlimited imagination to torture slaves. Torturing slaves wouldn't be punished by the law. After torturing the slaves, they felt no sense of accomplishment, so they placed their sights on the universe citizens. If they wanted to torture, they would torture the universe citizens. Anyway, the desires of humans were endless, and the Phoenix team's job was to satisfy these people's needs, to satisfy their deformed desires. If my Luo family had such people, I'd kill one. If there were 10, I'd kill 10. To rot to such a degree, rather than live, I'd rather kill them. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, the human territory is too big, and the number of humans is endless. There are elites, but there are also trash. The 18 members of the higher management were also known as the 18 directors of the Phoenix Group. The 18 directors jointly controlled the entire Fire Phoenix team. Every 100 years, one of the directors would be elected to be the temporary leader. Everyone took turns to be the leader. These 18 directors were respectively, Klatch, Domain Lord Level 9, currently living on a slave planet called Base Planet. Coffin, Domain Lord Level 8, currently living on Chui Lang Starfield's capital star, Chui Lang Star. Benedict, Domain Lord Level 9, currently living on a tourist planet called Footy Planet. Panshi, Sector Lord Level 3, currently living in Fire Phoenix Group's base camp Bane Asteroid Cluster. 18. Luo Feng looked at the 18 names and their residences, ordering, Babata, calculate their positions and choose the shortest route. I don't want to take a detour. Yes. Babata swiftly calculated and said, it's already been calculated. Luo Feng, your path, the shortest route, the order of the arrest and punishment list should be Klatch, Coffin. Panshi, it's exactly the same as the information on the list. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent, laughing softly, looks like the information department has thought very carefully about me. Let's go, we'll head to Base Planet. Originally heading towards the Ganwu Universe country's Black Dragon Mountain starfield, at this time, the UNMO planet ship was slightly off course in the Dark Universe. In estimated 5 months and 8 days, we'll reach Base Planet. 5 months and 8 days later. Within the UNMO planet ship's control room, Luo Feng and Dylan stood quietly. The entire control room resounded with Babata's countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, travel. In just a moment. They had already traveled to the actual universe. Through the exterior simulation, they could see the distant stars. Base Planet. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the nearest planet in the distant space. It was a white and dark red planet. The white part was the cloud layer, while the dark red was the main color of the planet. That was Luo Feng's first stop, Base Planet. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Dylan looked at Luo Feng. Dylan, remember, you don't interfere from start to finish. This mission has to be done by me personally. Luo Feng looked at the distant planet, his eyes gleaming coldly. As for what to do, I've already made my own decision. The so-called highest point mission, back then Luo Feng was confused and bewildered. However, after pondering for a while, Luo Feng more or less understood. Firstly, the Virtual Universe Company Primal Region members had all sorts of strange personalities. Geniuses were always special, bloodthirsty, cold, gentle, kind, crazy. There were countless of such geniuses in history. Different personalities would definitely be different when doing such missions. Those who were bloodthirsty would probably be sentenced to death. And some who were more calm, feeling that their sins weren't too big, they would be sentenced to jail. Different people would definitely choose different things. One couldn't just force everyone to choose death, hence, these missions indeed didn't have a fixed answer, it all depended on one's style. And the mission details had already stated. The first round of the mission is the first step of the entire highest point mission, it's also the most important step. This step will decide whether or not you can continue on to the next round, at the same time it's the most basic confirmation of the additional rewards after the fourth round, hence you have to seriously complete this round of the mission. Confirmation, Luo Feng believed that the main thing was to confirm one's style. There's no right or wrong choice. Everything depends on the upper echelon of the virtual universe company, whether or not they admire your methods. If they do, they'll give you a high completion rate, even giving you a 100% completion rate reward. Luo Feng thought, hence the request to maintain the virtual universe network from start to finish. The Yunmo planet ship continuously flew towards base planet, the modified F-grade universe ship. It wasn't something the planet's security system could detect. When it reached the atmosphere. So, Luo Feng and Dylan immediately flew out of the Yunmo planet ship's cabin door. Simultaneously Luo Feng kept the ship in his internal world. Babada, activate the virtual universe network. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, it's already activated. From this moment onwards, everything Luo Feng did would be recorded, his actions would be observed and recorded. Dylan, let's go down. Luo Feng said. So, two beams of light swiftly entered the atmosphere of base planet. With Dylan's undying abilities, he definitely wouldn't be discovered by the planet. Base planet's eastern half, the continuous mountain ranges were undulating, some of the mountain peaks were already bare. Obviously the high altitude made it hard for plants to survive, and the lower half of the mountain peaks were filled with red trees and plants. The entire mountain range was mainly red. There were many aboriginals walking with difficulty in the forest. 10,000 m above sea level and the difficult mountain paths, it made it hard for these aboriginals to even gather the herbs from the forest. The rainbow fire grass was one of the most important medicinal herbs exported from base planet. Rearing slaves, selling rainbow fire grass. The slaves were the ones who gathered the rainbow fire grass. Every year every small tribe had to hand in enough rainbow fire grass. The moment it wasn't enough, they would immediately bring away a large number of slaves to be sold as punishment. And under the slave organization's strong military might, under the high-tech surveillance of the entire world, there wasn't a single slave tribe that dared go against the slave organization. Dad, I can't walk anymore, let's rest. Bear with it and quickly go find the rainbow fire grass. You've only found 92 today, less than yesterday. If this goes on, our whole family won't get much food, we'll starve. The slaves walked within the forest, carefully searching for the rainbow fire grass. The rainbow fire grass was naturally produced on base planet. It was extremely troublesome to find. If one didn't know, they wouldn't even be able to recognize it. After all, there were simply too many plants in the forest. At this time, two silhouettes descended directly from outer space. They were as fast as lightning and instantly landed on a mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain peak, one of them wore silver battle armor and silver battle boots. There was an armguard screen on his arm, and he was coldly looking down at the endless land. Beside him stood a bald man in a black robe. His eyes were deep, and he looked like a god from the universe had descended on this planet. Those are the slaves of this planet? Luo Feng stood on the mountain peak and gazed into the distance. The aboriginals' appearances, pores on their faces, Luo Feng could clearly see them. Dylan nodded. According to the information, these slaves were originally natives of this planet. After the Fire Phoenix team bought this planet, the identity of these natives became slaves. They have been slaves for generations, and they even have to use their talents to pick the rainbow fire grasses that are very difficult to find. Standing on the mountain peak, Luo Feng immediately used his spirit energy to scan the surrounding 1,000 kilometers area, clearly understanding the situation within that area. Within the 1,000 kilometers area, there are a total of 19 million aboriginals. Luo Feng gazed at the pitiful aboriginals, saying solemnly, only 12 of them are star travelers, the rest are student-level normal people, and within the 1,000 kilometers area, there are many surveillance devices. These Aboriginals' every movement is being monitored. Slaves. Luo Feng said softly, back then my Earth almost became a slave planet. Dylan couldn't help but look at Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng's body flashed. In an instant he was a few hundred km away. Dylan's body too flashed, following closely a few hundred km away. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Hundreds of kilometers away, on a plain, there was an endless stretch of wooden houses. These buildings were made of common wood. The countless wooden houses gathered together clearly belonged to a tribe. At a glance, one could tell that this tribe had more than 1 million households. It was a huge tribe. Look. There's a flying ship in the sky. The flying ship is here. The flying ship from the demonic celestial palace is here. Some of the Aboriginals in the tribe looked up into the sky. Flying saucers tore through the sky one after another. These flying saucers were red in color, and there were fire phoenixes embroidered on them. Each flying saucer had a diameter of 100 meters. Dozens of flying saucers appeared in the sky above the tribe, causing the Aboriginals to hide in their houses in fear. They only peeked out through the windows. Dozens of flying saucers slowly descended and landed on the plain. Hua, all the hatches opened. A person walked out of each flying saucer's hatch. Some were 6 meters tall, with sharp fangs and gaping mouths. Some were 1.2 meters tall, with a big beard, messy hair, and thick and powerful arms. These people were all wearing standard battle armor. On their arms, there were optical supercomputer screens that were outdated. It's the demonic gods. The demonic gods are here. Demonic gods. The Aboriginals looked in horror at the grassroots warriors of the Fire Phoenix team. These warriors had all arrived on a flying saucer. All of them were wearing alloy battle armor and equipped with alloy weapons. They were also equipped with optical supercomputers. At least in the eyes of the Aboriginals, these were invincible demonic gods. Even the strongest warriors of their tribe were not a match for these demonic gods. Where's the chief of the gigantic tree tribe? Dozens of Fire Phoenix team warriors looked coldly at the slave tribe. The leader, a muscular man with black scales and horns, bellowed, "Come and see me." Hurried footsteps could be heard. Hundreds of people ran over rapidly from afar. When they reached the Fire Phoenix team warriors, all of them knelt down with a rumble and buried their heads in the ground. Greetings, demonic gods. The hundreds of people knelt down and greeted respectfully. Gigantic Tree Tribe, the amount of rainbow fire grass you handed over last year was only 70% of the quota. You still lack 30%. So according to the rules, 30% of the Gigantic Tree Tribe's population must be taken away by us. 30% of the population, that's 121,3682 clansmen. Have you prepared the name list? It's ready. Among the hundreds of people kneeling, an old man wearing a helmet said respectfully. Then hurry up, the horned demon godlike brawny man shouted. Yes, yes. The clan leader immediately began to make arrangements. The entire giant tree tribe was soon in an uproar, and all kinds of sobbing and wailing sounds reverberated throughout the tribe. Every year, if the quota of rainbow fire grass wasn't enough, they would have to hand over some of their clansmen. According to the contribution of each family, the tribe would send the clansmen with lower contributions to the demon god palace. Those with high contributions could live, or even live in the tribe for the rest of their lives. Those with low contributions were captured by the demon celestial palace and naturally became slaves. They were bought by some buyers from other planets. The fate of interstellar slaves was needless to say. Dad. Brother. Mama. All sorts of shrill cries and cries of reluctance to part resounded, but the mighty stream of people still gathered. Countless years of habit had made them understand that nothing could be resisted. They could only abide by the rules. The 121,3682 members of the giant tree tribe had all gathered together and were constantly walking towards the flying saucers of the demon gods. Each flying saucer had a diameter of 100 meters and a thickness of 30 meters. It was enough to stuff 30 to 40,000 slaves. This time, a total of 48 flying saucers came, enough to store more than 1.21 million slaves. These natives walked up the stairs into the cabins, and under the guidance of the robots in the flying saucers, they entered the cabins one by one, filling up the cabins. Each level could accommodate 10,000 people, and just 3 levels could accommodate 30 to 40,000 people. When those natives entered the cabin, they couldn't bear to look back at their tribe. "Goodbye, family, goodbye, tribe. Haha, I didn't expect your giant tree tribe to have a planetary state master." The horned demon god suddenly burst into laughter. With a whoosh, he turned into an afterimage and flew into the distance. He directly rushed towards a seemingly ordinary wooden house in the giant tree tribe. With a loud bang, the wooden house was directly smashed into pieces. There was a youth inside, angrily waving his blade at the horned demon god. The horned demon god reached out and crushed the blade. Then, he grabbed the youth's shoulder, and a powerful martial warrior origin power burst forth, suppressing the youth so much that he trembled. Swoosh, the horned demon god carried the youth like a little chick and quickly flew in front of the flying saucers. Long Lu. The tribe leader and some other tribe members were shocked. Long Lu was the true prodigy of their giant tree tribe. His power improved very quickly, and he could float in midair and smash a small mountain with one punch. But in front of the demon celestial palace's demon god, he couldn't resist at all. The divine artifact that Long Lu used was actually crushed by the demon god's bare hands. "Look at this kid, planetary state level 3. Not bad." The horned demon god laughed. "He didn't cultivate any secret technique, and yet he can reach planetary state level 3. Leader, if we nurture this kid, he will definitely reach the star state. Then, we can sell him for a lot of money. We can sell him for a lot of money." The other members of the Fire Phoenix team said. "Demon God, let go of Long Lu. We can use other tribe members to make up for it," the old tribe leader said anxiously. The horned demon god reached out his hand. Rumble, under the attack of the invisible origin power, the old tribe leader instantly exploded, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even some of the tribe members beside him suffered from this. The flying flesh and bones caused some of the tribe members to have holes in their bodies, or their chests were pierced and they died on the spot. Silence, the tribe members were scared into silence. "Your giant tree tribe should change a tribe leader. This old guy is too stupid." The horned demon god said coldly, "The last time your tribe had a planetary state was 800 years ago. You guys probably forgot the rules. Remember? If a planetary state is born, the demon god palace must take it away. Anyone who disobeys will be executed by the tribe leader. This kid will reach the star state after some nurturing. His value is more than 1,000,000 of your normal tribe members, and you still want to use them to trade? What an idiot." The other members of the Fire Phoenix team sneered. Without any guidance or resources, he could reach the planetary state. With a bit of guidance and pressure, he would reach the star state. Then, he would be sold for a lot more. And these student level 1, 2, and 3 normal people were like cabbages in the universe. Even if there were 1,000,000 student level 9, it would only be able to match the selling price of a star state level 4 warrior. From this, one could see how cheap a normal person was. The basic members of the Fire Phoenix team were laughing amongst themselves. The aboriginals were all terrified by the demon god's laughter. Looking at the tribesmen entering the flying saucer one by one, looking at the dismembered corpses and blood, the aboriginals of the giant tree tribe felt even more uneasy, sad, and fearful. Rumble. Rumble. 2 figures suddenly descended and landed on the ground. Silence, the basic members of the Fire Phoenix team, who were originally laughing and laughing, felt as though their throats were being strangled. They all stared with wide eyes at the 2 people who suddenly appeared. It wasn't just them. Even the aboriginals of the giant tree tribe and the aboriginals who were walking towards the cabin door all stared in fear at the 2 people. Of the 2, one was dressed entirely in silver armor, silver boots, black short hair, cold eyes. The other was dressed in a luxurious black long robe, his eyes cold like the abyss, a bald man. These 2, the formless pressure they gave off, made all the aboriginals of the giant tree tribe tremble, made the demon gods feel fear. The basic members of the Fire Phoenix team all knelt down, extremely respectful. They were the basic members of the universe, they had seen the world before. They were very clear that just the pressure alone was this terrifying. This was definitely an absolute warrior of the universe, at least a universe-level warrior, maybe even stronger. How could they defend against him? A group of Star Traveler level 9 warriors? 1 star level 3? Luo Feng coldly scanned the group of basic members. The aboriginals, however, could clearly judge, just the mysterious black-haired man's silver armor was clearly more terrifying than the Fiend Celestial's armor. We are members of the Fire Phoenix team, we don't know why our Lord has come to Bay C Planet. Our great Lord Cratch is temporarily staying on Bay C Planet. If your Lord has any business, we can report it to him. The horn-scaled man's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, saying fearfully. All the aboriginals of the giant tree tribe were shocked at this scene. That powerful demon god was actually so weak and fearful? Then, this mysterious black-haired youth, just what kind of great being was he? No need, I'll go find him myself. Luo Feng said coldly, simultaneously his spirit energy permeating the horn-scaled man to search his soul. With Luo Feng's control over the soul, he wasn't any weaker than a sector lord. To search a star level 3 warrior's soul was simply too easy. In an instant, Luo Feng obtained everything he wanted from this person's memories. He also understood how rotten these lackeys were. All of you. Luo Feng's gaze swept past the 10 basic level warriors, the Fire Phoenix team's warriors, the ones the Bay C Planet slaves called the demon gods, were all filled with fear. I sentence you all to death. Luo Feng slightly extended his right hand. Xiao. 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 10 beams of light shot out from Luo Feng's right hand, immediately landing on the 10 basic level warriors. They stared wide-eyed in fear. They didn't even have time to say anything. Rumble. 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 Strangely, the shattered pieces of flesh and blood didn't fly everywhere. Instead, they all landed on the spot where the warriors had been standing just a moment ago. The aboriginals of the giant tree tribe watched in fear. Casually killing a group of demon gods, what kind of power was that? God. Following a shout from the tribe, the others all knelt down and shouted in unison. God. 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 Millions of people knelt down and shouted, their voices shaking the skies. Luo Feng and Dylan watched the scene. When a strong warrior comes from the universe, he's called a god. Gods are really worthless. Luo Feng sighed within. However, in terms of true strength, Luo Feng was indeed comparable to an undying, hence the title of god. He was indeed worthy of it. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Millions of clansmen of the giant tree tribe had been slaves for generations and had been squeezed. It could be said that they had been instilled with the idea that fiend gods are invincible and fiend gods are invincible since they were born. This had long become a kind of common sense. But now, the mysterious expert who should have come from the universe had wiped out dozens of fiend celestials with a flip of his hand. This made them tremble. God, this was God. It's God. The genius of the giant tree tribe, the #1 expert Long Lu, knelt there. Looking at the silver-armored black-haired man and the black-robed bald man, his blood boiled in his heart. This was the formidable strength that Long Lu pursued. A strong desire filled his heart. Long Lu directly knelt and kowtowed. Then, he raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, Long Lu is willing to be God's servant. God, please, accept Long Lu. Luo Feng turned to look, gazing at the messy-haired youth. A thought rose within him, the absolute genius of the clan, the #1 warrior. Back then on Earth I too was an absolute genius, the #1 warrior, however I was luckier than him. I have the golden horned beast's body and the Yunmo planet's inheritance, that's why I can rise in the universe. This punk only lacks an opportunity. Luo Feng Dylan communicated, don't bother with this punk. Since the Virtual Universe Company has made dealing with the Phoenix team your mission, then obviously they want to get rid of this small organization. After that, the Phoenix team will leave behind many slave planets etc. The Virtual Universe Company doesn't care about dealing in slaves. Luo Feng nodded. The slave trade was after all viewed with disdain by some of the absolute beings. The Virtual Universe Company was clear too, due to resource distribution, competition within races etc., slaves were a very normal product of civilization, they wouldn't stop it. However, the moment these slave planets were dealt with, the virtual universe company naturally wouldn't run them anymore, instead they would turn these slave planets into normal life planets. Under the management of the virtual universe company, these slave planets will enter the normal path of development. Talented punks like Long Lu will also be nurtured. Dylan said. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and glanced at Dragon Lu. Let's see how this kid does it himself. Let's go. Luo Feng immediately became a beam of light. Whoosh. Dylan hurriedly followed. The two of them disappeared from the sight of the millions of people of the giant tree tribe, leaving the people of the giant tree tribe in a daze. What do we do now? What do we do now? With so many demon gods dead, the demon celestial palace will definitely be furious. We're in big trouble. Maybe the demon god palace will vent their anger on us. The millions of clansmen were in an uproar. Generations of oppression had caused them to subconsciously view the demon god palace as the strongest existence. Divinity didn't accept me. Divinity. Long Lu knelt there, somewhat at a loss. But when he saw the dismembered corpses of the Fire Phoenix team's warriors, he couldn't help but shudder. With how tyrannical demonic celestial palace is, with so many demonic gods dead, they will definitely vent their anger on our giant tree tribe. Our entire tribe might be killed. What should we do? What should we do? Cold sweat appeared on Long Lu's forehead. Little punk, demon god palace will be destroyed, base planet will have the same chance to develop as the other life planets, wait for the virtual universe companies. People to arrive. A voice resounded in Long Lu's mind. It's the voice of God. Long Lu's eyes gleamed, his entire being seemed to be filled with energy, following which he began to suspect, the virtual universe company's people will come to our planet? What was the virtual universe company? Don't tell me this virtual universe company can destroy the invincible demon god palace? If the 18 directors of the Fire Phoenix group heard this, they would probably tremble in fear. Demon god palace. The scariest place on the entire base planet, the place that caused countless slave tribes to fear, was actually the base-level elite army that the Phoenix team had stationed here. It was mainly made up of 1 universe-level warrior, 50 star levels, and 5,000 star traveler level 9 stages. This was why they had such a powerful force. The main reason they had such a powerful force was mainly because Base Planet's rainbow firegrass was indeed very expensive. Base Planet was also one of the core planets of the Fire Phoenix group amongst the surrounding hundreds of slave planets, hence they had a universe-level stationed here. A universe-level warrior, in a normal galaxy, could already be considered a tyrant. However, one of the 18 directors of the Fire Phoenix group, Cratch, brought his guard team to Base Planet. He treated Base Planet as a place to relax. Staying in the Demon God Palace, along with the beautiful female and male servants from the surrounding slave planets, Cratch was indeed living a carefree life. The 18 directors all had different temperaments. Cratch loved to abuse his servants and enjoy himself, hence he would often go to one of the slave planets to stay for a period of time. For example, the strongest of the 18 directors, Pan Shi, was already a Sector Lord level 3. However, he was extremely disciplined. Other than occasionally venting, he spent most of his time in the Bane small planet cluster. That deathly silent small planet cluster where normal humans couldn't even survive was where Pan Shi trained. Do, an ear-piercing alarm resounded within the Demon God Palace. Built on top of a majestic mountain peak that occupied an area of 10 kilometers, the entire palace was in chaos. What's going on? What's going on? The leader of Base Planet was a man covered in green fur, with a pair of dark green eyes. He looked like a wolf standing on its hind legs. He was the manager of Base Planet, also the highest commander of the surrounding hundreds of slave planets, Emocha Air, a universe level 7 warrior. The chairman is in our Demon God Palace. There's actually an alarm if the chairman gets angry. Emocha Air was so scared he broke out in cold sweat. Simultaneously, the AI on his arm automatically connected to the planet's defense control center. Through the AI, Emocha Air clearly saw everything that had happened. Those two mysterious people, a silver-armored youth and a black-robed bald man, with a flip of their hands, they had destroyed a small team under him. Such power meant they were at least universe level. They actually entered the planet without alerting the planet's defense system. These two. Xianxia was shocked, rushing towards the inner palace to meet the great Chairman Cratch. Sir Chairman. Sir Chairman. Xianxia rushed straight into the inner palace. Rumble silhouettes swiftly appeared in the surroundings of the demon god palace, all of them dressed in blood-colored armor. Powerful auras emanated from them. These people were all universe level 9, looking coldly at Mocha. Xianxia was so scared he could only stop, not daring to barge in. Xianxia, what are you doing? One of the vice-captains of the guards, a domain lord level 5 warrior, looked coldly at Xianxia. Sir. Xianxia said fearfully, 2 mysterious warriors have suddenly arrived on our base planet, the planet's defense system didn't even detect them, and now one of my teams has been destroyed. They dare offend the Fire Phoenix team. There's no other power in the Chui Lang starfield that dares to offend the Fire Phoenix team. The vice-captain said coldly, just send all the information to the chairman through the AI, there's no need to disturb him. Yes. Xianxia said respectfully. The Fire Phoenix team had a strict hierarchy, the 18 directors were obviously high above, as a power with Sector Lord warriors, even though they weren't the top 10 in the entire Chui Lang starfield, they were still within the top 50. This was just their strength on the surface, to be able to rely on slave trading and other dark methods to become such an organization. The backing behind the Fire Phoenix team was definitely not small, hence the vice-captain dared to say that no other power in the Chui Lang starfield would dare offend them. It was a pity, this time it was the virtual universe company's people who acted. Rumble. In that instant, a violent silhouette rushed out from within the palace, a 3 m tall man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His face was covered in a black beard, his eyes were purple, and his powerful aura emanated. Such a boorish man was one of the 18 directors of the Fire Phoenix team, Cratch. At this time, Cratch was panicking as he shouted, "Everyone get into your own universe ships and leave base planet." Yes, Sir Director. Even though they were suspicious, the guards all obeyed. Immediately, So, over 100 silhouettes broke through space and flew out of the palace. Almost everyone took out a C-grade universe ship from their storage rings. Director Cratch too took out a similar ship, obviously he wanted to pass it off as the real one, making it hard for the enemies to tell which ship he was in. Still thinking of fleeing? A cold voice resounded. Immediately, countless gold lights lit up in the air above the palace. These lights were formed from many little golden swords. The countless golden swords swept across the air, and the C-grade universe ships were instantly sliced into pieces. They all fell from mid-air, almost like rain. Over 100 universe ships smashed into the palace, causing the roof and decorations to shatter and fly everywhere. Director Cratch and his guards looked at this scene in shock. After which, they looked into the distance. In the darkness of the night, Demon God Palace and Giant Tree Tribe were on opposite sides of the planet. Giant Tree Tribe was in the day, here it was night. Director Cratch and his guards could clearly see the 2 silhouettes standing in mid-air. One was a silver-armored youth, the other was a black-robed bald man. Greetings, Undying. Director Cratch immediately knelt down in mid-air, speaking with extreme fear. Hearing the director say that, immediately his guards were filled with fear, almost reflexively they all knelt down. Greetings, Undying. Their voices resounded in the air above Demon God Palace. The true master of the palace, the universe-level warrior Xianxia and his subordinates all looked up at this scene, looking at the high and mighty Director Cratch kneeling there trembling. They were all stunned. Undying? Oh, my God. Greetings, Undying. Xianxia knelt down, the others followed suit. In the distance in mid-air, Luo Feng and Dylan were conversing. This punk has good eyesight, to actually be able to tell I'm an Undying. Dylan smiled. P.S. Chapter 2 Here Croc knelt in mid-air, after which he looked up at the 2 before him, saying respectfully, Lords, I, Croc, am one of the board members of the Fire Phoenix team. I own 5% of the team's assets, I'm willing to give it all to the 2 lords. Also, my team is related to one of the princes of the Ganwu universe country's royal family. You mean the 7th prince? Luo Feng gazed at him. Croc was stunned. The Ganwu Universe country leader had many princes, with the flow of time, many had died of old age, very few had become undyings. Of which the seventh prince was one of the princes who became an undying. The Fire Phoenix team and the seventh prince were indeed related. This secret, he actually knows about it. Croc was shocked within, he didn't know that Luo Feng had already obtained incomparably detailed information from the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department. He was very clear on the backing of the Fire Phoenix team. However, in the entire Ganwu Universe country, as one of the 4 tycoons of the Ganwu department, only the Ganwu Universe country leader could make Luo Feng feel fear. He didn't care about the others. I wonder why the 2 of you have come to Beth Planet. I, Croc, will definitely do my best to assist. Croc said respectfully. To judge you. Luo Feng said. Croc's expression changed, he smiled. The 2 lords must be joking. I've never met the 2 of you before, nor have we ever had any enmity. The other members of the guard team were all shocked. The Lord Croc they were protecting was definitely one of the upper echelons of the Chuilang starfield. He even had connections with some of the core nobles of the Ganwu Universe country, working for them. Croc was definitely a powerful figure. One cold snort would probably cause countless planets to tremble in fear. One order, countless heads would fall. This was Croc's power. Just the number of slaves he controlled was in the trillions, the number of slave planets was in the tens of thousands. His power was overwhelming, even stronger than the emperors of the low-level civilizations in the universe. However, at this moment, they were kneeling in fear. In the air above the demon palace, Luo Feng said coldly, 3 domain lord levels, 101 universe levels, 49 star levels, close to 5,000 star traveler levels. All the kneeling members of the Fire Phoenix team were stunned. This number was obviously the Fire Phoenix team's power on Beth Planet, of which there were 3 domain lord levels and 100 universe levels. Croc, the leader and vice leader of the guard team, the 100 guards. Rumble. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed fiercely, formless spirit energy pierced into the minds of the 49 star levels below, searching their souls. Before in the giant tree tribe, Luo Feng had already killed a star-level warrior. These 50 star-level warriors were the leaders of the military forces stationed on base planet. After the soul search, Luo Feng swiftly understood the situation of the 49 star levels and their 100 subordinates. He also understood their leader Imocha Air's situation. Amida! Luo Feng roared, his voice resounding throughout the entire demon god palace. Immediately, amongst the kneeling Phoenix team, one of the star-level ladies raised her head suspiciously. Del. A planetary state level 9 warrior looked up. Fane. A planetary state level 9 warrior looked up in confusion. Clifford. They were both Star Traveler level 9 basic level warriors. Doke. One of the Universe level 9 members kneeling in mid-air looked up curiously. 5 names. The silver-armored man standing high above shouted out these 5 names. I declare, the 5 of you are not guilty. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the thousands of silhouettes. Whether it was the universe-level warriors kneeling in mid-air or the many Star Traveler level 9s below, they were all terrified. The rest. Luo Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirst, are all sentenced to death. I'll do it personally. The moment Luo Feng's voice came out, the thousands of people in Demon God Palace were all filled with fear, many of them shouting in fear. Quickly flee. Scatter and flee. Flee. No one thought of resisting, all of them chose to flee. And in mid-air, Luo Feng said softly, Blade World. The dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out tens of thousands of golden lights, countless golden little blades intertwined with large amounts of origin laws. In an instant, the land and skies within a 100 kilometers radius changed, immediately becoming a vast blade world. Countless blade energy revolved. Under the pressure of the blade world, no one could escape. The 5 innocent were immediately thrown out by Luo Feng's blade energy. Dylan too was outside the blade world. Within the entire blade world, other than Luo Feng the enforcer, the rest were all sentenced to death by Luo Feng. Lord, 2 lords, spare me. Cratch had nowhere to run, he shouted in fear. Luo Feng however became a beam of light, unleashing the claw technique taught by Bubulu teacher, 3000 space. In an instant, within the vast blade world, Luo Feng began to chase and kill his opponents. His sharp claws pierced through one's skull, red and white splattered everywhere. His claws pierced through one's chest, after which he swiped upwards, tearing his head apart along with his neck. With a fierce slap, his head exploded like a watermelon. Hua, with a wave of his hand, he split another into two. Fresh blood flowed, the broken armors fell to the ground dyed red. That demon god palace, under Luo Feng's occasional energy attacks, was already riddled with holes. Parts of the palace even collapsed. Of those corpses, some had natural scales on their bodies, some had thick body hair. However, they all died in different ways. The light ones died explosively from having their heads pierced through, the heavy ones were hit by over 100 claws and held in pain for a long time before dying. The rest of the corpses were split in half, the corpses were directly smashed, their limbs were broken, their organs were scattered all over the ground. This was a blood-red world, fresh blood had dyed the ground red. This is a madman, a true madman, a bloodthirsty madman. Cratch's expression was pale, looking at the scene in fear. He wanted to escape, however he couldn't break through the blade world's pressure. Death, thousands of people had died, it had only been 5 minutes. On average, Luo Feng had killed over 10 people per second, and this was only a portion of them that had suffered over 100 claw attacks. Silence, thousands of people within the blade world had died, only Cratch was left alive. Cratch, you're the only one left. With a schwa, a silhouette appeared before Cratch, it was Luo Feng. Croc looked at the silver-armored youth in front of him in fear. Although this youth was covered in blood after killing so many people, his expression was still as cold as ever. Even his eyes were as cold as ever. However, there was a trace of bloodthirsty madness in his eyes. It was obvious that this slaughter had triggered the bloodthirst in his bones. How satisfying. Luo Feng felt his soul groan, killing, it's really intoxicating. Hell within the internal world, the golden-horned beast raised its head and howled. Humans were born with good natures. However, the golden-horned beast was naturally savage and bloodthirsty, causing Luo Feng to have an irrepressible desire to kill within. Cratch was fearful and uneasy. Lord, you're a member of the Virtual Universe Company, I'm just a small fry, in your eyes I'm just an ant, whether to kill or not is entirely up to you. Cratch and the guards under him had already connected to the Virtual Universe network when they failed to escape. However, they were shocked to find that none of them could connect to the Virtual Universe network, and only the Virtual Universe Company had the authority to do so. Hence, Cratch guessed that the person before him was a member of the Virtual Universe Company. The changed Luo Feng, Cratch naturally didn't expect the person before him to be the genius Luo Feng. You guessed it was the Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng looked at him. Lord, spare my life, I'll do anything you want me to do. Cratch said. Anything you want? Then, just go and die. Luo Feng fiercely waved his right hand, it formed a claw and slashed down fiercely from above. Cratch struggled with all his might before he died, still trying to slash the genetic energy blade in his hand. However, with Luo Feng's space and gold law claw, the sharp claw slapped the blade, causing it to smash into Cratch's head instead. Pung! Cratch's entire body was immediately smashed into pieces, flesh and blood, even his bones were completely shattered. The blade energy within the blade world immediately destroyed his life core. It had ended. Luo Feng stood within the vast blade energy world, looking at the broken demon god palace with blood flowing like a river, looking at the various broken corpses. He felt that it was an incredibly beautiful scene, it's a feast for the eyes. At the same time an intense bloodthirst arose within him, he wanted to continue killing. The golden-horned beast bloodline's influence on my soul has long penetrated deep into my bones. Luo Feng shook his head. Rumble the blade energy world crumbled, countless gold lights flew back into the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back. Luo Feng's silhouette flashed and appeared beside Dylan. You sure enjoyed killing. Dylan looked at Luo Feng. I feel that you, compared to my teacher Bloodthirsty Emperor, are more suited to the name Bloodthirsty. Ah. Luo Feng laughed. His third senior, Bloodthirsty Emperor, was famed for his bloodthirst and killing. However, Luo Feng's killing was different, whether it was the genius battle elimination back then in the virtual universe, or in reality. Luo Feng's killing, he maintained a cold mental state, almost as though killing was as normal to him as eating and drinking. After all, most humans didn't like to kill, it was very hard for them to do what Luo Feng did. Wait, very soon, the people from the Virtual Universe Company will arrive and take over this Base C planet. Luo Feng said. Dylan nodded. Luo Feng looked down at the distant 5 survivors. These were the 5 that Luo Feng deemed innocent. At this time they were looking in fear at the nightmare scene of blood flowing like a river in Demon God Palace. They looked up at Luo Feng, almost as though they couldn't imagine how terrifying this silver-armored youth was when he went crazy. About half an hour later, a large universe ship arrived at Base C planet. It was the members from the Virtual Universe Company who came to take over Base C planet. Luo Feng handed the 5 survivors over to the Virtual Universe Company, after which, they left. So, the UNMO planet ship was advancing in the Dark Universe. Luo Feng, from start to finish, you've always been in sync with the Virtual Universe Network. The Virtual Universe Company has clearly seen your massacre. Dylan shook his head. I didn't expect that you wouldn't kill them with your sword energy, but with your own hands. Don't you feel uncomfortable? It's more satisfying to kill them with my own hands. Luo Feng shook his head. If the Virtual Universe Company sees it, then so be it. As long as you keep to your heart when doing things, it's fine. Grandmaster probably admires you because of this. Dylan nodded with a smile. In the last 3 days of the month, if your monthly votes do not expire, everyone should throw your monthly votes at Tomato. We need to ensure that the monthly votes are in first place. Luo Feng began his killing spree. On the Chui Lang Star Field's capital planet, Chui Lang Planet, Luo Feng killed Ka Fan and his 103 guards, not leaving a single one alive. On the same day, Luo Feng reached Fu Di Planet. Fu Di Planet had almost become Benedict's private planet. He had hundreds of thousands of servants and tens of thousands of guards. His power and influence was overwhelming. Benedict was living freely in his palace. On the bloody massacre on Fu Di Planet, Luo Feng killed a total of 36,237 people, shocking countless people. Benedict himself was sliced by Luo Feng's ghost blade over 10,000 times before he died. On the 4th day, Luo Feng arrived at Yiwei Planet, which is also the hometown of one of the 18 board members, Lu Ka. He killed 102 of Lu Ka's 103 guards and one of them was declared innocent by Luo Feng. On the 26th day, it was also Luo Feng's most frenzied killing spree in the Fire Phoenix team incident. This time, he arrived at Waterdrop Planet. A planet completely controlled by Li, this Waterdrop Planet was heavily guarded. It was a demon's den, a hellish place. At the same time, it was also a place where many of the powerful and influential people of the Chui Lang Star Field enjoyed themselves. On this planet, all sorts of rotten things could be seen, causing countless people to fall in love. This battle, Luo Feng killed Li and his subordinates, a total of over 100,000 people. Most of them were the powerful people that came in ships and slaughtered in large batches. He also madly slaughtered the guards. It caused the entire Waterdrop Planet to become a sea of blood. Even the Virtual Universe Company personnel that went there were shocked. In this battle, Luo Feng killed a total of 1.02 million people. Under the Ghost Blade, those he killed were all people he deemed worthy. Of the 18 board members, Luo Feng had already killed 16 of them. Weifeng Planet. A planet with howling winds all year round, the normal citizens of the planet were holed up within their cities. In the northwest of the planet, there was a luxurious palace that took up over 100 kilometers. Within the palace, there were over 10,000 guards and tens of thousands of servants. It was a truly free and unfettered place on Weifeng Planet. Why do you want to kill me? Why? Within the palace where blood flowed like a river, the 17th board member Paramander's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Luo Feng. You are guilty. Luo Feng held the blood-dripping ghost blade and stood in front of Paramander. That invisible smell of blood was frightening. During this period of time, Luo Feng's killing spree had indeed reached a crazy level, and he himself didn't even try to suppress it. Luo Feng wanted to clearly see just how strong his thirst for blood was, hence he didn't use the fastest killing spirit weapon, but instead used the ghost blade to kill them one by one. Originally, he had to use both hands, but there were too many of them, so the efficiency of using both hands was obviously low. That was why he chose to use a saber. I'm guilty? Even if you are a member of the Virtual Universe Company, you can't slander me. I, Paramander, grew up on planet Weifeng. I was lonely and had no one to rely on. I worked hard to grow up. Even when I joined the Phoenix team, I never asked about anything. Li was in charge of the business, and Panchi was in charge of the Fire Phoenix Group's fate. I've never done those dark deals. Why do you say I'm guilty? Why? Paramander roared. The Phoenix team has just been built, danger lurks everywhere. Luo Feng said indifferently, back when the 18 domain lords fought everywhere, to get more market share, to make those powerful people not dare to mess with you, in a short 3 months, you killed 621 nobles, powerful people, and 32,193 people under them. Paramander was shocked. Those who obstruct the Phoenix team's rise, kill them all. And even though you've never been in charge of the Phoenix team's dark deals, you've allowed it, and every year you get large amounts of money. Luo Feng said coldly, even though you've never been in charge, you don't have the right to say you're not involved. Paramander swallowed his saliva. Even though you aren't like those corrupted people, however, people like you who rely on this business to earn limitless money deserve to die. Luo Feng said coldly. I'm just using the Fire Phoenix team as a ladder to get more resources for my cultivation. Paramander yelled. Chi, the blade flashed, Paramander stared wide-eyed, after which his entire body was split in two, his organs splashing all over the ground. Luo Feng flipped the ghost blade in his hand and sheathed it, turning to leave. Dark Universe, the Yun-Mo planet ship was flying. Within the control room, Luo Feng and Dylan sat there, tasting wine. You've just finished killing, yet you're still drinking red wine. Dylan shook his head. Luo Feng held the glass, the red wine in the glass reflected a dazzling light under the light. Luo Feng said softly, drinking wine after killing feels good. You've killed enough, even I feel emotional. Dylan shook his head, if I hadn't followed my teacher and gotten used to his bloody slaughter, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get used to your unbridled slaughter. I kill those who deserve to be killed, I don't kill those who don't. Luo Feng said. Like the first time on base planet, Clive and his guards detailed information, the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department had provided him with it. As for the large amounts of Star Traveler Level 9 warriors of the Demon God Palace, Luo Feng used his soul-searching technique on the 49 leaders to find out about their situations. Luo Feng wouldn't kill those who didn't deserve to be killed. Those who deserved to be killed, naturally they would all be killed. How do you judge who deserves to be killed and who doesn't? Dylan asked with interest, are you sure your judgment is correct? This question could be asked to 100 people, there would probably be 100 different answers. Dylan, do you think I've killed someone I shouldn't have? Luo Feng looked at Dylan, without a reason, I won't kill, there has to be a reason for it. Dylan laughed as he heard it. Dylan didn't know how others thought of him, but he himself was quite satisfied as he heard it. Because he was an Undying, and had fought in the outer region battlefields before. He was very clear, the war between the races was very brutal. If I'm stronger than you, I can destroy you, if I'm stronger than you, I can steal from you. There was no mercy. No retreat, if humanity took a step back, their strength would weaken. The other races would take a step forward and become stronger. This way in the long run, it would cause humanity's strength to drop, their territories would shrink, hence, they couldn't be merciful. The bloody and terrifying war between the races would cause many who weren't resolute enough to go crazy and break down mentally. Moreover, this was a common phenomenon. For those who thought that they loved to kill, killing 1 or 100 people was nothing. However, if they really killed tens of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions of lives, especially when there were all kinds of illusions on the battlefield, it would be easier to magnify their emotions and cause their minds to collapse. As a result, there were indeed many experts who died. Understanding why you should kill is very important. Dylan nodded, even if your reason is extreme, you have to have a reason in your heart and persevere. If you don't have any perseverance, when you go to the outer region battlefields in the future, you'll be affected by the illusions, magnifying your emotions, killing countless will make you doubt yourself. I understand. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. The wars on Earth would cause many warriors to develop mental illnesses, breaking down mentally. Much less the outer region battlefields. 2 days later. The UNMO planet ship pierced through the universe, arriving at the Bane small planet group. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng and Dylan looked at the distant space. The small planet group ahead was a little far away. It was almost like looking at a bunch of scattered rocks. Pan Shi. Luo Feng said softly, the Phoenix team's true soul, spiritual leader, even gaining the 7th prince's recognition. Compared to Pan Shi, the other 17 board members are trash. Dylan nodded. The two looked at Pan Shi's detailed information. They couldn't help but respect him. This person's experiences were very legendary. Pan Shi, a slave, however, the day before he was implanted with the biochip, he rebelled and took over a life planet. After which he led a large group of his underlings to sit in a universe ship and escape from the slave planet. This caused the slave traders and military forces to come after him to come to naught. After escaping from the slave planet, Pan Shi first scattered his underlings, quietly registering himself as a universe citizen in the Chui Lang star field. He lived in seclusion on a normal life planet in the Chui Lang star field, training for a few hundred years. When he finally appeared again, he was already a universe-level warrior. With his universe-level power, he began to take revenge on the slave trader from back then. That slave trader had some power, however he was still destroyed by Pan Shi. After that, Pan Shi took control of the slave trader's power and became the new slave trader. Using the resources he had, his strength swiftly rose, even reaching the domain lord level. At this time, he swiftly contacted the other 17 strong domain lords and formed an alliance. With the 18 of them working together, naturally they could occupy a bigger market. The targets he chose were all carefully considered. Some had backgrounds, some were valiant in battle, some were well known for their schemes. All in all, they were all ambitious people. With the Phoenix team as support, Pan Shi obtained large amounts of resources, made friends with the nobles and trained seriously. He bought some secret techniques and cultivated, reaching level 3 sector lord alone. Through his connections with nobles, he met the 7th prince and obtained his support. His connections were even more shocking. He was Pan Shi, a person who rose from a slave background to become a sector lord level 3. One had to know that in the entire Chui Lang star field, there were probably only a few dozen sector lords, and most of them had great teachers to guide them, or even undyings. Relying on himself to train hard to reach sector lord level 3 was unbelievable. As the spiritual leader of the Phoenix team, he was recognized as the boss. Pan Shi, however, rarely enjoyed himself, instead choosing to train in some desolate places. Like in the Bane asteroid group. This Pan Shi. Dylan nodded and smiled. I admire him. I admire him too. Luo Feng nodded and exclaimed, from being a slave with nothing, to now forcefully building up such a foundation to become a sector lord, it's indeed impressive. And to train in a place like the asteroid group, perseverance, ambition, methods, he has everything. Yes. Dylan shook his head, it's just that the way he does things is too unscrupulous. He has no bottom line, vicious and cruel, causing trillions of humans to suffer because of him. The Phoenix team controls over 10,000 slave planets. Many of the universe citizens live peacefully, all because of him. Trillions of them have been captured and sold by the Phoenix team. His methods are so dark, it's already made the virtual universe company act against him. Luo Feng shook his head within. Let's go judge Pan Shi. Luo Feng said. So, the UNMO planet ship flew straight into the Bane asteroid group. The Bane asteroid group was a group of celestial bodies that revolved around a star. It was formed from a total of 209 asteroids, the smallest with a diameter of 1.2 kilometers and the largest being 898 kilometers. The UNMO planet ship was currently flying within the asteroid group. We are currently inspecting the asteroids, they have all been modified. Babada's voice resounded within the ship's control room, filled with many technological weapons. The entire Bane asteroid group can be said to be a mechanical fortress. Even if the Chui Lang Empire's interstellar fleet came, they would be destroyed. They sure are cautious. Luo Feng looked at the distant asteroids. If they weren't cautious, how would they end up like this today? Dylan smiled indifferently. I have a feeling that this time, it won't be as easy as the previous 17 times. Ah? Luo Feng frowned. The UNMO planet ship continued to fly, inspecting the asteroids. We've already detected signs of life. Babata said, the star map indicates the Bane asteroid group's 82. Then let's head over. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he ordered. That was the Bane asteroid group. In terms of diameter, it was the third largest asteroid. It looked normal from the outside, however when the UNMO planet ship neared it, it suddenly trembled. Rumble. 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 3 beams of light shot out, suddenly piercing through space and heading towards the UNMO planet ship. The UNMO planet ship however only moved as fast as lightning, allowing one of the beams to brush past. The energy barrier on the surface of the ship slightly rippled, without any damage. Rumble. The UNMO planet ship too shot out a beam of light, striking the distant asteroid. Pung, this asteroid with a diameter of over 600 kilometers immediately exploded, countless pieces flying in all directions, revealing a dark purple sword-shaped universe ship. E9 grade universe ship? Luo Feng smiled, ordering, Babata, destroy it. Yes. Babata replied excitedly. Immediately, the UNMO planet ship, this blood-colored triangular ship immediately accelerated, becoming a blood-colored beam of light and rushing towards the dark purple sword-shaped universe ship. Whether it was the materials, energy system or the internal movement system etc., the UNMO planet ship after the Virtual Universe Company's modifications definitely surpassed its opponent. Rumble. Rumble. The dark purple sword-shaped spaceship panicked. After shooting out 2 beams of light, it immediately accelerated to escape. But in terms of acceleration, comparing the E9 grade alloy ship to the UNMO planet ship, it was like comparing a tractor to a Ferrari. Hua. It was as fast as lightning. There was no time to dodge. The UNMO planet ship crashed into the dark purple sword-shaped ship. The UNMO planet ship's sharp edge was even scarier than when Hu Yanbo was piloting it. It was like a sharp saber cutting through a piece of wood. Chi. After a slight pause, the dark purple spaceship was cut apart. Voila, the dark purple sword-shaped spaceship was cut in half. The alloy at the cut point was twisted, and the energy transmission system burst out with a large amount of energy. Who are you? A figure flew out from the broken ship, floating in the wreckage of the ship, staring at the UNMO planet ship. Hua. The hatch of the UNMO planet ship opened. Luo Feng and Dylan flew out from within. Luo Feng and Dylan were in space, looking at the man before them. This was a skinny man, his eyes were like a wild wolf, filled with an aggressive aura. However, after seeing Luo Feng and Dylan appear, this aggressive skinny man immediately felt despair. Undying, it's actually an undying that came to capture me. Pan Shi said in despair, following which his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He stared at Luo Feng and Dylan. I don't think I've offended the two of you. And my location in the Bane asteroid group is a top secret. How did the two of you know? What enmity do I have with the two of you? Top secret? Luo Feng smiled. To the Virtual Universe Company, there was no such thing as a top secret. Just by checking the space coordinates that Pan Shi frequently used in the Virtual Universe network, they would be able to confirm his location. Pan Shi, I've received orders from the Virtual Universe Company to judge your Phoenix team. Luo Feng's voice was resounding. Using spirit energy as a medium, it spread throughout the cold space. The other 17 board members are all dead. Only you are left. Virtual Universe Company? Pan Shi stared wide-eyed in shock. My God, before, when he saw Luo Feng and Dylan, he actually had many thoughts of escaping. His expression of despair before was just an act, he wasn't truly in despair. However, the moment he heard the name Virtual Universe Company, he felt completely helpless. That was an absolute power that made many universe countries submit to it. No wonder I didn't receive any news of the 17 board members of my Phoenix team being killed. So it was the Virtual Universe Company who arranged it. Pan Shi stared at the two of them and laughed. The high and mighty Virtual Universe Company, since when did they care about a small fry like me, especially dealing with a small fry like me? Cut the bullshit. Luo Feng said coldly, the true leader of the Phoenix team is you. You are responsible for everything the team has done. I officially announce your death sentence. I'll do it personally. Do it personally? Domain Lord Punk, don't tell me you want to kill me personally. Or, let the undying beside you suppress me first, making me unable to resist before you make a move. Pan Shi laughed coldly with disdain. He originally planned to use the name of the seventh prince. However, upon hearing the Virtual Universe company's name, Pan Shi knew he had to find a way to survive. I'll do it personally. Luo Feng stared at Pan Shi. The undying definitely won't interfere. Ah? Pan Shi's eyes gleamed. Prepare to die. Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod on his back. Immediately, countless gold lights shot out from his back and spread out. An endless vast blade energy world was formed, enveloping the surrounding 100 kilometers area. Under the control of his powerful spirit energy, the blade world's pressure wasn't any weaker than a sector lord's world projection. At the same time, Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and immediately became a blur as he rushed at Pan Shi. Good on you, what an idiot. Using a blade to fight me in close combat? My chance is here. As long as I capture this arrogant punk alive, that undying won't be able to retaliate and I'll have hope of escaping. Pan Shi's eyes gleamed coldly. Simultaneously, he unleashed his world projection. Rumble, the blade world and world projection began to clash. Illusionary seven blades. Burial. Luo Feng immediately unleashed the strongest move of his current blade technique, Burial, which was infused with the concept of the first claw. Rumble. Rumble. Both of them used sabers, and as the two worlds collided, their sabers clashed together. Rumble and unparalleled force transmitted over. Ah. Luo Feng had no way to resist at all. His right hand was immediately shattered with a rumble, his bones shattered and the blood shadow blade in his hand was thrown away. Simultaneously, the mysterious armor and the cloud contact vine that formed the cloud contact armor on his skin immediately blocked the force of the attack. Luo Feng's entire body was flung away. Haha, you still want to escape? Pan Shi's expression was furious. He waved his hand fiercely. Hua, countless rainbow vines flew out from his hand. In an instant, the surrounding 1 kilometer area was filled with all sorts of vines. These tough vines rushed at Luo Feng, attempting to wrap him up. Sector Lord Level 9, Iron Vine Grass. Luo Feng's expression changed. Iron Vine Grass. A very normal plant life form. If the cloud contact vine was considered a rare plant life form, then the iron vine grass was a common product. It was extremely cheap. And of the same level, the iron vine grass was much weaker than other plant life forms. At most, it was slightly stronger than humans of the same level. Normal iron vine grass could be nurtured to the star level 9 and that was the limit. It was rare to nurture it to the universe level. To nurture it to the domain lord level, that was purely luck, if it was nurtured to the sector lord. Level 9, this was simply a miracle. In the distance, Dylan frowned even more. Cloud contact vine. The heavily injured Luo Feng in space looked at the countless vines rushing over. He immediately roared. Immediately, vines shot out from his shoulders and waist. There were a total of 216 green vines. Every one of them instantly became extremely long. The thick and tough vines even had many branches on them. Densely packed with leaves, these vines immediately wrapped around the iron vine grass. Sector Lord Level 6 Cloud Contact Vine against Sector Lord Level 9 Iron Vine Grass. The iron vine grass was cheap. The Cloud Contact Vine was extremely rare, and it was an extremely high level, being able to nurture 216 vines. Even as a Sector Lord Level 6, it could already kill a normal human Sector Lord Level 9. Hua the Cloud Contact Vine and Iron Vine Grass covered 10 kilometers of space as they fought. Without a doubt, the Cloud Contact Vine had the upper hand. In the distance, Pan Shi's eyes gleamed. Immediately, his left hand pointed at Luo Feng. Blood-red vines shot out. In an instant, the Iron Vine Grass and Cloud Contact Vine were surrounded by large amounts of red vines. Simultaneously, blood-red flowers appeared in space. These beautiful blood-red flowers, every one of them had a diameter of over 1 kilometer. Within the flowers, one could vaguely see black teeth. Sector Lord Level 9. Spiral flower. If the iron vine grass was considered a common and cheap plant life form, then the spiral flower was an existence that wasn't any weaker than the cloud contact vine. The cloud contact vine was famous for its swallowing and cell activity. And this spiral flower was a special plant that loved to swallow flesh and blood life forms. It was known for its strong attack and swallowing abilities. The spiral flower, if used Earth's classifications, could be considered a type of man-eating flower. Sector Lord Level 9 Spiral Flower? Luo Feng's expression changed. How can it nurture two Sector Lord Level 9 plant life forms? The piercing screams of the spiral flower resounded from the fresh flowers. The fresh flowers immediately enveloped Luo Feng and swallowed him. Within the huge fresh flowers, the bloody mouths were clenching their teeth, saliva dripping out. Nurturing a plant life form was a very extravagant thing. For example, to nurture a cloud contact vine to Sector Lord Level 9, no matter how frugal it would still require 10 to 20,000 mixed elements. And to nurture a peak quality cloud contact vine like Luo Feng's, the consumption would reach a terrifying level of 100,000 mixed elements, 100,000 mixed elements. What concept was that? The Undying Generals had an average wealth of 10,000 mixed elements, human Sector Lord warriors had an average of 10 mixed elements. Don't just look at how the Phoenix team was huge and had so many slave planets. One had to know that a galaxy normally didn't even have one mixed element. Even the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield only had 300,000 to 1 million mixed elements. Luo Feng's consumption on the cloud contact vine alone was already worth a portion of the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield. One could only imagine how shocking the consumption was. Without some foundation, one shouldn't play with a plant life form. And the more normal a plant life form was, like the iron vine grass, due to its limited potential, it was already extremely rare to nurture it to universe level 9. For these types of plants with such low potential to break through to Domain Lord and Sector Lord, the price they had to pay was much higher than the cloud contact vine. The iron vine grass reached Sector Lord level 9. The price was extravagant. The spiral flower reached Sector Lord level 9. Obviously it was also a peak quality spiral flower. To nurture these two, the cost definitely exceeded 100,000 mixed elements. Even normal Undyings couldn't produce such a huge amount of wealth. He's just the boss of the Phoenix team, it's already not bad if he adds up to a few tens of mixed elements. How can he nurture these two plant life forms? Luo Feng was shocked. And the Virtual Universe Company's information only said that back when Panshi was a slave, he relied on the iron vine grass to take over that slave planet. However, at that time, it was only a Star Traveler level 9. I didn't expect it to be a Sector Lord level 9 now. Spiral flower, capture him. Panshi communicated mentally, controlling the sector. Lord level 9 spiral flower. The iron vine grass was something he acquired by chance when he was young. It was his chance to change his fate. The spiral flower was a young plant he specially bought after his position rose, and he continued to nurture it. It was his strongest trump card. As he had always been low profile, even when he used the iron vine grass and spiral flower, he always killed his enemies instantly. Hence, the news of him having a Sector Lord level 9 iron vine grass and spiral flower had always been a secret. Even the Virtual Universe Company's information department didn't find out. No matter what, the Virtual Universe Company still wasn't at the level of omniscience. Just like back then when Luo Feng chased after the 120 million targets, in the end some of them escaped to a desolate planet with no signs of human life, causing Luo Feng to never be able to find them. The moment spiral flower's beautiful and bewitching flowers were as fast as lightning, it didn't even take 0.001 seconds to traverse a distance of 10 kilometers and envelop Luo Feng. Luo Feng swiftly fled, simultaneously staring at the bewitching flower flying towards him, simultaneously communicating mentally, Babada. Quick. Coming. Boom, the UNMO planet ship that had been hovering beside Dylan suddenly sped up. The blood-red triangular structure had sharp edges that could easily cut through a planet. Even if it encountered a group of asteroids, the UNMO planet ship speed would not be affected. F9 grade metal, Virtual Universe Company's engraving solidification, how sharp was it? Hua. Hua. Almost like a god waving his sickle to cut through the grass, the UNMO planet ship rushed towards the moment spiral flower. The beautiful flowers immediately opened and expanded, their diameter was even more shocking, easily swallowing the Yun-Mo planet ship in one gulp. Those dense teeth were still biting, however following that, the flower exploded and the Yun-Mo planet ship flew out from the flower, its speed not decreasing at all. With a terrifying speed of 290,000 kilometers per second, it flew out like lightning. The sickle was cutting through the grass, the Yun-Mo planet ship flew past. No matter how tough the moment spiral flower was, it was sliced apart. It howled and screeched, the terrifying sound waves actually resonated in space. One could even see with the naked eye that the sound waves caused the space to distort. The moment spiral flower wanted to dodge, however, with its huge body, and being tangled by the cloud contact vine, how could it dodge? The iron vine grass wanted to dodge too, however it was tangled even deeper with the cloud contact vine. Hua! Hua! The Yun-Mo planet ship flew in an arc, slicing through large amounts of vines and headed straight for Panshi. How can this be? Panshi stared wide-eyed, almost as though he couldn't believe such a terrifying ship existed. The iron vine grass wrapped around him and pulled fiercely, allowing him to dodge the ship's slicing. Babada, continue. In mid-air, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Haha, understood. Babada continued to control the Yun-Mo planet ship to charge again. It felt like it had returned to the time when it followed Hu Yanbo. Compared to then, the ship's control was much stronger now, and its slicing ability was already insane back then, slicing through meteorites like tofu, and after the Virtual Universe Company's modifications, it was even stronger. Its defense, even an Emperor-level Undying would have to spend a lot of effort to break through. Even normal Undyings wouldn't dare let the Yun-Mo planet ship slice them. Of course, Undying's dodging abilities were shocking. Sector Lord Warrior's dodging abilities were actually very strong too, at least much better than a ship's instantaneous dodging. We're in trouble. His cloud contact vine is actually stronger than my iron vine grass, and its size is huge and tough. Even if it can't beat my spiral flower, it can still wrap around it. The moment it wraps around the spiral flower and iron vine grass, they'll be easy targets. Panshi's expression changed. Hua, hua, the Yun-Mo planet ship moved like lightning. The ship's thin and sharp edges were like a huge blade, slicing through time after time. Large amounts of vines were sliced, large amounts of flowers and vines were sliced apart, with the cloud contact vine restricting them. The spiral flower and iron vine grass were doomed. Haha. Hee hee hee. Babada's shrill laughter resounded within the Yun-Mo planet ship's control room. After so many slashes, the two plants were heavily damaged, their strength greatly reduced. After all, the iron vine grass and spiral flower weren't known for their regenerative abilities. Bang! 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 The automaton ship was summoned by Luo Feng too. The automaton ship and the Yun-Mo planet ship madly fired their cannons time and time again, hitting the weakened spiral flower and iron vine grass. Under Babada's precise calculations, these attacks almost all landed on the spiral flower and iron vine grass. Very few of them hit the cloud contact vine. Even if they did, the vine's attack power wasn't as strong as the spiral flower, but its regenerative abilities were much stronger. A series of explosions, especially the main cannon of the automaton ship, it even fired a full-powered shot of an Undying, directly blasting the snail flowers, iron rattan grass and even Panshi into smithereens. Over. It's over. Luo Feng stood in space and smiled as he watched, simultaneously closing the virtual universe network. Mission complete. While Babada and his AI simultaneously controlled the two ships and flew to Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng, this is too awesome. I haven't felt this good in a long time. This Yun-Mo planet ship is simply too powerful. Its acceleration, instantaneous direction changes etc. are much stronger than before by 80%, and after the engravings on the ship's body solidified, the cutting is even more powerful, cutting that Sector Lord level 9 spiral flower iron vine grass. It's simply too easy. Luo Feng smiled and communicated mentally. To modify the Yun-Mo planet ship, I spent a few 100,000 mixed elements. And this is because I'm a primal region member of the Virtual Domain Company. How can the Virtual Universe Company's modifications be a joke? His consciousness communicated with Babada. Simultaneously Luo Feng flew ahead. After Panshi died, his internal world automatically collapsed and large amounts of items floated down. Scanning with his spirit energy, he didn't find any special items, however. Luo Feng still kept them all in his world ring. Because of the two-sector Lord level 9 plant life forms, Luo Feng felt that Pan-Shi had some secrets. Dylan, mission complete, let's go. Luo Feng said. Relying on 2 ships and the cloud contact vine, its power isn't weak. Dylan smiled. When your cloud contact vine reaches sector Lord level 9, with its regeneration and toughness, normal sector Lord life forms will find it hard to break free from its bindings. First trap the sector Lord, then use the Yun-Mo planet ship to cut it, hehe, Luo Feng laughed too. So, the Yun-Mo planet ship floated in space, simultaneously opening its cabin door. Luo Feng, please enter the ship. Babata's passionate voice resounded within the Yun-Mo planet ship's cabin door. Haha. Luo Feng and Dylan laughed as they flew into the ship. After entering the Yun-Mo planet ship, Luo Feng bought the most luxurious world ring in the Wulong starfield back then. The internal world of a sector lord was small because the core couldn't hold it. And to create a world ring, one could use precious materials to hold a world. It didn't need to be restricted by the core, hence one could build a huge world. Within the world ring, over 100 million km of vast land, it was mainly made up of land. The boundless land was filled with rocks and mud, one of which was the Masha clansman. Shwa. That mud became a black energy flow, and with a flash, it became the black-clothed Luo Feng. Back then when Luo Feng was assassinated in the Wulong starfield, he thought about it, as he had to bring the core along, hence, he finally thought of this method. Buying a huge world ring, then the Masha clansman would bring the core and become a mud, hiding within the endless world ring. Whether it was a space ring or a world ring, one had to use spirit energy, undying energy, and world energy to scan the items within. And the scanning range also depended on one's strength. For example, in a world, the weak could only use their spirit energy to scan a few hundred km, while the strong could scan hundreds of thousands of km. It all depended on one's strength. There were only 2 places where one could easily scan an unlimited area. One was the internal world. The second was the God country. Scanning one's internal world, with a thought, one could scan the entire internal world. Scanning one's own God country, with a thought, one could scan the entire God country. And the world ring was an independent world. Even if Luo Feng entered this world, he would have to use his spirit energy to scan. A world with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. The bigger the world, the more shocking the gravity. And the more shocking the gravity, the smaller the spirit energy scanning range. If I meet an enemy I can't defend against, and my earth body is killed, I'll pretend to be dead. Even if the enemy obtains this world ring, even if they search seriously. With such terrifying gravity, with the same strength, the scanning range would only be 1/10,000 of Earth's. Luo Feng thought. A diameter of 100 million kilometers, probably only the universe night-level beings can sweep through. And such a rough scan wouldn't be able to detect the Masha clansman's strength. Only by going in and scanning every stone, every grain of sand, a world with a length and width of 100 million kilometers, to search so carefully, it wouldn't be easy. As long as one doesn't know my secret beforehand, who would know I'm hiding here? Such a huge world, becoming a mud block. Who would have thought? Who would be able to find out? Let's check and see what's in Pan-Shi's belongings. I have a feeling he has some secrets. Black-clothed Luo Feng looked at the distant plains. There were large amounts of items scattered about. They were all Pan-Shi's belongings that Luo Feng had collected. Black-clothed Luo Feng stood on the plains. Around him were large amounts of random items. Some of them were valuable, but how high was Luo Feng's standards? These items all added up probably aren't even worth 20 mixed elements. Really? Luo Feng shook his head, after which his gaze swept past 3 items. 2 space rings, 1 world ring. Who knows what's in the ring? Black-clothed Luo Feng picked up the world ring and carefully studied it for a while, discovering nothing. Don't tell me it's in the space ring, or that Pan-Shi has no secrets at all. Luo Feng thought, continuing to check the other 2. The space within the space ring was much smaller. One was only 100 m in diameter, the other was even smaller, about 100 m in diameter. After searching, they were all miscellaneous items. Damn. I'll throw them all into my internal world to check. Black-clothed Luo Feng thought, immediately taking out the items from the 2 space rings and 1 world ring. He then kept them all into his internal world. Within his own internal world, he was the master. There really is a special item. I thought it was just a normal tag amongst the large amounts of miscellaneous items. If it wasn't in my internal world, it would be hard to notice. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, immediately entering the internal world, letting his core spin and float within the world of the world ring. 3rd chapter. For 1,000 words tomato is awesome, right? There were only 2 days left. The first place was right before his eyes. He couldn't relax. Internal world. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood amidst the large amount of items. In his hand he held a silver tag with a beautiful engraving. Back in the world ring, even though he had carefully checked Panxi's items, he didn't find anything special. However, in his own internal world, he was the ruler and his senses were much stronger. He immediately noticed that the silver tag was special. This is actually a tag that stores a small world. I didn't even notice it before. What a high level of craftsmanship. Black-clothed Luo Feng exclaimed softly. A thread of world energy forcefully permeated the silver tag. It still had Panxi's spirit imprint within. However, without Panxi's support, just the spirit imprint alone was quickly broken through and imprinted with Luo Feng's. Luo Feng's world energy had already entered the silver tag's world. This was a very small world with a circumference of about 100 kilometers. Apart from the plains, there was also a lake at the center of the entire world. It was a lake with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The water in the lake was incomparably cold, and it gave off a chilling aura that filled the entire world. What is this? Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned. The power of the world carefully examined the world and the silver token. The land was very ordinary, only the lake seemed a little special. However, Luo Feng couldn't recognize it. Babada. Babada. Black-clothed Luo Feng's consciousness connected to his space ring and called out to Babada. Other than his Earth body carrying Babada as the main body, the UNMO planet ship, Black-clothed Luo Feng, the golden horned beast and the automaton ship all carried Babada's cloned AIs. The AIs could be said to be Babada's clones. Babada could control them. The AIs had all of Babada's memories. They only lacked life characteristics. They were considered the pinnacle of AIs. Of course, normally when Luo Feng was in the UNMO planet ship, Babada's main body would enter the ship and replace the AIs to control the ship. Master. The AIs were very respectful. Come and check if you've seen this lake before. Black-clothed Luo Feng's thoughts moved and entered the world. Cold, even though he was an energy life form, he still trembled. This small world with an area of 100 kilometers was actually so cold. And the cold energy came from the center lake. The black-clothed Luo Feng suddenly felt much more comfortable. His life crystal seemed to have been nourished. Master, I've seen the water in the lake, the subsidiary AI shouted excitedly. Oh, the black-clothed Luo Feng asked, what's that? This is Lope God water. The subsidiary AI hurriedly said, back then, Old Master participated in an auction, and one of them was Godlock's water. 1 cubic kilometer of Godlock's water was stored in a bracelet in a miniature world. I remember that the auction price was 8.9 million mixed elements. The black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes widened. Oh my god, 8.9 million mixed element units? 1 cubic kilometer? Pansy. The black-clothed Luo Feng fiercely turned his head, staring hard at the lake beside, carefully feeling the size of the lake. The surface of the lake was an irregular circle, the largest diameter was 16.2 kilometers, the smallest was 10.3 kilometers, at the same time the entire lake's depth was 3.2 kilometers. With the black-clothed Luo Feng sensing ability, he immediately determined the exact volume of the lake, which was also the exact volume of the Loch God water. 712 cubic km, how much was it worth according to the auction price? 337 billion. 3 billion mixed elements? The black-clothed Luo Feng was stunned, completely stunned. A pie falling from the sky, a beggar suddenly seeing a mountain of gold, a punk from Earth suddenly being informed by the Ganwu country leader, you are my long-lost son, I'll pass the Ganwu universe country to you. This was the feeling. Stunned. 6. 3 billion mixed elements. My god, I've really hit the jackpot this time. This time it's truly a jackpot. The black-clothed Luo Feng held within. Luo Fu plate? Yonemo planet ship? Flame void gold? Purple 100 net leaf? The black-clothed Luo Feng's body was slightly trembling. His entire fortune before was only around 10 million mixed elements, which was equivalent to a normal official level's fortune. Even though the armor he obtained was very expensive, it was after all not widely used, and no one else in the human world would be able to use it. However, the Lock God water was different. This was a precious item that had been auctioned before in the human world. 1 cubic kilometer was auctioned off for the astronomical price of 8.9 million mixed elements. This lake of his was worth over 6.3 billion mixed elements. The Lock God water was named after the ancient era, when the universe had just been born, humanity's absolute being, Lock. The AI explained, Locke back then discovered the Lock God water in a universe secret region, discovering that it had shocking life energy. It can be used to nurture plant life forms, it can be used to heal the body. Anyway, anything that can absorb life energy can be used. It has many uses, hence its value is very high. Also, the life energy within the Lock God water is extremely high. Its effects are much stronger than the life fruit. It has great effects even on undying level plant life forms, causing many powerful undyings to want to buy it. The black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. He struck it rich. He really struck it rich this time. A normal official level undying's fortune was only 10 million mixed elements. Even an official level pinnacle probably had 100 million mixed elements at most. 6. 3 billion mixed elements. What kind of concept was that? This could be said to be the entire fortune of many emperor-level undyings. Of course, for an absolute being like True Yen, who was infinitely close to a universe knight, he was much wealthier than normal emperor-level undyings. To True Yen and Skyfeather Emperor, casually throwing out over 1 million mixed elements worth of treasures wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Master. The AI said respectfully, before, Master's treasures were commonly used by official-level undyings, and this Lock God water lake can already be considered an emperor-level undying's fortune. An emperor-level undying's fortune? Luo Feng laughed. This comparison was good. Different levels of strength, different levels, powerful emperor-level undyings could sweep through a large group of official levels. Their ability to obtain wealth was shocking too. Naturally, they would have huge amounts of wealth. Even so, even if many emperor-level undyings sold their entire fortune, they would still barely be able to buy this Lock God water lake. Ha ha ha. The black-clothed Luo Feng laughed loudly. Looks like I definitely can't underestimate these seemingly normal people. Pan Shi, a large slave trader, seems normal and unremarkable. Many official-level undyings don't even bother with such a being. However, who would know he has the Lock God water lake? The black-clothed Luo Feng laughed loudly. He sure is cautious. Even the virtual universe company doesn't know he has this fortune. The vast universe was incredibly mysterious. There were countless life forms in the universe. Those with special fortunes would definitely exist. Luo Feng could have special fortunes, others could too. Pan Shi had such a special fortune. Actually, Pan Shi himself didn't know this was called Lock God water, but when he was growing the iron vine grass, he was shocked to find it was too easy for it to evolve. It constantly grew by leaps and bounds, only stopping when it reached Sector Lord level 9. And to grow one iron vine grass, the amount of Lock God water used was just a drop in the ocean. After which he grew an even stronger moment spiral flower, similarly easily growing it to Sector Lord level 9. Pan Shi immediately understood, this Lock God water was a treasure. Growing the moment spiral flower to Sector Lord level 9 required tens of thousands of mixed elements, yet it only used a drop in the ocean. Then how much was the entire lake worth? Thinking about that huge number, Pan Shi couldn't help but shiver. He was clear that as long as he exposed himself, those powerful undyings, and he even suspected that even the high and mighty Ganwu country leader would make a move against him. He was afraid, hence he kept a low profile. He treated the Lock God water as his true trump card, and he would occasionally drink a drop of Lock God water during his training to speed up his training. Hence, even without a teacher's guidance, he could break through to Sector Lord level. This was the use of the Lock God water. There are many miraculous fortunes in the universe. And the treasures are divided into different levels. The Yun-Mo planet ship, Luo Fu-Chi plate, purple 100 net leaf, etc. were all official level treasures. And now, these are emperor level treasures. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes were burning. It's worth 6.3 billion mixed elements, it's in the billions. Just thinking about it made the black-clothed Luo Feng's blood boil. Within the Yun-Mo planet ship, Luo Feng sat in the resting cabin. He couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. I've earned. I've been lucky before, it's also because of my training. Like the beast god statue etc., and those were things I worked hard to acquire. And this time I've truly earned a fortune, and it's like a pie falling from the sky. My god, Luo Feng, actually have such a day. Haha. Luo Feng was extremely happy within. How happy was that? With this lock god water lake, I'm filled with confidence. During this period of time, I've been spending money without earning anything. If this goes on, I'll eventually run out of money. Luo Feng smiled. It's great now, with the lock god water lake, cloud contact. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and immediately placed the cloud contact vine into his world ring. Following which he placed it into his internal world. Finally, he placed the cloud contact vine into the locked divine water lake in the miniature world. One ring world after another, with the lock god water lake, it'll be very easy for the cloud contact vine to reach sector lord level 9. Luo Feng thought. However, to break through to undying, it won't be that easy. Otherwise, with Pan Shi's training for so many years, his iron vine grass and spiral flower would have long reached undying. However, with the lock god water's help, the cloud contact vine's chances of breaking through to undying will greatly increase. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Luo Feng. Babata shouted, there's mail. Mail? Luo Feng was stunned. Ah. It seemed like the completion of the first round of the highest point mission had a result. Luo Feng's consciousness connected to the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region. Luo Feng's villa. Luo Feng's silhouette appeared. Teacher? Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the silhouette in the distant living room. It was the golden armored ape-man Tru Yen. Tru Yen smiled as he saw Luo Feng appear. You finally arrived. Teacher, you're looking for me? Luo Feng was curious. Simultaneously on his shoulder, Babata's sharp voice resounded. Luo Feng, the mail was sent to you by your teacher. I sent the mail to urge you to hurry and enter the virtual universe network. Tru Yen said. Luo Feng smiled. I was just saying, I just killed that Pan Shi and completed the first round of the highest points mission. When I received the mail, I was still shocked. The completion rating shouldn't be out so quickly, it takes a while to study and discuss it. The first round has been completed? Tru Yen frowned. Luo Feng nodded. Tell me about it. Tru Yen ordered. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng explained the entire first round of the mission in detail, not hiding anything about his methods. You've killed enough. Tru Yen smiled. You have the demeanor of a teacher. Luo Feng was stunned. The Domain Lord level highest points mission, the original intent was to test one's temperament. Tru Yen was a member of the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company. Even though he wasn't the highest, he was clear about many things. He smiled casually. After all, not all absolute geniuses are suitable to be nurtured with great effort. For example, those with no faith and are extremely selfish, in the future in the foreign battlefields or universe secret regions, they'll easily be tempted by the other races. Luo Feng nodded. The entire mission will be transmitted from the Virtual Universe Network. Everything you look at, every word you say, how to deal with the small fries, how to punish the big fries etc. Tru Yen smiled. The final judgment on whether or not you're suitable to be nurtured, many absolute geniuses are rejected at the first round. Teacher, do you think my first round's completion rate will exceed 80%? Luo Feng asked. Hard to say. Tru Yen said. Hard to say? Luo Feng was curious. Because I don't know which members are in charge of the assessment. Tru Yen shook his head. There are many upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company, and everyone has a different personality. If it was your senior brother Bloodthirsty Emperor, he might give you a high evaluation. However, there are also some higher-ups who don't like those bloodthirsty geniuses. Perhaps they will give you a low evaluation. After all, the number of people you killed this time is indeed very exaggerated. You killed over 1 million people, and your methods are also very ruthless. Clearly, you are bloodthirsty in your bones. Perhaps it will cause some of the higher-ups to dislike you. Luo Feng was silent. So what if he was disgusted? This was him. Teacher Luo Feng stopped thinking about the mission and smiled as he asked, "What's the matter?" "It's a very important matter." Tru Yan's expression suddenly became solemn. Luo Feng was stunned. "Let me ask you, other than Nightmare, have you provoked anyone from the Battle Axe Coliseum with any background?" Tru Yan carefully stared at Luo Feng's eyes. Luo Feng was shocked. "I haven't." Luo Feng shook his head. "I've only had some conflict with Nailan Zhu. As for the others, I really can't think of any of the bigwigs of the Battle Axe Coliseum who have conflicts with them." "That's strange." Tru Yan frowned. "What's wrong?" Luo Feng asked, feeling nervous within. Tru Yan said solemnly, "There's an absolute being of the Battle Axe Coliseum, a being even more terrifying than Nightmare Emperor's father, Shi Yao. Undying Night. He got your contact information through me and specially sought to meet you alone." "Undying Night?" Luo Feng was stunned. "What bigwigs?" "Undying, that title was impressive enough. Undying Night, he's one of the true upper echelons of the Battle Axe Coliseum. He's existed for much longer than Shi Yao. People call him Undying because his survivability is extremely strong. During his growth, he's met with many life and death situations, yet he survived until now. As for his strength and position, he's definitely comparable to our virtual universe company's Xianxia palace leader." Tru Yan emphasized. Luo Feng took in a deep cold breath. Undying Night, wanting to meet him alone, he'd never even heard of such a great being before. Why would he want to meet him alone? And it's even the upper echelon of the Battle Axe Coliseum. If it was the upper echelon of the virtual universe company, maybe it's because of his talent. However, other powers' upper echelons definitely wouldn't do so. Even if they wanted to take him in as a disciple, it would have to be the upper echelon of the virtual universe company. Undying Night's teacher is the pinnacle of humanity's absolute being. Tru Yan emphasized, "The creator of the Battle Axe Coliseum." Luo Feng opened his mouth, unable to say a word. "The creator of the Battle Axe Coliseum? The creator of the Battle Axe Tablet?" Luo Feng asked despite knowing the answer. Tru Yan nodded seriously. "Humanity's treasures. 52 Primal Chaos Tablets, of which the Battle Axe Tablet was ranked first. Its corresponding Heavenly Bridge had a total of 32 levels, and the second Universe Heavenly Bridge had 30 levels. Luo Feng's 9 Universe Tablet had a total of 27 levels. One's strength could be seen from the Primal Chaos Tablet. To be able to lead behind a Primal Chaos Tablet, not one wasn't an absolute being of humanity. The Battle Axe Tablet was ranked 1 ST, and the Battle Axe Coliseum was on par with the Virtual Universe Company, the two highest powers of humanity. The creator of the Battle Axe Coliseum, this identity, one could easily guess how strong he was. Being called the pinnacle of humanity's absolute being by Tru Yan wasn't an exaggeration. Damn. Luo Feng's heart couldn't help but race, his mind was in a mess. Comparable to the leader of Xianxia Palace, one of the highest levels of the Battle Axe Coliseum, my teacher is even the pinnacle of humanity. Such a powerful being, why would he want to meet a small fry like me alone? Luo Feng was very clear on his position. There were many geniuses, absolute geniuses that appeared once every 10,000 eras, in over 100 million eras, there could be 10,000 of these absolute geniuses. And in the endless years of the universe's birth, who knew how many absolute geniuses were born, the miraculous encounters were many too. Those that could survive to become knights were extremely few. Even the Undying Knight probably wouldn't even care about Tru Yan, much less himself. Meet me? Luo Feng was even more suspicious. Since you haven't offended anyone, and have nothing to do with him, I can rest easy. Tru Yan laughed loudly, you can't change anything, just wait for him to meet you. Luo Feng nodded. His teacher quickly left, Luo Feng waited quietly in his study. Fear, doubt, just like a normal person on Earth, suddenly being told, the President of America and the President of China would be coming to meet him. That was the feeling. Every second he waited felt like a year. Luo Feng didn't know if he had to wait a day, a month, or a year before the undying night would meet him. 3 hours after his teacher left, the call went through. An unknown number. Babata said. Answer. Luo Feng stood up, simultaneously pointing in mid-air, condensing a large screen. The screen moved. Suddenly a terrifying pressure passed through the screen. The entire study was immediately enveloped. Luo Feng had no way to resist. He bent over from the pressure. He couldn't even lift his head. Suddenly a piercing weird laughter resounded, almost like the sound of glass scratching a blackboard. The pressure finally weakened. Only then did Luo Feng raise his head, looking clearly at the human silhouette on the screen. That silhouette was dressed in an extremely weird armor. It couldn't even be called armor. It was more like a normal armor with tens of thousands of vines. The countless vines were like silk wrapping around him. His eyes glowed with a green light. Luo Feng only exchanged glances with him for a moment, falling into an endless nightmare. Many demons roared over. Luo Feng had no way to resist, immediately devouring him. Ah! Only then did Luo Feng wake up. Wah wah wah! Weird piercing laughter resounded from the countless vine silhouette's purple lips, almost as though the surrounding space was shaking. To actually speak through the screen, to be able to easily shake the virtual universe space, to be able to instantly cause me to be unable to escape from the illusion. Luo Feng finally felt the true power of an absolute being. No matter how strong his willpower was, it was like a sharp knife. Against an endless swamp, he would still sink. Little punk, your willpower is not bad. A weird laughter resounded. You are? Luo Feng asked respectfully. Me? The weird voice resounded fiercely. I am the great Undying Night. You can call me Undying Night. Remember, it's Undying Night. Don't call me Venerable. Luo Feng trembled within. Was the Undying Venerable crazy? Greetings, Undying Night. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. On the screen, the Undying Knight's green eyes flashed as he examined Luo Feng. Suddenly, he waved his battle skirt crazily. Tens of thousands of vines danced around. He said proudly, Little punk, you are the leader of the Milky Way, the leader of Earth? Ah, yes. Luo Feng reacted. That's good. This weird-tempered Undying Knight laughed weirdly. I want to buy the Milky Way galaxy. Sell it to me. You can name any condition, as long as I can agree to it. Milky Way galaxy? Luo Feng was stunned. A small galaxy, this Battle Axe Coliseum's highest-level member. The Undying Knight didn't even bother with it. After all, with his power, building a universe country wasn't a difficult task. With your power, if you want to acquire the Milky Way galaxy, you should be able to do it right. Luo Feng said. The ownership of the 1008 universe countries is decided by the 5 great powers. I can't just do it openly. On the screen, countless vines danced. The Undying Knight laughed weirdly. Hence I will do a very normal transaction. You are a Milky Way leader. You can just sell the Milky Way galaxy to me. Hurry, do you want to sell it or not? My time is precious. I don't have time to waste with you. P.S. Chapter 2. Here there was a mistake in the previous chapter. Fantasy Spirit Emperor should be in the Universe Mercenary Alliance faction. Tomato should be in the Battle Axe Coliseum faction. It has been changed. Please forgive me. Luo Feng felt the formless pressure. The person he was talking to was a true absolute being of the universe, the Undying Knight, and he had a weird temper. The moment he pissed him off, there would be endless trouble. Compared to him, Luo Feng was like an ant. The Undying Knight could probably rely on his connections to make sure he was dead. Undying Knight. Luo Feng stood before the screen, bowing respectfully. As great as you, if you want the Milky Way galaxy, how would I dare not comply? I'm willing to give all the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy to you for free, as long as I keep my home planet Earth. The immortal Venerable on the screen was slightly taken aback. He rolled his eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness in his green eyes. He touched the greenish-black vine beside his ear and said in a harsh voice, You're very tactful. But to be honest, the main reason I want to buy your Milky Way galaxy is because of the planet called Earth. I don't care about the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy, but I want Earth. Luo Feng, who was standing respectfully, felt his heart skip a beat. Want to buy Earth? Why? Luo Feng asked, this little Earth, a normal life planet, why would you want to buy it, Undying Knight? I naturally have my reasons. The Undying Knight's eyes were filled with impatience, the countless vines around began to twist, shouting, are you selling or not? Luo Feng took a deep breath. He first bowed respectfully, before saying seriously, Undying Knight, there are trillions of races in the universe, and we humans belong to one race. Just like how the Manka people's homeland is the Manka planet, my Earthling's homeland is this Earth. For our homeland, our compatriots can die one by one. Please forgive my rudeness, great Undying Venerable. I really cannot sell my homeland to you. Finishing, Luo Feng bowed respectfully again, quietly waiting for the Undying Knight's reply. Silence. On the screen, the Undying Knight's green eyes gleamed, staring hard at Luo Feng. A formless pressure began to grow stronger, directly passing through the screen and pressing down on Luo Feng's body, causing his entire body to crack uncontrollably. With a paw, Luo Feng's leg bones broke, his entire body was forced to kneel down. Luo Feng remained silent as he waited for a reply. Wah 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 ga. Undying Venerable let out an ear-piercing laughter that contained a trace of anger. Among those who were familiar with him and understood him, how many of them would dare to disobey him? Within the Battleaxe Coliseum camp, although the strong had a weird temper, the Undying Venerable's temper was extremely weird. This person was temperamental and arrogant. What he loved the most was venturing into dangerous secret realms. The more dangerous it was, the more he loved it. Even the great universe knights had to prepare for a long time in some extremely dangerous universe secret realms. They had to invite a few helpers and carefully explore just once. But the Undying Venerable was different. The Undying Venerable viewed danger as child's play. He frequently ventured into dangerous places and terrifying secret realms. Even a strong warrior like the Universe Knight, if he were to do what he did and wander around the edge of danger, he would still fall. However, he just didn't die. His survivability was so strong that even the Bug Clan, Automaton Clan, and other strong races knew of it. He was very clear that there was an undying freak amongst the humans. Even in many dangerous situations, he had ways to survive. He didn't create a universe country, he didn't create his own faction and recruit people. He didn't fight for power, he was disdainful, arrogant and proud, even towards the Universe Knights, he would scold and berate them, arrogant and wild. He loved to risk his life and death. Once someone offended him, no matter how powerful they were, he would still dare to fight them. Hence when he found out that the Undying Venerable, this famous being, wanted to meet Luo Feng, Tru Yen was so shocked that he immediately went to see Luo Feng, asking him if he had offended the Undying Venerable in any way. How daring, to actually disobey me. The Undying Venerable's voice was ear-piercing, his eyes were like two cold blades piercing straight into Luo Feng's soul. In front of the screen, Luo Feng knelt there, saying respectfully, selling my home, selling the birthplace of my Earth's people, I really can't do it, please forgive me Undying Venerable. The Undying Venerable stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng waited quietly. A stalemate, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds, a stalemate of half a minute. Ha 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 ha. The Undying Venerable's laughter changed again, giving people goosebumps. Good punk, you really have guts. Don't tell me you don't know that if you anger me, I can easily kill you. Killing a little genius like you is simply too easy for me. I know. Luo Feng said respectfully. While dealing with the Undying Venerable, Luo Feng had already thought through the various situations. Firstly, unless he was forced into a dead end, Luo Feng definitely didn't want to sell Earth, the moment Earth became the Undying Venerable's territory. Whatever the Undying Venerable did on Earth, Luo Feng wouldn't have any right to interfere. Earth was the home of all the humans on Earth, leaving his home, leaving the people on Earth unable to return, Luo Feng didn't want to be such a sinner. Secondly, Luo Feng had thought it through, no matter what, he was still an absolute genius under the Virtual Universe Company. And even though the Undying Venerable had a high position and was strong, he was still part of the Battleaxe Coliseum. If the Undying Venerable wanted to kill him, that would be disrespecting the Virtual Universe Company, there would definitely be trouble. The Undying Venerable's chances of killing him were relatively low. Of course, with such a weird temper, Luo Feng couldn't be sure what the Undying Venerable would do. He might even kill him. The Undying Venerable could kill him easily. If I don't sell my home to him, he'll kill me. Then I'll first get Dylan to bring me through the God country and teleport to Earth. Luo Feng thought Earth was his home. To be able to rush back to Earth at a critical moment, Luo Feng got Dylan to place an item on Earth as a marker. After returning to Earth, I'll immediately keep Earth in my internal world. Luo Feng thought. There were indeed planets that were kept in a world. Luo Feng's internal world was big enough, it could indeed be kept. Like the Manka planet, it was kept in a God country. Anyway, a few hundred years ago, Earth hasn't been assimilated into the universe family yet, we can still live happily. In my internal world, Earth is actually much safer. At the same time, my Earth body will immediately head to the Virtual Universe Company's important primal region. The Masha clansman will carry the core and become a normal person, hiding on a distant life planet in a universe country. With the Masha clansman's aura-changing ability, in such a remote planet where the strongest is only a star level, no one will be able to discover me. When that time comes, if the Undying Venerable wants to kill me, he'll have to go to the primal region to do so. I'll see if he dares to kill me. If he really dares to rush to the primal region to kill me, if he succeeds, those big figures of the Virtual Universe Company might as well just die. That's the primal region. If even that is killed by the Undying Venerable, I can completely give up on the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng thought, even if he kills my Earth body, it won't affect my true strength at all. This was Luo Feng's plan. No big deal. A life and death struggle. If such a situation were to happen, and the Virtual Universe Company didn't protect him, then he wouldn't have to work for them. At most he could hide on some remote planet, or even head to other mysterious places in the universe to train. If he didn't have such methods, for the safety of the humans of Earth, Luo Feng might have yielded. However, since he had such methods, why would he yield? No matter what happened later, at least Luo Feng maintained his composure and waited respectfully for the Undying Venerable to speak. You know, and still dare to defy me? Gutsy, very gutsy. The Undying Venerable laughed weirdly. I like people with big guts, unlike those bunch of universe venerables who are so cowardly that they're even afraid of entering some of the more dangerous secret realms. Haha, not bad, not bad. I find you pleasing to the eye now. I'll spare your life. Just give me any island on Earth and we'll call it a day, no problem, right? Luo Feng relaxed within, saying, no problem, I'll definitely prepare an island for you. The Undying Venerable nodded leisurely, his green eyes examining Luo Feng, letting out a heart-palpitating weird laugh. Little punk, in front of me, from start to finish, I've never seen you cower. You're very persistent. Very stubborn. Interesting, interesting. Within that weird voice, the silhouette on the screen immediately vanished. Luo Feng's study, the pressure from before disappeared too. Who? Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief, sitting down on the chair. My God, this Undying Venerable is really temperamental, his temper is weird. Luo Feng's forehead was filled with sweat. I was almost forced to wander the universe. If the Undying Venerable really wanted Earth, Luo Feng could only bring Earth with him and wander the universe. On the same day that the Undying Venerable and Luo Feng were communicating through the virtual universe, in the distant Milky Way, on Earth. Earth, Amazon Primal Forest. The forest was very hot and humid. Within the thick trees, one could occasionally see some monsters. Right now on Earth, there were very few places where monsters could be seen. They had already become protected animals, objects to be visited. And the huge Amazon, the humans of Earth obviously didn't want to destroy its ecology, hence there were no signs of humans here. A misty red light enveloped the surroundings, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. Following that, more than 10 powerful existences dressed in luxurious robes or battle armor appeared together. They all looked different, but their auras were all the same, causing people's hearts to tremble. One of them was the bewitchingly beautiful Flame Emperor. The last time I got someone to place an undying crystal on Earth, I didn't expect it to be used so quickly, instantly teleporting from the God country here. I'm afraid out of all the knights, my father's subordinates should be the earliest to reach Earth. Flame Emperor smiled proudly, this time I've done my father a great service. Beside, the other Emperor-level Undyings all smiled and nodded. Luo Zhu Emperor's face was filled with delight. How could he not be? the last time he ordered his underlings to place an undying crystal on Earth, it was actually to find a chance to deal with Luo Feng in the future. Such a despicable method, he didn't expect it to work so well. Earth is very remote, among the undyings under the other universe knights, who would leave a coordinate token on Earth. A jade-haired one-horned old man laughed loudly. Without a coordinate token, there's no way to directly teleport here from the God country. Hence, we're definitely the fastest. Haha. Luo Zhu Emperor's smile grew wider. Beside, the black-armored lady with fish scales on her face nodded. If the other knights were to send people, the fastest would have to first use the God country to teleport to the nearest location, and then use a universe ship to slowly fly over. Black Dragon Mountain Starfield was originally a normal starfield with a total of 2 undyings. Who among the subordinates of those universe supremacies would leave a coordinate token in such a place? They had to have a coordinate token. Only then would they be able to teleport to the God country. Back then when Dylan brought Luo Feng, they first reached a certain location in the Ganwu universe country, and then took a universe ship to reach Jade Dome planet. I estimate the fastest the other knights would take would be 3 to 5 days. A hoarse voice resounded from a skinny lizard-headed man. Senior Luo Zhu, what should we do on Earth? You give the orders, the 5 of us will naturally listen to you. The black-armored lady said. My fellow juniors, since you say so, I'll give the orders. Luo Zhu Emperor smiled. This time, Elder Xianxia had 6 Emperor-level undyings and 12 official-level undyings. Even though amongst the Emperor-level undyings, Luo Zhu Emperor was one of the weakest, but he was very experienced. His father had this only son even before he became undying. And the other Emperor-level undyings were all placed under Elder Xianxia after he became a knight. Hence, amongst the many disciples under Elder Xianxia, Luo Zhu Emperor's experience was extremely high. He was considered the second senior. Buna! Luo Zhu Emperor suddenly shouted. Lord! A burly bald man in silver armor instantly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. With so many Emperor-level undyings appearing, I'm afraid that Luo Feng won't even dare to show himself. Also, he has some conflicts with me. This time, Father's orders are the most important. Hence, to be able to easily buy Earth, there's no need to use such complicated methods. Head out and think of a way to lure Luo Feng out to negotiate with you. Candle Emperor ordered, laughing, that Luo Feng is just an aboriginal, he probably doesn't even know about the uniqueness of Earth. Even my father and the other knights only just found out, how could that Luo Feng know? Therefore, it's very easy to buy Earth. For example, you can directly say that you want to buy the Milky Way. This will also prevent him from realizing how special Earth is. Candle King laughed. This subordinate understands. The burly bald man replied respectfully. Go, Flame Monarch ordered. If there's any movement, inform us immediately. Yes. The burly bald man turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. Fellow juniors, let's prevent that Luo Feng from discovering us when he returns to Earth. That way, there might be some problems negotiating with Buna. We'd better head to space for now. Candle Emperor looked at the other undyings around, his gaze landing on the jade-haired horned old man. 9th Junior, we'll be relying on you. Haha. The jade-haired horned old man laughed. Even though there were 6 Emperor-level undyings here, only he could use teleportation. Immediately his undying energy enveloped the group of undyings around him. Go. Shwa, the group of undyings instantly disappeared from Earth, simultaneously appearing a light year away in the desolate space. No matter how strong his methods are, he won't be able to discover us a light year away. The jade-haired horned old man said confidently. Haha. Candle Emperor and the other 5 Emperor-level undyings all started laughing, the other 11 official-level undyings obediently followed by the side. In the vast space, this group of undyings stood there, chatting happily, quietly waiting for Buna's message. The moment there was any, they would immediately teleport to Earth. Earth, Eurasia, China, Yangzhou City. There were close to 10,000 people living in the Luo family mansion. There were less than 30,000 Luo family members living on Earth. Most of them were managing the Milky Way galaxy, interacting with the powerful families and doing business, etc. With Luo Feng's status as the supervisor envoy, it was too easy for the Luo family to do business. Even though there weren't many people in the mansion, their status was extremely high. Firstly, the matriarch Xianxia lived on Earth, and the head Luo Feng's parents were on Earth too. Luo Feng's younger brother Luo Hua and his two sons, even though they often roamed the universe, they stayed in the mansion for a long time. Mother. Mother. On the wide grass field of the mansion, with a glance, there were hundreds of babies crawling about, some even crying out for their mothers. Xianxia stood in the distance, smiling as she watched the babies. These hundreds of babies were just a small portion of the Luo family's large number of newborns. After hundreds of years of reproduction, just the Luo family bloodline alone had hundreds of thousands of people. The number of newborns every year was a huge number. These hundreds of babies were the elites of the family, otherwise they wouldn't have the right to grow up in the mansion. No choice. After the family grew, especially after thousands and thousands of years. China's 5,000 years of culture, if a family went through thousands of years of reproduction, with enough land, food, resources, plus the ability to marry, then the population would far exceed the total population of Earth. The reason why Earth's population was so small was mainly because of the land and food limiting the reproduction speed. With such a huge population, it was destined that there would be strict rules. The difference in status within the family, the difference in levels, would become more obvious. Rumble. A formless pressure immediately enveloped the entire mansion. Who? 11 figures soared up into the air. They were none other than the 11 world overlords who were stationed in the Luo clan's old residence. The 11 world overlords stared at the sky in anger. In the air, there was a bald and muscular man clad in silver armor. That bald man was currently smiling, his entire body radiated formless law might. His entire person was like a dazzling sun. God, luckily this undying controlled his pressure, it was just a warning. Otherwise, the babies wouldn't be able to survive. Undying. One of the sector lord guards roared, "This is the Ganwu Department Supervisor Envoy Luo Feng's residence. Under the orders of the Virtual Universe Company, we are a member of his guard team. I wonder, why has the Undying come here? I want to see Luo Feng." The bald man that was glaring like the sun smiled, looking down, his gaze landing on Xianxia. He extended his hand, Shua. Xianxia flew into the sky towards the bald man, however she couldn't break free. The bald man's formless pressure enveloped the entire mansion, smiling, "I only want to see Luo Feng, it's that simple. Don't make me angry, otherwise, the consequences will be severe." Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region Luo Feng's Villa. Luo Feng was within his study, the Undying Knight's conversation with him before made him feel troubled. Earth? The Undying Knight is already a true upper echelon member of the Battle Axe Coliseum, his position is extremely high. He actually personally came to find me, just to buy Earth. Luo Feng frowned and thought to himself, what's so special about my hometown, Earth? And the mysterious black metal board I found on Earth last time clearly shows that Earth is a bit special. But that teacher of mine, Hu Yan Bo, has controlled Earth for so many years, and I've never heard Babata mention anything special about Earth. I haven't seen anything special in Earth's human history either. Luo Feng was curious. Suddenly, do. A screen appeared. Beside him, Babata shouted, "It's your son Luo Ping's, and that by Kaluo's, and D fans, and your sector lord guards, and your father Luo Hongwa's too, connect them all." Luo Feng's expression changed. Shua. 10 screens appeared in the study, on them were human silhouettes, they were all from Earth. "Dad, hurry up, Mom has been caught. An Undying has arrived." "Master, the Undying has arrived, this is the video." "Your Majesty Luo Feng." All sorts of anxious voices sounded simultaneously. With Luo Feng's ability, he could split his attention into 10 parts, immediately hearing everyone's words clearly, even watching the videos clearly. Immediately Luo Feng's expression changed, he called for Dylan from the villa. "Your Majesty." Dylan looked curiously at Luo Feng. "Look." Luo Feng pointed at the 10 screens before him, many of them were playing Luo Ping, D Fan and the others' recordings. "It's an Undying, oh, it's the official level Undying, Burning Heart official Buna." Dylan recognized him with one look. Even though there were many Undyings in the human race of the universe, their memories were extremely strong. they could usually recognize most of the Undyings. He's holding my family hostage. Luo Feng's expression changed. Go, return to Earth, immediately. Yes. Dylan didn't dissuade him. The Yunmo planet ship that was originally flying in the Dark Universe swiftly slowed down and returned to the original universe, then using the God Country transfer, it first teleported to Dylan's God Country. And then through Dylan's God Country transfer to the solar system. Solar system, Mars. A blurry light lit up, ripples formed and a blood-colored triangular ship appeared. It was the Yunmo planet ship. As Earth was Luo Feng's home, to be able to return to Earth in times of emergency, Dylan had placed the coordinates on Earth, at the same time being cautious. There were a total of 12 places in the solar system with the coordinates. After all, it wasn't easy to teleport to Earth. For example, right now, the Undying Buna was on Earth, with a thought he could cover the entire Earth. The moment Dylan used the God Country transfer to appear on Earth, then Buna could easily obtain the coordinates of Dylan's God Country. Letting others know of his God Country coordinates was an extremely dangerous matter. Your Majesty, we'll reach Earth soon. The Yunmo planet ship swiftly accelerated. So, turning into a stream of light, he soon reached the speed of light and traversed through the universe. He had just traversed through the universe into the Dark Universe, and immediately after, he traversed through the universe back to the original universe. This round trip only took several tens of seconds, but he had already arrived outside Earth. P.S. I slept and rested during the day, waking up in the afternoon before I started writing. 3 chapters definitely wasn't a problem. This was the first chapter. The last 4 hours of the month, seeking votes. Luo Feng and Dylan became 2 bolts of lightning, instantly piercing through the atmosphere and arriving in the air above Yangzhou City. Luo family. Luo Feng glanced at the distant sky, the tall and sturdy Undying emitting a strong god aura. Beside him stood his wife Xianxia, and she was obviously bound and unable to break free. Dad. Your Majesty. Master. The group of sector lords all revealed expressions of glee as they saw Luo Feng and Dylan appear. Even Xianxia, who was tied up, saw Luo Feng appear in the distance, her eyes filled with excitement and worry at the same time. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty. Luo Feng sure came quickly. The glaring sun like Undying Buna turned and smiled. Burning Heart official. Luo Feng frowned. You two are an official level Undying, yet you disregard your status and do such a thing. It really surprises me. Please let go of my wife. Buna smiled. I didn't expect Your Majesty Luo Feng to know my name. It really makes me feel honored. I restrained your wife. To lure you here, I have no intention of harming you. Since Your Majesty wants me to let go of your wife, I'll definitely do it. Following which, Xianxia realized the restraints were gone. She didn't say much and swiftly flew down to the grass below. Luo Feng looked curiously at Burning Heart official. Burning Heart official, what are you looking for me for? Let's find a quiet place and sit down, we'll talk. Burning Heart official said. Simple. Luo Feng nodded. Simultaneously the Masha clansman that was hiding in the world ring released the world energy within its core, as Luo Feng had absorbed this world ring, hence only he could easily enter and exit it. If anyone else was locked up, they wouldn't be able to find their way out. The Masha clansman's world energy naturally followed the path and easily exited the world ring, spreading out. The world energy spread throughout the entire Luo family mansion. Keep, including his parents Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan, his wife Xianxia and the rest of his family, including Di Fan and the others, they were all kept in one of the continents within the internal world, the Gold Continent. Di Fan and the 10 sector lords who were kept within had no idea if they were kept in the world ring or the internal world. After all, regardless of whether it was an inner world or a world, the only difference was the vessel. The vessel of the inner world was the original life core. As for a world, the vessel was made of some precious materials. Buna, let's go, we'll talk below. Luo Feng smiled. Your Highness is really careful. The tall and sturdy bald man Buna swept his gaze below. The entire Luo family mansion was empty. He didn't mind, smiling as he followed Luo Feng and Dylan into one of the courtyards of the mansion. In the courtyard, Luo Feng, Dylan and Bruna sat down. Speak. Luo Feng looked at Buna, smiling indifferently. Burning Heart Marquis, you've worked so hard to come to my Earth and even lowered yourself to use such methods to force me to come out and talk to you face to face. Just what's the matter? Haha, I'm a little ashamed to say this. Buna smiled, and there was a faint holy light on his face, filled with the aura of the law of light. I came to the Milky Way by chance and wandered around the Milky Way. I am very fond of this galaxy, and I really can't stand the feeling of fondness, so I personally came to your Highness' hometown, Earth, to buy this Milky Way from your Highness. Luo Feng was stunned. By the Milky Way, before, the Undying Knight wanted to buy the Milky Way, and now this official level Undying Buna was here to buy it too. A galaxy's normal price isn't even one mixed element, however I don't want your Majesty Luo Feng to lose out, so I'd rather bid 100 mixed elements to buy this Milky Way. I wonder if your Majesty is willing? Buna smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. 100 mixed elements, what a high price. Luo Feng exclaimed. What a joke. To be able to make the true upper echelon of the Battleaxe Colosseum, the Undying Knight, personally come out, and even allow Luo Feng to raise his conditions, to a being like the Undying Knight, even if he asked for the value of an Emperor-level Undying. 1 billion mixed elements, the Undying Knight would probably agree. Even in the end, the Undying Knight only asked for a small island on Earth. The Undying Knight, with his status, only got an island on Earth, and 100 mixed elements? He must be dreaming, he probably thinks I don't know how special Earth is. Luo Feng laughed coldly within. It's not high, the love of the heart, should be worth 100 mixed elements. Buna said. That's fine too. Luo Feng nodded, I'm willing to sell you the other planets in the Milky Way, however Earth is my home, I definitely can't. Buna was stunned. Luo Feng laughed coldly within, admiring the expression of this official level Undying. Keep acting, let's see what you can do. I really love the Milky Way galaxy, I feel that the essence of the Milky Way galaxy is on Earth. Buna said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, just give me a price, as long as it's close, I'm willing to give. Humph. Luo Feng stood up fiercely, roaring, Mr. Buna, you know Earth is my home, how can I sell it? No hope at all? Buna looked at Luo Feng. No. Luo Feng shook his head. Then there's no other way. Buna shook his head, simultaneously swiftly sending a message to Candle Emperor and the others through the virtual universe network. A group of Undyings immediately appeared in the air above South Africa, following closely after, they immediately teleported into the courtyard of the Luo family villa. Within the courtyard, there's an Undying searching. Dylan communicated to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked within. In the empty space beside the courtyard, a large group of people appeared out of thin air, a total of 17, all of them emanating a terrifying aura. That formless pressure caused Luo Feng's expression to go pale. Candle Emperor. Luo Feng looked at this group of beings that suddenly appeared, the beautifully dressed Candle Emperor, the jade-haired one-horned old man with an imposing aura, the heart-trembling black-armored lady with a face full of fish scales, the man dressed in a seemingly tattered yet emanating a special energy, and the lizard man god. Beside Candle Emperor stood 5 others, all of them emanating an aura that made Luo Feng shocked. Behind them were the 11 Undyings, all of them stronger than Dylan. Luo Feng, we meet again. Candle Emperor smiled. Candle Emperor. Luo Feng stood up to welcome him, beside him Dylan's expression changed, communicating, Your Majesty, including Buna from before, these 18 Undyings, there are 6 Emperor level and 12 official level. This is a very terrifying power, and they all belong to the Battleaxe Colosseum. Your Majesty must be careful. I understand. Luo Feng replied. He pondered within. 18 powerful Undyings, one had to know that those universe country leaders didn't even have an emperor level under them. Normally, only the 5 great clans subordinates would have emperor level Undyings following them. A total of 6 emperor level Undyings, this was definitely a terrifying power that could sweep through half a universe country. These 18 were all from the Battleaxe Colosseum. The Undying Knight from before was also from the Battleaxe Colosseum. Why were they all from the Battleaxe Colosseum? Luo Feng was suspicious within, but he said, I wonder why your Majesty has specially come to Earth. Don't be nervous, sit. Candle Emperor sat down first, the other 5 Emperor-level Undyings followed. Yes. Luo Feng sat down. Not long ago, Candle Emperor had fallen out with him, yet now he was smiling. Why am I here? Buna said it too, I'm here to buy your earth. Candle Emperor sat there, his finger that was 100 times more beautiful than a woman's finger, gently tapping on the stone table, smiling as he looked at Luo Feng. Let's cut the crap, name a price, we'll buy it and sell it. Luo Feng frowned, earth is my home, one final price. Candle Emperor interrupted Luo Feng's words, gently raising a finger, 100 million mixed elements. Dylan, who was standing behind Luo Feng, was shocked. 100 million mixed elements? I've said before, I can't sell my home. Luo Feng shook his head, even 100 million mixed elements definitely won't do. Haha, good, good, good. Candle Emperor smiled, you sure have guts, I'll give you face too, I'll give you a sky-high price. 1 billion mixed elements. Many low-level Emperor-level Undyings can only get that much even if they sell their entire family fortune. With that much wealth, even if you want to raise your cloud contact vine to an Undying, it wouldn't be hard. Luo Feng still shook his head. Candle Emperor's expression immediately sunk. Humph. Flame Monarch suddenly stood up and angrily slammed his palm on the stone table. Instantly, the stone table exploded, and a large amount of rubble flew in all directions. Dylan hurriedly used his undying power to control the rubble. Only the entire courtyard was in ruins, while the other places were undamaged. I've given you face, but you're shameless. Candle Emperor laughed coldly at Luo Feng, then let's play shameless. Rumble. The powerful undying energy immediately bound Dylan and Luo Feng. Simultaneously a world energy emanated in all directions, immediately enveloping the entire earth. Keep. Candle Emperor's expression was cold. The entire earth, be it yellow, white, black, or even slaves from other planets, as long as it was a human living on earth, they were all kept into the world ring. As for earth, because his father Flame-Eroding Knight valued it highly, he didn't dare to simply keep it. In that instant, the entire human population of earth, only this courtyard was left. Right now, other than this courtyard, there's not a single human left on earth. Candle Emperor released his undying energy. Luo Feng's expression changed, he immediately released his spirit energy to scan the area. All he saw was that the cities of China were empty, the dishes were still cooking, the teacups were still steaming, however there was not a single person to be seen. Other than this courtyard, there was indeed not a single human left on earth. Within the ruined courtyard, Candle Emperor looked coldly at Luo Feng, roaring. I'll give you 2 choices. First, agree to transfer the ownership of Earth, you can get 1 billion mixed elements and all the humans on Earth. Second, reject me, then all the humans I've taken into my world will die, not a single one left. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended, Tomato continues writing Chapter 3. Luo family's old villa, within the ruined courtyard. Candle Emperor stood there, looking coldly at Luo Feng. Beside him were the other 5 Emperor-level Undyings and 12 official levels. Compared to Candle Emperor, Luo Feng's side was simply too weak. Even Dylan, he barely had the strength of an official, but in truth, he wasn't even officially an official. The weak get bullied. The strong eat the weak, it's indeed the iron law of survival. Luo Feng was forced to such a state. Even though he was filled with rage, he could still clearly think about the situation before him. Candle Emperor probably doesn't even put a small fry like me in his eyes. To him, I'm just an aboriginal little genius. It's just that he doesn't want to kill me, because he guessed that Dylan and I must have activated the virtual universe network to teleport. The moment he makes a move, the virtual universe company will have sufficient evidence, then even if he doesn't die, he'll still be in big trouble. However, it's still strength. He has a powerful father, even if he kills me, he'll at most be punished. Without enough strength, one will definitely get bullied, this is the law of the jungle. Luo Feng's determination to become strong was getting stronger. If he was a sector lord pinnacle, he could kill an official level and fight against an emperor level. This level of genius, even the Flame-Eroding Knight wouldn't dare mess with him, because these absolute geniuses would definitely be treated as treasures by the virtual universe company. 2 paths, choose one. Dark Candle Monarch shouted. Luo Feng snorted softly. Candle Emperor, you're using a human from Earth to threaten me, that's too low of a status. I'll let you choose. Candle Emperor's pressure was like a tidal wave that swept out and pressed down on Luo Feng. Obviously he was furious. Then I'll speak the truth. Luo Feng looked at him. Just today, not long ago, your Battleaxe Colosseum's Undying Knight contacted me through the Virtual Universe Network. He too wanted to buy the Milky Way. Against him, even though I persevered, his pressure was too terrifying. I eventually succumbed. What? Candle Emperor's handsome face was filled with shock. Undying Knight? The jade-haired horned old man beside was shocked too. He's actually an Undying Knight? Including Candle Emperor and the other 6 Emperor-level Undyings, they were all shocked by the Undying Knight's name. Don't try to lie to me. Candle Emperor laughed coldly at Luo Feng. If you were to sell the Milky Way to the Undying Knight, then on the registration, the Milky Way leader would be the Undying Knight. However, that ownership registration. I've always been watching through the Virtual Universe Network, and it hasn't changed at all. Luo Feng said calmly, because the Undying Knight is on his way to Earth. When we meet, he'll give me the treasure, only then will we officially transfer the ownership. Although I haven't transferred it yet, I have an agreement with the Undying Venerable, so I don't dare violate it. Dark Candle Monarch, you can look for the Undying Venerable. If the Undying Venerable agrees to give it to you, I have no objections. Liar, you're lying. The Flame Monarch's eyes flickered. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. It was very likely. Venerable Undying's position in the Battleaxe Colosseum was even higher than his father, Venerable Shihua. It was normal for him to know about Earth. Moreover, with the Undying Venerable's strange personality, he might really give the treasures and transfer the ownership of the Milky Way. Who cares? Let's get ownership of Earth first. Even if they ask in the future. I'll just say that I thought Luo Feng was lying. Flame Monarch thought, and that Undying Venerable is independent and doesn't belong to any factions. Even though he's the highest level of the Battleaxe Colosseum, he doesn't form any factions. However, my father's influence within the Battleaxe Colosseum is huge. With the ownership of Earth in my father's hands, as long as it's legal, even if the Undying Venerable isn't happy, he can't do anything about it. Luo family's old residence. Within the ruined courtyard, there were only a few stone benches that were still intact. Luo Feng, however, suddenly sat down leisurely. He could tell that Flame Monarch was panicking. Punk. Flame Monarch watched as Luo Feng sat down. His eyes twitched and he communicated, I know you're fearless, and I know you've activated the Virtual Universe Network. However, I'm not stupid, I won't actually make a move on you. However, to tell you the truth, even if I don't do it myself, I can get someone else to do it. I've already left 3 Undyings in space outside Earth. These are all my soul slaves. When the time comes, I'll arrange for one of them to kill you. So what if you record it in the Virtual Universe Network? At most it'll record an Undying killing you, but that won't be me. There's also no proof that it's my slave. As for your guard Dylan, the few of us can forcefully restrict him, making him unable to help you. When the time comes, rumble. You'll die. The ownership of the Milky Way will be inherited by your son. I naturally have my methods to make your son transfer the ownership of the Milky Way to me. Flame Monarch communicated to Luo Feng, the moment you die, without the protection of the Virtual Universe Company Primal Region member, won't your children be at my mercy? As for the Undying Venerable, for him to rush over, it'll take at least 3 to 5 days. By then, the matter will have been settled. Luo Feng's expression changed. He stared at Flame Monarch. Flame Monarch smiled at Luo Feng and continued to communicate, haha, I'll tell you right now, the Virtual Universe Network can't detect it at all. What can you do to me? Punk. Don't resist, I just don't want any more trouble. If I were to risk being punished and locked in the Starfield prison, I'd have punched you to death long ago. If I kill you, I'll at most be punished. Flame Monarch looked at Luo Feng with a sense of pity, if you lower your head, everyone will be better off, right? Luo Feng sat on the stone bench, however he had long sent a thread of his consciousness into the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Xianxia Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study. Even though he was in the virtual universe network, Luo Feng was swiftly writing a mail. Night, I don't know why, but the undying venerable from the Battle Axe Coliseum came to me for the Milky Way and Earth. I would rather die than submit. Fortunately, the undying venerable did not bicker with me and only asked for an island on Earth. However, just as I was writing this, on my home planet Earth, Candle Emperor and the other 6 Emperor-level Undyings and 12 official-level Undyings from the Battle Axe Coliseum have already arrived on Earth. They are using the lives of countless people to threaten me, forcing me to hand over Earth to them. Otherwise, they will arrange for their Undyings to kill me and take over the rights of Earth from my son who has the right to inherit. I'm powerless to resist. Powerless, I hope the Venerable can uphold justice. Luo Feng swiftly finished writing this mail with his thoughts and sent it to the Nine-Blade Knight. His own genius battle was hosted by the Nine-Blade Knight, hence he was considered his subordinate. If he sent this mail to the Tianshi Palace leader, it would be overstepping his authority. Also, the leader only gave him a few pointers back then, and he only knew the number of the Undyings that received him back then. And he didn't know the leader's number. I'll send it 9 times. Luo Feng sat before his desk and looked at his laptop. The mail had already been sent to the Nine-Blade Knight. The mail can't be too exaggerated, just mention a little, the knight will be able to tell with a glance. The Battle Axe Coliseum has obviously discovered Earth's secret. When that time comes, the Virtual Universe Company won't just be fighting for me, but also for Earth's secret. They naturally won't let it go. Luo Feng nodded within. He believed, the moment this mail was sent out, it would definitely pierce a hole in the skies, causing the Virtual Universe Company to clash with the Battle Axe Coliseum, Earth. Luo family's old residence, within the ruined courtyard. Even though he had sent the mail, Luo Feng's expression was still ugly. Simultaneously stalling for time, he communicated to Candle Emperor, it's not that I can't see the situation clearly, it's just that, since I've agreed to the Undying, that's an Undying. Candle Emperor, you have the protection of Shihua, but what about me? If I face his rage in the future, I'll be finished. When Candle Emperor heard this, he smiled. He was happy within. It seemed like he was about to get it. Relax. Candle Emperor communicated, after this, return to the Primal Region or Primal Chaos City. These 2 places are extremely safe. However, I can't always stay in those 2 places. Luo Feng communicated. Candle Emperor was getting impatient. Stop talking nonsense. If you hand over the Milky Way to me now, at least you'll still be alive. In the future, you'll just have to suffer a little. Once your position rises, naturally it'll be fine. If you don't agree, then you'll die now. All the humans on Earth will die. Hurry up and choose. At this time, rumble, a strong undying energy suddenly swept the entire Earth. Candle Emperor, the jade-haired horned old man, the other 6 Emperor-level Undyings and the 12 official-level Undyings were all shocked. It's an undying energy. The lizard man said coldly. Another Undying has come, how can they be so fast? The other knights would need at least 3 to 5 days to arrive. Candle Emperor's expression changed. It could be one of the other knights' subordinates, coincidentally leaving a coordinate near Earth. The black-armored lady said. Wang, teleportation. A silhouette suddenly appeared within the ruined courtyard. Just this teleportation alone shocked Candle Emperor and the other Emperor-level Undyings. Those that could teleport were all extraordinary. Among the 6 of them, only one had the ability. One could see how rare it was. Luo Feng too was shocked as he looked at the person in the courtyard. This was truly a huge man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He was about 3 m tall, with 2 blood-red horns on his forehead. There were silver scales on his forehead too. The exposed skin on his arms had some faint silver scales. His entire body was dressed in a strange black, blood-colored armor. Obviously he was an absolute being from the Nakamon clan. He stood there, almost like a majestic god mountain. Simultaneously a formless killing intent surged and emanated outwards. The formless aura pressured Candle Emperor and the others. Greetings, teacher. Dylan respectfully bowed to this person. Bloodthirsty Emperor. Lord Nightmare. Candle Emperor and the other Emperor-level Undyings all had a change in expression, shouting out his name. P.S. 3 a.m. over. The Nakamon race was one of the strongest of the trillions of human races. Their population was small, but they loved to fight. And bloodthirsty Emperor Suojun was one of the top 3 absolute beings in the Nakamon race. In terms of fame, he was even more famous than his teacher True Yen Emperor. His fame was built from slaughter. Under that formless baleful aura, bloodthirsty king's golden eyes glanced at Candle Monarch and the other 5 emperor rank undyings, and actually managed to stun the 6 of them. Junior. Bloodthirsty Emperor looked at Luo Feng and revealed a smile. 3rd senior? Luo Feng was shocked and overjoyed. His 3rd senior Suojun actually came at such a crucial time. How did he come? Dylan, who was at the side, transmitted his voice. Your Highness, when Grandmaster ordered me to protect you back then, there's still a secret plan. When Your Highness encounters great danger that even I can't handle, I'll ask my teacher to come. Because as a disciple, I naturally have my teacher's coordinates on me. Back then when I placed the coordinates in the solar system, I also placed 3 of my teacher's coordinates. Back when that Candle Emperor forced Your Majesty, I immediately used the virtual universe network to ask my teacher for help. Ah. Luo Feng was overjoyed. Very surprised? Bloodthirsty Emperor looked down at his junior, his voice powerful and powerful. However, don't worry, with me here, the Battle Axe Coliseum won't be able to do anything to you. Simultaneously, Bloodthirsty Emperor communicated, I've already arranged for my other good friend Iron Wall Emperor to wait at the Primal Region's 9th teleportation point. I have his coordinates on me. You should have informed Nine-Blade Knight right. You're after all his subordinate, he'll definitely appear. I've already reported it. Luo Feng communicated. If Nine-Blade Knight has arranged for people, you can tell him to send them to the 9th teleportation point. Follow Iron Wall Emperor over. Bloodthirsty Emperor said. His communication with Luo Feng ended in an instant. Following which, Bloodthirsty Emperor turned to look at the 6 with ugly expressions. Candle Emperor and the other 6. I didn't expect Suojun to come. Candle Emperor laughed. Candle. Bloodthirsty Emperor gazed coldly at them. My junior's home, why did you Battle Axe Coliseum people come here? No matter what, this is still considered the home of a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. Naturally it's a place of protection for the Virtual Universe Company. It's best if you don't cause trouble. The green-haired, single-horned old man's voice suddenly became high-pitched. Bloodthirsty King, with the 6 of us here, it's not your turn to be arrogant. Oh, Goldwaterfall King. The Bloodthirsty King glanced at the jade-haired, single-horned elder and said, Are you trying to say that, with the 6 of you king-ranked martial artists here, you can suppress me if you join forces? Humph. The lizard man snorted coldly and said hoarsely, With me here, Bloodthirsty King, don't even think about teleporting. Bloodthirsty King looked at the lizard man and said, So, it's the Piercing Heart King who's proficient in sealing space. But that King Goldwaterfall was also unable to teleport. None of us could teleport, I alone, and the 6 of you. Tell me, who would die in a real battle? He said it very casually. However, the words who would die made Candle Emperor and the rest's expressions change. The difference in strength between Emperor-level Undyings was huge. If the legendary True Yen Emperor appeared, Candle Emperor and the other Undyings wouldn't even have the courage to resist. As for Bloodthirsty Emperor's reputation was higher than his teacher's, but his strength was still weaker. However, he was still considered a high-level Emperor-level Undying, and his battle strength, who in the human Undying circle didn't know about him, 1 against 6, even though it was very difficult for an Emperor-level Undying to die. If they really fought, Bloodthirsty Emperor definitely wouldn't die, and Candle Emperor's side might actually lose 1 or 2 of their emperors. Within the ruined courtyard, Bloodthirsty King's aura alone was enough to suppress Candle Monarch's group of 6. This scene made Luo Feng extremely excited. This was the aura of a true warrior, one alone able to suppress a group of gods. If he could reach this level too, that would be amazing. Everyone, you should leave. Bloodthirsty Emperor said casually. I came to Earth on my father's orders, how can I leave just like that? Candle Emperor's expression was ugly. Yen Lord, don't force me. If you do, even if I can't bear to, I'll still unleash some ultimate moves. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure your undying body. Is that so? Bloodthirsty Emperor looked coldly at him. In terms of wealth and trump cards, Bloodthirsty Emperor naturally couldn't compare to Candle Emperor. After all, just the treasure that Candle Emperor had fused with his soul was something even the Universe Knights valued. If he used it with all his might, even though he had to pay a huge price, Candle Emperor would be able to reach the pinnacle Emperor level for a short period of time. What's more, Candle Emperor had other trump cards. He had no choice, who asked him to have such a powerful father. Sure Jian, as for Bloodthirsty Emperor, it was the exact opposite. Those treasures couldn't compare to Bloodthirsty Emperor's, however his own strength was incomparably strong. When the Bloodthirsty Emperor Sui Jun suddenly activated the world energy from his world ring and spread it towards Luo Feng, trying to keep him in his world ring. Bloodthirsty Emperor! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out, and the valiant lizard man suddenly roared. Immediately, the surrounding space within 1,000,000 kilometers was instantly sealed, and some of the originally natural spatial fluctuations were instantly frozen, and the world force was easily shattered. With us here, don't even think of keeping Luo Feng in your world. Candle Emperor laughed coldly. Luo Feng is your weakness. The jade-haired horned old man laughed mockingly at Bloodthirsty Emperor. The 6 emperors' auras were like rainbows. Bloodthirsty Emperor's expression, however, was ugly. If not for Luo Feng and Dylan, Bloodthirsty Emperor had nothing to worry about. He could definitely fight against the 6 emperors. However, with Candle Emperor and the others staring at him, they couldn't allow him to keep Luo Feng in his world. Bastard! Bloodthirsty Emperor roared and waved his hand fiercely. Fiercely waving his hand, a completely dark golden huge flying saucer appeared beside him. Its diameter was about 1,000 m. At the same time, 2 large hands extended from the side of the saucer, one grabbing at Luo Feng and Dylan. The other dark golden hand was like a huge shield, preventing others from attacking. Grab Luo Feng! Candle Emperor roared. Yes. The many Undyings obeyed. Rumble, the 6 Emperor-level Undyings simultaneously attacked Bloodthirsty Emperor. The other 12 official-level Undyings rushed at Luo Feng and Dylan. While Luo Feng and Dylan watched as a golden hand arrived before them. Hula! It grabbed the 2 and immediately entered the ship. Ka! The 2 golden hands vanished too. The dark golden saucer was completely locked in place. Simultaneously, it said solemnly, "Master, the 2 of them are already within me." The voice reverberated in the skies above Earth. The dark golden saucer rushed into the sky with a rumble and immediately broke through the atmosphere into outer space. Chase! The 12 official-level Undyings immediately rushed into the sky. Unleash your soul techniques, penetrate through the ship and control Luo Feng. Candle Emperor ordered urgently. Ha ha ha. Bloodthirsty Emperor laughed loudly. He too broke through the atmosphere and entered outer space. Rumble. 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 Candle Emperor and the other 6 Emperor-level Undyings all rushed into outer space. At this time, Virtual Universe Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within the study, Luo Feng was constantly in the Virtual Universe network, quietly waiting for 9-Blade Knight's reply. At this time, Luo Feng, a call request, it's 9-Blade Knight's number. Babata shouted excitedly. Quickly answer. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Yes. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, and a figure appeared on it. It was a handsome purple-scaled man dressed in a simple and unadorned azure battle robe. Although the formless pressure he exuded was powerful, it was very restrained. This person was none other than the venerable 9 Swords Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. I already know. However, I'll arrange for some people to head to Earth. It'll take a while. 9-Blade Knight said. Knight, right now at the Primal Region's 9th teleportation point, there's Iron Wall Emperor waiting. Luo Feng said respectfully. As long as you arrange for some people to head to the 9th teleportation point and follow Iron Wall Emperor, he will directly teleport through the God Country and arrive on Earth. I understand. 9-Blade Knight said. Pa. The communication was shut down. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, 9-Blade Knight's palace. A group of Undyings stood before the palace. This vast group of Undyings, even the weakest was at least an official level. Greetings, Knight. The many Undyings bowed respectfully. Within the palace, Nine-Blade Knight gazed below and ordered, "Battle Axe Coliseum, send some people to my Luo Feng's home Earth. Right now you all immediately head to the Primal Region's 9th teleportation point and meet up with Iron Wall Emperor. After that, the God Country will teleport to Earth. Remember, protect Luo Feng's life." "Yes." Rumble. The large group of Undyings bowed respectfully, shocked within. Protect Luo Feng, just a genius. Was it worth it for so many warriors under Nine-Blade Knight to head out? This was a total of 50 Emperor-level Undyings and close to 1,000 official-level Undyings. This was pretty much all the elites under Nine-Blade Knight. Other than a few who were in danger and couldn't rush back, these 50 were pretty much all the Emperor-level Undyings under Nine-Blade Knight that could move. "Let's depart," Nine-Blade Knight ordered. "Yes." The dense group of Undyings bowed respectfully and immediately vanished from the virtual universe network. In reality, these absolute beings that were scattered throughout the universe all swiftly teleported through the God Country and used their fastest speed to head to the Primal Region's 9th teleportation point. 9. Blade Knight's army, Emperor-level and official-level Undyings were all mobilized, their target, Earth, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* everyone can go take a look and support it. It's best if you subscribe to the latest VIP. Wow, it's only 2 cents. The address is www.qdmmweb1665227. ASPX. At the same time it pulled down the monthly votes. There was no helping it, it was already at 4th place. Please support Tomato Wife. Solar system, about 100 million km away from Earth in space. 12 official level undyings were surrounding a huge dark golden flying disc, attacking Luo Feng and Dylan who were hiding within. Through the ship, unleash your soul attacks against Luo Feng, don't care about anything else, just kill him. Candle Emperor roared mentally, don't ever, ever, ever let that Dylan take Luo Feng into his world. The moment Luo Feng enters a world, then this battle would have no meaning. Yes, Lord. The 12 undyings all unleashed their soul attacks, even those that weren't proficient in soul attacks did it. The moment the undying energy became hollow, it would have a soul attack effect. No matter if it was a fighter or a spirit reader. They only used their undying energy within the ship. Don't worry, with you two in my body, they won't be able to barge in. However, the soul attacks will have to be blocked by you two. A huge human face appeared on the wall of the resting cabin. It was laughing at Luo Feng and Dylan. Soul attacks are useless against me, but I have no way to block them either. The materials of this cabin's walls have a certain resistance against the hollow undying energy. It can weaken the soul attacks. This is the only thing I can do. Leave the soul attacks to me, Dylan said solemnly. Simultaneously a formless undying energy revolved around Luo Feng, helping him block the attacks of the 12 undyings. Rumble. Rumble. Even though he couldn't see, Luo Feng could feel the illusory undying energy clashing within the cabin. These bastards are actually able to disperse the world energy I use, Your Majesty, I have no way of absorbing you into my world. Dylan's expression was anxious, these bastards are all attacking you, from the looks of it, they're purely trying to kill you. Kill me? Luo Feng was shocked within, Dylan, can you block them? It's very taxing. Dylan communicated, his expression serious, luckily I specialize in the soul aspect, I'm very proficient in soul defense too. Plus the materials of the cabin's walls have a weakening effect, that's why I can temporarily block them. However, amongst the 12 official level undyings, 3 of them specialize in soul attacks. As time goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Rumble, boom. Time and time again, the soul attacks clashed head-on. Dylan controlled the undying energy and formed a complex multifaceted barrier around Luo Feng, blocking the attacks time and time again. Dylan, hold on for a while, the 9-Blade Knights troops are about to arrive. Luo Feng communicated. Yes. Dylan's expression was solemn as he desperately defended himself. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Boom, an explosion could be heard from outside the ship. In space, even though the 12 official level undyings knew that the ship had already fused with the metal life form, they maintained their vigilance and maintained a certain distance from the ship. However, they were unable to succeed in launching soul attacks at the spaceship. Naturally, they were even more desperate. The further the distance, the weaker the soul attack. Hence the 12 of them started to approach the universe ships anxiously. Just a moment ago, it was very sudden. This dark gold flying saucer's seemingly sturdy body suddenly extended a dark gold metal hand. The entire hand was as fast as lightning, comparable to an Emperor-level Undying's attack speed. Grabbing the air, it directly grabbed one of the official-level Undyings who specialized in soul attacks, and exerted strength. With a loud explosion, that Undying exploded. Be careful of this ship. Stay away from the ship. The other 11 Undyings were shocked. Whoosh. A large number of green motes of light converged from every direction, instantly forming into a black-robed, violet-haired woman. Clearly, her immortal body had already reached the Undying level. The violet-haired woman hurriedly sent a mental message: everyone, be careful. This metallic life form has a deep understanding of the edicts of space. Just now, when it crushed my immortal body, the countless strands of immortal power that I split up were actually unable to escape. That slap from its sealed space and forcibly destroyed my immortal power. What? The other 11 were shocked. After training the Undying body, being destroyed once didn't affect one's strength at all. Of course it depended on who used it. For example, in Primal Chaos City, back then the Primal Chaos City leader formed a huge palm and casually slapped those 2 Undyings, causing them to be extremely close to death, yet still not dead. This level of control was much harder than directly killing 2 Undyings. Or like True Yen, he could definitely kill an official level in one move. Ha ha ha, let's see if you dare look down on me, haha, 3 proficient in soul attacks, 1 heavily injured. The other 2 can forget about going all out. A huge human face appeared on the ship, laughing loudly, simultaneously becoming a blur. 2 huge hands extended from the ship, grabbing in all directions. It even focused on the other 2 that were proficient in soul attacks, forcing the 12 official-level Undyings to dodge and maintain their soul attacks. This naturally greatly reduced their attack power. Through the external simulation, Luo Feng and Dylan could clearly see what was happening outside. It's much easier, Dylan said excitedly. What a strong ship. Luo Feng praised within. This ship was an F9 grade ship that was fused with the metal life form. In terms of defense, it was extremely strong, and the metal life form that was fused with the ship was even more unique. Just like a metal mountain suddenly becoming a life form, its life structure was very different from a flesh and blood life form. In the universe, there were many life forms without souls, many, the Masha clansman was one of them. Of course, those soulless beings had other life cores. When Luo Feng, Dylan and the metal life ship were no longer in danger of facing the 12 official-level Undyings, Candle Emperor and the other Emperor-level Undyings were panicking. Trash, trash. Candle Emperor roared within. Haha. Candle Emperor, you can't even hurt Luo Feng, I think you should just give up. Bloodthirsty Emperor laughed loudly, recovering a peculiar-looking blade and clashing with the 6 Emperor-level Undyings. Rumble. The surrounding universe space was completely torn apart. Every time it tried to close up, it would tear apart again. A diameter of over 1,000,000 km space was completely torn apart. Within the space debris, the 7 Emperor-level Undyings clashed with each other. The space debris couldn't even hurt them at all. Pung! Candle Emperor took a blade head-on, his entire body instantly retreated tens of thousands of km, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. Senior, what do we do? The other 5 were anxious too, the black-armored lady communicated. The 6 of us are still at a disadvantage against Bloodthirsty Emperor. Those 12 trash can't even kill Luo Feng, we're just wasting time here. For Bloodthirsty Emperor to be able to reach here, I think the virtual universe company's people will arrive soon. I know. Candle Emperor was very anxious. At this time, in the distance, the dark gold flying saucer suddenly glowed with a golden light. Under the misty golden light, an incomparably huge pressure spread out. This pressure was so strong, it instantly enveloped the surrounding 10 million kilometers. Even Candle Emperor, Bloodthirsty Emperor and the other Emperor-level Undyings who were fighting stopped. God country transfer. Candle Emperor's expression was ashen. The blur of silhouettes, every one of them emitted a shocking pressure. Gathered together, it reached an unbelievable level. Even from over 1,000,000 km away, Candle Emperor still felt his heart tremble. Silence, the space quietened down. The 12 official level Undyings, Candle Emperor, Gold Waterfall Emperor and the other Emperor level Undyings gathered. Bloodthirsty Emperor 2 flew towards the dark gold ship. The ship's body naturally opened a cabin door. Luo Feng and Dylan immediately flew into space. My God. Luo Feng looked at the blur of silhouettes in space, completely shocked. With one look, there were at least 1,000 of them. Every one of their auras seemed to surpass Dylan. There were even many that were comparable to Bloodthirsty Emperor. In the silent space, the sudden arrival of over 1,000 Undyings from the God Country, their power was even stronger than the Undying Bug Mother Nest from before. These weren't normal 1,000 Undyings, they were the true elites of a knight's army, able to easily destroy an Undying Bug Mother Nest. These 1,000, the leader was a jade-green armored lady with 2 blades on her back. A cold energy emanated from her body. Luo Feng. She looked at him. We are here on the orders of the knight to protect you. Thank you, knight. Thank you, everyone. Luo Feng bowed respectfully in space. The jade-green armored god, with the entire army's pressure, looked at Candle Emperor and said coldly, Candle Emperor, Luo Feng is a member of the Virtual Universe Company. What right does your Battle Axe Coliseum have to act against a member of the Virtual Universe Company? Humph. Candle Emperor's expression was ugly. Wiping the blood from his lips, he snorted coldly. Attention all, capture that Candle Emperor. The jade-green armored god ordered. Yes. Immediately, a total of 26 Emperor-level Undyings rushed over like lightning. This immediately caused the expressions of Candle Emperor and the other emperors to change. The Virtual Universe Company and Battle Axe Coliseum were humanity's 2 strongest powers. It was normal for them to compete with each other. Today, Candle Emperor wasn't in the right. The moment he was captured, it would be troublesome for the Battle Axe Coliseum to send people to get him back. And if he was captured, it would be a huge loss of face. Scram! The Dark Candle Monarch's eyes were filled with madness. He suddenly roared, and the ancient pattern on his forehead suddenly lit up. An incomparably terrifying aura spread in all directions, as if a peerless beast was slowly awakening. The center of the Dark Candle Monarch's eyebrows split open, revealing a purple vertical eye. The purple vertical eye shot out a purple light that swept through the surrounding space, causing the surrounding space to freeze. He would rather be heavily injured than be captured. Rumble ripples appeared in the space. A pressure suddenly descended, like a god dragon descending to suppress countless ants. That pressure that made one unable to resist immediately spread out in the surrounding star fields. The Undying army that was originally filled with energy was immediately suppressed. Even Luo Zhu Emperor, who was about to explode, was suppressed. His technique was forcefully stopped. A blurry silhouette gradually appeared. Father! Candle Emperor turned and shouted in surprise. Don't you have any more monthly votes? I've been overtaken again. There should be a guaranteed monthly vote at the start of the month. Please support me. Standing beside the vast army of Undyings, Luo Feng could clearly feel the terrifying pressure they emitted. Babata's shrill voice resounded in his mind. Undying army. These Undyings are all stronger than your teacher Hu Yanbo. This is definitely the most elite Undying army. There's actually not a single normal Undying. Luo Feng hadn't even recovered from the terrifying pressure. 26 Emperor rank Undyings surrounded and attacked Candle Monarch. Candle Monarch had gone mad and flipped out. Rumble. Candle Emperor's purple eye split open in between his eyebrows, condensing the surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers of space. That ancient terrifying energy immediately caused the weakest Luo Feng to fall into a nightmare. Luo Feng could only feel the vast universe vanish, leaving only that purple eye floating in space. What a terrifying Candle Emperor. Luo Feng was shocked. However, following that, a pressure that was 100 to 1,000 times stronger descended, causing Luo Feng's entire soul to rumble. His vision went dark and he immediately lost consciousness. Only when he awoke did he hear Candle Emperor's detestable voice, Father! Flame-eroding night? Luo Feng blinked as he looked over. In the distant space, a majestic silhouette stood there. His silhouette was blurry. Around him was a black flame that filled the sky. the black flame spread over 1 million kilometers. If a planet like Earth touched this flame, it would instantly turn to ash. Even the universe space was burnt into particles under this flame. Even the large amounts of space debris in between the layers were burnt into particles. At this time, the entire solar system was under his pressure. In the universe space, I am the sole ruler. I am the ruler of this space, Luo Feng. Could clearly feel this feeling, that black flame that was comparable to the size of the sun, that blurry silhouette was indeed invincible. This is the sector lord level that can kill an official level undying. After becoming an emperor, in just a few tens of thousands of years he became a universe knight. Flame-eroding knight? Luo Feng thought, after trillions of years, this flame-eroding knight is indeed terrifyingly strong. That black flame, back then when the Xianxia palace leader demonstrated the 9 black planets revolving, it seemed to be this type of flame. Comparing the Xianxia palace leader to flame-eroding knight, the leader was even more reserved. The Xianxia palace leader was even more reserved. He probably didn't want to bully Luo Feng back then, hence his aura was more reserved. Venerable Xianxia, on the other hand, was wreathed in black flames that spanned 1 million kilometers, erupting with a terrifying pressure. Paying respects to Overseer Flame. The green-armored lady bowed respectfully. After which, the undying army behind her also bowed respectfully. We greet Reverend Xianxia. Luo Feng and Dylan followed suit and bowed. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, Venerable One. The 12 official level and 5 emperor level undyings all bowed respectfully. Only Luo Zhu King, whose face was glowing purple, slowly closed his third eye, excitedly calling out Father, following which he pointed at the undying army. Father, the undyings under 9-blade knight actually want to capture me. Humph. A cold snort caused Luo Feng's consciousness to tremble. That cold snort reverberated within the consciousness of every undying present. You'd rather use a forbidden technique than beg me? The majestic silhouette within the black flame said slowly, with a sense of anger, I'll let you train well and quickly reach the point where you can control that treasure. Then why would you need to fear those emperor-level undyings? Yes. Luo Zhu Emperor bowed respectfully, not daring to say more. The black flame silhouette seemed to turn and look at the undying army. That rumbling voice once again reverberated within everyone's mind. Jade. Jade greets Reverend Xianxia. The undying army's leader, the green-armored lady, said respectfully. Jade, 9-blade knight's strongest emperor-level undyings. Jade, Tong Nan, and Tru Yan were close friends from the same era. They often went to dangerous secret regions together, going through life and death situations time and time again. Their relationship was extremely good. And obviously the 3 of them were incredibly strong, belonging to the pinnacle of the emperors. Of course. Tru Yan belonged to the countless races of the universe, the trillions of undyings that were closest to the knight level. Against the universe knights, he was an existence that couldn't die. Jade King and Tong Nan King were slightly weaker than Tru Yan. Jade. Within the black flames, Reverend Xianxia raged, Are you the one who gave the order to capture my son? Reverend Xianxia. Jade was beautiful, her jade green armor was crystal clear, standing in space, it was almost like she didn't exist. Obviously she was able to withstand the pressure. Smiling respectfully, we are under the knight's orders to protect Luo Feng, and Knight Candle brought people to capture him or even kill him. No matter what, Luo Feng is a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. If he needs to be punished, it should be the Virtual Universe Company's punishment. Knight Candle's actions slightly exceeded his authority. Hence, I have to capture him and bring him to see the knight. Knight Candle is my son, even if he is punished, it's not up to 9 blades. Reverend Xianxia's voice was like thunder. It made the entire undying army reveal pained expressions. Luo Feng didn't feel anything at all. Strange? Luo Feng looked at the 1,000 undyings beside him. Dylan and Bloodthirsty Emperor all revealed pained expressions, only he wasn't affected. It's probably because I'm too weak, the moment it lands on me, I'll probably die immediately, hence that Reverend Xianxia held back a little. Luo Feng thought. Seeing the entire undying army reveal pained expressions, Knight Candle Emperor and the others however were delighted. This is just a small punishment. Reverend Xianxia said coldly, remember, don't be disrespectful in front of any knight. Jade could only lower her head and bow respectfully, yes. After all, In terms of strength, Reverend Shihua was stronger than 9 blades by a little. Within the black flames, Reverend Shihua's gaze suddenly landed on Luo Feng. His voice became more amiable. "You are Luo Feng?" Truly powerful, forcing Jade to lower her head, the entire Undying army submitting to this pressure. While Luo Feng was still sighing, he noticed the distant majestic figure within the flames gazing at him. The gaze landed on him. Luo Feng was momentarily dazed. He heard a gentle voice in his ear, "That's Luo Feng?" The entire Undying army were all dumbstruck. This was the extremely tyrannical Reverend Shihua. He was definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Reverend Shihua didn't even need to care about any small fry, however he actually used such a tone to speak to Luo Feng. "I am." Luo Feng was stunned too. He quickly reacted and bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Reverend." Reverend Shihua's voice didn't have a trace of anger, it was filled with warmth. "I originally wanted my son to come and discuss the ownership of Earth with you. I didn't expect this useless son of mine to end up like this." Luo Feng blinked. Jade and the other Undyings were stunned. Candle Emperor stared wide-eyed. "Father, shut up." Reverend Shihua roared coldly, causing Candle Emperor to be even more anxious and furious. The entire atmosphere in space was hard to comprehend. Reverend Shihua's pampering of his son was something everyone knew, however today he was actually so polite to a domain lord punk, and even scolded his own son. This was an unbelievable matter, much less Luo Feng, who was a genius in tens of thousands of eras. Even a genius in tens of millions of eras wouldn't have the right to do this. A genius was a genius. A strong was a strong. Before becoming a true warrior, he didn't have the right to make Reverend Shihua's level of being so polite. "Luo Feng, I'll personally discuss with you whether or not you're willing to sell Earth to me." Reverend Shihua smiled at Luo Feng. "Whatever conditions you want, just state them." Reverend Shihua. Luo Feng said respectfully, "Earth is my home, it's also the home of my entire race. No matter what, I'm not willing to sell it." Luo Feng saw through the situation. No matter what, Nine-Blade Knight had already interfered. This was already a clash between the two powers. Reverend Shihua wouldn't directly make a move against him. "Ah, the birthplace of your race?" Reverend Shihua nodded. "As the birthplace of your race, Earth is indeed very important to you. I won't force you." Candle. Reverend Shihua looked at his son. Candle Emperor was stunned. Even though he was called Candle Emperor, this was just a title, usually to show respect or to be more formal. Only then would one call him Candle Emperor. As for those who felt that they had a high status, perhaps they would address him as Dark Candle, omitting the word king at the end. However, Candle Emperor's true name was Meng Cha Luo. As a father, Reverend Shihua usually called his son Cha Luo. It was more intimate. Only when his father wasn't happy would he call him Candle Emperor. "Father." Candle Emperor felt that his father's tone wasn't right, shouting respectfully, "I only asked you to buy the rights to Earth. I didn't expect you to actually go this far. If that Dylan didn't protect Luo Feng well, would you have killed him?" Reverend Shihua's voice was low, filled with rage. "Father?" Candle Emperor looked up at his father, feeling suspicious. "You're getting more and more out of control. If this goes on, who knows how much more trouble you'll cause." Reverend Shihua said coldly, "I'll punish you now. To the 9th Starfield prison for 1,000 eras." "Father?" Candle Emperor's eyes stared wide. Luo Feng, Bloodthirst Emperor, Jade Emperor, Dylan etc., all the Undyings in space were stunned. My God. In history, Reverend Shihua had thrown his son into the 9th Starfield prison before, however that was only for 1,000 years. However this time it was actually 1,000 eras, that was over 10 million years, and it was in the 9th Starfield prison. That was definitely a long nightmare. All the Undyings were stunned. Damn it, even if Candle Emperor killed Luo Feng, he wouldn't receive such a heavy punishment. Right now he was ranked 3rd in the monthly votes. When would he rise? Tomato waiting for the monthly votes. All of you return. Flame Erosion ordered the 5 Emperor-level Undyings and 12 official-level Undyings. Yes, Knight. Yes, Teacher. The many Undyings bowed respectfully. Following which Gold Waterfall Emperor unleashed his undying energy and swept them all. He first teleported a light year away and then used various methods to leave. After all, if they used the God Country teleportation in front of the 9-Blade Knight's Undyings, it would reveal the location of the God Country. Flame Candle, release all the Earth people. Flame Erosion ordered. Yes. Flame Candle Emperor didn't dare resist. He transformed into a stream of light and flew to Earth. At the same time, he released a large number of Earthlings from another world back to Earth. Tens of billions of people were scattered all over Earth. The original Chinese people might have appeared in North America, and some Caucasians might have appeared in Africa. The entire Earth was in chaos. He believed that to send everyone back to their homes and for the Earth to return to order, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, and this was with Earth's advanced technology. After a while, Flame Candle Emperor flew back. Venerable Xianxia glanced at his son, Dark Candle Monarch, who seemed to have lost his wits. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "Follow me." Rumble, black flames wrapped around his son. In an instant, the father and son pair vanished. Within the vast God Country, Flame Erosion and Flame Candle Emperor appeared at the peak of one of the mountains in the vast God Country. Father. Flame Candle Emperor looked at Flame Erosion, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. Why did you punish me to that 9th Starfield prison, and even 1,000 eras? Don't tell me it's because of that Luo Feng, I don't believe it at all. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't have to go to the 9th Starfield prison for 1,000 eras. Flame Candle Emperor was indeed furious. Even though he respected his father, the punishment was too heavy. He held it in, holding it in until now to ask. He wanted to know the truth. Vain. Flame Erosion reached out and rubbed his son's head, saying softly, "This was indeed not what I wanted." Flame Candle Emperor's eyes gleamed. "However, this was ordered by my teacher. He said you've crossed the line and had to be punished." Flame Erosion sighed. "Back then," he said, "to lock you in the 9th Starfield prison for 1,000 eras, it's a small punishment." "Father, your teacher?" Candle King's eyes widened. Boom, Flame Monarch felt like his head was about to explode. His father, Venerable Devourer Flame, had formed his own faction in the Battle Axe Coliseum and wielded immense power. Even compared to the Undying Venerable, the difference wasn't huge. Although the Undying Venerable had a high status and was powerful, he was independent and did not form any cliques. Therefore, Reverend Xianxia was not too afraid of Venerable Undying. However, Exalted Flame Devourer's teacher was different. The true leader of Fire Eater's faction was Venerable Fire Eater's teacher. Venerable Devourer was nothing more than one of that mighty existence's disciples. That great existence was the true overlord of the Battle Axe Coliseum. Perhaps only the founder of the Battle Axe Coliseum could suppress that overlord. Lord of Void Gold. Flame Monarch said hoarsely. Venerable Eclipse Fire's teacher, the Lord of Void Gold, the true overlord-level existence of the human race over countless years. In one of the two strongest powers of humanity, the Battle Axe Coliseum, he had absolute power. In the Battle Axe Coliseum, only the strongest pinnacle existence of humanity, the founder of the Battle Axe Coliseum, could make him lower his head. The Lord of Void Gold said he wanted to punish me? Flame Monarch was extremely shocked. The great Lord of Void Gold, why would he notice me? Lord of Void Gold, high above, even the universe country leaders knelt before him. Even Reverend Xianxia and the others had to kneel before him. Even the entire Golden Horn race, in front of the Lord of Void Gold, they had to tremble. Amongst the most ancient and tyrannical beings of the entire human race, he was one of the top figures. To be able to mention Flame Monarch's name, Flame Monarch should be proud and proud. And this was in the pinnacle human race. Like the Golden Horn race and many other races in the universe, they couldn't even produce an absolute overlord like the Lord of Void Gold. Even for the human race, who knew how many calamities and tribulations they had to go through before they could produce a powerful being like the Lord of Void Gold. Father. Flame Monarch looked anxiously at his father. Why would the Lord of Void Gold notice me? He was afraid. Even his father feared the Lord of Void Gold, belonging to the faction of the Lord of Void Gold. If the Lord of Void Gold were to kill him, who could protect him? Teacher said to punish you, I don't know the details. If he didn't say the reason, I wouldn't dare ask. Reverend Xianxia looked at him. However, don't worry, with teacher's position, how noble is he? He wouldn't go so far as to deal with a punk like you. HMHM. Flame Monarch nodded. Teacher's orders makes me suspect if that Luo Feng has some connection with teacher. Reverend Shihua frowned. Ah. Flame Monarch was shocked. Father, you were so polite to him earlier, so it was because, the things you did on Earth, however, attracted teacher's attention, and he wanted to punish you. Reverend Shihua nodded. Teacher is very protective, yet he still let you enter the 9th Starfield prison for 1,000 eras. I can't help but guess that teacher and Luo Feng have some connection. However, Luo Feng is from the Virtual Universe Company, the Void Gold Lord is from our Battle Axe Coliseum. Flame Monarch said. I'm not sure about the mysteries within. Reverend Shihua shook his head. Flame Monarch sighed within. He hoped that one day his father would also become in existence like the Lord of Void Gold. Then he would be even more amazing. Whether it was the Primal Chaos City Master or the Lord of Void Gold, they both stood at the pinnacle of the human race. They could even be said to stand at the pinnacle of countless races in the vast universe. Since teacher has ordered, then you shall go to the 9th Starfield prison for 1,000 eras. You have indeed caused quite a bit of trouble these few years, you should focus on training. Once you can grasp that treasure, you won't have to fear anyone under the night level. Even against that true yen, you'll be able to fight. After all, strength is the most important. Father can't always protect you. Reverend Shihua said. Flame Monarch nodded. Solar System. The vast undying army led by Jade Monarch also turned into a blurry light and teleported away from the God Nation, leaving only Bloodthirsty Emperor, Dylan and Luo Feng in space. Just like that? Luo Feng was shocked. Aren't they afraid the coordinates will be leaked? The one who activated the God Country teleportation must be an undying slave of one of the Undyings. Bloodthirsty Emperor laughed casually. And after the God Country teleportation, that undying slave will definitely work hard to shift the God Country's location, that way the coordinates will be useless. Shift the God Country's location? Luo Feng was curious. The God Country is in between space layers, and the space layers are endless. The God Country can naturally move forward and leave its original location. Bloodthirsty Emperor said. However, the God Country's movement speed is very slow. If someone immediately chases after the coordinates, then it'll be very dangerous. Luo Feng nodded. Junior, you know Reverend Shihua? Bloodthirsty Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng shook his head. No, I've only been born for a few hundred years, how would I know Reverend Shihua? Then why is he so polite? It's too weird. Bloodthirsty Emperor creased his eyebrows. Universe Knights are all powerful beings in the universe, it's hard to find a match. To Domain Lord punks like you, they usually don't bother with you. I don't understand anyway. Luo Feng was puzzled. After which Luo Feng smiled and invited, Senior, it's rare for you to come to Earth, come sit at my place. Alright. Bloodthirsty Emperor was straightforward. Earth, China, Yangzhou City, Luo family's old mansion. After Luo Feng returned, he immediately released his family. Dad. Master. Luo Feng. The Luo family mansion was immediately bustling with activity. Luo Hongwa said, Little Feng, I was suddenly brought into a world earlier. I immediately connected to the Virtual Universe Network and contacted many old friends. Only then did I find out that many of my old friends on Earth were brought into this world. I heard that over 10 billion people on Earth were all brought in together. However, my old friends didn't know it was you who brought them in, hence they were all terrified. Huh. Luo Feng laughed. The other people on Earth didn't bring them in themselves. It's a mess. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to sweep across Yangzhou City. He couldn't help but laugh. It was a summer day, yet there were many white people in cotton coats appearing in the city. There were even some naked foreigners holding towels on the streets. Some even appeared on the roofs of the skyscrapers. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. Nine-Blade Knight mobilized such a huge undying army, and they gathered at the Primal Region's 9th teleportation point. Naturally, the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company quickly found out about it. What happened on Earth couldn't be hidden, causing many of the knights to come and ask Nine-Blade Knight about it. Haha, I've asked my good friends at the Battle Axe Coliseum, it's not just Flame Eroding Knight and Undying Knight. The Battle Axe Coliseum actually has many more knights, they're all sending their elites to Earth. However, Flame-Eroding Knight was the first to act. Luckily he didn't succeed. Right, if Earth is really a treasure land, it should belong to our virtual universe company. That leader of Earth, that punk called Luo Feng, is a genius nurtured by our virtual universe company. HM9 Blade, Earth is a very normal life planet. If there was anything special, they would have discovered it long ago. Just what made the large amounts of knights from the Battle Axe Coliseum send their underlings to Earth? What's so special about Earth, 9 Blade, tell me. I really don't know at all. Thunder Island, 9 Blade Knights Palace. Those powerful knights and universe country leaders arrived and left one after another. The virtual universe company's knights and country leaders, over 80% of them came to ask 9 Blade Knight about him. The palace regained its calm. Dressed in jade green armor, Monarch Jadeite walked into the palace. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the throne in the palace. It was the azure-robed, purple-scaled man. Monarch Jadeite bowed respectfully, Sovereign. Arrange it, I want to personally meet this Luo Feng. 9 Blade Knight ordered. Author's note, second in the monthly votes, I have to exclaim, this monthly vote competition is really intense. Yes. Jade Monarch respectfully complied and retreated from the scene. In the palace, the green-robed purple-scaled man frowned, muttering, Earth? Just what's so special about this life planet, to actually make the Battle Axe Coliseum go that crazy? Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Primal Region, Luo Feng's Villa. Within the study, Luo Feng was conversing with his teacher Tru Yan through the screen. That's weird. Tru Yan rubbed his chin and said curiously, that Flame Devourer Knight, even when he goes to the Gold Horn Race's Lasheo world, he's still going on a rampage, he doesn't even care about the elders of the Gold Horn Race. As he's an absolute genius, hence he's naturally arrogant, to actually be so courteous to a punk like you, weird. I find it weird too. Luo Feng said helplessly. There's definitely a reason. Tru Yan thought for a while, smiling and shaking his head, if you can't figure it out, don't think too much about it. For Flame Devourer Knight to be courteous to you, at least the hidden reason is a good thing and not a bad thing. Don't think too much about it now, concentrate on your training and step into the Sector Lord level. Sector Lord level is the most important stage of training, it's also the stage that decides your fate. Luo Feng nodded seriously. After this incident, he could clearly feel how weak he was. If he could reach Sector Lord Pinnacle, along with that set of armor, as long as his origin law comprehension increased by a few levels, he wouldn't dare say he could kill an official level, but he would definitely be able to match an official level. After all, just the armor's strength alone was close to an official level. Just as he finished conversing with his teacher, suddenly, Du Luo Feng, Jade Emperor's calling request. Babata shouted from his shoulder. Luo Feng was shocked, Jade Emperor? This was his teacher's life and death friend, and also the 9 Blade Knight's first Emperor level Undying. Except. Luo Feng stood up to show respect. A silhouette appeared on the screen, it was the jade green armored woman with a face so beautiful it made one's heart tremble, Jade Emperor. She said coldly, the knight wants to see you, wait in the villa, I'll be there immediately. In a while, I'll bring you to meet him, 9 Blade Knight? Luo Feng was shocked, however he still replied respectfully, yes. Moments later, Luo Feng, who was waiting quietly within the villa, saw a beam of light flash past in the distance, entering the villa, it was Jade Emperor. Lord, where are we going to meet the knight? Luo Feng was curious. You're not undying yet, hence you can't go to Thunder Island, to the knight's personal space. Jade looked at Luo Feng, follow me to the teleportation point. Yes. Luo Feng followed. He first arrived at a teleportation point in Yuxiang Mountain, then he was directly teleported to Venerable Nine Sword space. After all, the virtual universe was only virtual, so it could easily create a large number of planes. For example, the genius battle was usually held in a single plane. The live broadcast of the Battle Axe Coliseum was also carried out on a large number of islands in a fixed plane space. Normal Undyings didn't have the right to own their own space, however knights did. Venerable Nine Swords plane space. Wow. Luo Feng stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the 9 majestic sword mountains that seemed like they could pierce through the skies. He couldn't help but be shocked. The 9 sword-shaped mountains were all 100,000 kilometers tall. Even with Luo Feng's vision, he could only vaguely see the silhouette of the mountains, especially the tallest one in the center. He couldn't even see it clearly. The knight is in the 9-blade shrine. Jade led Luo Feng, flying straight into the center of the valley where the 9 mountains surrounded the palaces. The palaces were extremely beautiful, of which the 9-blade shrine was the most majestic. So, Jade and Luo Feng landed in front of the shrine. The 2 undying standing there didn't stop them. Follow me in. Jade led the way into the shrine. Luo Feng naturally followed obediently. The pressure within the shrine shrouded the area. Jade walked to the staircase near the shrine and bowed respectfully. Knight. Knight. Luo Feng bowed respectfully too. As his status was comparable to an official level undying, hence Luo Feng didn't have to kneel when he saw a universe knight. If it was a normal sector lord, or an absolute beginning member, they would normally kneel to show respect when they saw a universe knight. Jade, you can leave first. A clear voice resounded. Yes. Jade vanished in midair. Rumble, the shrine's door slammed shut, leaving only 2 within. Luo Feng and 9-blade knight. Feeling the shrine's door close, Luo Feng looked up shocked, looking at the green-armored purple-scaled man seated in the throne. That pressure emanating from him made one want to submit to him. Luo Feng. 9-blade knight gazed below and said. Here. Luo Feng listened respectfully. Let me ask you. 9-blade knight gazed at Luo Feng, simultaneously saying, the things that happened on Earth, what do you have to say in detail? Luo Feng shook his head. I'm confused. From what I know, the Battle Axe Coliseum didn't just send Undying Knight and Fire-Eroding Knight, they also sent many other knights to Earth. However, as it was too far, they didn't make it in time. So many knights are paying attention to Earth, and you are the leader of Earth, you should know the reason. 9-blade knight examined Luo Feng. Knight, Undying Knight, and Fire-Eroding Knight came to buy Earth from me, however they didn't tell me about its secret. Luo Feng said respectfully, if I knew about it earlier, I would have reported it long ago, and I wouldn't have landed in such a dangerous situation. The 9-blade knight in the throne observed Luo Feng's expression, gaze, and his words. Finally he confirmed, Luo Feng indeed didn't know about the secret. 9-blade knight immediately sighed within, sighing that the Battle Axe Coliseum was too secretive, not even revealing the secret to Luo Feng. Right, if the Virtual Universe Company knew about the secret of Earth, if it was really important, they would definitely hide it and not tell the Battle Axe Coliseum. Remember. 9-blade knight's voice was serious. Luo Feng bowed. Other than the island you promised the Undying Knight, from now on, without the Virtual Universe Company's orders, without my orders, you are forbidden from making any deals with Earth. 9-blade knight emphasized, especially the Universe Knights of the Battle Axe Coliseum, no matter how much they give you, you are forbidden from selling Earth. Just say, this is an order from the Virtual Universe Company, you cannot go against it. Yes. Luo Feng replied respectfully. Go. 9-blade knight waved his hand. The First Majesty Luo Feng vanished into thin air, obviously leaving the virtual universe. 9-blade knight however creased his eyebrows, saying solemnly, secret? Since it's a secret, then don't even think about getting any of Earth's territory. Meeting with 9-blade knight, especially his last order, Luo Feng easily understood the reason. Obviously the upper echelon of the Battle Axe Coliseum knew about Earth's secret, but the Virtual Universe Company didn't, hence both sides were in a stalemate. If you don't tell me about Earth's secret, you can forget about getting any of Earth's territory. Luo Feng, Hong's mail. Not long after the conversation with 9-blade knight, Luo Feng received Hong's mail, agreeing to meet at 9-Star Bay. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. Within a quiet courtyard. Luo Feng, Hong and the white-robed bald Thunder God gathered together. Right now Earth is in a mess. Thunder God exclaimed, I'm not on Earth and it's actually this chaotic. With you, Earth is still in a mess. Hong smiled, this time Earth's matter is very complicated, it even involves the Universe Knights. Big brother, you know about it too? Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. Hong smiled and nodded. Earlier, when over 10 billion people of Earth were absorbed into one world, a few friends of mine contacted me through the virtual universe network to tell me about it. That was why I was shocked. With just a little investigation, I found out about the undying sent by the flame-eroding night on Earth. Thunder God didn't realize how special this sentence was. Luo Feng was shocked. You can find out about this? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. The Battle Axe Coliseum was a superorganization comparable to the Virtual Universe Company. Such a power's internal management was very strict, position and authority were very clear, different positions had different levels of authority. To find out about the flame-eroding night sending undyings on Earth, that was simply an unbelievable thing. There's no problem now, right? Hong smiled. There's no problem, they've all been released back to Earth. Luo Feng looked suspiciously at Hong. I'm not asking about that, I'm asking about you and the flame-eroding night. That flame-eroding night sent people to find you. Did they make things difficult for you? Hong asked. No. Luo Feng shook his head. I guess so too. Hong exclaimed, the Void Gold Lord's flag is indeed useful. The Void Gold Lord just had to appear and speak a few words to the flame-eroding night and he immediately listened obediently. Void Gold Lord? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Who is the Void Gold Lord? The white-robed Thunder God too looked shocked at Hong. Flame-eroding night, that was a great being that could create a universe country. He actually listened obediently to the Void Gold Lord. Just what kind of terrifying being was this Void Gold Lord? Void Gold Lord, third brother, you should know about him too. Hong smiled. I've been to Primal Chaos City, you too have been there, you should know about the 52 Primal Chaos tablets there. Luo Feng nodded. One of them is called the Sky Ruin Primal Chaos Tablet, and the creator of this tablet is the Great Void Gold Lord. Hong smiled. That's a true great being, even the universe country leaders that create universe countries have to kneel before such a being. Luo Feng was shocked. The Sky Ruin Primal Chaos Tablet was considered very strong amongst the 52 Primal Chaos Tablets. According to the levels of the Heavenly Bridge, it had a total of 26 levels. Compared to Luo Feng's 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, it was only one level lower. In the overall rankings, the Sky Ruin Primal Chaos Tablet could be ranked in the top 10, Huge Axe Primal Chaos Tablet first, Universe Primal Chaos Tablet second. The creators of the 52 Primal Chaos Tablets were the true pillars of the human race. Void Gold Lord, this. Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. Big brother, you recognize the Void Gold Lord? Luck. Hong smiled. Luo Feng was stunned. His luck wasn't bad, he had met the Tianxia Palace leader before and received his pointers, and even spoke with the Undying Knight. However, he didn't expect his big brother Hong to be related to the Great Void Gold Lord. That was the being that created the Sky Ruins tablet. In Luo Feng's imagination, the creators of the 52 Primal Chaos Tablets were probably the 52 strongest humans in human history over the countless eras. Even if his guess was wrong, it wouldn't be too big. And the Sky Ruins tablet was one of the top 10, how powerful was that? Humanity was the pinnacle of the universe, one of the top 10 strongest in history, such an overlord, just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. What luck? Luo Feng asked. Big brother. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. I heard you speak of the 52 Primal Chaos Tablets before. To be able to create them, they were all the strongest beings of humanity over the countless eras. You actually recognize such beings? Honestly. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were just ants in the universe. For an ant to actually recognize the pinnacle beings, that was unbelievable. If I say it's luck, I'll explain it to you. Hong smiled and exclaimed, back then when I joined the Special Elite Training Camp, I was finally accepted into the Battle Axe Coliseum's core, simultaneously heading to Primal Chaos City to train. Didn't I tell you 3 earlier that I left Primal Chaos City? Luo Feng and Thunder God nodded. After leaving Primal Chaos City, I followed the usual routine of the Battle Axe Coliseum's training. Hong exclaimed, just yesterday, I had a sudden urge to try the Fantasy Ocean. That attempt broke through the heavens. Luo Feng and Thunder God held their breaths. Fantasy Ocean, with Hong's mental state, how far could he go? However, the further one went, the more terrifying the consciousness pressure was. Even his big brother shouldn't be able to go too deep. I went through island after island. Hong sighed with emotion. This illusory sea is formidable indeed. The further one goes, the more difficult it gets. The pressure of the consciousness is terrifying as well. Even I was squeezed dry to the limit before I arrived at the 21st island with great difficulty. Unfortunately, I failed at the 21st island. Luo Feng was stunned. Big brother, you actually failed? Thunder God asked curiously. Second brother, what do you know? Luo Feng roared softly, after which he looked in disbelief at Hong. Pass the 21st island? You were only one step away, and you succeeded? N. Hong nodded. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Luo Feng shook his head. That consciousness pressure is getting more and more terrifying. From the 10th island onwards, it's already an undying pressure, and the 21st island has a universe night's pressure. Big brother, you're only a universe level, how can you withstand the pressure of the 20th island? Hong smiled. Third brother, let me ask you. Hong asked, back then when you were at the universe level in the fantasy ocean, which island did you reach? I failed at the 10th island. Luo Feng said. The 9th island, even normal sector Lord Pinnacle warriors might not be able to pass through, yet you managed to at the universe level. Why? Hong asked. Let's not talk about the illusions after. How did you withstand the consciousness pressure? Luo Feng replied, willpower is the general, consciousness is the soldier, with my willpower leading the consciousness, my heart like a blade, naturally my willpower and consciousness are like a boulder, forcefully resisting that consciousness pressure. Haha, Hong laughed. Facing the monstrous pressure of consciousness, you also know how to solidify your consciousness like a boulder. This was the first stage of the cultivation of the heart. But why did you fail to resist the pressure of the 10th island? It's because you're too extreme, too unyielding, too hard, too easy to break. If you can catch up to your second brother in terms of mental cultivation and reach the stage where extreme yin produces yang and extreme yang produces yin, then it will be different. As the saying goes, the combination of yin and yang gives birth to the Tao. When facing that monstrous pressure, the combination of yin and yang, the combination of hardness and gentleness. You should resist it head on, resist it head on, resist it head on, resist it head on, resist it head on when it should be empty, resist it when it should be empty, and dispel it when it should be. When combined, your ability to resist the pressure will naturally rise greatly. Of course, once I reach the second level of unity of heaven and man, heart of innocence, and perfect mental realm, I reckon that I'll only be able to pass through 4 or 5 islands. The further we go, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. That's why I have to go to the 3rd level. My heart is infinitely large, and my heart can contain everything. No matter how strong his pressure is, I will be able to contain it. My heart is infinitely large, and naturally, I won't be crushed by the pressure. Hong smiled as he shook his head. It's a pity that I've just stepped into the 3rd level, and haven't truly reached perfection yet. That's why I failed on the 21st island. Luo Feng blinked. Impressive. This big brother of his was simply too impressive. Back then, I only failed when I reached the 21st island. Immediately, the higher-ups of the Battle Axe Coliseum knew about it, including the Lord of Void Gold and the founder of the Battle Axe Coliseum. Hong sighed. That great founder immediately gave the order to seal off this news. Hence, even the Universe Knights didn't know about it. Luo Feng nodded. To be able to pass 20 islands in Fantasy Ocean at universe level, Earth's mental cultivation was indeed impressive, attracting the attention of the few elders. The founder immediately took me in as his disciple. Hong revealed a smile. However, the great creator of the huge axe is the strongest of the human race. How would he have the time to personally teach me? Hence, he arranged for the master of the void gold to teach me first. The day I become an emperor level undying, only then will I have the right to listen to his teachings. At that time I will be considered his true disciple. Right now, I'm just a disciple in name. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Huge fortune, during his genius battles, even Bolin didn't have the right to have a universe knight as his teacher. Only Rong Jun was a universe knight, and he himself was a true Yen emperor disciple. One could see that the universe knights were very proud, they couldn't be bothered to accept geniuses as disciples. He didn't expect his big brother Hong to suddenly rise to the top. He became the disciple of humanity's strongest warrior, the founder of the battle axe. Just being a disciple was already impressive. At least for now, Hong was receiving the guidance of the Void Gold Lord. When he became an emperor-level undying, he would receive the guidance of the founder. Big Brother, the founder of the battle axe. 52 Primal Chaos Tablets. That huge axe tablet is ranked first. Luo Feng looked at Hong. It's only because my performance in Fantasy Ocean was too overpowered that I received the attention of the upper echelons. Hong shook his head and smiled. Mental state, even though it's helpful for training, it's after all not something you can touch. In a real battle, you still have to rely on spirit energy, genetic energy, etc. No matter how high my mental state is, a sector lord can kill me in one move. Mental state is just a support, strength is the core. Hong exclaimed. Luo Feng laughed. Thunder God laughed too. Bragging. Thunder God smiled. Good bragging. Luo Feng smiled. I'm afraid that Silver Snow official Jishur family. If they knew you had become the disciple of the founder of the battle axe and was receiving the guidance of the Void Gold Lord, they'd probably regret it so much they'd go crazy. Hong smiled indifferently. Hong had indeed risen to the top in one step. His background was indeed shocking. The Void Gold Lord's guidance told me before. Hong shook his head, comprehending the origin laws. One's affinity with the laws is extremely high. Some people's comprehension speed is 100 to 1,000 times faster than others, because it's clearer. It's a pity even though my comprehension is not bad, compared to you absolute geniuses, it's still 100 to 1,000 times worse. And with a high mental state, with some support, it can increase by 2 to 3 times. However, the difference between comprehending the laws and geniuses is still 100 to 1,000 times. Hong smiled. The Void Gold Lord also said that my training journey will be very long. Luo Feng and Thunder God listened attentively. My mental cultivation realm is extremely high. Almost all illusions are useless against me. Therefore, the Lord of Void Gold created a cultivation path for me. I walked the path of an illusory warrior, said Hong with a smile. When I strike with my spear, it will also contain an illusory attack. This is the best path for me. Illusion fighter? Luo Feng and Thunder God were shocked. Big brother. Thunder God was shocked. Your mental state is so high, yet you use illusions? Who wouldn't get lost? Hong smiled. Even though my position is high now, to protect me, the news is completely locked down. I'm still just an outer core member, even the knights don't know about this. Luo Feng nodded. Within he was happy for his big brother. His big brother and second brother's talents were far from his own. Their advantage was their mental state. Right now his big brother was relying on it to reach the heavens. However, a teacher is still a teacher. For a disciple to become a strong warrior, he had to train step by step. Second brother. Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God was stunned. I've recommended you to the Void Gold Lord, saying your mental state is extremely high. Hong smiled. The Void Gold Lord has already arranged for one of his disciples to accept you as his disciple. He'll probably contact you soon. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng looked at his big brother and second brother. He couldn't help but feel happy within. The three brothers of Earth were very close in strength back then. However, as they stepped into the universe, their improvements grew, even to the point where they could fight undyings. However, his big brother and second brother were lagging far behind. Right now, they all had their own opportunities. Come. Big brother and second brother, it's not just you two, there's also the other human geniuses in the universe, even countless alien race absolute geniuses. Maybe they've found a strong warrior as a teacher, maybe they've had miraculous encounters, maybe their talents are heaven-defying. I, Luo Feng, will definitely surpass countless people and stand at the pinnacle. Definitely. Luo Feng's fighting spirit burned within. It was only interesting when there was competition. After being assassinated by the Bug clan, Luo Feng's vision had expanded, and he had even greater ambitions. Could he, Shihua, a genius with an absolute being teaching him? I want to be stronger than them. Luo Feng thought. Within the courtyard, the three brothers conversed. Big brother. Luo Feng asked, why did the group of knights from the Battle Axe Coliseum send their undyings to Earth, all of them wanting to buy Earth? What's going on? Just what secret does Earth have, to cause so many knights to go crazy over it? You definitely know, right? Hong nodded. I do know about this. 2 chapters finished, the next one revealed Earth's secret, along with the monthly votes. He was close to 1,000 votes away from first. Before, when I passed Fantasy Ocean, I consecutively passed 20 islands. For a universe-level punk to be able to pass 20 islands was simply too dazzling. It attracted the attention of the creator of the huge axe, the Void Gold Lord, and the other highest beings, and they quickly found out that third brother and I both came from Earth. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Third brother, you were recognized as an absolute genius in tens of thousands of eras, and me being able to pass 20 islands, that's even rarer. 2 geniuses, from the same life planet, and from the same era. That's unbelievable. Hong said. Luo Feng nodded. The genius battle before, out of the 1008 universe countries, there were only about 1 person per universe country. The probability was already low enough. And Luo Feng's improvement speed was even more ridiculous. He was hailed as a genius in tens of thousands of eras. That was a 1008 universe country, and only 1 in tens of thousands of eras. He actually landed on Earth. How low was the probability? And this unbelievable genius Hong was even rarer. He actually landed on Earth, and was born in the same era as Luo Feng. Hence, the creator of the huge axe felt that Earth was special, otherwise how could it be so coincidental? He immediately headed to Earth to investigate, and with that, he discovered Earth's secret. Hong said. Luo Feng and Thunder God held their breaths. It was actually the strongest of humanity, the creator of the huge axe, who came to investigate Earth. What secret? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. What did you find? Luo Feng was anxious too. A truly huge secret, a very terrifying secret. Hong emphasized. Thunder God listened and said, can such a huge secret be revealed in the virtual universe network? Anything said in the virtual universe network would be discovered by the system. Don't worry about that. Hong smiled. When I met the creator back then, it was in the virtual universe network. And when I conversed with the Lord of Void Gold, I've asked about the safety of the virtual universe system. The Lord of Void Gold once said, the virtual universe system is definitely safe. Even if the upper echelons of the virtual universe company wanted to know some information, they would have to obtain it according to their level of authority. Hence there wouldn't be any leaks. Unless you're doing something that betrays humanity, or harms the virtual universe company, you don't have to worry. Luo Feng nodded as he heard. The virtual universe system was terrifying, whether it was internal world, God country, actual universe, dark universe, primal universe, one could enter the virtual universe network anytime, and even converse. This ability was truly heaven-defying. Let's not talk about the virtual universe system, just what secrets does Earth have? Big brother, don't keep us in suspense. Luo Feng asked. Hong put down the teacup in his hand, and his expression became solemn. When the founder of the giant axe came to Earth to investigate, he found that Earth had already been modified. Transform? Thunder God was puzzled. What changes? Luo Feng asked. The creator of the giant axe told me. Earth was transformed by a powerful being of a different race billions of years ago. Ordinary life planets only have the function of allowing humans to survive. However, Earth is very special. As long as it's a life born on Earth, especially during the gestation process of the embryo, it will be affected by the entire Earth in an invisible manner. A certain aspect of the soul will undergo a special evolution. Luo Feng and Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Evolution? The souls of humans born on Earth have evolved in one aspect, and the effect is in the state of mind. It's easier to comprehend and improve. Hong said solemnly, therefore, in the history of Earth, just the history of Huaxia alone has given birth to many sage-like existences with extremely high mental states. What? Luo Feng and Thunder God couldn't believe it. I can't believe it either. Hong shook his head and exclaimed, however, the great creator of the giant axe was able to deduce from the traces of the Earth's transformation, that powerful being's identity. Who was it? Luo Feng asked. The creator didn't say, only in his conversation with the Void Gold Lord, I heard some rough details. Hong shook his head. That powerful being had unbelievable power, even the Void Gold Lord admitted he was weaker than him. Only the creator of the giant axe was able to compete with him. Luo Feng felt it was unbelievable. The creator of the giant axe, that was the pinnacle race, the strongest being in the human race. That powerful being was actually comparable to the creator of the giant axe? The creator of the giant axe had once exclaimed about how amazing that powerful being was. That powerful being had once created an entire race, a race that evolved through the body, with incomparably powerful bodies. The only flaw was, his mental state was slightly weaker. I think it was called the Flame God race. Hong said. Flame God race? Thunder God was curious. Luo Feng was completely shocked. My God. The secrets Hong revealed were simply too heaven-defying. That powerful being was actually able to create an entire race, and it was the Flame God race. He had once obtained a black metal shard on Earth, within it was the language of the Flame God race, and it was a genetic evolution training manual. Listening to it now, Luo Feng had some guesses. According to the conversation between the creator of the giant axe and the Void Gold Lord, Hong exclaimed that powerful being had once taken a batch of humans and guided them to evolve, finally creating a brand new and powerful race, the Flame God race. The Flame God race mainly focused on body evolution, their mental state was flawed. That's why the alien Almighty altered the Earth. The Earth was like a cradle. He captured a group of humans and placed them on Earth, hoping that the generations of humans on Earth would continue to evolve and give birth to another race with extremely powerful minds, Hong said. In the distant past, the Earth didn't belong to the human domain yet. That powerful being could naturally be nurtured like that, however later on, the territory that Earth was in was ruled by humans. That powerful being of the alien race left as well. Luo Feng and Thunder God were stunned as they listened. Luo Feng however believed it. The powerful being from the other races, like the one who left behind the demon node inheritance in Demon Mountain, he too retreated because of the humans ruling over that region. Demon Mountain had two sides, it could be split into Ice Mountain and Demon Note Mountain. Demon Note Mountain had the demon node inheritance, so Luo Feng naturally suspected the Ice Mountain had the inheritance. One had to know, the universe was vast and mysterious, with trillions of races, humans were just one of them. Of course there would be some powerful beings from other races, there were strong and weak ones, the strong ones were even comparable to the strongest humans. He's too powerful. He actually created a powerful race. The Flame God race was actually created by that outsider Almighty. Luo Feng was incredibly shocked. Earth was also transformed by him back then into a cradle, nurturing another race. However, after the humans occupied Earth, that powerful being of the alien race left. Unbelievable. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. There are many unbelievable things. Hong shook his head and smiled. Even though humans are the pinnacle race, there are many other pinnacle races in the universe, and even more powerful races, countless middle-level races and countless weaker races. Maybe compared to humans alone, they are still weaker. However, with the trillions of races added together, who knows how many absolute beings there are? Luo Feng nodded. There were many absolute beings, like the beast god of Blood River World, Demon Mountain's original master, the creator of the Flame God race, and the other pinnacle races. The humans had the absolute warrior that created the 52 primal chaos tablets. The other pinnacle races probably weren't too far off. Luo Feng and Thunder God were obviously still in shock. This powerful being spent countless amounts of effort to create this cradle of Earth. How much do you think Earth is worth? Hong smiled. Unlimited value. Thunder God said. At least much more than a universe country. Luo Feng nodded. As one of the pinnacle beings of the universe, the Earth that the powerful being transformed was naturally a true treasure land. Earth itself has been transformed, the countless planets in the surrounding 1,000 light-years have actually undergone some transformation too. The core of the transformation is Earth itself. Hong said, hence Earth has to remain within the solar system and cannot be moved. The moment it is moved, it will no longer have that special nurturing effect. After the transformation, Earth is very special. Even if it is destroyed, and Earth becomes a wreckage, as time passes, it will naturally reform back into Earth. Hong smiled. The creator of the huge axe has already discovered that over the long years after that powerful being left, Earth has been destroyed 12 times, however it would reform back to its original state. Ah! Luo Feng and Thunder God could only listen. One's mental state was extremely important, yet it wasn't that important either. To become a strong warrior, there were a few requirements: talent, perseverance, and resources. Resources referred to training methods, powerful teachers, treasures to strengthen one's training, etc. If one didn't even have a training method, just like Earth before the Grand Nirvana, even those saints probably didn't even live past 100 years. Earth's past was what they lacked the most. Talent: those without talent may be able to become strong, but it was very hard to become an absolute warrior. Others' 1 day of training was equivalent to 10 years of training. How could they compare? Perseverance: even with talent and resources, if one didn't have a bit of perseverance, unable to withstand loneliness, one wouldn't be able to walk far on the path of a strong warrior. To become an absolute warrior, one needed extremely strong perseverance. All three were very important. Those with a strong mental state naturally had extremely strong perseverance. And they had enough patience. With a strong mental state, it would be easier to defend against illusion attacks, etc. Hence, to the entire human race, by sending pregnant women with strong bloodlines to Earth, they would slowly be influenced by Earth. When the children were born, as long as they were properly guided and trained, it would be easy for their mental states to improve. Once their mental states improved, along with strong bloodlines and large amounts of resources, the number of strong warriors born would naturally greatly increase. Mental state is only an aid to becoming an absolute warrior. Hong said, my appearance only surprised the higher-ups of the Battle Axe Coliseum. Earth's appearance surprised them. After all, at the level of the Lord of Void Gold, the Battle Axe Creator, and the Almighty of the foreign races, they all have different abilities. The Almighty of the foreign races can guide and create a race, but the other Almighty might not be able to do so. Naturally, they began to value Earth. Luo Feng sighed. Everything was clear now. Behind Earth, there was actually a powerful being from a different race. I'm the leader of Earth. With a treasure like Earth, I'm afraid the trouble won't be small. Luo Feng thought, who cares, let the Virtual Universe Company and the Battle Axe Coliseum squabble. The 12th night's punishment had ended, the mystery had been revealed, the new chapter was about to begin. Luo Feng would officially step on the path of a true warrior. At the same time, he would get some monthly votes and recommendation votes. With monthly votes, he would support them. With recommendation votes, he would support them. End of chapter 726. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.